You know why she was number one from Stardom, right, Matt?
The most
Babyface.
wrestler in the world has to be in the top 10.
I have the power of the edit here. Well, apparently Matt has an intro for us today.
Well, yeah, there's some news came out this week that we get to talk about. We're going to talk about some of the top 21 best women in the world according to PWI.
Oh, I had seen a little bit of this. Go on, Matt.
All right, so we're not going to go into everything, but we'll start with number 3, Asuka.
Yay.
Congrats to Asuka. Number 9, Io. Props
Yay.
to Io. Number 10, Mayu. Props to Mayu.
List.
Way too low on the list. But made the top 10, first one from Stardom. I'll give her props.
Yay.
Number 14, Thunder Rosa.
Too low on the list.
Yeah, agreed. But did you see my GIF of the day the other day about
did.
Thunder Rosa, October, and the number 14? It's kind of spooky. And then number 21, Kairi Sane.
Yay.
Yeah. I don't take this list too seriously because, like you said, most of these people are too low on the list. Some of these people that made the top 10 didn't even wrestle for half the year. And Julie is like in the top the 50 somewhere, and Julie's had a hell of a year this year. So to say, it is what it is. But props to those that made the list at all, and props to Mai for being the number one from Stardom.
Yay.
That's all I got.
Welcome back to another episode of Face4Wrestling video podcast. As always, I'm Waldo.
And I'm the Matt.
And Dr. My Wife is back with us again.
I am here.
We took a quick break last episode to bring you some Lone Stardom wrestling with Mission Pro Wrestling down south of Austin in Buda, Texas. Dr. My Wife, how was that show?
What? I didn't get to go.
Well, with all of that out of the way, let's go back to, I guess, the unofficial part 2 of the last episode.
It's been like 2 months, man, since we got to talk about Stardom.
Let's go back to the end of the year 2018 at Korakuen Hall for the Stardom End of the Year Climax show held on December 24th, 2018. The show would be broadcasted on Samurai TV on January 3rd and have Bull Nakano and hold on a second.
What notes are you looking at?
Haduo Mudata on commentary. I'll have to edit the shit out of that.
Let them know how inept you really are.
Attendance for the show is by far the best up to this point, with 820 in attendance. Bit of a mixed card as things had to be changed up a little bit due to Mayu's injury, mentioned back in episode 11. But we have 2 singles matches, one for the low speed championship, a triple tag, a 4-way, and 2 tag matches, one of them being for the Goddess of Stardom championships, being in the main event. Our first match of the night sees Hanan and Natsumi versus Hina and Rina. Now, bear with me. I got a little lazy on my note taking here and used dictation in Microsoft Word. We shall see how well that plays.
So you don't have to decipher your handwriting. You have to decipher your speech?
Yeah.
That's going to be way worse.
God dang old Kamehameha, y'all.
Yeah, so we shoot back to the back, and we've got Rena on the mic to start us off. And she says, today is the last show. Let's work hard and win to make the best Christmas. Then they both say, let's do it. Oh. Then we shoot over to Hanan, who says, today is the final show. It's Christmas tomorrow. Let's win. And they say, let's do it. Oh. Is this a new Stars thing that I've missed out on?
I think that they may be reading off the same note card here.
It is pretty much the same interview from both of them.
Once everybody gets into the ring, we see that race car ref is standing by for the opening match and that Miss Yuri is wearing her nice little Christmas outfit. Race car ref comes over to the corners and checks everybody out before we get underway.
Yeah, before we get there, I noticed there was a weird entrance camera angle. Like it was at an interesting little like catty-cornered angle watching them come out this time.
It was not as obvious as that one show we were watching a couple episodes back.
This one was a good shot. It was just a weird angle compared to what we've seen before.
On a sidebar here, real quick, have you seen what they've been doing lately? I'm not going to
No.
give any spoilers,
You know, I don't watch most of the new stuff.
but I will say that when they're back at this arena in the future, the entrances actually have a little bit of pyro to them now.
Nice. I also had a note that for some reason Hanen's super over here. She got more streamers than everybody else, and they were even thrown up into the rafters.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody in the crowd trying to do it on purpose, see if they can make it up there, right?
It's possible because they did clear it with a couple of them.
I was happy that Natsumi got, what is it, Natsumi? Yeah, Natsumi got a bunch of streamers, but her mom doesn't get any?
And the mom's a hill.
Yeah, but come on. Even the heels get streamers.
Not always.
Anyway.
You think maybe it has to do with the fact that Natsumi is more native to Japan than Mari is?
I was gonna say that too. Yeah, I've seen that a lot of the foreigners don't get streamers a lot of the times as well.
Really?
So you throw in the foreigner, you throw in the hill. That's probably why the combination of the two.
Then you need to paste me in somewhere in the background throwing a streamer.
I will kind of try on that.
That's all I do.
All right, so here's where the dictation is starting to hurt. You ready?
Yeah.
We kick off with Hunting and Rena in the middle of the ring.
Yeah. There's no hunter.
Yeah. No.
Wrong company.
You get me on stuff like that constantly. We're about to check you on those dictation notes.
No, we kick off with Hana and Rena in the middle of the ring with a shoulder and elbow lock. A little bit of back and forth between the two, as the sound is a little bit weird for this episode. I say that, and then I realized that my microphone was recording while I was copying these episodes for the actual review.
Okay.
And the program that I use to record these episodes had my head mic on, and I forgot to mute it. And so there's this weird ranting of some crazy ass redneck in the background while this is going on.
Weird how that works.
They judo each other into a standoff in the middle of the ring to a nice round of applause. But as they're getting ready to do the test of strength, Hina comes into the ring and they start doubling up on Hanan.
Yeah, Hina's definitely working the hill in this one.
The two of them start getting in the corner kicks, and then they tag up to judo flip Hanan, or Hunting in this case for my notes, out of the corner, and we go back to the good old trusty armbar number 1 and 2 on Hanan as Natsumi comes into the ring to break everything up.
I caught the double armbar. One of the things that I noticed, it was probably just before the arm bars. I wrote, I like the fact that when they were doing the arm holds and hitting each other with the elbows, or throwing bows at each other, they're smiling at each other from ear to ear as they work those moves.
The sisters quickly bowl Natsumi out of the ring, and we get a proper tag to Rena to see her come in and start taking it to Hanan with some good drop kicks off the 4 ropes. But it's not quite enough to put the older sister down as she kicks out at 2. Hanan is finally able to get into the corner to tag in Natsumi, and she comes in and just starts knocking over Rena. Reverse figure-yon in the middle of the ring, and Hina tries to come in to help her sister out, but Hanan is quick to come in and teach her the pecking order. Just as quick, Natsumi is able to get Rena into the El Nudo. Little bit of crowd work, and Natsumi is able to get the bounce off the ropes to land a stomp on top of Hina.
Yeah, I prefer the El Nudo stomp to the drop kick. It just looks more powerful.
More damaging to the joints.
There you go, yeah.
Directly out of that, Rena is able to hit a drop kick and get in a tag to her younger sister. Nice judo takedowns as Rena is only able to get a 2, but Hina's back in and she's helping out. Double team vertical suplex from the sisters straight into a reverse Russian leg sweep, but she's only able to get a 2 again as Hanan comes in and starts clearing house.
Yeah, I had a note on that one, the double STO into the pin. She barely got that breakup in.
Mm-hmm.
It was so close that I had to question a little bit.
Irish whip out of the corner. Tarina sees Natsumi slam her down to the mat and into a Hurricanrana roll for the 3 at 4:56.
I really like that as Ray's car ref is calling for the bell and the win and everything, Rena's arguing that she got her shoulders up when she clearly didn't. Like there was clearly nothing suspect about this pin. Good little kind of almost heel work from Rena on that.
I really didn't have much for this one. What I did right though for the last bit of the match was I blinked and it was over. It was a very neat as in it was not a sloppy match. I actually did enjoy the fight. It was just very neat and tidy the way it went through.
Just a fun, quick, high energy opening match.
Yeah.
It was simple, and we're starting to see more of a formula with the Stardom shows and these opening matches. And that's good, though. It allows for the newer talent to start building up. And
Yeah.
it's on their biggest show of the year. Even though it was just shy of 5 minutes, they got 5 minutes on the biggest show of the year for them.
Yeah, and I
I
think
agree
you
with
can
that.
clearly see the possibility of arena push sometime in the future. Of the three sisters, Hanan was the most over with the crowd, and this crowd was very respectful, by the way, during this match. They clapped all the little counters. They were very polite. They weren't overly enthusiastic about the match, but they still showed them some nice respect. But Rena was the one that was the more entertaining of the three. So I'm interested to see much more in the future where she's going to be able to go and how much potential she's able to live up to.
Our next match is a return match, and it's the final chance for Azumi to get the flag and mask back for Queen's Quest. Otherwise, she has to join Oedo-Tai. Clearly, their last match should have been the closeout for the feud, but with the retooling of this card, I am okay with seeing this match on the show. Any chance we get to see Azumi or Natsu on the show is a good thing.
Yeah, they're two of my favorites, so I'm down to watch them wrestle every night of the week.
Probably Natsu's quickest promo here. Azumi tells us that she's going to finish this once and for all.
Yeah, Natsu just says, Azumi, come to Odiotai. Azumi says, today is the last show of the year. Today I'm going to beat Natsu, and this will be done.
As Natsu is making her way out to the ring, we see the wanted poster on the Pygmytron.
Yeah, I was that was one of my questions was what's up with the mugshot at the beginning of the show?
This is a callback to the beginning of their feud as Natsu took the flag and mask from Queen's Quest.
Oh, is that why she was wearing it?
Yeah, so one of my favorite spots out of this entire series so far has been into the ring with Keigetsu and Hazuki galloping in. What?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oedo-Tai comes out, and Natsu has the mask and flag, but at least we're getting a dance out of it.
And on the plus side, did you notice? Jad has been cured.
Jad?
Yes.
Explain.
Japanese ass disease.
Oh,
Without-
Bloomers is in this one. Bloomers.
Right.
Oh my God.
But without the influence of the British contingency, now has cured her Jad, and we are happy that she has had a speedy recovery.
Just speedy recovery. Okay, I'm just gonna mute myself so I don't say anything.
Weirdly, Azumi comes out by herself. Race car ref is back out for round 2 tonight. He is also trying to have them shake hands in the middle of the ring, but Natsu is trying to wish Azumi Merry Christmas instead.
Actually, I had a question before that though. Was Azumi's theme just a remix of the QQ song?
So all members of Queen's Quest,
Uh-huh.
when they come out as a stable, they have the main Queen's Quest theme. We talked about this in episode 12, I think.
Right.
But each individual member of Queen's Quest has a remix of the actual stable theme.
Okay. Hers just sounded a lot like it more than some of the ones we've heard in the past. So it was just a slight variation. Yeah, so after that, then Natsu, like you said, went to wish her Merry Christmas. She says, put a little energy in your shoulders. Merry Christmas, and offers a handshake. Azumi slaps her hand. Natsu says, ouch. You don't really hate me.
No, I think the hate's there.
It seems to be there.
So I have here the bell rings and Azumi is flying across the ring for a drop kick on a Natsu. Just quickly start things off. But I don't think it could be said how quick that drop kick and flying across the ring actually happened to when the bell rang, because Azumi was ready to go.
Yeah,
All right, hang on a second. It's roughly 22.63 feet across the ring. Minus Azumi's vital length, that'll put it around 17.8 feet. And speed equals distance divided by time. So that's 17.8 feet, and it took her a second to get over there. So speed equals 17.8 feet per second. Convert to miles per hour. 17.8 times 0.681. So power equals force times distance over time. 88 pounds times they converted 5.425 meters over 1 second equals 2.848 mechanical horsepower at 12.12 miles per hour. Holy crap.
Let's have
Yeah.
Zumi off to a super quick start.
It kind of seemed like a double heel show.
Well, this is a grudge match.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Azumi's in there trying to fight for the honor of Queen's Quest in this one and not lose to be a member of Oedo Tai.
And then right after that drop kick, she starts taunting Natsu back, saying, "Come on, Grandma."
Oh yeah, the grandma calling's back.
Yeah. And then we have some retaliation from Natsu, who's a grandma. That's why you're in trouble now.
Race car ref starts to give us a 5 count for having Natsu's arm tied up into the rope. Azumi breaks it up, and Natsu dumps to the outside to run away. Matt, give us a little play-by-play of what's going on here.
Yeah, I had a note on that. It was just a weird tie up, like pulling her arm across the rope. But yeah, Natsu dips out, and Azumi tells her to get back in the ring. Natsu says she's such a noisy kid, so Azumi leaves the ring. Then they kind of stand off on opposite sides of the ring, staring each other down, and Natsu says, "Get back in there first." Azumi says, "Nope." Natsu says, "Not nope, it's no. Say it correctly." Azumi, "Hurry up, you chicken." Natsu, "I'm not a chicken." Azumi, "Then hurry up." Natsu, "Nobody's called me a chicken in 26 years. Azumi, "Then you should hurry up." They both go to get in the ring, and Now trips AZM up as she attempts. Natsu tells Now good job, and then Natsu and Now force AZM to do the Odio Tai O hand gesture.
The way
What
you're
the
reading it
hell?
makes it seem so forced.
Sorry, I'm trying to clear my notes. Natsu and Now force AZM to do the Odio Tai hand gesture, then Now holds AZM so Natsu can give her a big boot, and then says AZM is going to join. Oh, I think that's all the notes. No, damn. Azumi says, "You crap old lady." Natsu says, "You know you like it."
Oh,
Azumi says, "You have a big face."
face.
Natsu says, "Well, that's okay. Your gloomy face looks so stupid, you little brat.
Oh
You
my
talk
god.
about my face when yours is." And then Azumi starts crying,
Mm-hmm.
and the crowd goes wild with the
Yeah.
boos at Natsu.
Mm-hmm.
Then the weirdest chant ever in wrestling happens as the crowd starts chanting apologize. And Natsu says, "I hadn't even said anything yet." Race car wags a finger at her and tells her she better apologize. So Natsu apologizes, I'm sorry, and Azumi slaps her. Natsu, "Now I'm angry. Now, give me that whip." Now does so. AZM reverses, hands the whip to Natsu and fakes like she got hit, and the crowd plays along and starts booing Natsu again. Armbar.
All that ends up with an armbar.
Holy shit. Y'all need to watch this spot if you have not seen this spot. It was super entertaining. The crowd ate it up. Like I said, they're booing Natsu and she didn't even do anything.
It was super weird.
Race car ref got involved with a wag of the finger. It was very entertaining. And I guarantee you, I did not just do it justice.
Azumi manages to get in the torque wrench onto Natsu. As she's making her way to the ropes, she falls down to her knees, and Azumi starts giving her the business. Out of the 2 count, and Azumi tries to put on good old armbar number 48, but Natsu manages to powerlift Azumi out of it into a belly-to-belly suplex, but it only sees a 2 count.
Yeah, that was such a good spot.
Natsu tries running the ropes, but assumes she's right behind her. And I will say that this exchange is worthy of being a high-speed match contender. They start trading pins back and forth, and Natsu barely gets out of the last one. Oh my goodness, Azumi tries to get off the ropes for a dropkick, but Natsu stops her with a boot to the face.
Yeah, that big boot was, not to call back from last episode, phenomenal.
I'm not really sure what this is here, but it happened at 13:40 in the match. Azumi jumps onto the back of Natsu and rolls her into a pin. Really nice, but it only gets a 2 because Now attacks race car ref with the QQ flag. This allows Natsu to get the whip and finally start attacking Azumi with it. But Azumi is able to get Now in the way, and Natsu accidentally hits her instead. Azumi hits a nice kick to the face of Natsu, followed up by a rolling reverse armbar that for a second there almost looked like she broke Natsu's arm. And that sees Natsu tap out for Azumi to get the submission win at 8:31.
Yeah, that was a really good finish. The match, like I said all along, you have all the entertainment in the beginning, and then both of these women show you what wrestling is at the end. It was a really entertaining match.
Yeah.
Post-match, we see Azumi finally get back the flag and mask of QQ, and Azumi is trying to make her way out of the ring, but Natsu is struggling to try to hold her back and keep her in the ring with her.
Yeah, but you actually got one thing wrong there.
What's that?
She got the flag back, but as she was escaping with the flag, Now's in the ring showing that they still have the mask.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like that Azumi accidentally left the mask.
Yeah, she got so excited about the flag that she did not grab the mask. And Now and Natsu make sure to show off that they still got it.
This match had a lot of back and forth between the two during the actual match itself, with a good combination of story, comedy, and athleticism all tied into one match.
Yeah, and I like that the comedy was done with words. It wasn't done with stupid spots. So you were still able to enjoy the whole thing without breaking the suspension of disbelief. Like you were still in the match, you still believed they hated each other, and it worked really well telling a story for the match.
I still like the continuing gag of calling Natsu grandma, even though she's clearly not the oldest on the roster.
Well, she's like, what, 26 at this point?
Yeah, I know, right?
So old.
It's a triple tag match with the members of Stars, Tam, Arisa, and Starlight Kid versus Jungle Assault Nation, Natsuko, Monster, and Kaori. Matt, lead us in.
This one was pretty quick. We got Natsuko saying it's the last show, and teaming with these guys is special. Let's win and end 2018 with a smile. We then shoot over to Tam, who says, it's the final show. I think we'll all fight hard for Stars, right? Starlight Kid, yes.
Very good, then.
Arisa shakes head. Oh, okay. Arisa shakes her head yes and puts up a fist. Tam gives her a sour look from the side. Arisa says it's the first time with Tam, myself, and Kid. Even though Mayu is out, we'll do our best to make Stars stronger. Then when Mayu comes back, Stars will be the strongest unit. I was expecting a little bit more animosity for the Tam Arisa thing, but then I remembered the whole Mayu being injured, and now I know why that didn't happen.
I actually have it here in my notes. A very awkward promo by the Stars follows the Jan group, and I can't tell if Tam and Arisa are still at odds with each other.
No, I think they address it more at the end of this match, so we'll kind of go into it there.
I did notice, though, that Natsuko seems to be in a lot better mood since her and Jungle have worked out their issues.
Yeah, that's all they needed. They needed to connect soul to soul, fist to fist, man. That promo was right.
For now.
It's a lot of foreshadowing.
Damn you, Saki.
Your foreshadowing powers are over 9,000.
Oh no.
We start off with Arisa and Natsuko facing off in the middle of the ring and are graced by the presence of Old Ref. A simple test of strength to start us off that sees Natsuko quickly take advantage of it. That is, until Arisa starts kicking the shit out of her. Arisa also hits a lift and knee drop. I'm not really sure what to call that, but it only gets a 1 count. She Irish whips Natsuko into the opposite corner for a splash, and then again. But Natsuko finds her way out, and we see Jan take it to the Stars to clear the ring. Arisa's laying down on the mat, and we get a triple body splash as the Jan members start stacking up on each other. Kaori is in the ring, and everybody starts booing as she's taunting the crowd. I have a sneaking suspicion here about Kaori for some reason.
Is she maybe just clowning around?
Maybe.
Uh-huh.
Kaori starts going for the clavicle chops, but it turns into a kick exchange between her and Arisa. Arisa's had enough of it and decides to tag out. Starlight Kid is in, and we get a strange tilt-a-whirl thing that puts Kaori into the corner. But as Starlight is getting the advantage, Natsuko comes in to let Jan get the upper hand. But Tam was ready to give the assist, and we're back to Starlight Kid and Kaori in the ring. Changing things up a little bit, Monster's on the outside to stop Starlight dead in her tracks. A little bit of back and forth between Monster and Starlight Kid, and Monster manages to get out of the way of a 8166. Starlight manages to get around the back of Monster off the ropes and hits a dropkick onto the back. As Monster is staggering from it, Arisa comes in and just pops her in the head with her foot. Monster easily bowls over Starlight as she's coming off the ropes, but it only gets a 2. We see Monster hit a nice lifting suplex, or as my notes say here, soupplex. The two of them managed to splash him in the face with a bowl of soup.
Whatever works, man.
The two of them managed to get tags in, and we have Tam and Natsuko trading elbows in the middle of the ring, and they are stiff.
Yeah, they just start beating the shit out of each other.
Beautiful spear from Natsuko. Can't decipher the rest. Gonna move on. Natsuko picks up Tam for a running fireman's roll towards the corner, and we get a barrage of stuff out of the corner, ending with Natsuko splashing on top of Tam. All 6 ladies are in the ring, and in with Stars right in the middle. They all duck out of the way, and the Jan members hit each other. Strange rolling pins in the middle of the ring from Natsuko and Tam. The Stars start taking advantage of Natsuko being by herself. Tam and Arisa hit their kicks, and Starlight manages to get in her 8166. And then the hit of the night comes from Tam's knee straight into Natsuko's face, which sees us rightfully get the 3 at 732.
That wasn't even into the face. It was under the jaw, lifting her up off the ground. Holy shit.
I'm going to have to call a 15-yard personal foul, giving them the business.
There's a personal foul. I'll pick this up. On number 99 of the defense, after he tackled the quarterback, he's giving them business down there at the 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that was tight.
This match did not feel like it was a full 7.5 minutes. As I said earlier, I'm trying to use dictation on this because I'm a little behind schedule for taking notes and recording, and I've always had a problem with matches like this going so fast that I sometimes have to pause a lot. But this match proved to be difficult for dictation as well, too.
Well, and the funny part about it is, too, is every one of your notes is not my note, so I couldn't even follow along with your dictation either.
This match was all over the place, and it just seemed like that out of all the matches we've seen in Stardom so far, this was actually the first one that kind of needed to be slowed down a little bit to about a 15-minute match.
Yeah, it was very quick. It was not, I won't say hard to follow, but at times it was like, what is going on? But it was a hard-hitting match. I can't complain about a hard-hitting match.
I like how Mayu was standing by the ring and still doesn't know where the microphone is.
Yeah, we get a nice moment before that, though, where Tam fist bumps Arisa, and then she hugs Starlight Kid, and then moves Starlight Kid in between her and Arisa. So you still get a little bit of the animosity, but not as much.
Speaking of Mayu, some of you keen followers on the social media may have noticed that we actually got a copy of Mayu's autobiography. Do not expect us to give a review on it anytime soon, as it will definitely be a slow read.
Yeah, my part of the review will be she wrote a book.
I saw the book.
It exists.
Not there! There! Not there, there!
Addendum. Screw you, Amazon. I figured it out. I got it on Kindle now.
And so, yeah, after the match finishes, Tam gets on the mic and says, I won the last match of the year. Today, I'll replace Mayu in the main event, right? Have I earned the right, Mayu? Mayu hops in the ring, says, even beforehand, I'd already chosen you. And it was a little bit weird hearing Mayu talk and not gasping for air after a match. She didn't tell
or breaking the trophy.
Right? She didn't tell Tam, you can do it. Please team with Saki and win those belts. Tam, you can do it. Good luck. I look forward to it. Tam says, thank you. We will win. At this point, I had to look it up because I was confused. Like I said, like we've already talked about a little bit, the feud between Tam and Arisa seems to not be happening. And I was kind of curious why she was so submissive in this. Like, do I get a chance? Am I good enough to be in the main event? Apparently, the injury to Mayu was because of Tam. It was an accident, and it did happen at the last show. Just a random dive into a crowd of people, and she happened to land on Mayu's knee. So there's a little bit of they're playing up her blaming herself for Mayu being injured, and I assume that's why she was a little more friendly towards Arisa because she feels guilty and she wants to prove that even though she messed up, she can fix the situation.
Yes, as stated on the last show, things have been looking for Mayu to be main eventing on the end of the year Climax show. She was speculated to fight against. Actually, we don't speculate like that here. Up next is the match that all three of us here at Face4Wrestling have been waiting for quite some time. It's time for Mari Apache to defend her high-speed championship against Suzuki. My body is ready.
My body is ready.
That's right. Let's get right into it. We shoot to the back with Hazuki, who says it's December 24th and the final show of 2018. I have a singles match versus Mari. Well, I'm getting ready to take that belt from that person. That belt doesn't suit her. So I made her this belt, the low speed belt. I'd like to switch belts. We didn't see this low speed belt, which is just made out of cardboard.
I will have you know that that is some of the finest Mongrovian cardboard that is in existence today.
Karate.
But it was in existence then.
Time traveling, frozen in the future, found in the past.
We then shoot over to Mari. We have our resident translator for Mari.
Oh, she says, "Hello, friends. Mari Apache here. Today, I will be defending the title belt against Hazuki." And then she giggles a little bit. "I have already demonstrated to this little girl and have won or beat her many times. Well, anyways, that's what championship belts are for, defending. And now, on this day, Mari Apache will defend this title. Thank you."
Okay.
You made that seem like the nicest, sweetest promo of all time.
She
Well,
sounded
that's
so
probably-
angry when she did it.
I know.
I had to, because there were a couple of verbal blah blah blahs in here that I had to decipher, but
Fair.
it was just a pretty polite one. I mean, she did, when she giggled, she gave a half eye roll because of something Hazuki had done or said, but she just was like, "Ah, I've done this already. I've already went through this with her. Whatever. Well, this is just another day, another championship. I'll just defend the belt today." That's all it sounded like to me.
Nice.
Mari comes out and she's got her headdress on, which must mean we're about to get a barn burner. Japanese Jack Tunney is in the ring to make sure that we know that the belt is on the line. And he's doing everything he can not to break out laughing as Suzuki is making sure that the prestigious low speed championship is presented as well.
Yeah, this is a contender for one of my favorite moments of the night. Rosie takes the high speed title and goes to show it off. So Hazuki goes over there and forces him to take the low speed title as well. And he just kind of definitely corpses there for a minute before holding it up in there as well.
Yeah, that was just
Indicating-
weird.
Indicating that they are both on the line.
I guess rightfully so for a championship match. We have old ref kicking us off here too. As soon as the bell rings, we're already in fifth gear. Nice arm drag from Hazuki to Mighty as Mighty just pushes Hazuki off while she's in the ropes. In return, Mighty sets up Hazuki in the ropes and chops the holy hell out of her. She then sets her up on the other rope and does it again. Old ref comes over to tell Mighty to get the foot out of the throat in the corner. Hazuki reverses an Irish whip into the opposite corner and she's running over and Mighty lays her ass out.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah, it is.
Mari has a name for this big boot to the face, but I think it should just be called you.
Yeah, I mean, these hits were pretty brutal. A lot of them were, really.
That allows Mari to get the opportunity to hook on the bow and arrow, which she sees her start rolling Hazuki around the ring in him. And I have to say that Mari is probably the only foreigner at this point in Stardom to get the amount of applause that she's getting.
This is such a good spot.
Yeah.
Not only did she do the rolling bow and arrow, but then why not turn it into a choke?
Yep, straight out of the bow and arrow, Mighty just starts working the stiffness into Hazuki. Hazuki slides out of the ropes and onto the apron. As Mighty runs towards her, Hazuki manages to get in a headlock and drops her down for a DDT onto the apron.
This thing looks so safe and so awesome at the same time.
From the outside apron, Hazuki flies over and kicks Mighty in the back of the head. Hazuki tries to get on a headlock on Mighty in the middle of the ring, and she does everything she can to try to get out of it. She manages to slide over just enough to get her foot on the bottom rope. This allows Hazuki to break the hold and get in a little taunting and race across the ring for a boot to the face. Hazuki tries to go for a suplex, but Mary just ain't having it. Mighty tries to scoop slam in return, but Hazuki decides to Hazuki out of it. Hazuki rushes Mighty while she's in the corner, and Mary gets her foot up again. Hazuki moves it out of the way and hits a codebreaker into the middle of the ring. As Hazuki is up on the top, she telegraphs that she's trying to splash on top of Mighty. Mighty rolls out of the way as Hazuki is getting her bearings straight, and Mighty just lays her ass out with a lariat. Old ref rightfully checks for signs of life. The two start trading elbows in the middle of the ring. Hazuki gets up for something off of the ropes, and Mighty lays her ass out again. Mighty has Hazuki up for a powerbomb. She tries the first time, and Hazuki tries to escape. But Mighty just powers it into a full-on powerbomb for the second attempt.
I couldn't tell there if she was trying to go for an escape or if she was trying to save herself because she wasn't quite in position for the power bomb. But once they got it right, that power bomb looked great.
Well, it looked good too because it just showed the size advantage of Mighty over Hazuki too.
Yeah.
Mighty goes for a scoop slam, Hazuki goes for an armbar, and then I just have in my notes 20 seconds of madness.
Yeah, Mari called for her finish, the Michinoku driver, which Suzuki found a way to reverse. Only then Mari reversed that again, right back into the driver. It was a really nice spot. Hard to call, but a really nice spot.
Mighty is slow to get up first. She tries to climb to the top rope and wait for Hazuki. Hazuki's even slower to get up, but when she does, she goes for a jumping kick to Mighty. Hazuki climbs to the top and suplexes Mighty into the middle of the ring. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Mighty sprawled all over the bottom rope, and Hazuki just starts putting the feet to her. Mighty misses her flying butt tackle, and we get another few seconds of madness. Hazuki hits a power slam to Mighty to set her up by the corner. I don't think this got the applause that it should have gotten, though, because that was a damn good effort to just power slam her. She's double her size.
Yeah, it was a good spot.
And then Hazuki nearly necks herself trying to do a backsplash or something on top of Mighty.
Yeah,
That looked
it was
really
a-
painful.
It
Yeah.
was an attempt at a shooting star press. And if we're calling Mari's big boot the F you, I'm calling this the F no. Don't ever do this again, Hazuki.
This was an immediate reaction for me. I was regretting it for her.
I know we can't splice the in, but this almost made Brock's look safe.
Damn.
Everybody's in to immediately check on Hazuki, but she manages to get the 3 out of it at 8:45. You can definitely tell post-match that this didn't go the way Hazuki wanted it to.
No.
Even Japanese Jack Tunney is taking a little bit of extra time getting into the ring just to give Hazuki a few extra moments.
I think this is definitely one of those instances where she was like, I can do this spot without realizing how intense this match was going to be leading up to this spot and how knackered she was going to be trying to pull it off. Because it shouldn't have happened.
And with that, Hazuki is presented with the High Speed Championship and the trophy, but gives now the Low Speed Championship, and she thinks she's actually won it.
Yeah, she treats it like it's her pride and joy.
God bless old ref and trying to play along and put it around her waist, too.
Yeah, I don't think there was a way to strap it around, but he tried.
We get a post-match promo from Hazuki. What'd she say, Matt?
She says, it's only natural I won. Did anyone think I would lose? No one's that dumb. Well, Hazuki took it. Where is everyone? No one wants this belt? I don't even want it. You can have it. Throws it down. And then Starlight and Azumi rush in real quick. Hazuki goes, you think you can beat Hazuki? You're going to try to come after me? Slaps both of them. Hazuki then says, that's what you want, don't you? You want to be high-speed champion? You don't think you can, do you? So now you think, oh, Hazuki has it, so I can win it. Is that it? It's not that easy. You both have a lot of speed, but it takes more than that. But bring it on. What, you want to say something? And then passes the mic to Azumi, who says, Korakuen, good evening. Hey, are you trying to be Kagetsu? You aren't very original. You're only popular because you act like her manager. Without Kagetsu, what even are you? Hazuki says, you're popular because no one keeps you in check. You're not special at all. You aren't very original yourself. Hazumi says, you're like a manager. I don't need you to tell me anything. Starlight says, well, don't judge me based on what you think you know. I once challenged for the high-speed belt and lost. It's an interesting flex there. And then says, but I'm stronger now. Hazuki says, then you should have always said you wanted this belt, not just today. Starlight says, well, now I said it. Hazuki says, get out of here. Well, I won the high-speed belt today. What should I go after next? The white belt? And surely I must be a challenger for the red belt too, right? Next year I'll have all 3. I'll paint Stardom the color of Hazuki. Such a good line. And then now grabs the belts and trophies and they head out of the ring.
I don't know. I was disappointed. It made me sad.
Oh, that Mari lost?
Yeah, I mean, I get the story.
Yeah, I think overall it was a great match. Like we've said in the past couple episodes, she's won me and Waldo over. So I'm a little sad that she won't have it and get to do a little bit more with it. I would like to see more of her wrestling because it's been very entertaining. She's had some really good matches. But Hazuki's my number 1, so fuck all y'all.
This match was too low on the card for me. This almost should have been a main event.
No, I think this is the perfect spot. You need a break after this.
We don't get that next.
No, we don't.
It's a four-way match with Hana, Konami, Keigetsu, and Jungle. And looking at the match card, this seems like it's going to be a fit to keep up with. Matt, tell us what all four ladies said.
Okay. Hana is up first, and she says, Kagetsu, Mary Kurushima Simasu, which helpful subtitle person tells us this is a play on words. It sounds like Merry Christmas, but it means I hope you suffer. Fucking A, that's a good promo. That's all she says, all she needs to say. Konami then says, it's the final show. It's a four-way between me, Jungle, Hana, and Kagetsu. I don't understand it. I'm the only one who has beaten Kagetsu, so why have a four-way? But anyway, the results are inevitable. My Triangle Lancer's winning percentage is 100%. I'm going to win today. Jungle then says, it's the last match of the year. It's a four-way. Kagetsu asked for this match. I'm not sure of her intent, but I'm only aiming to take her head off. Everything has led up to me taking out Kagetsu, and the year will end good. This can be a life-changing moment, so I'll make the most of it and win. Keigetsu says, it's the last show of the year, and we're at Korakuen Hall. Why do we have to have a match on Christmas Eve? It's okay. Let's end it with the match I asked for. Now, I don't need to face these guys one-on-one, and I can do it all here. Which one will I beat to win the match? I think I'll decide it in the ring.
I'm just happy that Keigetsu was confident during her promo, and it definitely was a heel promo.
Yeah, not as good as Hana's heel promo, but it was a good heel promo.
Well, speaking of Hana, we said that 2 episodes ago that was her first singles match in our timeline, but it was a three-way with her and Mighty working closely together.
Mhm.
As she's making her way out to the ring in this one, this is her first singles match without Mighty around that we've seen.
Yeah.
I don't know what Keigetsu said about Hana, but as she's making her way into the ring, Hana dumps her outside, and we're underway with Race Car Ref having a lot on his plate for this match.
But did you notice a little bit of awesome as Keigetsu was making her way to the ring? She was wearing a Mayu shirt.
I did not notice that.
Yeah, she had the Are You Ready to Rock shirt on.
And you say I'm foreshadowing, huh?
Well, I bring it up because it's the colored version of the shirt that we can't get here in the States. I want that shirt.
There's no real rhyme or reason as to what's going on outside of the ring right now. Hana just seems content on giving everybody a little piece of something. She manages to get Keigetsu in a choke and throws her into the seats on the other side of the ring. She also does a really good job of working the crowd while outside. There were some mixtures of boos and cheers, though. I don't know what did it, but Race Car Ref is finally starting to give us a count.
Oh, I know what did it.
What's that?
We got another Hana spitting on a ref sighting.
Oh. I'm not going to count, but until you aggravate me, huh?
You spit on a ref, he's going to count you out.
Hana rolls Keigetsu into the ring and then taunts her from the apron. Nice scoop slam from Hana straight into choking Keigetsu with a knee. Shades of Mighty Apache as Hana locks in the bow and arrow and somehow manages to find a way to taunt while it's on too. Keigetsu tries to get a handle on things, but Hana just ain't having it. And it seems that the story of this match is just the two going back and forth right now. Konami and Jungle pull Hana out of the ring, and they get into lay some digs on Keigetsu themselves. They Irish whip each other across the ring, and Jungle starts to make Keigetsu humble to set up a kick from Konami. But Jungle eats it instead. Deception. This allows Konami to start the figure-yon headlock chain in the middle of the ring. It doesn't last long, and Natsu comes in and whips Hana. Keigetsu spider climbs into the top corner and double kicks Jungle and Konami. She then just starts flying around the arena and ends with a suicide dive out of the ring. It's Keigetsu and Jungle in the ring now. Keigetsu hits a nice suplex out of the corner onto Jungle. This is followed by a new kind of armbar. We'll call this armbar number 98. It doesn't last long as Jungle is able to get her foot onto the ropes for the break. Stiff kicks from Keigetsu to Jungle in the middle of the ring. Jungle gets the upper hand and she catches Keigetsu off of the ropes for a power slam. Hana comes back in and gets up to the second turnbuckle and double drop kicks them both. She turns her attention to Jungle and she starts putting the boots to her face in the ropes. I think this will allow Keigetsu to get in a breather and put the focus back on Jungle and Hana for a minute. Elbow exchange from the ladies in the middle of the ring, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere near it. Hana tries to pick up Jungle for something, but Jungle turns it around to grab her into a choke and starts airplane spinning her while she's in it. Shit.
Yeah, I love her version of the airplane spin. It's so much cooler than grabbing him by the feet.
Yeah, I enjoyed that too.
Jungle's advantage didn't last too long as Konami comes in and manages to kick them both with the same foot to head. Now it's just Hana and Konami in the ring. Quick armbar number 5, and Konami lays Hana out with another kick to the back of the head. Hana gets into standing torque wrench on Konami, but she somehow manages to make it to the ropes for the breakup. As race car ref is trying to sort everything out, Keigetsu sprays mist into Konami, and now it's those two ladies in the ring. Keigetsu is up and tries to do the Oedo coaster, but Hana rushes in to stop her. Jungle is right behind her, and we get a chain reaction suplex from all three in the corner on top of Konami. What the hell is going on here?
I don't know. There was some really good heel work there too. Did you notice that when Hana ran over Konami, she literally ran over Konami, making sure to put a foot right in her stomach as she was doing it?
Oh yeah, there is so much going on right here.
Yeah.
All four ladies are out in the ring with race car ref trying to check on everybody. Keigetsu does the kip up and is up first, and she starts slamming everybody back down just to make sure. She hits Jungle last and then goes back up into the corner off the top rope and manages to hit a successful Oedo coaster. But she's not done yet. Keigetsu planned this out for the long game. She had all three ladies set up right below a different corner and hits the Oedo coaster on all three of them. She then drags them all together to try to do a triple pin with race car ref slapping the mat with both hands. He should have added a foot in there too.
Yeah, really.
I do have to point out the Odio coaster on Konami was a little bit snug.
Yeah. All three ladies kick out at 2. Jungle is the targeted victim here as Keigetsu is going up for another Oedo coaster, and Jungle starts working her over. Out of the 2 count, Jungle scoop slams Keigetsu in the middle of the ring and hits a flying splash off the top rope. Konami breaks it up quickly and manages to get Keigetsu into a reverse armbar number 3. It doesn't last long as Hana comes in for the breakup. She hits a missile dropkick from the top rope that looked kind of rough, and Jungle breaks up the pin and goes after Hana. Konami tries to help out in some way, but Jungle double clotheslines her and Hana together. She then turns her attention back to Keigetsu and just starts muscling her all over the ring into a powerbomb and gets the 3 in 16:05.
All I have to say about this match was, damn.
Yeah, we thought that it was hard hitting earlier, but holy crap, they took it to a whole new level, which of course you're going to do when Jungle's in the ring.
This match was all over the place as expected, but gave Jungle a huge win over the current champion. Even though it dumped outside early on and gave me a bit of a worry, things cleared up and the focus was put right back into the ring. The thing about 4-way matches is that it can go one of 2 ways. Either everybody's fighting everybody and the audience's attention is all over the place, or it's booked just like this match and everything works out perfectly. With no more than 2 wrestlers in the ring at a time, the people in the attendance don't have to be scanning all over the place to try to figure out what's going on. Honestly, I'd have preferred this been 2 separate matches. I think if we had had Hana versus Konami and then Jungle versus Keigetsu, it would have filled out the card a lot better.
See, I liked it as the 4-way because it told the story of what Keigetsu was trying to say. I could fight all 3 people at the same time. So it added to a story. I do get what you're saying with the split up, but I like the way they built up Jungle here without making Konami or Hana look weak. So I was for it. So post match, we get Jungle on the mic who says, "You saw it. I won it. Thank you. I told you life can be changing in a blink of an eye. It doesn't have to be little by little. There was an opportunity and I took it. May I speak my mind? Next month, I want to challenge you for the red belt. Keigetsu, do you know why you won today? Do you understand how you beat me? Don't you get it? I lost on purpose. That's right, I let you beat me. Next month, 8th anniversary show, I accept your challenge. It's going to be one-on-one, one fall, and since your weakness is the time limit draw, let's make it no time limit. I lost on purpose today, but you'll see what really happens next month, so come prepared." Jungle says no time limit? Good, I'm fed up with draws, so thank you. It's no time limit, but not no rules, so by pin or submission, I'm taking that belt fair and square.
I have to agree with Keigetsu on this one, that losing the match was all part of her master plan.
I really like the callback because I know since we've been calling the shows, Jungle's had a couple of time limit draws. So it's nice to see them accommodating it. It's a little weird that the heel chose to choose it though.
Everything I wrote on this match had to do with how brutal a lot of the spots were. I mean, it looked like it hurt. I mean, from the figure, it looked like a figure four in the arms. That looked like it hurt.
Hmm.
Kagitsu was taking a lot of those bumps. There was one mention of her using her water bending powers. But overall, it was just really harsh. I mean, I can't imagine. And they sprayed her down afterwards.
Yeah, it was a nice, very brutal match.
I think we do have a wonderful match to look forward to at the anniversary show next month as she's defending the Wonder of Stardom Championship against Jungle. And again, my body is ready. It's our main event tonight, and it's time for Utami and Momo to defend the Goddess of Stardom Championships. But according to the match card, it's Saki and Unknown. That was cleared up for us earlier tonight when it was announced that Tam would be filling the spot. And I think that's a good call. I think we dodged a bullet and prevented having Saki betray someone. Having Tam in there will keep her in check. Damn you, Saki. But even though Tam is a replacement, the championships are still on the line.
And we shoot back to the locker room where we have Tam on the mic saying, "So I'm taking Mayu's place. I'm the one that hurt her and caused her to miss today. I caused a lot of trouble for Mayu and everyone. Maybe it's not enough to apologize to Mayu's partner Saki, but I thought of what I can do. I can bring the belts home to Stars and try to protect Stars. Saki, I look forward to it." Saki says, "You can feel it in the air. We're going to take those belts and make a happy Christmas. Tam, let's do our best." We shoot over to Momo, who says, "And who is the mystery opponent? Well, it's Tam, but she's no replacement for Mayu. No one in Stars is worth a crap. So you know we're going to win." My next note just says carrying Mayu's belt, and I don't know why. Oh, okay, sorry. So Tam and Saki make their way down to the ring, and they're carrying Mayu's Artist of Stardom belt with them as well. And we get a cool picture-in-picture showing QQ getting ready, and they got their big flag on a stick as Stars make their way out.
Tam did say she had to apologize to Saki, but I don't think it was needed.
No, because Saki's gonna.
Is a heel. After the promos, we do get the backstage walking into the ring from both teams. And I think that's cool. It definitely builds towards the main event of the show.
Yeah, I really like this, and I would like to see it happen more often.
It does! If you have a subscription to www.stardom-world.com for 920 yen a month.
How much?
920 yen.
That's not much at all.
Or for those of you in Europe, 33.88 Poland funny money.
Yeah, Polish people, you should be watching Stardom.
We're back in the middle of the ring with Japanese Jack Tunney, and he's here to present the belts for the photo op and properly introduce the main event championship match. Old Ref waves his magic hands and gets us underway. Hang on a second. Did Old Ref change his shirt?
Did Old Ref change his shirt?
I could swear earlier tonight that he was wearing a regular black polo shirt. But for this match, he's wearing the traditional referee shirt.
Spicy, but don't cheat.
Maybe he was eating in the back and accidentally spilled something on his shirt.
We still need that clip.
I'm still looking for it. It's Utami and Saki starting off for this match, and they dance around each other for a few seconds. And I noticed that Saki has Mayu's little arm thing on her left arm. The
Nice.
armband thing.
Yeah.
That matches Tam tonight wearing the little arm guard that Mayu usually comes out with on her right arm.
Nice.
They go into a test of strength, and Utami quickly takes advantage of it. And Saki uses her leg to kick out of it, and I don't understand why more people don't do that.
That's true. But I mean, we knew who was going to win the test of strength, right? The only thing Saki is stronger than is your hatred for her.
Arm-lock reversals between the two until Utami puts Saki down onto the mat. Starting off, it looks like Utami is just having her way with Saki and milking it for all she can. Saki does what she can to get out of the headlock, but Utami just isn't having it. She does finally manage to break it and get in a little bit of offense. Tam comes in for a little bit of an assist, and Saki smacks Utami's head down onto the mat, and Tam comes in for a flying snapmare. But the advantage doesn't last long as Utami gets Saki caught up into the ropes with her foot. Utami starts making Saki humbbell, and Momo comes in to make it super effective with a leg to the chest. After a 2 count, Utami starts picking her up, but Saki tries to fight back. It doesn't last long, and Utami has her into the corner to tag in Momo so she can have her way with Saki as well. A couple of legs to the back, and Momo looks to be taking her time beating Saki around. Nice scoop slam to Saki in the middle of the ring, and Momo keeps working the feet on her. Utami gets back in, and it looks like Tam is just going to have an easy night tonight, and Utami is back to working over Saki in the ropes. I have to say, I like where this is going. Saki is Irish whipped into the corner and climbs up to the top to stomp Utami with a foot to the face. This allows her to finally tag in Tam, and she is excited to be there. Tam knocks out Momo first and then goes for Utami. Knee to the face of Utami as she's laying against the second rope, but as Tam is trying to German suplex Utami, Momo is back in to stop Tam from doing anything else. They both whip Tam into the ropes and try for a double lariat, but Tam avoids it and pushes Utami into Momo. It knocks Momo down, and Tam connects with the PKO onto Utami. Momo tries to come back and assist Utami, but Tam locks her into the Scorpion Death Drop and Utami into the DDT for that awesome combo.
I love this move.
Tam tries to go for a couple of pins on Utami, but it doesn't quite work out. She ragdolls Utami into the corner and starts putting the boots to her before tagging in Saki. I see P-Chan hanging from the second turnbuckle. Is he eligible?
I thought you said ICP chant, and I was like, what are you talking about?
Saki is finally able to get some offense in the ring, but just as she's starting to put on a good showing, she tags Tam back in, who hits a stalling scoop slam to Utami. As Tam is coming off the ropes, Utami collects herself and drags Tam over to set up for a Russian leg sweep. Momo's back in and goes for a corner dropkick, but Tam dodges. Tam might have wanted to keep notes on how to avoid those, because Momo comes back with a couple of more that are successful, and they kept looking more and more stiff.
Momo has such a beautiful drop kick, and I think it's underrated because I mean, even I didn't notice it before this match. She gets great height and great connection with it. It's a thing of beauty.
It's not enough to put Tam away, and we get the two trading kicks and roundhouse attempts with each other until Momo takes charge. Oh wait, Tam just kicks the shit out of Momo to fix that problem right away. Little bit of madness as Utami is in the ring to help Momo. Tam manages to break free of it and goes to run the ropes, but Utami is quickly there to stop her. And a nanosecond after, Momo is suplexing Tam into yesterday.
I was so worried about this maneuver for a second. It looked like she was about to throw her over her head, realized she didn't have her in position, so she goes with the rock bottom instead. It looked like it was about to be bad.
Both ladies struggle for the hot tag, but Tam notices Momo is going for the tag as well, stops, and prevents her from doing it. She drags Momo back in a little and then goes to tag in Saki. Why is this not done more often?
It looked really smooth. It was a smart plan.
But it didn't really set Saki up for anything, as Momo is quick to defend herself. They go for some elbow exchanges in the middle of the ring until Saki just slaps the ever-loving shit out of Momo's face. Saki does manage to hit a Hurricanrana onto Momo and set her up for the second rope for a kick to the back of the head. Saki drags her in the ring for a quick pin attempt, but it only sees her get a 2. Tam comes in to knock Utami out of the corner as Saki has an ankle lock on Momo. As it looks like Momo is about to get out of it, Saki turns it into a modified figure Young. And during that, Momo manages to finally make it to the ropes to get the break. As Saki's trying to take advantage of the situation, she runs across the ring to do something, but Momo is there to catch her. And just as soon as Momo caught her, she was flying off the top rope with the knees. Utami comes in for a little bit of an assist to set up for the torture rack, but just backbody drops her instead. It allows Momo to hit the running knees perfectly onto Saki in the middle of the ring. Momo has Saki in a headlock and goes to the double underhook suplex, but Saki rolls it into a pin but can't get the win out of it. Moments later, Momo lays Saki out with the hardest looking kick of the night. More chaos on the night in the ring as Tam manages to get in the opposite corner to snapmare Utami off the top rope. Momo and Utami are laying on the bottom rope as Tam and Saki come over to give them the running drop kicks. Both ladies fall outside and Tam comes flying off the top turnbuckle outside of the ring to land on top of all of them. Utami gets rolled in first by Tam and Saki is up to hit the stomp onto her chest. followed by Tam's running single knee to the face. Tam hits a wonderful looking double underhook German suplex. Saki comes in right behind her to hit that double underhook code killer. I forgot what this was.
Yep.
Saki starts to pick up Utami and Russian leg sweeper, but Utami manages to grab Saki's leg and roll it into a pin on the mat. I stand corrected from earlier as Momo comes in to give what is now the absolute hardest kick of the night to Saki's face. This is followed by a spiked peach sunrise. Momo rolls out and Utami comes in for the torture rack, but Tam is there to save the day. Not for long though, as Momo just ragdolls her into a suplex. This lets Utami go for a suplex of her own on Saki. It looks like Saki's resisting a little bit, but Utami manages to hit it anyway, and he gets a 2 and 99 100ths from Old Ref. Momo slides in again and hits a single arm underhook suplex. It looks like Utami's going for the torture rack, but spins it into a slam onto the mat, and it gets the 3 in 1928 for a successful defense of the Goddess of Stardom Championships. Race car ref quickly calls in the other stars to check on Saki. Japanese Jack Tunney makes his way into the ring with the championship belts and the trophy to present them to the defending champions.
Yeah, I was a little worried here. It definitely looks like Saki is out. And after this match, I know we keep saying this, every match has been hard hitting, every match has been brutal, but every match stepped it up from the match before it. And like you said, Momo put in some of the toughest kicks, the hardest hits that we've seen all night. Damn, what a good main event.
Not to take anything away from the match, but it sure does look like Saki took a hell of a bump right at the end because they're still checking on her as they're trying to get ready for the pictures and everything.
Yeah.
They actually moved the camera up slightly for Utami and Momo to pose with Old Ref and the trophy, but Saki, you could see as the camera dips down a little bit, is still being checked on in the ring.
My only question on whether or not this is legit, and I don't want to speculate, but they're moving Saki around, and you shouldn't do that if someone's injured. And then as we go into post-match promos, some of the stuff is brought up, and we'll get to that in a minute. I hope she's not injured, but damn.
Definitely a great match that was worthy of a title defense. I'm really happy to see a tag match main event any show, especially the main show of the year.
Same.
We do get a little tawny from QQ post-match, but Tam looks like she's ready to defend herself as well too.
We get Momo on the mic saying this is the last show, and we win the main event. Hey stars, you're not very strong without Mayu. I wasn't beaten by the resurrection today. You had no Mayu. What are you going to do? You decide what's best for yourself. Tam gets on the mic and says, Momo, 1 year ago I lost to you at the 7th anniversary show. QQ versus Odiotai, and I lost to you. As a result of that, I was forced to leave Odiotai. At the 8th anniversary show, I want to challenge you for the white belt. Momo says, I'm senior to you. How about a please? But okay. The one whose partners all get hurt, Tam Nakano. I accept your challenge. And that's what made me think maybe Saki's not hurt, maybe this part of an ankle. Tam then says Stars is not weak without Mayu. I'm going to show you just how far I've advanced. Momo says, you've evolved, but so have I, so don't think you're above me. Well, QQ won today. Utami, thanks for getting the victory. Utami says, it's the final show of the year, and I made my debut this year. I won the tag belts with Momo and Rookie of the Year. Next year, I go after every belt. No sophomore jinx. I will rapidly evolve next year, so look out for it.
At this point, I'm starting to be a little worried about Saki because, as you mentioned, it was kind of walking the line here.
Yeah.
Because even during the post-match promo, she's laying there pretty still and not wanting to be moved around by anybody.
Yeah, but like I said, they're kind of forcibly moving her around as well. It's I don't like taking advantage of an injury, especially when someone's in this match because someone got injured. So yeah, I don't know. It's either in poor taste or it was a decent improv for what ended up happening at the end of the match.
Yeah,
So
and
either boo to Stardom or kudos to Momo.
good post-match promo too. But when Tam challenged for the white belt, that makes the third scheduled match for the anniversary show that I'm really looking forward to.
Oh yeah, I know I said earlier Hazuki's my number one, and she is.
but close behind her are Momo and Tam.
Right after Tam is done doing her little post-match promo, we get a weird edit going into everybody getting into the ring. You can see in the subtitles that there was a year in review video that was played for the live audience, but because it was owned by Samurai TV, it wasn't allowed to be played on the Stardom World website.
And we're not messing with those guys again.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's because Samurai TV did the production and editing of the video for the actual broadcast. Maybe,
Yeah.
but surely the footage is owned by Stardom, right?
I mean, who copyrighted us?
Damn you.
We will not be reviewing said review.
After the video package that was played by Samurai TV, we get all the wrestlers in the ring to close the show out for us and wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Overall, I thought it was an okay show. Granted, we had a different card lined up going into this prior to the show actually starting. But with everything going on behind the scenes and injuries, I think the show did a good job delivering for what it had to work with. That being said, Stardom has done a great job throughout this show building up for their big show in January for the anniversary. We've already got 3 matches on the card that we know of right now that are absolutely worthy of watching. We haven't even watched ahead yet to see how these matches turn out. We just know that those involved are always putting on good matches and good shows.
So, I was going to say, I have to disagree with you a little bit. You said this was a pretty good show. I'm saying it was the best show we've called so far.
I think as a standalone show, it was great. But for the build that was actually going up to it since we actually started our review with the Goddess of Stardom tournament,
right,
enough has changed to where we didn't get the show we thought we were going to get.
And despite that, every match built stronger than the match before it. Hazuki won, can't complain. Momo and Tam in the main event, can't complain. Jungle and Keigetsu tearing the house down with Hana and Konami. Every match on this card was phenomenal in my opinion, and for me, the best show we've called so far, in my opinion.
I don't think you mentioned this on this review yet. I know we talked about it offline, how this show was built to, but this show itself is building towards the anniversary show. So you're getting payoffs, but you're actually getting continued story and build up for another show, and you really want to see it now.
And I think you should do that with every show. Every big show doesn't need to be an ending. I mean, everybody likes to say it, wrestling doesn't have seasons. You're going to continue on to the next thing. So I think they closed a couple chapters that they needed to close, and they went right into the next chapter. So I can't complain.
Matt, this may sound like a weird one to you, but my match of the night was the 4-way.
Really?
You know that I like traditional matches. One-on-ones, tag teams, etc. But this was the first 4-way that I've seen in a long time that actually highlighted everybody individually and still kept the integrity of a 4-way match. Jungle had a big win coming out of it, and it sets her up for a possible success at the anniversary show. Definitely 10 on 10.
I can't actually 100% disagree with you. I almost want to call that my match of the night. It was going to be Hazuki until that horrible shooting star press. So I think for my match of the night, I am going to go out on a limb and go with the tag match final.
Well, I normally I would go with the Mahdi matches, but since that made me sad, I'm not going to go with that one. But my match of the night, actually, I have to agree with Waldo. It was the 4-way as well. It was actually a pretty good fight.
Oh, you both did. No, every match, like I said, every match on this card was good. Nobody's wrong in their choices, in my opinion. But since every match was good and everybody brought their best character work, it was really hard for me to pick heel of the night. But I think I'm giving it to Keigetsu because I really liked that she lost and then was like, oh yeah, I totally did that on purpose. Such a heel tactic, such a great heel move. Keigetsu is my heel of the night. What about you, Dr. The Wife?
My heel of the night, make sure I get her name right, was Hazuki because she won the belt and later was like, you know what? I don't want this thing. Here you go.
And she crushed your dreams.
Yes, she did.
What about you, Aldo?
While my match of the night may have been a little bit out of nowhere for me, the heel of the night should be pretty obvious. If Saki had actually showed up to her match tonight and supported Tam, they would be our current Goddess of Stardom champions. Tam, by far, was the workhorse of that match. Saki just stood in the corner the entire time and watched along. Does her evil know no bounds?
Aren't you the one who pointed out that she spent most of the match getting beat up?
The power of the edit here says that you support me right now. That's it for this episode. We've got a couple of episodes ahead of us before the Stardom anniversary show, but we wanted to take this time to thank all of y'all out there for our anniversary. We did start a little bit before this time last year with the NXT episodes, but we're considering our start with Stardom our actual effort. And this episode puts us roughly at the 1 year point on YouTube for that.
Holy crap.
We definitely didn't think we'd be where we are right now with it, and are really thankful to all of y'all here on the channel itself. And apparently on our SoundCloud, which is starting to get hits for some reason. We're also really thankful that the true purpose of the channel is being met, and Stardom is getting more fans through our work here.
Agreed, 100%. And we do have the new goal, and hopefully, Mission Pro, Lone Stardom in our books, we'll also start to see a little bit of uptake.
Be sure to catch us on all the usual places with social media at Face4Wrestling, on the Twitter, and at Facebook, whatever that is. Feel free to ask us more questions or taunt Matt on the Reddit. And you can catch the audio versions of the episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on YouTube. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com, where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only 920 yen a month. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
Don't forget, everybody's different and everybody is good.
You got it? Yeah, that's what I was asking. That didn't sound like what you thought that would have sounded like, because it sounded to me like you were playing with something.
I think my mic's tight now. We shouldn't have any issues. I don't have to touch it anymore.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. As always, I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
How's it going, Matt?
It's going good. It was really good to sit down and watch some wrestling. I feel like it's been a while. I know we just watched the last one, but like 2 episodes back to back for me is pretty good. So I'm feeling really good about wrestling right now. How about you, Dr. The Wife?
Everything's going good. Again, same with you. I've got back into watching the shows again, and I'm having fun watching them. They're entertaining. I was really intrigued about this particular one that we're about to review, so I can't wait to share my thoughts about it. How about you, Waldo?
I've been having a blast trying to keep up with wrestling. Unfortunately, where I'm at right now, the plague has kind of goofed everything up. For those of you that follow Alpha on the Twitter, her promotion, Sirius, actually had to take a break until 2021, I believe.
You're
Like they just,
about,
yeah, they just gave up on the year.
I mean, it's better to kind of, I think, restart at this point anyways. Especially if you're a small company and you can afford to do it.
Yeah, I'm ready for this plague crap to go away.
See, we've been fortunate. We've had Thunder Rosa's Mission Pro here to watch.
Soon. We're back at Shinkiba First Ring on January 2nd for Stardom's first show in 2019 as we make our way to their anniversary show. With an attendance of 375, we have a pretty quick show starting the year off with a 3-way match, a 301 handicap match, a tag team match, a triple tag match, and the main event where teams of 5 strive to survive.
I mean, it's fitting, right?
This episode comes out on December the 9th. Hopefully. And that'll be right after the Fed does their Survivor Series. And for those of us that are kind of on the older side of things, we remember when Survivor Series was the Thanksgiving show.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's actually, they're doing it close this year. They're doing it, it's this Sunday, and Thanksgiving follows the Thursday after.
After the last show, I realized that I might want to try to stick to typing my notes. It takes a little longer since I still hunt and peck on the keyboard, but at least I won't have to figure out who's throwing bowls of soup around this show.
So no trying to decipher your own speak?
No, I just try to learn how to read again.
That might be tougher.
Matt is going to have his work cut out for him on this show, as there are 6 debuts to our series and 1 return.
Yeah, this is the first time we've done this since taking over Stardom, but we used to do it all the time when we had the NXT episodes. We had the first ever noob news report for Stardom, as we have 6 debuting wrestlers for our timeline in Alex Gracia, Saya Aida, Viper, Sadie Gibbs, Jamie Hayter, and Bobby Tyler. So we're going to do things a little bit different since we're on a new program and doing it different here. I'm going to go ahead and go over all 6 of them here at the beginning instead of doing them during the matches, and we'll kind of see how this format works. Let us know in the comments below if you like it this way or if you'd rather us just bring it up during the matches. So starting off the night, we have Alex Gracia from San Antonio, Texas. She debuted in 2018, so at this point she's only been wrestling about a year. She trained at the Texas Wrestling Academy as well as Reality of Wrestling. Texas Wrestling Academy was the place where Daniel Bryan trained, Hernandez, Kendrick, and London. It used to be known as the Shawn Michaels School, but by the time she got there, it was no longer that, and is the Texas Wrestling. We're going southern, and Reality of Wrestling, of course, is Booker T's wrestling school. She is, at this point, has not wrestled a lot. She's done some stuff for Shine. She's done some stuff for Reality of Wrestling. That's really all the information we have on her at this point up to this story. Saya Aida, or Little Saya, or Gorilla, depending on which way you know her. I found 2 bits of information here. Are you ready for these 2 bits of information?
Go on.
She's 21 and she trained in the Stardom Dojo.
Good for you.
I only bring up the 21 because apparently, as I was looking her up, nobody could give a lot of information prior to, but they all point out the fact that for Joshi Wrestling, she's starting kind of late. Like usually, you start at 12, 13 or whatever, and she didn't get into it until she was 21. Viper, on the other hand, is Scottish. This is her 10th year wrestling. She debuted at the age of 18 for the Scottish Wrestling Alliance. She did some wrestling in TNA in 2014. In January of 2016, she actually moved to Japan and joined Odiotai. So this is not a debut for her. It's a return.
But it's her debut in our timeline.
So in 2017, she did another Stardom tour as well as worked the Mae Young Classic for the Fed. And of August of 2017, she actually won the artist belts in Queen's Quest with Io and Izuki, which for me is a weird thing to say because I forget constantly that Izuki used to be in QQ and go by the name HCK. But that's the information we kind of have up on her up to this point. She's won numerous belts all over England, Scotland, if there was a woman's belt in Europe at some point, she's won it. She's traveled, is what I'm getting at. The next up, we have Sadie Gibbs, an English wrestler, a former gymnast, and a pole vaulter. And hers was even harder to find. She either debuted in 2015 or 2017. Depends on what site you check. And I even watched as much as I could of a Vicky Guerrero podcast where Sadie was on, and she still didn't really ever say when she debuted, so I no clue on that one. The next person is Bobby Tyler. I have 2 bits of information of her. Are you ready?
Okay.
She's English, and she debuted in 2016.
Again, well done, Matt.
These are hard people to find. We thought finding Japanese wrestling information was tough. Try finding British information. It seems impossible. And last but not least, we have Jamie Hayter, who is also not making her debut for Stardom here, but this is a return to Stardom and a debut for us. She is English, has been wrestling since 2015. She was considered the ace of Eve Pro Wrestling in Europe for Pro Wrestling Eve. And she actually debuted in mid-2018 for Stardom in the 5-Star Grand Prix. And this is her coming back after having, she finished the tour for the Grand Prix, gone a couple months, and now she's back. And she, like Viper, has pretty much won. If there's a women's belt in Europe, she's won it at this point.
Yeah, I think that covers just about everything. Are we missing anything else for this show prior to going into it?
No, I think that's it. Like I said, it was a lot of... I spent way more time on this research than it maybe seems like I did. I legit sat here and listened to a 2-hour Vicky Guerrero podcast, which helped you guys, but I did it for the fans. I'm sure she's a lovely person in real life, but I never want to do that again.
So going from that awesome display of research ability that you have, Matt.
Yeah, and I'm not looking forward because I know more's coming.
I have a strange question for you.
What's that?
Did we accidentally review a Mission Pro Wrestling show by mistake on this episode?
There are a lot of Mission Pro stuff happening in this show.
Our first match is a triple threat with Natsuko, Kaori, and Alex Gracia. Matt,
Yep.
I know that we usually have you do all the promos and everything like that.
Are you fisting to try to take my promo away from me?
Now, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
And I know that we have Dr. The Wife here and that she usually covers the promos of Mighty Apache for us.
Uh-huh.
But I'm going to start this first interview off with a slight twist for the both of y'all.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. My Wife, what can you tell us about the 2015 Texas A&M alumni in this match? Giga!
Wait, what? Who?
Alex Gracia, class
she
of
really?
2015.
Wow, I didn't know that. She's a fellow Aggie. Gig 'em, girl.
Yeah, she actually has her degree in sports broadcasting and actually did a little bit of, like, she actually worked for a news station for a bit and decided she wanted to be a wrestler.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay there. Yeah.
Punch him in the face with that big old gig'em ring.
That's what I was about to say. I want to see that ring.
Gig 'em.
So we shoot to the back, and we start off with a promo from Alex Gracia, who says, "Hey, Stardom World, it's the Pink Dream, and I'm so excited to spend 2019 with you. This is my first time in Tokyo, Japan." Don't think she needed to add the Japan there. "And I'm really looking forward to bring pink to your world." I don't know what that means.
I will say this is the first interview in Stardom that us rednecks here completely understood.
Oh no, yeah, it was totally in English, and I was happy. And she has a good delivery. Like I said, I'm joking about not needing. You don't have to say Tokyo, Japan. You can just say Tokyo. But it was a fairly decent promo for her first one in a foreign world. So, no complaints.
Okay. Well, that's good to know because I didn't realize that when I was watching it.
We then have Kaori, who says, "Happy New Year's. The first Stardom match of the year is a three-way. I'm good at these things, so I'll get a win to start the year. Let's go, Jungle Jungle."
All right.
Yep. And then Natsuko, who, by the way, I think this is the first time we've seen her happy in any of our coverage of her so far, says, "It's 2019. Happy New Year's. It's January 2nd, and it's a three-way match. I want to win and get momentum in 2019 and make it the year of Natsuko."
Doesn't this match seem like a gang up on Alex? She has two Jan members going up against her.
Yeah, I thought that as soon as I saw the little preview for it. I'm like, this doesn't seem like a three-way match. It seems like Jan versus Alex.
So I just thought of this. You know how they threw her pink streamers? Isn't that the wrong color?
Should be slightly more maroon.
Yeah. Anyway.
Old Ref is in the ring and he kicks off this triple threat. As soon as the bell rings, all three ladies go to work in the crowd. And still surprising to us, they are in for it.
I have to say, I was a little surprised by as much love as Alex is getting, considering this is her debut. But there's actually 3 or 4 people yelling her name.
I'm going to splice in the sound here, but it kind of sounds like the crowd is saying Attica.
Maybe they're just old fans of old Pacino movies.
I guess that's what it sounded like to me. These are the advantages of having bad hearing. Sometimes I just hear what I want to hear.
I think, like I said, I think this is why I used to get her name confused though, because I didn't hear Attica, but I legit thought they were saying Alexa, and I called her Alexa for a long time because I was just used to hearing it from the fans that actually cheer her on.
First, triple collar and elbow lockup since we've started the Face4Wrestling channel.
Right?
Every episode, something new. Then this goes into our first triple test of strength, which sees the Jan members double team up on Alex.
We got that teamwork right out the gate.
They toss her into the ropes and look to be going for a double clothesline, but Kaori gets in a sneaky roll-up attempt onto Natsuko, and it gets the crowd to booing. Boy, they were quick to boo this one.
Betrayal.
They start to argue with each other, and Kaori grabs Alex's arm to clothesline Natsuko. Kaori grabs Natsuko by the chin for Alex to come in with a dropkick to her chest. Kaori points to Alex for her to do the same, and as Kaori goes in for the dropkick, she lays out Alex. Deception.
Or betrayal.
And again, it gets boos from the crowd, and they are strong tonight. But Kaori takes advantage of the situation, but gets stopped by Natsuko with a tough-looking shoulder block. Off the ropes, and Alex is able to take down Natsuko with a crossbody, but it doesn't get the 3 as Kaori's in to break it up. Snapmare from Kaori to Alex into the corner as Kaori stands on top of her to taunt the crowd. Isn't she supposed to be face?
Yeah, I don't know. She's been getting boos in most of the reviews that we watch because she's just, I guess, naturally a heel. But I like this spot because she starts taunting the crowd and like, yeah, yeah. And then she tries it on Old Ref, who has none of it.
Sold nothing.
Yeah, no.
The most gentle clavicle chops ever from Kaori and into the Indian Triple H move thingy.
Yes.
While Kaori is taunting, Natsuko comes in and puts her in the torque wrench while she has Alex still in the hold.
Yeah, this is a nice double submission spot.
Question for you.
Yes.
If Alex were to tap here, who gets the win?
I think we've covered this in a previous episode. I don't know.
It doesn't look like it matters, as Old Ref isn't giving any shits about her and focuses only on Kaori to ask if she's given up.
It made me think of another character that would say, it doesn't matter what you think, when you just said that the ref doesn't care.
But it's Old Ref, so he would just say, it doesn't matter.
He just
Whatever.
Just wags the finger at them.
No, that's race car ref's gimmick.
Oh, don't worry, his gimmick's coming tonight.
Oh, I know.
Natsuko lets it go and Irish whips them both into the corner. As she's charging to body splash them, Alex and Kaori both get out of the way and Kaori tries for another roll-up. And then we get a series of roll-ups. Kaori tosses Natsuko off the ropes, but Natsuko was ready with a spear in return. As Kaori is leaning against the ropes, Alex manages to get in a 979. The area code to College Station, you nitwits. Natsuko barely breaks up the pin and lays out Alex as a receipt. Kaori comes in with a flying back body drop on top of Alex as Natsuko moved. But Natsuko, not to be outdone, lays one in on her own on top of them both. With Alex out in the middle of the ring, Natsuko is able to go up top and hit the frog splash for the 3 and 456. Post-match, Natsuko thanks the crowd and is heading to the back when someone enters the ring. Who is this, Matt?
Well, helpful subtitle guy allows us to know it's Stardom trainee Saya Aida, who says, Natsuko-san, I'd like to fight you. Please fight me at Korakuen Hall. Natsuko says, at Korakuen Hall, it'll be your debut, right? Me. I'm happy. Thank you for choosing me. But you'll regret your choice. Are you ready? And Saya says, the regret will be Natsuko's. I will absolutely win. I look forward to meeting you. Natsuko says, I don't like your tone, and you better not forget it. But then they shake hands and bow to each other.
Very respectful hatred.
Yeah. It's an interesting way to make a debut.
I can foresee possibly some big things for Gorilla here.
Little things.
Little things.
Little things.
There may be a bigger one in the future. Taller. A fun and short opener, giving us 2 debuts as we head into the new year for Stardom. Alex is still an actual rookie here and hasn't quite been wrestling a year yet. I think we're at like 10 months of her career so far.
Yeah, something like that.
So not a bad showing for her as she took some hard-looking hits from Natsuko too.
Yeah.
Up next is the epitome of handicap matches as the sisters of Hanan, Hina, and Rina go up against a returning Viper. I hate to guess on the outcome of a match before the bell rings, but I'd be willing to bet that the sisters might have their hands full on this one.
A little bit. So we shoot to the back, and Hanan says, today is our first match of 2019. And Rina says, today we face Viper in a 3 versus 1 match. We've planned some strategy. Now let's work together. Let's go. Oh.
Why didn't Hina get to talk?
I don't know. And Rina talked more than Hanan. Like I said, I think we kind of touched on it a little bit in the last episode. I think there might be big plans more for Rina than the other 2 sisters.
Maybe.
We then shoot to Viper, who says, I'm so happy to be back. I got a shiny new belt, and I'm happy with QQ. Today I'm wrestling 3 kids, but they're hardworking kids, so I'm not taking it for granted, because they're going to be hitting me hard, and it'll be a fun match.
I'm not going to lie, Matt. I couldn't understand much of what Viper was saying here.
I assumed you wouldn't. She is very, very, very Scottish. And you have a hard time with Scottish accents for some reason.
This must be what people thought of me when I spoke up north.
That's what they think of you when you speak anywhere.
She has the SWA, which is the Stardom World Alliance, and the Pro Wrestling Eve title with her, and points out that the Eve title is a recent addition. Matt, Any notes on the Eve title for us?
Viper has it.
Thank you. Well, it looks like Viper beat me to the punch this episode on sneaking in death metal. Does anybody have any idea who this is?
That theme song was dope.
I like her theme, but I can't place it or really even find it. Leave a comment below if you know who made this music.
Yeah, we'd like a copy of it. It was a really good theme song.
Viper must have been away for a bit because she didn't get any streamers. And the debuting for the first time Alex Gracia did.
But I think we talked about that also in the last episode. If you're a foreigner in a hill, you're not getting them streamers, man.
Oh, that may be it too.
Yeah. So we get a nice little intro here where the sisters refuse to shake Viper's hand. So you hear Viper loudly exclaim, "Oh, we got some badasses over here." They then try to decide which sister is going to start first. Hannon agrees to start. Then Hina says, "No, I'll start." And then Rena agrees to start. So the other two sisters say, "Okay, have at it." And Rena immediately regrets her decision.
We get some quick tag in and outs, some elbows here and there, and Viper starts kicking the shit out of people. We finally get Hannon back into the ring. Hannon starts with a drop kick before going to the elbows, and Viper knocks her down too. Another change out, and Rena tries the same thing. Hina tries for a cross-body tackle, and Viper just catches her. I mean, did you think anything else was going to happen here?
No.
Rena, being very sisterly, drop kicks her own sister to try to knock down Viper. Rena, visibly confused while Hannon sneaks in. Setting herself down on the mat behind Viper, Hannon is there to help Rena get Viper off her feet. All three sisters try to pin her. Doesn't even get a one.
No, not even close.
The sisters start taunting Viper into chasing them around the ring, and Hannon manages to get Viper to stick her head through the ropes to chase her. Hina and Rena are right behind her to get a nice little taunting spot in, and Viper starts issuing receipts for their troubles. Hina and Rena are still in, and they hit a couple of drop kicks to put Viper onto the mat finally. They have Viper in the corner, and they try to Scottish whip her into the other one. Ineffective, as Viper decides otherwise. All three sisters are stacked in the corner as Viper comes in for a car crash. Hina and Rena duck out of the way and let Hannon take it by herself. She is the oldest, so why not, right?
Right. It's fair.
Hina is quick enough to get the roll-up attempt on Viper, but nope, Rena tries to help. Nope. Double armbar number 4 from Hina and Rena as Hannon tries to use it as an opportunity to pin as well. Still nope. Hina and Rena do some running around to try to confuse Viper, but Rena messes up and gets caught by her. Hannon tries to get some digs in, and Viper has all three sisters laying in the corner as she picks up some steam and barrel rolls into them. Viper's back up, and she power slams all three sisters individually. They end up sitting up right next to each other on the mat, and Viper comes off the ropes to hit a flying crossbody on all three for the triple pin at 411. I kind of wish this was the opener. It was another short match that was fun to watch. You kind of knew who was going to win going into this, but it still made Viper look like a monster while logically getting knocked down by all three sisters who tried to outsmart her. They're just not very effective.
I was gonna say, yeah, I really like this match. The three young sisters get a chance to be in there with the multi-time world champion for multiple promotions. And Viper just, you could tell she was having fun for the entirety of it. They even made you think every now and then with some of the sneaky pins that the sisters actually had a chance, so they kept you invested. And it just seemed like I said, everybody had a fun time in this match. What did you think, Dr. The Wife?
I gotta go back on my notes. I think they mentioned it was like a handicap match, right?
Yep.
And I wondered, well, this might be a handicap match, but man, do they take them bumps? And it looked like they hurt just the same.
Yeah. I'd say it was almost like the handicap was they needed 3 more sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, mad props to Rena. Like, she was constantly trying to get up in Viper's face and, like, flex. And I'm like, Rena, you're half her size. What are you doing?
I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, like, it was a really nice spot. Rena's come a long way in the, 3 episodes now since her debut?
Yep. It's the only tag match of the night, and it sees the team of Mighty Apache and Sadie Gibbs take on Jungle and Monster. Matt gave us a little bit into Sadie Gibbs earlier. Wife, can you tell us what Mighty said, and then somebody tell us what Sadie tried to say?
All right. Well, I didn't pay too much attention to Sadie, but Marty, what she said was actually pretty short, which I was surprised about. Marty says, "Okay, this is the first day that I will have the pleasure to work with her. I have seen her work, and she is an excellent wrestler. Marty Apache and her will win." Now, the one thing I do want to mention here is the fact that she never mentions her name. She just says her. So I'm guessing she didn't really remember what her name was in terms of Sadie. But I thought that was kind of funny where she was like, yes, her. Yes, her.
It's funny that you mentioned that because Sadie says, "Hi guys, I'm Sadie. I'm here with my teammate. She also doesn't know her teammate's name. We're taking on strong opponents today, but I'm lucha trained, as is she. And we're both here to show who's..."
Yes,
That's
that
a
is
quote.
entirely accurate.
Quote, "I don't know what she was trying to say there." Holy crap, Sadie. I don't like to be negative. Worst promo we've seen in Stardom to date.
It was actually a pretty weird one, too, because as one was talking, the other one was kind of looking away, trying to not seem awkward, but made it even more awkward, especially Sadie when Marty was talking. She just looked
Sadie
really awkward.
looks super nervous to be here. It just looked awkward. And like I said, her promo literally just petered out with her mumbling some word as Mary then kicked in with the Spanish.
Yeah.
And like you said, neither of them seemed to know each other's name. Also, I thought it was funny that Sadie said she was lucha trained, so I looked this up, and she did actually used to wrestle in the Lucha London League, which is a combination of words I never thought I would say. I didn't realize London had a huge lucha scene.
I did not know that those words could even exist together.
Right. We then shoot over to the Jan locker room, and we get the typical Jan intros as they all say Happy New Year's. No. Happy Jungle Year. Jungle says, "Happy New Year. Today, Monster and I start the new year together. It looks like we're facing a new foreign wrestler. They don't even know her name. No one knows Sadie's name. But we'll beat her down with our power. All right then, let's go. Jungle.
We start off with Monster and Sadie as they walk around trying to figure out how to take advantage of the situation. Sadie tries to offer a handshake, but tricks Monster with a kick. In return, Monster tries to bowl her over to no avail. But after a missed crossarm from Sadie, Monster manages to take her down. Jungle comes in to help out a little, but Mighty quickly takes care of that. With Jungle out of the way, Sadie impressively and safely body slams Monster. This is by far the best body slam I've seen in a while.
It's the best move she does in the match.
I wasn't trying to go that low with it, but whatever. Trying to compliment here.
Yes, good job, Sadie.
Yeah. This is followed by a headstand into the knees across the chest, and it gets a good reaction from the crowd, too.
Tam does it better.
She lets the crowd soak it in for a second and then hits a backflip to land the knees again onto Monster. Old Ref is impressed as well, ever so slightly.
How can you tell when he's impressed? He always looks the same.
I have the ability to read this man's emotions.
Okay.
This has been a meticulous study.
You stop learning Japanese to learn Old Ref body language?
He doesn't even have to verbally communicate. He can just glare at you. Stiff uppercut to Monster right after the 2 count. She goes up for another pin attempt, but Jungle breaks it up and Mighty is in. And she immediately puts the boots and chops on the Monster. A drop toe hold from Mighty sees her lock in the bow and arrow on Monster for some good elevation. She lets it go and starts working Monster over again. Monster does try to get in some elbows, but Mighty shrugs it off with a kick. As Mighty's running the ropes, Jungle comes in, and together they shoulder tackle Mighty. It only puts her down long enough for Monster to get in a legal tag. Jungle is excited to be in and gets straight to work. But Mighty is using her size advantage to blow it off until Jungle manages to put her down. As Jungle is running the ropes to hit a crossbody arm onto a sitting Mighty, Old Ref narrowly escapes death. I don't want to say he was in the wrong spot and readjusting himself, because it's Old Ref and he's never wrong.
No, he was where he was supposed to be.
Up from that, Jungle runs the ropes again, but Mighty is up and just kicks the shit out of Jungle's throat. My goodness.
Yeah.
All its spells kick him in the throat.
Yeah, those kicks that she puts on people, you feel it. That's the funny part.
Sadie is tagged in again and does some impressive flips across the ring to hit Jungle in the corner. Matt, who did this? I cannot remember.
Every female wrestler ever.
Thank you.
But no, I want to give her props on this. I know China used to do it, the cartwheel flip into the back
Yeah,
handspring.
I thought that was cool. I
Yeah,
liked it.
she did it better than about any other person I've seen do it. I have to give her props on this. But a lot of the women in the 90s did this move, and some of the guys.
And then Sadie does a backflip to lock her feet around the head of Jungle into a hurricanrana. This is pretty impressive too.
Yeah.
It puts Jungle into the other corner, and as Sadie is running after her, Jungle puts a stop to it with a jumping kick to the babymaker. Jungle tries to get the upper hand, but Sadie rolls a pin attempt out, and Jungle quickly puts her back down on the mat. Monster comes in and puts some feet to Sadie, and then tries for a suplex. It doesn't happen, so Monster turns it into a self-rock bottom. Quickly assisted with Jungle mowing Sadie down, and then trying to occupy Mighty to prevent her assist. This time, Monster manages to get in a single leg underhook suplex, but it doesn't get the 3 as Mighty broke free and interrupted the count. Monster and Jungle try to make Mighty pay for her actions, but off the ropes, and Mighty hits a spinning leg kick to the both of them. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
The two roll outside the ring, and Mighty sets them up for Sadie to fly. Sadie then performs her Olympic dive to the outside, bowling everybody over to the amazement of the crowd. While Sadie is taking it in, Mighty does some cleanup work.
This was a cool spot, but it took a little bit too long to set up.
Back in the ring with Sadie and Monster, and Sadie hits some kicks, followed by a spinning fall-away slam, or something like that, right?
Yep.
And that sees Sadie get the 3 in 6:36 with Amazing Grace as her theme afterwards. Sure.
Yeah, that's one of her other wrestling personas. If you notice, it's on her jacket too, Amazing Grace. That is one of her other wrestling names.
Yeah, I actually commented on that one. I'm sorry, but I didn't really like their song.
And again, I don't want to stay too negative. This is my least favorite match we've done for Stardom. Sadie is our first, I would say, kind of spot wrestler that's popped up in Stardom who wrestles for spots instead of trying to tell a story in the ring. Not really my style. She's very athletic. I don't want to take that away from her. The flips and everything, she pulls them off perfectly. It's just not my style of wrestling. This match was a little boring to me.
I have nothing else to add to that. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I love everybody in this match. However, it seemed like everybody was kind of just setting Sadie up for the match.
Yeah.
A little bit too forced for me.
Yeah, me too.
Her moves were pretty flawless, but it just seemed choreographed to me.
It was a pretty quick match, and it saw her debut, and it highlighted why she's in Stardom because of her moveset and everything like that. She's solid.
Mm-hmm.
And this match was really all about her. I think, though, that she was so nervous that it kind of just threw everything off a little bit.
Right.
But give her time. She'll fit in.
Yeah, it probably also didn't help that for me, this was a step down for Jungle for what she's been doing over the past couple months. I don't know. It just fell flat for me.
Well, I haven't found old Ref living in the back eating his dinner yet, but I did find Natsu eating hers. A triple tag match tonight sees Oedo Tai against Hana, Jamie Hayter, and Bobby Tyler.
We get the weirdest promo of the night, but not the weirdest Oedo Tai promo ever. As, like you said, we shoot to the back where Natsu is eating soup while Nao watches. Kagetsu and Hazuki both say Happy New Year. Kagetsu says it's troublesome to work on New Year's. Holidays, stupid Stardom. Hazuki says don't be silly. Kagetsu says look at Natsu, she's eating mochi. Nao says that's right, that's right. Natsu says it's from the Pink Cat Bus. They sell yummy wild boar. Kumara-san, it's yummy. Thank you. Kagetsu says, well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. At which point, now corpses.
Hard.
Hard. Kagetsu says, as for the match, enjoy it.
Dozo?
At this point, I'd like to point out a public service announcement, and we'll only say it this one time instead of point it out throughout the entirety of the show. But with so many British debuts on this episode, Bad is back.
All right, so all 4 ladies are currently in the ring, and at this point, I feel like I have to just point out, if you're a British female wrestler in Stardom, you feel like we should see your ass. Because every British female wrestler has shown their ass in Stardom. And by that, I just mean, get some bigger trunks. We'll touch on them asses some more tomorrow.
We then shoot over to the other locker room. What?
Go on.
Where I didn't take notes.
Good for you.
Hold on. I know I took notes on this.
Sir not appearing in this film.
His note.
Yeah, apparently I didn't take notes on this. It was basically just Hana saying we're gonna go out there and kick some ass. There wasn't a lot.
You're probably wondering what the pink cat bus is for some of our listeners out there.
Hell yeah, I'm wondering too.
Well, I actually know the answer to this. It's Kyoko, Hana's mother. It's her food truck that she owns and operates since her retirement from the ring and an original member of Oedo-tai.
That's a nice tie-in.
If you are fortunate enough to attend a Stardom show in the future, like us hopefully, then you are more than likely to spot Mrs. Kimura whenever Stardom is in the Tokyo area. I hear she also shows up to All Japan shows as well, and I have it on very good authority that her food is pretty awesome. It was another stellar promo from Oedo-tai, 11 on 10, followed by an 11 on 10 Oedo-tai dance.
One of the things that I noticed about the sequence was one of them didn't seem too into it. Is that always what happens when they do that?
Oh yeah, because Oedo-tai is all about giving your half-ass best, not your best.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. All right, I understand now.
I see what you did there, Matt.
Yeah.
Old Ref is getting in his overtime pay on this show. He kicks us off with Natsu and... Hang on a second. I actually have a very weird moment going into this match here, Matt.
What's that?
I cannot tell the white women apart.
Bobby Tyler's blonde, Jamie Hayter's black-haired.
It didn't matter to me. I had to go back and redo my notes all over the place here.
Fair.
This is Bobby, right?
Yes, Bobby starts off.
We have been watching Stardom long enough now to where the white girls are throwing me off.
I can't tell white women apart. They all look the same.
I know. Natsu looks to be going for a lockup, but decides to have some fun and starts a sing-along.
I have Happy New Year crowd work from Natsu.
Old Ref, slightly amused as he keeps Hana's team from interrupting it. Natsu is good now and tags in Keigetsu for her and Bobby, right?
Yeah, we just get some heyo heyo. Tag to Keigetsu immediately.
But when Keigetsu comes in, it starts the wrestling part of the match. Keigetsu just outclasses her and relaxes in the corner for Hazuki to tag in. This was all over the place.
Yeah. I had the note as Hazuki and Tyler work. Tyler's not exactly up to Hazuki's level, but she's doing as best as she can.
They go into a collar and elbow lockup, and Hazuki quickly comes away the winner of it. They trade wrist locks until Hazuki puts her in a headlock. Some back and forth until Bobby catches her in a rough-looking arm drag. And then, holy shit, a knee to the back of the head. I say that, and it was supposed to be a knee to the face, but it drove all the way through her skull to reach the back. This was rough looking. Bobby quickly tags in Jamie, and thank God now trips her up in the ropes because Hazuki looked like she needed a minute. Oh my goodness.
And now it's our time, our favorite point of any Oedo-tai match, and those poor chairs.
Now drags Jamie to the outside. I don't think Jamie realized how close to the edge of the apron she was either, because she just kind of flopped out of the ring.
Oh yeah.
Keigetsu and Natsu entertain the other two as Suzuki follows Jamie to the outside. While this is going on, I could swear that I heard Jamie yell, "Help! Stop it!"
She did. She did. I think she was yelling, "Help, Hana, help!" But yeah.
It's okay. I'm pretty sure if Hazuki was giving me the business, I'd be doing the same thing.
Same, yeah.
I hear cheers in the background, but the focus seems to be on Keigetsu and Hana. It doesn't play a part in the match at all, but I noticed our first flannel shirt spotting in Stardom as there is some white guy in a ball cap in the front row. Some of you that are familiar with me may be thinking, I'm a time traveler. Not yet. Up at the top of the stands, Hana sends Keigetsu to the front row via express mail. Back in the ring, and we have Hazuki and Jamie. And Hazuki is just woman handling her all over the place. Keigetsu comes in to join her for a double team, drop toe hold, and flying body drop. In the ropes, Hazuki comes over to put her boot in Jamie's face. She follows it up with running across the ring and kick to the face, which she always makes look like $1,000,000 here.
Yeah.
Natsu is in, and she attacks a down Jamie until kind of just starts fighting back. But Natsu calls for a break, as you do in wrestling, right?
The fake cry?
Yeah.
I love this spot.
As Jamie slightly buys into it, Natsu elbows her in the jaw.
I want to point out at this moment, too, like out of all the people that are our first times tonight, Jamie is the closest one to working a Stardom style match. Like, she's selling the way Stardom women sell. Props to her.
Into the corner, we get some boots and the Bronco Buster. I know I did it the last time we did a Natsu match, but I'm still adding in the humping robot sounds because I still find it hilarious. Jamie starts gagging while being pulled out of the corner. Is she trying to imply something here?
I think she is, and I think everybody got a kick out of it.
A fight to see who can power slam who happens, and it sees Jamie hit a solid knee to Natsu's jaw area. A quick reset, and Jamie rock bottoms Natsu down. At first, I thought it was going to be across her knee for a backbreaker, because the camera work was kind of off center a little bit, and it looked really good.
Yeah.
Hana's in, and she just plows everyone over with her boots. A failed pin attempt sees her try and suplex Natsu, but Oedo Tai comes in to try and take over the match. Hana anticipates being tossed into the ropes by Keigetsu and Hazuki, and double drop kicks them both to the outside. While her focus is back on Natsu, she is able to hit a beautiful vertical suplex. Off the ropes, and somehow Natsu has the whip, and she starts taking it to Hana with it. Keigetsu is up on the apron, quick to distract old ref. Nice underhook suplex from Natsu to Hana, and we see Hazuki get tagged back in. Her and Hana trade angry elbows in the middle of the ring until Hana kicks the shit out of her. That's okay. Hazuki returns with it, a stiff kick to Hana to lay them both out for hot tags.
Yeah, I just have it in my notes. Damn, I miss Hana and Hazuki's big boots. They're both so good at this.
Keigetsu and Bobby are in. Bobby, right?
Bobby.
Okay. Keigetsu tosses Bobby into the ropes and now is there to mister. Wait, what?
Yep.
That's kind of
She
off.
Shot her with the fist.
With Bobby stumbling into the corner, Keigetsu and Hazuki Irish whip her across the ring. Natsu clears the opposite corner, and Keigetsu whips Hazuki and Natsu into Bobby and now holds them into place. I will say that the corner hit that Hazuki put into Bobby looked to be a bit of a receipt from earlier. Bobby ducks out of the way to put Keigetsu into the corner, and instead she takes advantage of it, and also quickly punches Now out of the corner.
That was a really good spot. Like, I thought she was going to punch Keigetsu, but she swerves at the last second and punches Now down instead.
Bobby splashed Keigetsu in the corner and then lands a self-rock bottom out of it. Looked nice.
Yeah, this is another hanging STO. I like Bobby, but damn, she screams too much.
I just had it in my notes right here, Matt.
I did too. Yep.
I have right here, she may be the only one that can out-scream Jungle during a match.
Right?
I was wondering if you can make a song out of all the times she was screaming.
Nope.
Yeah, somebody with Fruity Loops, comment below.
We're lazy.
Bobby hits a stiff boot to Keigetsu, and everybody's in there to break up the pin. With the ring kind of cleared, Bobby looks to be going after Keigetsu, but Jamie comes in and hits Bobby with a back-breaking suplex. What's going on here?
I'll get to that in a minute.
She sets up Bobby in the corner for Keigetsu to hit the Oedo coaster and dumps Hana outside for trying to help Bobby. Keigetsu manages to get the 3 in 10:23.
They had me hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah, me too.
When Bobby hit the big boot and went for the pin, I was watching and I had to watch it 3 times because they all, like you said, they all dove in to break up the pin. I noticed also that Jamie dove in and actually is the one who broke up the pin. And I made a note that I was like, that's actually kind of awesome. It looked like she was diving to stop the other two from breaking up the pin, to stop Odiotai from breaking up the pin, and actually just got there a little too soon. And I was like, that's a really cool spot. Man, I wish the timing had been better. And then Jamie immediately attacks Bobby, and I'm like, oh, holy shit. This is betrayal. More betrayal. They totally got me on this one.
Post-match, we see Oedo Tai come into the ring, and Keigetsu picks up the mic.
Yeah, Keigetsu says, Shinkiba, how you doing? What just happened? That was a surprise. What is all this? What does it mean, Jamie? Tell us what it means. Go ahead, speak your mind. Jamie says, Keigetsu, you are the president of Stardom. I think she means prime minister. Odiotai owns and takes over Stardom every show, and I want in, so make it happen. Keigetsu says, welcome to Odiotai! Tomorrow, Jamie will be with Odiotai. Tomorrow's card is gonna change.
I was surprised by that. I thought they were gonna break out into a fight or something.
Yeah, it was, like I said, super out of nowhere. Totally shocking. Good job, girls. Also, the match was really good.
It was a good match that saw a lot of stiffness. I would have loved to have seen Hana highlighted more since she appears to have graduated from the tutorship of Mari.
Uh-huh.
She's used here to introduce and elevate 2 new ladies. We just got introduced to them, and one of them turned as well. A little quick for my taste, but it was played out perfectly in the match.
Well, you got to remember, this is not her debut. She did show up before.
In our series, I mean.
Yeah.
For our main event, and oddly enough, for our show close to Thanksgiving, it's the Survivor Series. I gotta find a way to get Vince in there bellowing that without getting copyright struck.
Can you use OSWs.
Without getting copyright struck.
That's what I'm saying. Use somebody that's imitating
no.
Vince.
No,
doing
no,
it.
no, no. We ain't using them. For one, we ain't got enough potatoes. And for two, we're better.
Fair point. Much better product.
With the teams of stars, Arisa, Tam, Starlight Kid, Natsumi, and Saki versus Queen's Quest, Momo, Konami, Utami, Azumi, and B.
Sorry. Hold on for a second.
Yeah.
Me from the future just sent me a message saying you better put some respect on Tommy's name.
We'll see. Congratulations to Utami. Those of you in our age group may remember that Survivor Series always took place on Thanksgiving. They have since moved it to the traditional pay-per-view Sunday, but I remember growing up knowing Thanksgiving for three things. Are you ready, Matt? Because you remember them for the same things.
Yep.
Cowboys played on Thanksgiving always. The Survivor Series was on that night, and for some reason there was a lot of food that day.
Yep.
We cut over to the stars, and P-Chan is completely out of the bandages and into a nice outfit.
Yeah. Saki says, Happy New Year. And then all of the stars' locker room has a seizure.
I know, right?
They said, hey, Odiotai, you think you got weird promos? Watch this. After they calm down and put the wallets in their mouth, Starlight Kid says, tomorrow I have a Future of Stardom title defense versus Utami. Today is an elimination match. And while Stars wins, I'm going to keep my eyes on Utami. Tomorrow, I'd like to defend this successfully. I really like that she's pointing out the future feuds as well as putting over the current match. Someone, I don't know who, then says, you'll win. And I say this because I watched this multiple times and nobody's mouth moved. But somebody said, you'll win. We then shoot over to Tam, who says, of course I face Momo for the white belt at Korakuen, so let's win today. Arisa tries to cheer her on. Tam looks away in disappointment. Arisa says, why? It's a good feeling here. Tam says, no, our eyes met. Arisa says, it's okay. Saki, take it away. Saki says, let's hurry up. Starlight says, it's the first match of the year. Let's do it. And then a wild Mayu appears.
You just say a wild Mayu appears?
Yes, I have in my notes here, I already did a Pokemon reference earlier. Anything you want me to do for a wild Mayu appearing?
Yeah.
It makes it sound like a National Geographic. A wild lion appeared.
We then shoot over to Momo, who says, Happy New Year's. It's a 5-on-5 elimination match against Stars. I think Stars without Mayu is weak, so we'll show them that we are stronger. Tomorrow, Uda, who I'm assuming is short for Utami, faces Kid. Today is a preview. Utami, today is a preview. And it's important. I wrote words, but I can't read them.
Yeah, very good.
We then shoot to ringside where Arisa has a bag of something.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't know. It looked like maybe some kind of sweet roll.
I don't know. Race car ref is in, and he tries to get things underway. All the wrestlers meet in the middle of the ring for handshakes, and QQ psychs them out to mild boos. Arisa looks like a giant here. I didn't realize how tall she was.
Yeah.
We start with Tam and Momo. They test out some kicks back and forth, and Tam connects with the first few. But Momo isn't fazed by it and returns some of her own. She knocks down Tam first, and we get some rope running for Momo to knock down Tam again with a dropkick. As Momo is pinning Tam, she bridges out impressively and bounces off the ropes to hit a flying snapmare. I love when she does that pin break.
Same.
Race car ref barely gets out of Tam's way to hit Momo with the flying knees to the chest. Man, that's twice tonight the refs almost ate it.
Mm-hmm.
The two go to a standoff for a second, and both decide to tag out. Kid and Utami are in, and wrestling takes place.
Yep.
Nice arm drag series to Utami, and as Kid comes off the ropes for a crossbody, Utami and Kid do a things, and it sees Kid get a pin attempt on Utami. But it's in the ropes. But Kid drop kicks down Utami for her troubles. Instead of tagging out, Kid rushes the corner, followed by the rest of the Stars to clear out QQ. That could have worked out really badly there for Kid, because she was there a little bit too early for that.
Yeah.
Thankfully, QQ was caught off guard by what was happening. They're like, wait, what?
That's because Starlight is so fast.
All the Stars are in the ring, and as they're about to hit all the drop kicks onto Utami, QQ manages to stop them. Utami grabs Kid and makes her humbbell for Momo and Konami to come in and lay in some kicks. With Kid being dragged into the corner by Utami, B is tagged in and goes for that awesome-looking arm stomp.
I love this move.
Ah, 10 on
And
10.
Starlight's so flexible that she makes it look even worse in a good way.
Momo's tagged in to help work the arm and clear the stars out from the opposite corner. A snapmare from Momo is followed up by a brutal kick to the back.
I have this note. Momo stomps Starlight's face to the mat while she's basically doing the splits. My back broke.
Yes. Momo holds up Kid for a stalling power slam, but Kid manages to kick out of the pin attempt. It's Konami's turn to take it to Kid, and she hits some knees to Kid's back while using the bottom rope as a springboard. Azumi nails a quick dropkick into the corner onto Kid, and then goes to work over the left arm that B and Momo worked on earlier. Continuity! Kid prevents Azumi from suplexing her. This allows Saki to come in and help, and it turns into a 5-on-5 suplex test of strength.
We now have a name for this.
What is it?
Groupplex.
Very good.
Thank you.
That sounds like an app.
Yeah, I know, but I was like, weird that I've never thought of it before. It's a groupplex.
As race car ref looks around confused, Tam slips out and grabs him to assist the stars in overcoming the weight and size disadvantage. Race car ref, the face turn.
And the revenge for all the times the refs almost died tonight.
Viper quickly takes it to race car ref by dragging him outside, and the stars hit round sound drop kicks to the rest of the QQ members. Did you see this?
Yeah, I like it. Viper was just like, what the hell, man?
Azumi is being mugged by the stars. Natsumi sets her up in the El Nudo, and the stars take turns jumping on top of her. QQ tries to save Azumi, but it doesn't happen, and we get a bit of order as we have Natsumi and Azumi in the ring. Say that 10 times fast. Natsumi connects with a flying body scissors and somehow rolls it into the reverse figure quattro. As the stars try to manage QQ, Azumi amazingly finds the ropes for the break.
She had this move locked in good.
Elbow trade in between Natsumi and Azumi ends with the DDT, but it isn't enough to eliminate Azumi. Natsumi tries to run the corner against Azumi, but Azumi is 12 steps ahead. A snap suplex from her to a Natsumi isn't enough to get the 3, but QQ is in for their own surround sound dropkick and get it. Off the top with a double foot stomp, and that's enough for Azumi to eliminate Natsumi. Azumi tries to celebrate, but it's a bit premature, and Saki and Kid go in to try to eliminate her.
It's at this point that we should note out that I just now realized you could also eliminate people by throwing them over the top rope.
The rest of the stars go in, but QQ is there to try and even the odds. Azumi and Konami try to double up on Saki, but she manages to double bulldog them. She has Konami set up in the corner, but as Saki's going in after her, Konami ducks out and forces Saki to miss with her boot. Her leg is up on the top rope, and Konami proceeds to literally try and kick her butt out of the ring.
Yeah.
QQ gangs up on Saki to try and knock her off the apron, but Saki is struggling to hold on. The stars come in and try to assist, but end up accidentally knocking Saki off the apron to eliminate her. Two things here. I knew already that in Stardom, over-the-top rope eliminations count in a match like this. However, Stardom is usually good about putting a subtitle on the screen prior to a match with unique rules like this.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, that didn't make it into this show.
No.
Second, is this where it all started with Saki? Did she misconstrue the helpful and face nature of the stars and turn it into hate and contempt?
Or did the evil stars betray her because they knew she was good? But no, I really like this spot because did you notice that Saki landed on the entrance ramp? Which
Yes.
is level. So rather than fighting and doing the contrived, like skin the cat, I'm not going to touch the floor. Her feet are on the floor, but her hands are still on the ropes. And the ref doesn't eliminate her until they actually eliminate the hand from rope things. It was a really neat and different way to do this spot that I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I was confused because, some of them got eliminated for just hitting the floor, but then that happened. I kept thinking, well, why did she get eliminated?
Because she was holding onto the rope still.
Then the need for the little disclaimer would be necessary, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. Usually they put like a little subtitle when they're making their entrance for the actual match itself, and they tell you what the rules are. That didn't happen this show for whatever reason.
Okay.
But like I said, nice spot on an old classic.
The mess is cleared up, and we have Konami and Arisa in the ring now. As Arisa is about to give the business to Konami, QQ holds her in the ropes. Konami attempts to run the ropes herself, and Tam is there to level the playing field. Not to let time go to waste, Kid Nazumi hits some flying drop kicks against the tied-up opponents. Arisa's freed up now, and the unlucky recipient of her foot is Azumi. As Arisa is running the ropes, Azumi invents a new way to try and pin somebody with a modified roll-up.
Yeah.
Frustrated that it didn't work, she tries some other different roll-ups as well. This back and forth had me rewind and watch a couple of times as it was really, really impressive.
Yeah, it just had a nice pin reversal spot. It was really cool.
And that's one of the many upsides to having a monthly subscription to www.stardom-world.com for only $920 a month.
How much is that?
For only $920 a month.
That's not very many yen at all.
You can go back and watch any amazing match and series like this one and see the expertise being displayed in the ring. We don't get paid by Stardom to shill any of this. We honestly believe that it's money well spent to watch some top quality wrestling, especially in a time where the plague limits live and in-person attendance. Catch up on this and maybe even find a set of matches or storyline you could suggest we review out of their catalog. Hint, hint.
Mm-hmm.
Same goes for TitleMatchNetwork.com, where you can watch Mission Pro Wrestling. They even offer a 2-week free trial, and no, they don't pay us either, but we are open to haggling. Contact us at the email address displayed on the screen, Face4Wrestling@gmail.com. We're susceptible to bribery.
Okay.
Back in the ring, and it looks like Arisa is going for a corner splash onto Azumi. Nope, she just woman handles her down to the mat, and it's enough to get Azumi eliminated. While no one was paying attention, Konami found her way to the top turnbuckle for an unsuspecting Arisa, and oh shit, both feet went through the throat.
Yep.
Konami is then whipped into the ropes by Kid, but she jumps and bounces off the second rope to hit a spinning leg to knock Kid down. And then Konami dropkicks Kid right in the top of the head. Pause this match and someone get Konami a therapist, because someone or something obviously has her wanting to try to kill everybody involved in this match.
I think it's also doesn't help her that Starlight doesn't know how to take a move without putting her entire body into taking the move. You're going to kick me in the face? Okay, I'm going to throw my face at your foot.
It's so funny. Just even imagining that is funny.
Somehow, Kid kicks out of the pin attempt, and as Konami is running to the top turnbuckle to mess up Kid some more, she's pushed to the outside by Kid for the surprising elimination.
Just chunked her.
QQ seems to be a bit upset with this, and they try to spill Kid over the top as she celebrated too close to them. But Tam is there to help save the day as her and Kid hit some DDTs to the remaining QQ members over the top rope. And I don't know if you caught it here, but Kid actually messed up.
No, they didn't. Haha, I have this note. I thought they messed up, but if you watch it back, Tam actually tagged herself in right before it happened.
Did she?
Yeah, race car ref does the little finger point to say that he acknowledged the tag right before it happened.
Ooh,
I thought
that's slick.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
It was weird, too, because race car ref was way in the back of the ring, and everybody was in front of him. Also of note at this point in the match, Arisa hasn't been at the corner since her nasty catch in the throat. I hope she's okay.
Also have the note that I forgot Arisa and B were in the match at this point.
Momo and Tam are in the ring, and they tried to trade kicks. Tam goes for a German suplex, but Momo resets her clock with a kick to the head.
Mm-hmm.
They run back and forth across the ring, trading more kicks and knees until they are both on the apron from having gone over the top and start fighting it out there. Momo goes for a peach sunrise on the apron and hits it safely.
Super safe.
And follows that up with the running knees. Tam bridges out of it and hits the German suplex. After hitting it, they both fall off to the floor, and it's a double elimination. Matt, Momo and Tam did this entire series on the ring apron.
Yeah, such a good spot.
My God, at how awesome these two ladies are.
And how safe it seemed. Like, every time they would set up, I was like, this is going to be terrible. And then they would just land it perfect.
The bell isn't even done ringing yet, and Utami and Kid are flying back in. Kid hits a drop kick to Utami, and Utami returns the favor with the snapmare. Stiff reverse rushing leg sweep and whip into the corner. Kid moves, and Utami is there to receive a drop kick. And then Kid's corner-assisted snapmare. A failed pin attempt by Kid sees her try and run the ropes for something, but Utami was there with a stiff arm drag. Some running back and forth, and Kid tries to hurricanrana Utami, but it ain't happening. Utami just woman handles her up to try and powerbomb her to the outside over the top rope. Kid works it into a successful hurricanrana, but the momentum carries Kid as well over the top for another double elimination.
Another really good spot.
And Kid, by far, takes the worst dump to the outside here.
Yeah, she's in that Mayu school of, I'm going to make everything look way worse than it should be.
Arisa actually tried to save her here.
Yeah.
And I think it was both in a wrestling and real life sense.
Yeah, no, there was some definite hurry up to Arisa in this try to catch her.
I had here, I think she was legitimately worried about Kid,
Mhm.
but not so much because she just bolts to be in the middle of the ring as they are the last two left in the match.
Yeah, and like I said, I had forgotten that they were both in the match at this point.
B ducks a kick from Arisa and manages to connect with one of her own. Arisa falls down from it, but as B is running to capitalize, Arisa hits her with a foot to the jaw. Arisa is working to get up top, but B meets her to try and eliminate her. Arisa kicks B in the chest to push her back a little bit and reset. But Arisa took a little too long and B successfully roundhoused Arisa. B tosses her off the turnbuckle, but Arisa lands on the apron to avoid elimination. As B is getting her bearing straight, she goes to knock Arisa off the apron, but Arisa pulls down the ropes to have B fly over. Arisa then starts trying to kick her down. Both ladies are on their feet and trading elbows on the apron. B catches Arisa's leg and picks her up for a backpack ass drop onto the ring apron. What is it with using the apron like this? This has to hurt pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's just to add the drama of, any move could cause an elimination. They might have used it a little bit too much in this match.
I understand why they did it, because you're making new and creative ways to kind of avoid elimination and stuff, and I think it's cool.
Yeah.
Slow to get up, B tries to grab Arisa. Arisa misses her first kick, but connects with the stutter kick, and I am glad to see it back.
I love the stutter kick.
B is barely holding on, and Arisa is going to run the apron. But B is up and counters with the B's knees, and it knocks Arisa to the floor for the final elimination, and B is the sole survivor at 1750, giving her and QQ the first main event win of 2019.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the fourth British lady to go over tonight.
I think so, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Viper went over, Sadie went over, Jamie lost but went over by doing betrayal, and now B.
Huh.
Definitely an interesting experience this one was.
Yeah.
And this match too, because when they did the whole multiple body slams and then got the ref involved, I'm like, okay. I'm hooked.
Yeah, this was a really good main event for your first show of the year. It was high paced when it needed to be. They had a little bit of comedy by throwing in the ref. You just had everybody got a chance to showcase. It wasn't a typical elimination match where somebody's eliminated 30 seconds in. Like, they gave it some time to work. Everybody got a chance to look good. Even Natsumi, who was eliminated first, she got her El Nudos in. She got her reverse Quattro in. So nobody came out of it looking terrible.
Mm-hmm.
This match was pretty wild. Everyone involved worked their asses off and didn't shortcut anything. Everyone involved in this match could easily main event their own show and have done so in the past already, with the exception of Natsumi, I think.
Yeah.
Post-match, Momo grabs the mic and gives us the match breakdown.
Yeah, Momo says, QQ won a great start to the new year. Hey, Tam. Tonight, we were both eliminated at the same time. But so what? In our match, I'm going to convincingly beat you. Get ready for my successful title defense. Do you have anything to say? She then offers the mic to Tam, who goes to grab it, but Momo pulls it back immediately and says, thank you very much. Stars go away. QQ won, so we'll close the show. And do you know what this means, right?
No, what does it mean, the Matt?
It means that Momo once again forgot that Utami was supposed to talk, because Utami takes the mic away from her and says, before you go, Starlight Kid, tomorrow we have a Future of Stardom title match. I will not lose to you, and I will take that belt. Anything to say? And she offers the mic to Starlight, but then immediately pulls it away. Very well, Stars, please leave. In 2019, I'm going after every belt I can. After the future match tomorrow, Viper, I want your belt too. Viper looks a little bit shocked for a second, but then they immediately shake hands and agree that it'll be a contest between stablemates and that there's no hard feelings. In order to bring all the belts to QQ, I'm going to go after all the belts. So please give me your support. Momo says, I'd like to give a resolution for QQ. In 2019, QQ will win all of the belts. That's it. And we get the QQ closeout for the show.
This show put the punctuation on the end of the year Climax show and built some of the matches coming up at the anniversary show even better. The backdrop for the main event was the new Tam and Momo feud going into their singles match coming up in a couple of weeks. It was also a surprisingly short show with match time checking in at only 43 minutes and 56 seconds. So for a show taking place at 6 p.m. on a Wednesday, an hour and a half considering introductions, to me, is just the right length.
Yeah.
We're still in the holiday break period, and this allows for people to take a small bit of time to go see and get back into the vacation and family stuff afterwards. So
Mhm.
a little bit of this, I want to stay caught up and get away from the family for a minute and then go back to doing that.
Yeah.
And with that, the new year is officially underway for Stardom, and it appears that there are big things lined up.
So Waldo, what was your match of the night?
Pulling another surprise out of one of my mini ball caps is the match being match of the night for me. Stuck with no singles matches for me to choose from, the main event showcased Stardom's talent and the promotion's ability to give focus in what would normally be a match all over the place elsewhere. It also did a great job in stirring the pot and putting in some potential storylines later on. Matt, Doctor, my wife, what about y'all?
Yeah, I also went with the elimination match as the match of the night. It put over two of the hot angles going on at the moment, with Kid and Utami defending the title the next night, and Momo and Tam setting up for the white belt defense, as well as showcasing 6 other ladies. Like, it was just so much going on, but everything was handled really well. Dr. The Wife?
You may find what I'm about to say very interesting, because I normally go for my usual response. I would say Madi, but surprisingly, the match that Madi was in wasn't as interesting, I guess, as the last one. So I have to agree, the last one was pretty interesting, and I think mostly because of the comedy they put in there, because I think that's what got me hooked. Actually, was the multiple body slams, and the fact that the ref actually played into that. I thought was pretty fun. It actually made me smile watching it, so
Nice.
It had to be the last one.
Cool. Now that leaves us with the ever popular Hill of the Night segment. I think for me tonight, it's got to be Jamie's betrayal of Bobby and Hana. It was really the only super heel move of the night. So for me, Jamie, you get it tonight. Dr. The Wife?
That was exactly my thought too, that her betrayal was the highlight with regard to the person that I would choose.
Okay. And Waldo?
Not able to let the accident go, heel of the night goes to Saki for holding on to grudges that just didn't need to be held on to. Damn it, Saki! That's it for this episode. When this episode drops, it'll be right after Thanksgiving for those listeners in the States. So, happy Thanksgiving.
And it'll be right before Christmas, so...
Episode 16 will release right after the New Year. So a preemptive Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you out there on this episode as well, too. Be sure to catch us on all the usual places within social media at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook. Feel free to ask us more questions or taunt Matt on the Reddit. And you can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on YouTube. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com, where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only 920 yen a month. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
Don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good.
Hey Matt, so what's up? This is Thunder Rosa. I know your friend Waldo. He's such a jerk. Like, he told me to mess with you. But that's okay, man. Because you're probably just a jerk as Waldo is, right? I mean, come on, man. Oh, yeah. And also, like, I think if you're such a supporter of women's wrestling, you should be either buying merchandise from our website or watching our shows just in general. Like, come on, Matt. You gotta support Mission Pro. And you have to watch the shows, or you have to either come to Texas when all this craziness is over. So, yeah, Matt, get your ass down to Texas. You gotta watch live wrestling. It's the best, especially here. Especially now. Other than that, guys, or Matt, take care. Just don't be discouraged with all this craziness happening in the world. And you know what? Soy la mera mera cabrones.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. the Wife.
If we're recording this episode on Thursday, then we're ahead of what I originally planned, and it's not quite New Year's yet. If I'm running behind like normal, how's 2021 so far?
I got news for you. You did not meet your goal.
We tried.
2021, good year. Good year. I got to see some great wrestling from 2019, so I can't complain.
All of 14 hours so far?
Yeah. Best way to start off the year.
We're back at Shinkiba First Ring on January the 3rd, and it's the first time Stardom does a show in the same arena 2 days in a row in our timeline. It pays off as the attendance for this show is up from yesterday's 375 to 413 today. While we didn't have any singles matches yesterday, we do get one today for the Future of Stardom Championship, along with 2 6-lady tag matches, a regular match, an 8-lady tag match, and a battle royal involving 24 wrestlers, all of whom pulled double duty tonight. There were 26 wrestlers on the card tonight, though, so who are we missing? Comment below if you can figure it out who the 2 are exactly that didn't pull double duty tonight.
Technically 27, but we'll get to that later.
Indeed. Japanese Jack Tunney must have his stopwatch out tonight, as match time came out to an even 49 minutes.
Really?
Which is hilarious because the entire show is just shy of 2 hours at 1:55.
Wow.
This includes all the interviews, pre- and post-match stuff.
The match we didn't watch.
Honestly, though, I was absolutely fine with the show's length. If we were able to time travel and go to these shows, it would have only been a couple hours each day. There would have been plenty of time before and after the show to spend the rest of our money on merch.
Yeah, and steaks.
Speaking of Stardom merch, Matt, did you know that Stardom is now selling to Texas?
Are they?
While those of us outside of Japan and Texas may be thinking this is their international store, you'd be correct. But Texas.
Yeah.
However, there are things on the regular Stardom store that is still Japan only that you still need to utilize services like White Rabbit for.
Theirs is a go-between service as well, right?
Yes, it's kind of like White Rabbit, but exclusive to shops over there, though.
Right.
And folks, let's be honest. I make the Stardom tracksuit look really damn good. And you know who else thinks it looks good? Mission Pro Wrestling, as they finally acknowledge the unofficial name of Lone Stardom Wrestling we gave them over on our Twitter at Face4Wrestling.
They did give us that like. It counts. It's canon.
You can check out Mission Pro Wrestling over at TitleMatchNetwork.com for 2 free weeks at $9.99 a month after, and Stardom over at Stardom-World.com for 920 yen a month.
How many?
920.
That's still not a lot of yen.
Our first match tonight is a 6-lady tag match with the sisters of Hanan, Hina, and Rina going up against the team of Mari, Natsumi, and Sadie Gibbs. I thought originally this was going to be good to see mother and daughter on the same side here, but I was taken aback when Natsumi came out with the stars, and I was thinking to myself, did you come out with the wrong team?
Wow, you're spoiling it 5 minutes in advance.
I was wondering what he was doing.
I'm guessing the extra people they had in attendance for this show had seating in the area they used for interviews yesterday because we're in the back alley for our first set of interviews.
Yeah. So yeah, we shoot to the back and we have Rina saying, today we're at Shinkiba and we face Mari, Sadie, and Natsumi. We'll use our teamwork to win. Let's go. Oh. We then shoot over to Mari, who says...
Okay, so she says, hello everyone, it's your friend Mari Apache here once again to say that we will work with a new teammate and great wrestler along with Natsumi. Blah, 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 and we will win. I couldn't really hear what she was saying, not because of her, but because of all the noise in the background.
Crowd noise, yep.
Yeah. The announcement, like I said, it just didn't let me hear what was going on, but I was just very confused because I had to look at Natsumi and she kept kind of rolling her eyes, I guess, and she didn't want to be there, and then all of a sudden she runs off.
Yeah, she sneaks out as the triplets music begins and joins them in their entrance.
Yeah.
They're not triplets, twins and older sister.
So my question was, what's up with Natsumi? She looked like she was annoyed and then awkwardly ran around the new wrestler, which they didn't even mention her name, which I thought was funny too.
No, but Rina did call her Sadie this time, so someone did at least acknowledge that they knew who she was.
Oh, okay.
But do you know why Natsumi joined the sisters?
No. Why the Matt?
It's just further proof that Stars is evil and are turning mother and daughter against each other.
What?
Maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh.
We'll go
The
with
proof
that.
is in the pudding.
Marty apparently didn't want Sadie talking again because she said nothing.
Nope. She just kind of looked at Mari as Natsumi snuck away, and they went, huh?
Yeah, and then let's go, we're going, and she just kept shooing her forward.
Also, and we've mentioned this before in the past, but I want to give props to Stardom World here. They did not spoil this surprise twist in the thumbnail. Like, they did the little versus thumbnail for all their matches, and it still said Mari, Natsumi, and Sadie versus Hina, Hanan, and Rina. So kudos to them for not spoiling it beforehand.
I think this is the second time that's actually happened, right?
Yeah, it's a couple times we've had to mention it before, and like I said, it's props. And did you notice that as the sisters got in the ring with Natsumi, the sisters approach Miss Yuri and inform her that Natsumi's going to be joining their team? And while Mari and Sadie are doing their intro, she's actually confirming that that's okay with Rosie. Like, she actually snuck out of the ring for a second to talk to him to get confirmation that it was okay. Just a nice little touch.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Race car ref is in to check everyone out, and we're underway with the junior stars running the drop kick train on Sadie while Natsumi knocks her mother out of the corner. Double armbar, number 56 and 32 from the twins as Hanan puts up the figure yawn.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've seen the triple submission, right?
How did they tap?
You can't. All your limbs belong to us.
Natsumi's in the corner trying to tie Mari up in the ropes, literally.
Yeah, she got her in the El Nudo in the bottom rope.
Yeah, that was weird.
Things kind of clear up as Sadie powers over the twins by Irish whipping them into the corner. The sisters take turns running everywhere to try and pin Sadie while keeping Mari occupied. I did notice that the little one-on-one time there was in the ring, it focused on Natsumi and Sadie.
Yeah.
Natsumi puts Sadie in the El Nudo for a nice set of running stomps on her.
Yep.
There was a nice dropkick dodge from Sadie as Hanan was flying in. She just moved.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
I chuckled at the logic here. Nice double team suplex from the twins to Sadie as they follow up with a double reverse Russian leg sweep. Mari finally comes in and she tries to hit Hanan with a flying butt tackle spin, but Hanan moves out of the way for a tag. She tags in Natsumi for her to get in a little on Mari. And it was nice to see Mari do what she could to make it look really good for her daughter in there.
Yeah, I have that note. Not dissing Sadie. She doesn't know any of these girls yet, so she was a little bit. It was a little bit weird when she was in the ring, but Mari made Natsumi look amazing. Everything was smooth. Everything was great, and she made her daughter look phenomenal.
But she did make her work for it, though.
Yeah.
They all set Sadie up for her running, jumping, spinning to the outside. It's impressive as always, but took a little bit to do.
Yeah, and I had a note on that one just because it's topical. Because it's been coming up a lot lately about wrestlers and wrestling personalities hating on the dive spot where people just stand around waiting for the dive. I'm in that camp, but you don't see it a lot during this card, so I'm okay with it in this match.
I think this was the most obvious one in reference to what you're talking about.
In this one, I have to give Sadie a little bit of credit as well. It looks like she came up a little bit short on the actual dive itself, so she kind of turned it into a weird diving drop kick. So kudos to her for making it look a little different. Granted, she had to, but it looked a little bit different.
And out of that, Mari rolls Hina and Rina in, clotheslines them, and gives them a double pin at 6:14. Weird.
Yeah, she clobbered them.
I was happy for Mari to win this match. It meant that we got to avoid Sadie's music.
Yeah. Me. Is that copyright? Can I sing that?
Yeah.
I have nothing super bad to say about this match. It was nothing special. Like I said, Sadie doesn't quite. You got me saying it Sadie instead of Sadie. She's British, not Spanish. Sadie doesn't quite mesh well yet, and there was a little bit, some of her stuff that was just a little bit off. Not super bad, and not like, don't ever come here again, but just a little bit. She needs a little bit more chemistry, I guess, with some of the talent.
I can see what you're saying, because I was thinking the same thing. It seemed like one side or the other was trying to help one of the wrestlers. I mean, it could have been Sadie they were helping, but I don't know. I just kept thinking, it just seems like she was holding back a lot, and I was wondering maybe one day we'll get to see her with more technical wrestlers and let her go all out, you know?
Yeah. And fortunately for her, she's not the worst one on this card, so.
Yeah. I mean, I found her flips entertaining, though. They were interesting.
A fast-paced opener that was a bit all over the place. There was something always going on, but not a lot to take notes over. And oddly enough, Sadie was out of place here for me. As we've
Yeah.
come to know all the ladies involved in this match here, one of the things that wasn't like the other, one of these things is Sadie.
Yeah, like I said, I have hopes that like Doctor the Wife said that if you put her in there with the right talent, she'll be able to shine and she'll look really good. Unfortunately for her, the sisters were not those talent.
In fairness, they are introducing her slowly to the crowd.
Yeah.
We go backstage to the normal interview set finally, with Hana singing for us and teaching Bobby how to be polite.
She sings Happy New Year's, everyone. Or she sings, what is it, the bong, bong, bong. Then says Happy New Year's, everyone, and bows, and then forces Bobby to bow with her. And I mean, literally pushes her down to bow with her. She then says, this year, let's hope for good luck. And that's all we get from her. As we shoot over to B, who has a lot more to say, she says, hello, Queen's Quest UK here. Today we're wrestling Hana and Bobby Tyler. So it looks like Hana has kind of taken Bobby under her wing a little bit. They're kind of strutting around like they own the place. But I don't know how they're going to feel after we beat them tonight. Because everyone knows that Queen's Quest is the best. At which point Viper says, yeah, they're a couple little cute princesses. But everyone knows princesses don't got nothing on queens.
Matt, I am so happy you were able to tell us what Viper said, because I have here in my notes, Viper says something Scottish and gives us the QQ sign.
Wait, did that make me the official Scottish translator?
Indeed.
Nice. But you did speak English. You just have a hard time understanding foreign languages. Accents, not languages.
We kick off with B and Bobby with a bit of snappiness, and race car ref resetting them in the middle of the ring for a test of strength. It looked like B was going for the B's knees, but it was actually her Karana, and it looked slick.
Yeah.
It gets a nice round of applause, with B following up with a snapmare and a few kicks to the back. Are you noticing the crowd is more into cheering for B during the actual match?
She's got a charisma factor to her.
B is running the ropes, but Hana comes over and stops her by grabbing her hair. It allows Bobby to get a jab into Viper and a cheek kick to B. Bobby takes advantage by working over B's arm and into a sitting arm puller. Looked really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Bobby tags in Hana, and they get B up in the double team bow and arrow, and this gets a good round of applause, and rightly so.
Yeah.
I know Bobby has been wrestling for a bit up to this point, but Hana comes in to show us how to wrestle and work the crowd at the same time. Take notes.
100%.
Elbows back and forth, but as Hana is running off the ropes, it gives B a moment to get some distance by pelting Hana in the back of the head with her foot. She tags Viper, who comes in with some axe handle chops and a back body drop on top of Hana. Bobby tries to save her, but B comes in, and her and Viper get Hana and Bobby stacked in the corner. Viper sandwiches the two, chunking Bobby out of the way. B follows up with a stiff knee to the face, and Viper finishes with a barrel roll straight in Hana's face. Hell no.
No. Not the worst thing. There's worse coming.
Hana is laid out below the corner as Viper's going up. As Viper's coming down, Hana rolls out of the way. She tries to get the upper hand. Viper swipes a kick out of the way and answers that with a headbutt.
There's something interesting that happens here, by the way.
Okay.
Hana's top breaks. And she shows the importance of having two tops or layers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hana isn't having it and is off the ropes for a foot to the face, and it only sees her get a 2. And right here is where I have the exact same note you have, Matt. I'm glad it gets better later on. She still seems to be putting her gear together, and the outer part came undone, and her boot things kept going all the way down to the mat, too.
Yeah, she had a lot of jock swatch for the furry boots.
I'm worried she's going to trip over them.
Well, I wouldn't mind that so bad, but it's like every time she gets taken down, she's reaching to adjust them.
Hana attempts a suplex, but Viper just picks her up. She squirms out of it to knock Bobby off the apron with Viper. As Viper's stumbling back, Hana hits the suplex. 10 on 10.
Yeah, that was all her, too.
Yeah.
I don't know how she brought that power out, but that was all her. She did it the hard way.
Yeah, yeah, that was amazing. She took a lot of bumps on this one. It was yeah.
Hana celebrated a little too soon as Viper came over with a running dropkick. The 5-minute warning is given, and we get clean tags on both sides. Bobby and B come in to trade feet and kind of slow things down a bit weirdly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed that. And I wrote that in my notes. The match slowed down every time Bobby came in. But B did some really good work with her.
Yeah, this kind of go back to what we said in the last match of one of these people aren't like the others. Bobby kind of had a tendency to choreograph or like telegraph everything she was doing.
Yeah.
It was really, you could tell she's still pretty green.
It was distracting.
Yeah, like you were obviously about to do a clothesline because you set up for it 3 seconds and made sure they were ready to take a clothesline. Whereas the other girls in the match are like, I'm going to just kick through your face, hope you don't die.
I don't want to say she's really green as a wrestler, more so just in Stardom.
I mean, I just said I have to say as a wrestler because, like I said, everything in this match that she did, I knew she was going to do it before she did it.
Fair enough. Probably one of the strangest DDTs I've ever seen anyone issue comes as Bobby jumped into the ropes and bounced off to send off with her crotch.
Yeah, she like split-legged it. I think she was going for her falling STO that we talked about on the last show, but somehow scissored the rope and hit a DDT instead.
Yes. Viper comes in to break up the pin attempt, and Hana issues a receipt by taking her outside to leave B and Bobby in the ring. B hits a German suplex onto Bobby, but it was on her side. Ow.
Yeah.
But it made it easier to cover for a pin attempt afterwards.
Yeah.
Both ladies worked their way up to standing positions by hitting elbows to each other, because, that's how it always works, right?
That's how Stardom works. When all else fails, trade elbows.
And then, holy shit, the hit of the night. B hits a code breaker to Bobby, but doesn't let go. Viper comes in while B is still holding her and backsplashes on top of Bobby. This should have gotten the damn 3.
Yeah, I affectionately refer to this tag team maneuver as the, oh, no, I'm not taking this.
Followed by the curb stomp from B, and that sees us get the actual 3 at 8:29. Seemed a little bit out of place on the pin, though. That previous move should have done it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, especially since it's a tag match, end with the tag maneuver, and the curb stomp was just a little bit anticlimactic after that.
I feel like this match was meant to get the crowd warmed up to some new and returning wrestlers. However, as the focus of the match was supposed to be Bobby and B, the crowd, and me at least, wanted to see a Hana and Viper match. It was a solid match with everything always looking stiff as shit. My only nitpick was that the code breaker into the backdrop should have been the finish, because had that been me instead of Bobby, I'd be dead.
My only thing about this match is I thoroughly enjoyed 3 out of the 4 participants in it. And again, not talking shit about the 4th, I think she just needs a little bit more work before she's going to be featured in a match like this. The other 3 ladies were clearly, they just outclassed her a little bit, Talk to the wife.
I don't really have a lot for this one. Like I said, I mean, the match was okay. Like I said, Hana took a lot of bumps. And then the only other thing I have here was that B did a great job.
Yeah.
Hana's always fun to watch, so there's nothing there for me to comment on.
Yeah.
But because Bobby was kind of lackluster for me, I wound up watching B more, not so much to see if she'll beat her, but kind of to see how much of this will she fix. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, I know you're not only even new to the timeline, but new to Stardom to an extent. And you can definitely tell the foreign talent that get it, and B is one of those ones that get it. She wrestles that Stardom style, and she fits in completely.
Yeah, because when she went with the normal wrestlers, you can tell she's just picking up where she left off with them,
Right.
Whereas she just slowed down a little bit more with Bobby. So yeah.
Our second 6-lady tag match sees the members of QQ, Momo, Konami, and Azumi versus the stars of Alex, Tam, Saki.
We have Momo saying, it's January 3rd in Shinkiba. We fought stars yesterday in a hell of a match. But I guess this is a preview match. It's a 6-person match, but I want to win before going into my white belt defense. Let's do our best. We then shoot over to Tam, who says, Happy New Year. Yesterday, we faced these guys in an elimination match. Yesterday, we lost. Today, it's not elimination. It's 3v3 with a different outcome. I'm going straight for that white belt. Saki, Alex, nice to meet you. Let's work hard together. So apparently she just now met Alex right before the match.
I like during the Stars interview where Alex sits and nods like she totally knows what's going on here.
Yeah, you could tell she was totally just turning her face towards Tam because Tam was talking, but really had no clue.
Matt, it finally happened.
What happened?
I have a bone to pick with Stardom.
What's that?
Stop introducing Alex as being from America. She's from Texas. There's a clear difference here.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to mention this was when I was watching it and watching them come out actually to their theme songs. I was going to say, you ruined me on this one. I blame you for this
because every time I see her walk out, I'm thinking of the A&M fight song. Every time.
Where's the war hymn?
Yeah, every time.
Told you I made that intro way better.
Yeah.
So, Waldo, did you notice 3 interesting things before this match gets started?
Go on.
1, Azumi couldn't get her mask off.
I saw that. That made me chuckle.
Yeah, Momo had to help her. 2, Saki got more streamers than anybody else. Almost as if the fan base know their savior. 3, Stars refuse the handshake.
I think what it is they don't want to get the heel on them.
That still seems pretty heelish.
The
That's
plot thickens. Tam and Momo start off with a collar and elbow lock and some reversals as we get a great display of mat wrestling. This is how it's done right here.
Yeah, I had the note that I feel like Momo and Tam watched that last match and were like, Bobby, watch this.
They work their way up and Tam rolls Momo while she's in a headlock over. Momo manages to get the leg scissors put on and they work to a quick standoff. This entire opening sequence, 11 on 10.
Yeah, they're sinking everything in, even submission moves. Everything looks legit.
Tam whips Momo into the opposite corner for a running corner tackle, but Momo moves. Azumi is there to trip Tam up as well. The heel work.
They were just protecting themselves from the heels. Self-defense.
I think this is the first time we've seen anything like this, too, in Stardom. As Tam got put on her ass by it, Momo was there to punctuate it with a drop kick to the chest.
Yeah, it was hit hard, too.
Momo continues to take it to Tam in the corner until she drags her over to the QQ corner to tag in Azumi for more punishment.
Yeah, and it's time for Azumi to show that she knows how to wrestle as well.
Nice drop kick from Azumi to Tam as she drags her out of the corner for a 2 count. She takes her over to the QQ corner for Konami to tag in and a quick taunting spot.
See, you call it a quick taunting spot. I call it Konami tries to put her foot through Tam's neck.
There's that too. Off the ropes while Tam is on the bottom rope and Konami hits a running baseball slide kick to her. Konami is on top of the world until Tam finally counters with a flying leg to the chest off the ropes to Konami.
I love this maneuver. It looked like Tam jumped a little early, but rather than like sell a phantom bump or whatever, she just found a way to hang there in air so that Konami did run into the leg and actually make connection with it. I don't know how these 2 ladies did this maneuver, but it looked really good.
She barrel rolls a tag into Alex, who immediately goes up top to hit a flying crossbody. As she's trying to get a pin in, Azumi is quick to come in for the breakup. And Alex is holding her own with the entire group of QQ there for a little bit. Tam is out recovering, but as the 3 QQ ladies are on the bottom ropes, Saki comes in to assist Alex by hitting a dropkick onto Momo, while Alex hits a 979 on Azumi and Konami together. And it looked like Konami took a lot of that.
Yeah, it was a pretty good spot.
Saki comes in and hits a snap double underhook to Konami. It doesn't get the pin, and in return, she gets Irish whipped to the corner. But she spider climbs the ropes to nail a bulldog to Konami in return. Vicious kicks from Konami to Saki, and Saki tries to gain footing by whipping her into the ropes, but Konami jumps and bounces off the second rope to lay Saki down for a follow-up dropkick to the head.
I love watching Konami. I still cannot be a fan. I don't know what it is, but I can't go with Saki.
Because she's a betrayer.
She betrays all that is evil.
Momo is running for a dropkick to Saki in the corner, and thank God Saki got out of the way because Momo laid into that corner ring pad pretty thick.
Yeah, like I said, they're going to try to kick through your face. It's on you to not have that happen.
On a side note, I think we're getting close to figuring out where they're at based on the ring setup here. So far, I think Shinkiba has always had the ring corner pads instead of the traditional turnbuckle pads.
Agreed.
Saki hits a spinning hurricanrana to Momo, and you could tell Momo was a bit lost due to how fast it went. As she was starting to get up, she must have thought she was in her own corner and looks for a tag and sees nothing but Alex's pink. Alex immediately raises her arms up to clap. Momo notices and quickly yanks her hand back. Well done here, Alex.
I really like this spot, and you say well done, Alex. I'm giving well done to Momo to sell the fact that she was so out of it that she tried to tag somebody else.
We've seen spots like this go awry in other promotions, and both ladies here covered this perfectly.
Oh, yeah. Props to both of them. Like I said, it's just the little things. Those little things matter.
Tam is in, and she's picking Momo up. They start beating each other with elbows. Whip reversals, and Tam hits a lifting belly-to-back suplex to Momo with ease.
We now know why the white belt defense is not going to be an Iron Woman match. Because if it was, it would mean that they both had to actually wear iron suits to protect themselves from each other.
I am not editing that.
Do it.
Momo hits what looks like the best Peach Sunrise catch and delivery we've seen so far reviewing Stardom.
Yes.
But she doesn't go for a pin as she's trying to make a point with Tam. Tam catches Momo in a roll-up, and it only gets a 2. But as the breakout of it, you think they're taking a quick breather. Nope. They slide back to hit each other with extended stereo kicks to the head.
Yeah.
Both ladies are slow to try and make tags, but Momo makes it first, and Azumi is flying in, breaking the sound barrier. Whip reversal into a crossbody torque wrench.
The modified octopus hold, also known as the Black Widow.
Thank you. I was sitting here for a minute in my notes trying to figure out what... I knew we had a name for that.
Yep.
Tam tries to walk it over to the ropes, but Azumi rolls out of it and snap suplex Tam after dragging her back into the middle.
Because she's smart as... Oh.
Yeah. Surround sound drop kicks to Tam in the middle of the ring by the QQ members. After a 2 count, Azumi just messes Tam's day up with a kick to the head.
Yeah.
Off the ropes, and this somehow turns into armbar number 4.
This is the La Mystica Fujiwara armbar.
Okay.
Would you like to know who it's named after?
Go ahead.
Your favorite wrestler of all time, Sin Cara.
Oh, Sinbachi, who will not be getting a
What?
splice right here. Time out for a second. I had to rewind/pause so many times just to type notes for the last 30 seconds of the match. There was so much going on, and Azumi is so damn fast.
Yeah.
As you think things are slowing down enough for taking notes, Saki comes in and just crushes Azumi's face with her foot. Double Irish whips and drop kicks from Saki into Alex to Konami and Momo, putting them outside the ring as they all start ganging up on Azumi. Saki sets up Azumi for a top rope knee splash from Tam. Momo is in at 2 99/100ths to break the pin.
Did you notice she was moving so fast to break up the pin that she pretty much just broke it up by punching AZM in the face?
Yes. Tam picks up Azumi as Saki entertains Momo, goes off the ropes and plants her knees through Azumi's face. Leave this lady alone.
Yeah, this is child abuse.
Slight shuffling for Tam to set up the double underhook German suplex in the middle of the ring for the 3 in 10-13. It just took a little moment to get it set.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened here.
She looks like she was going for something else and then decided to go ahead and hit her with the Tiger Suplex for the finish.
Where is my Tam and Momo one-on-one matchup after this?
Oh, it's coming.
It's very soon, as this was the teaser for their upcoming Wonder of Stardom title match at the anniversary show. And I'm telling you now, I'm ready for it.
And if you weren't sure that a match was coming, Momo goes over and kicks Tam after the bell, and Tam gets up in Momo's face, and they do I like to refer to it as the Stardom special, where they grab each other's hair and kind of,
This is also the best we've seen Alex in a match. She wasn't used much, but everything she came in to do was crisp and on point.
Yeah, they definitely used her a lot better than they've used some of the other foreigners in the other matches. She seemed to fit in well with all of the other competitors because they used her sparingly, which is a smart thing to do.
Saki was even a little faster than normal in this match. Now, that's not to take away from QQ. Everyone did great in this match, but the winners overall were the fans, as everyone showed up to impress in this match.
Agreed 100%.
This match didn't slow down at any point and went a solid 10 minutes going 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I have here post-match, we get a quick Tam Momo stare down, as you already talked about, and Tam running over to grab Peach-Hand before they go.
Can't forget the Peach-Hand.
It's Jan, Jungle, Natsuko, Kaori, and Monster versus Oedo-Tai, Kagitsu, Hazuki, Natsu, and Jamie. Cut to the back with Jan first and Natsuko laughing at a joke told her right before this interview started.
Yeah, we start off with the typical Jan intros, followed by Jungle saying the card changed a bit. Ruaka was added, and Jan is together for the first time in 2019. This surprised me for a second because I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, oh, wait, it's January 3rd. It's not that far into the year. So we are together and have an opportunity to beat Oedo-Tai. I will be facing Kagitsu for the red belt, so I really want to focus on her. Are we going to win? Yes, of course. Everybody, let's go Jungle Jungle.
I have here, everyone talks at a reasonable pace, and then Jungle starts up.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, she don't slow down for nothing. Jungle references a slight card change. This was originally supposed to be a 6-lady tag match with Keigetsu, Hazuki, and Natsu versus Jungle, Natsuko, and Kaori. Care for some behind the scenes on this one?
Go for it.
Normally, I don't go digging or asking around for stuff like this, but the answer amused me and was worthy of a tip of the hat to Japanese Jack Tunney. This match was always slated to be an 8-lady tag match.
Uh-huh.
But Jamie hadn't turned on Hana yet and not a member of Oedo-tai. So they waited until the last minute to add her on the match until all of that unfolded and sold it as a 6-lady tag. So much so that I'm actually splicing in the original tag match poster for this one.
Nice.
I'm told that the foreign ladies working at Stardom usually have a deal worked out around 4 to 6 months prior to coming over due to local laws, visas and whatnot. So when Jamie and Bobby showed up, they had already had a deal worked out for their dates and such prior to even getting in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a behind-the-scenes tip of the hat for you and me because stuff like this is not that far planned out in the States.
Yeah.
We haven't found old ref eating in the back yet. Trust me, we're still looking. But we did see his head pop up from behind the interview banner while Jamie was talking. Who can't spot that glorious salt and peppered hair?
I wouldn't go that far.
I think the only word Oedo-tai understood Jamie say was easy as they all repeated.
Yeah. We shoot over with Keigetsu starting off saying it's day 2 at Shinkiba. Pause. Was there something big? Hazuki says, well, yeah, Jamie joined us. Oh, yeah, I'm going to leave this to our new member. Jamie, here you go. Hazuki, no objections. Keigetsu, is it okay with you? Natsu, it's all good. Jamie, today we're in Shinkiba. This is the first match with my new faction, Oedo-tai, and I hope we work together well. I have good feeling about it, so thank you very much for inviting me to join you. And I know we're going to pick up the win easy. And as you said, everybody says, easy. JB then says, then we drink after, and everyone cheers. Keigetsu says, very well. As for the match, here you go.
This interview led me to want to confess a slight fear I have about traveling overseas a lot.
What's that?
I'm worried that when I'm drinking while out and about, I'll start repeating words like they did to seem like I'm in agreement. However, I think I've done this with ridiculous words that translate to things like table or jacket.
I've done this in countries.
Sitting at a bar, oh, trash can, trash can, trash can.
I've been the guy. So before the match starts off, we get a couple of, I think, interesting things. Jamie does not join in on the Oedo-tai dance, nor with the entrance, but she does come out with a sign. I thought this was a nice touch because, like you said, even though it's been planned for a while, she literally just turned the day before. So to have her come out and do the dance the very next day would have seemed a little bit planned. We then get a little bit of towel warfare as Jan shows off their spiffy new towels, tossing one of the Oedo-tai towels into the ring, allowing Natsu to wear it as a bandana.
Oh, hold on a second. Did Stardom beat me to the punch again 2 shows in a row on splicing in metal songs?
Oh, what'd I miss?
Jamie's song.
Oh, yeah.
Again, if you know who this is or who did this, who does the themes for stuff like this, comment below. I'd really like to know.
Let us know Vipers, too, because we're still looking for that one. I spent a lot of time looking for it and can't seem to figure it out.
I don't know if we ever talked about this, but Jamie not having the camo jacket like the rest of Oedo-tai makes sense, just like you said, because she just joined them yesterday.
Yeah.
But Monster never has a Jan outfit like the rest of her teammates.
Never.
Kaori even has the outfit, although it makes her look a bit clownish.
I see what you did there.
I'm sorry. I know it was a bad joke. I'll grab my coat.
A couple other pre-match funnies we'll go with. As they're doing all the streamers, they throw streamers at Jungle, and Natsu starts messing with the cleanup crew and refuses to let them actually drag them out of the ring. And right after all the streamers are thrown, Natsu lays down in the middle of the ring and starts posing for one of the cameramen at ringside. And as she's doing so, Kaori runs over real quick and jumps in front of her, messing up the picture for a good reaction from the crowd. And then Jungle decides declares she's going to start the match. So the rest of Oedo-tai leave the ring, allowing Natsu to fight her. So Jungle leaves, allowing Kaori to start the match.
I feel like we're going to be talking about the pre-match more than we are the actual match on this one.
Oh, yeah, I have a whole page of notes on this. You ready?
Hold on. Jan started in the middle sporting the towels, like you said.
Uh-huh.
And I have to say, it's interesting that a wrestling promotion puts such an emphasis on towel branding.
Mm-hmm.
I say that, and I'm sitting over here with my Oedo Tai towel.
I was gonna say, don't you have one of those?
It just leads me to believe that Japanese Jack Tunney may actually be a hitchhiker preparing everyone for something.
Well, because they're clearly not big enough to be bath towels, so they have to be for something.
Poor Miss Yuri is trying to announce everyone as Natsu is already working the crowd.
Yeah.
This pre-match right here, this is the greatest. Kaori looks on in amazement as she's beat to the punch for working the crowd on this one. But it turns into Kaori getting booed. How?
Well, we start off with Natsu saying, "Thank you, Happy New Year," multiple times. And then she attempts to start, or not attempt, she does start a "We Will Rock You" chant, complete with stomps and claps and everything. She then starts a "Hey-yo" chant, and Kaori attacks her for massive boos from the crowd. Then she attempts to do the "Hey-yo" chant herself, and the crowd is having none of it. They boo her some more. They then go back and forth with Natsu doing "Hey-yo" and getting cheers, as well as a "Hey-yo" and multiple inflections and different stuffs, as Kaori tries and gets booed every time. Natsu hits one last little crowd work. The crowd cheers, Kaori cheers, and they do the whitest of white boy handshakes and tag out.
I have here, they end the exchange with a stolen high five greeting from the 90s and tag out after a hard night of work.
Right? And the crowd eats it up. The tag and everything.
Okay. With all that out of the way, Hazuki and Natsuko are in the ring to start the wrestling portion of this match.
And they're ready to wrestle.
Out of a headlock and being pushed into the ropes, Hazuki tries to knock down Natsuko, but it isn't happening. Natsuko shows her how to get it done, though. As Natsuko was ready to take it to Hazuki, Nao was standing by outside the ring to trip her up. M. Night Shyamalan would be proud here. Miss Yuri announces to be mindful of the wrestlers outside the ring, but now just roughs Natsuko up a little bit and tosses her back in the ring to catch a boot from Hazuki. What
Did you notice what Hazuki was doing as Nao was beating Natsuko on the outside? She just sat in the corner and had a little bit of a water break.
Nice boot cadence from Hazuki, followed by a scoop slam to see her tag in Kagitsu, and she slowly, stiffly lays in some kicks of her own.
Yeah.
Natsuko starts to come back a little bit, but Kagitsu and Hazuki are all over it.
Yeah, they show right here why they're my favorite tag team.
Hazuki and Natsuko in a headlock with her laying on the second rope for Kagitsu to fly from the turnbuckle on top of her. Natsu is in. She occupies Old Ref long enough for the rest of Oedo Tai to set Natsuko up in the rope taunting spot, and everyone gets in on it.
Another one of my favorite moments in the match. Did you notice that Old Ref waited until they all got in position? He allowed that, but then did the fastest count ever. He's like, I gave you all enough time to get here. Now you got 5 seconds to let it go, but that 5 seconds is going to happen in 2 seconds.
Elbows from Hazuki, and she takes a moment to run the ropes. But Natsuko catches her for an Arn Anderson quality spine buster here, and that's enough to let her get a tag in.
Yeah, I have the note here that I don't think we've had any kind of call for it or set up for it yet, but I really want to see Hazuki and Natsuko for the high-speed championship.
Agreed. Kaori and Monster come in and try to double-team suplex Hazuki, but Natsu is in to help out. In the madness, Kaori does get in a nice exchange as she hits her flying backsplash on Hazuki while simultaneously kicking Natsu on the way down.
Yeah, it looked really good.
But it was excellent teamwork from the two as they tag Natsuko back in. Why is Jungle down on the floor and not ready for a tag? Also, Tank Top Guy's back.
He is?
Sir, it's January. How are you not freezing to death?
Oh, he is. But his coolness keeps him warm.
Natsuko missed a sweeping kick to Hazuki, but is quick to rebound and start bowling her over with shoulder tackles.
I love her spears.
Then she starts giving Hazuki the damn elbows of doom. Hazuki catches a break by getting in a code breaker as Natsuko was coming off the ropes. She gains the upper hand by putting a foot in her face while she's laying on the bottom rope. Hazuki tags Kagitsu in, and you'd think she's about to finish Natsuko off, but she tosses her into the corner and demands Jungle get in there with her.
Business is about to pick up.
If you're going to challenge the champion, you better show you're ready.
Yep.
Jungle comes in, and they are trading the elbows. Hey, side camera person. Clean the lens, please. My God, Kagitsu is coming off the ropes, and Jungle lays her ass out with an elbow straight to the head.
Yeah.
I felt that all the way over here.
Same.
2 years later, in Monrovia.
Same. That looked amazing.
Jungle isn't showing any signs of slowing down either. A clothesline in the corner, and she's looking to kick things up even more. But Keigetsu quickly locks in armbar number 45 to slow that shit down.
She reversed a clothesline into an armbar that was then reversed into a one-armed power bomb because off these girls are amazing.
Both ladies are slow to get up. When they do, Keigetsu tries to lay her back down with a kick to the head, but Jungle is still standing. After a Michinoku driver, a kick to the back of Jungle's head does the trick and she's down. Surprisingly though, Jungle manages to catch Keigetsu off the ropes for another powerbomb. Jungle tries to stop Keigetsu from tagging out but can't. Jamie starts taking it to her now. Jungle dodges a kick and rolls to her corner, but no one was there. Well, shit. Monster shows up to the corner about 15 seconds too late, comes in and tries to crossbody Jamie, but she was well out of the way. What was this, man?
Perfect timing.
She had enough time to move out of the way, stand, and watch from beginning to end of this execution. Oedo Tai set up Monster for them to hit splashes in the corner. Natsu is the second in line and whips poor Monster across the face.
Yeah, she caught her right in the forehead with that whip.
Did Monster owe Natsu money?
Maybe.
Surround sound boots to Monster, and Kaori is in to break the pin attempt.
I really like these surround sound boots. It's the first time I think I've seen anybody do a countdown beforehand to make sure all three landed perfectly in unison.
Everybody but Hazuki and Keigetsu are right outside the ring now, but they're quick to join them as they both fly through the ropes to land on them outside. This was beautiful.
Perfect synchronicity.
Jungle stands in the ring and decides to join everybody. Monster slams Jamie on the mat and Kaori comes off the top. Monster then goes up and is assisted by Natsuko to flip off the top to backsplash onto Jamie.
Yeah, she just landed right on Jamie's face.
Yeah, that was not the most graceful of falls.
Well, she didn't kind of jump. She did just kind of fall forward in a flip motion.
Somehow, though, Hazuki manages to fly in and break up the pin.
Because it's Suzuki.
Bit of back and forth struggle between Monster and Jamie, but now gets in a hit with the Oedo Tai sign, and Jamie connects with a running knee to the face. And that's enough for her to get the 3 for Oedo Tai in 14-17, with Old Ref immediately outside the ring to try and break up the post-match scuffle.
Yeah, my first thoughts were this is a little bit of an anticlimactic ending with the use of the sign and the knee kind of coming out of nowhere. But then, like you said, immediately everybody's attention turns outside to where Jungle and Keigetsu are still going at it.
Another Oedo Tai match that is all over the place. But man, did this match have everything in it and place everyone where they needed to be moving forward. For Jamie, she's definitely in the right crowd to be elevated.
Yeah.
The main focus here was to get ready for Keigetsu and Jungle. But they also worked in Jamie joining yesterday and getting used to the flow of things.
I would definitely put Jamie on that B level of superstar who's come in and immediately understands and gets the Stardom style of wrestling.
Wife?
I actually didn't watch this one because I thought this one was one of the matches we were going to do the live stream on. So I was just leaving it to
Spoilers!
y'all.
Spoilers!
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You should go back and watch this match as soon as we're done here. Post-match, we have Keigetsu getting back into the ring and grabbing a mic, and she says, "Hey, Jungle, you're not really that big of a deal. If you're such a big deal, let us settle this right now." Jungle gets in the ring and says, "When I get you in my hands on January 14th at Korakuen Hall, I will settle things." Keigetsu and Jungle then do the Stardom special, grab each other's hair, stare at each other a bit, and Keigetsu says, "No matter how many times you try, the results will never change."
Our only singles match for this show is for the Future of Stardom Championship, as the inaugural champion, Starlight Kid, defends against the up-and-comer Utami.
After the past couple of weeks, I actually half expected that when they shot back to the back for Utami to talk, Momo would actually be on the microphone and forget to give it to her. But instead, it goes straight to Utami, who says, "I will definitely win today's future match." That's it. Enough said. We then shoot over to Starlight, who says, "Today is my 6th future title defense. I face Utami. Today I'll defend my belt and stop Utami's momentum."
Both ladies are in the ring as Japanese Jack Tunney presents the belt for photos. I love this every time.
Did you notice a little thing here? Starlight grabbing the belt even as they're posing for the picture to show that it's her title?
Yep. The bell rings and take just a moment to feel the situation out before locking up. Utami is towering over Kid here. Utami has her in a waist lock, but Kid pulls a leg out from under her, and this opens Utami up for some drop kicks. Kid focuses on bringing Utami down a foot or two by focusing on her legs in an effort to keep her grounded. But Utami tries to roll out of a figure yon, but it just rolls back over to Kid's advantage. However, she does make it to the ropes for a break.
I had a note and a question for you on this.
Go on.
It's not often you see a face, and Starlight's definitely a face. I'm not saying she's not here. Choose a body part and work it throughout the entirety of a match. I can't think of another person who's done it, and it just makes so much sense, especially when the other person, the opponent, is bigger than you. Like, have you ever really noticed that?
No, this right here is a straight logic match.
Usually it's the heel that picks apart a body part, or they're setting up for a move, because I'm not even aware of Starlight having any kind of like leg submission move or anything.
I don't know. I liked it. I just kept thinking how much of a cognitive match this was. It really is a brain buster to watch them really calculate which body part they wanted to go for next.
Yeah, I'm giving it props.
Yeah.
I think more faces should be smart enough to try to take the bad guy out. And not saying Utami's a bad guy. I think they're tweeners at this point. But you should focus on a weakness of your larger opponent. Most faces are dumb. I'm looking at you, Sting.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Kid off the ropes is caught by Utami for a better looking arm drag than yesterday. It gives Utami a chance to catch her breath, but as Kid was in the corner, it was too long and she got out of the way of a dropkick. Kid has Utami in the ropes, but gets caught up in an 8-1-6-6. Utami tries to spin her around, but Kid slithers out of it into a roll-up attempt. Utami is up and knocks down Kid with a shoulder tackle. This is followed by a nasty-looking Russian leg sweep she does. Kid is up, runs the ropes, and changes direction. Some things happen, and she manages to hit a DDT to Utami.
Yes.
I watched this a couple of times, and I'm sticking with that.
I think physics happened, but I'm not sure how.
A successful 8-1-6-6 is highlighted with Kid's awesome standing moonsault in the middle of the ring. Utami has Kid in the corner and looks to be going after her, but you can see Kid clearly scouting this one out as she meets Utami halfway and nearly takes her leg off with a drop kick. If Utami is to walk away with this championship tonight, she's going to have to earn it.
I don't think she's going to walk away.
Kid's amazing corner climbing DDT thing is always great to see. That's what I'm calling it.
I'm leaving it at that. Corner climbing DDT thing.
Elbow exchange in the middle as the two are visibly gassed. And then Kid just slaps the shit out of her.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming. And neither did Utami.
Frog splash from Kid sees her follow it up with the spinning frog splash, but Utami kicks out at 2. Kid tries to go up again, but Utami drags her out of the corner. She manages to get Kid in a choke, but she got her foot firmly on the middle rope for a break. Hurricane Rana from Kid for a roll-up, but it doesn't work. Kid goes for it again after coming off the ropes, but this one was clunky.
It was more of a roll-up than a Hurricane Rana, because you could tell they didn't quite do what they wanted to do. But nobody was hurt. It didn't look dangerous, and they made it work.
As Kid is trying to do the back-sitting thing, Utami slides her off and issues a clothesline of the night.
Yeah.
And I honestly thought it should have gotten a bigger reaction as well.
Yeah.
Utami is up top and hits a nice drop kick to Kid in the middle of the ring. She stands over Kid and gut wrenches her from the mat to try something, but Kid wiggles out. Off the ropes, and Utami catches her in a Samoan drop. Utami applies a sleeper in the middle of the ring, and as Kid is trying to get to the ropes, Utami ragdolls her back into the middle.
Yeah.
She lets the sleeper go and picks her up into the torture rack, and Kid submits at 9:47 for Utami to become the second Future of Stardom champion.
And that torture rack looked amazing.
It really did.
Japanese Jack Tunney is in the ring to present the trophy and the belt to Utami, and we get some streamers.
Yeah.
What an excellent match. Kid went in knowing that Utami was taller and bigger and worked her best to try and even the odds. But at the end of it, Utami was just too overpowering for her. This is how any David and Goliath match should go, regardless of the outcome. On paper, Utami would look to be the dead giveaway winner of this. But Kid put up a hell of a fight, and they both gave us a great wrestling match here.
Yeah, I think Starlight at one point or another hit every single one of her signature / finisher moves, and Utami just kept coming. They made a beast out of Utami during this match. She just showed to be amazingly tough. I think she only hit 5 moves throughout the entirety of the match, but Starlight just was unable to keep her down.
One more thing I want to add about this match too is that I know that we reviewed it pretty quick for what we normally do, but this match has to be watched for standard learning at any kind of wrestling school.
Yeah, it was just under 10 minutes long. It wasn't even a very long match, but they were able to tell a story. They were able to do everything they needed to do. Starlight doesn't look terrible because, like you said, she wiggled and maneuvered out of everything Utami was throwing at her, and Utami just came across as a little bit bigger and a little bit badder.
We don't have a lot of post-match this show, as we stated earlier. We think Japanese Jack Tunney has everyone on a timer tonight to make room for the Battle Royal that's about to take place in this show on Stardom. However, we're actually going to do something a little bit different here because we all feel that the Future of Stardom Championship match tonight should have been the rightful main event. So we're actually going to end this episode here, and we're going to do something a little bit different for the Battle Royal because we're not skipping over it. This episode releases on the 9th at 9 p.m. Texas time, like normal. But on January 16th at 2 p.m. Texas time, we're actually going to do a live stream of the Battle Royal that's about to take place next on the card.
That's right. We'll be live streaming a watch along. You won't be able to watch it on our stream, but we invite you to join us on Stardom-World and watch along with us. And if you have any questions or comments or just want to say hey, we invite you to join us for this watch along and just come out and support.
So that actually ends the video portion of this show. We thought it over and we figured we'd try something different for this Battle Royal. Covering a match like this in video wouldn't do it justice with all the splicing we'd have to do. And we don't want to put the entirety of the match on YouTube out of respect for Stardom.
Mm-hmm.
While we do show a good bit of the matches we review, there's always stuff that we leave out in hopes that our viewers will go over and try out their services for 920 yen a month at www.stardom-world.com and help them get even bigger outside of Japan.
Yeah, and this is your chance, like I said, to be a part of the show.
With that, my match of the night for this episode would have to be the Future of Stardom Championship match. Both ladies went in knowing the stakes and put on a hell of a match. It's also good to see a singles match focused on like this one was. Barring the Battle Royal, this was really the main event of the show in a back-to-back series at Shinkiba. If I had been there for both days, I'd have definitely felt like I got my money's worth. Utami, even before knowing what we know now, was positioned to be the next up-and-comer. And based on everything we've seen prior to this match places her in line for big things in the future.
Yeah, I gotta not necessarily disagree with you, but disagree with you. As my match of the night is Stars versus QQ. As you said when we were watching it, it never slowed down. Everybody in the match just brought their A game. Everybody was utilized properly. It was just so fun to watch. Not to take away from the Future Stardom's match, but it was just more of my style of match. How about you, Dr. The Wife?
I'm gonna have to agree with him. I like the Future of Stardom match because it was more of a chess game. Watching that match with them figuring out how they were going to address the next move or which body part they were going to work with. So I like that one. That's my match of the night.
Awesome. And your heel of the night?
I don't know if I have too many heels of the nights because it was just kind of tame for me. So I don't know if I have one this time. I guess I could say my heel and I could probably be Hana because she with that hair pull.
Okay.
So I would probably pick her.
Mine's a little bit different this time. I think it's a little bit of a curveball that nobody's going to see coming. My heel of the night tonight is a three-way tie. It's the Sisters of Stars who turned a daughter against her own mother. You damn heel stars. Waldo?
I'm going to have to go out of left field here and say that my heel of the night was Saki because she betrayed her team tonight by letting them take so much punishment in the ring, clearly just standing by and letting it happen. Saki.
Didn't they win that match?
Saki. Could have won it faster. Well, I'm Waldo, and that's it for me.
And I'm the Matt, and that's it for me.
And I'm Dr. The Wife, and that's it for me.
Be sure to catch us on all the usual places within social media at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on YouTube. And as always, check out www.stardom-world.com where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only 920 yen a month.
And don't forget that you can join myself, Waldo, and Dr. The Wife on January 16th at 2 p.m. Texas time for a live stream watch along. don't know how to end this sentence, so I'll end it this way.
Don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good.
Hippies. Oh, what you got there, Matt?
Oh, are we recording now?
Yes.
Sorry, I was just reading about the 10-year anniversary of Stardom and what's been going on for the past 10 years. Good read.
An amazing weekly pro wrestling magazine, all the way from our friend Japanese Bob.
Japanese Bob is amazing. But I actually have a confession to make.
Okay.
I wasn't reading the magazine. I just opened it up and looked at the pictures.
Just staring at the letters.
You'll never guess who happened to be on the page that I randomly opened up to.
Go on.
Holiday.
Show it to me.
I don't know if I can randomly open up that page again. Oh, wait, I can. Hold on. I'm trying to maneuver around the camera.
Yeah. I kind of see it. Not too well. Your camera stinks, as always.
Yeah, my camera's. Anyways.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Holiday. Which is kind of fate, considering I got to see her in person live this weekend.
You did? Tell me more.
I did. In the greatest live match I've ever seen at Mission Pro Wrestling, I got to watch Holiday take on Genocide. And truly an amazing match. This is not me just hyping it up because you should watch them, though you should watch them. Holiday and Genocide stole the show. There was also Thunder Rosa versus Allison Kay in a cage, which was really good. And Mission Pro Wrestling's champion, La Rosa Negra, took on Maddie Rinkowski in another great match. But every match on the card was good. These were just the three, epic matches. You should definitely check this out on Title Fight Network.
Try again.
Title Network?
No. Try again.
Fight Title Network.
No. Absolutely not.
Tell me, you're the one that watches the streams.
Title Match Wrestling.
Title Match Wrestling. You should definitely give them a check on Title Match Wrestling.
Did you go to missionprowrestling.net?
There you go. And it's the Wishes Granted show. I definitely highly recommend checking it out.
It's also weird seeing y'all in the audience and then watching it from the other angle, because the pictures that y'all send me of the really great moments, I'm seeing them from the exact opposite angle.
Oh, is everything inverted?
Kind of. Like, there was an amazing tombstone that was during the match, and so I saw it. Y'all saw it from her left. I saw it from her right.
Yeah, so, inverted. That's weird.
Yeah, so it was definitely an amazing show, and I look forward to more of their shows in the future. March 20th, Empty Promises. And as you pointed out, everything ends in a dusty finish.
You should definitely check out their site, buy some merch. Nice hat we got here going on. Some t-shirts we picked up. Oh, actually, let me show some merch for Holiday real quick. Check that out.
Oh, nice. Good. You wore the Holiday shirt today. Good.
Oh yeah, wore it to work. Probably would have gotten in trouble.
So welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
And guess who forgot to time manage throughout the month of January and was forced to use a live episode to cover for episode 17? It was me.
Was it us?
No, it was straight up me on this one. My bad, y'all. My bad. I got half my notes done for episode 17 when we were going back to Shinkiba, but I just could not keep up with it this month and just got swamped with work and a bunch of other stuff. And the weather in Monrovia has not been the kindest at all.
I'd say it didn't help that we left for 2 days to go watch a wrestling show either, probably.
That was probably the easiest bit of what happened this last month for me.
Sure. Are you ready for something for this beauty of live?
Okay. Oh, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. It's like 4 in the morning over here, so I'm just all over the place.
I was gonna say it was poor planning on my part. I should have opened it beforehand.
All right, so since we couldn't do episode 17, I decided to go and find an episode that was at Shinkiba First Ring. But this time we've jumped back into our DeLorean to go back a couple of more years to October 29th, 2017, in a show that I've been trying to shoehorn into our episode since we began.
Found a way. Almost as if we planned it. Don't let him get away with it.
Yeah, it's the plan the whole time. It's a simple 4-match card prior to Halloween for our annual Stardom event called the Mask Fiesta that has everyone wearing a mask and dressing up, except for Starlight Kid. She's just like normal.
Slight variant.
Yeah. Actually, you're not wrong. It's actually one of my favorite events and is a family-friendly event, barring one questionable scene in this entire show that makes fun that mixes fun and wrestling at the same time. It's not overdone, should we say. It's actually the brainchild and like singular thinking of Japanese Jack Tunney, as he is known to be a huge mask fan. You've seen his mask collection, parts of it in documentaries. Yeah, that man, his wrestling collection is just probably beyond anything that's over here in the States or any kind of Hall of Fame.
I'd say short of a Triple H or a Vince McMahon who have the money to buy everything.
Right.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'm not going to lie, I do have some notes, and that's all you get to see them. And the only reason I have notes is because I needed to know who was in the match, because everybody's wearing a mask, and they changed the names as well too.
Fair.
So for those playing at home, I'm on the October 29th, 2017 card for the annual Mask Fiesta. It's 4 matches. We're going to see if we can make it through all 4. If not, we'll come back and do this later. And then for our first match, we have Starlight Kid and Bearcat. Oh, it's a 3-way. My bad. Kikimaru.
Okay.
So it's actually Starlight Kid, and I'll try to let you guess as we go along who they are, okay?
Well, I can tell you who the first one is, right?
Well, you see it, and the other fans don't.
Fair.
Dork. So, what do you think, Dr. The Wife? Are you up for something like this?
Sure. Let's get it going.
All right. So let me swap over the OBS to match 1. 3, 2, and I'm starting right after the 30-second Stardom intro for those playing at home. 3, 2, 1.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kikamaru. Meow. That was clearly haunted. This is clearly Uruaka, because she just said it. And that's sort of like...
Are you sure?
With the special mask.
Yeah, she's got a special outfit and mask. It's the L1 variant.
She brings up a good point.
Yeah.
As the only masked wrestler, Mask Fiesta should fall in her wheelhouse.
Should. But I like the fact that everybody else is also in a mask as well, so you'll see Miss Yuri in a mask. I'm gonna flip my headset up for a second, make sure that the sound ain't too terrible for everybody.
Okay.
I do got to turn it down just a little bit for our fans.
Or even change up the theme songs.
Yeah. Is this dubbed or is this actually in the
The
stadium?
last one was definitely there. I don't know about this one. I can't hear the applause, so I don't know.
That's the thing. Normally when they do that, you can't hear the applause.
Yeah.
We mentioned it last episode. Look who finally has a different outfit.
I was gonna say, is it sad that our variant is a little bit better than our actual ring gear?
Do the fans a favor. Blow your smoke away from your camera.
Yeah, I'm putting it out now because it's
No.
not really helpful.
Well, no. I'm saying it covers your camera up. That's all.
That's helping the fans then.
We've done great things for God and country.
They don't want to see my face.
Who is that masked ref?
I can just hold up Tommy the entire time. They don't need to see my face.
I'm really looking forward to going through that magazine.
Oh, dude, I want that ref mask.
We'll never know who this guy is. Till he starts cranking it up. 1, 2.
Well, we could be wrong. It could be old ref in disguise.
I'm not going to spoil it, but you'll get a chuckle later. When I was recording these, I didn't sit down and watch the entire match or anything, but I did kind of glance over to make sure it was recording.
Right.
There were a couple of, good on you.
So we got 2 cats versus a kid.
I'm also wondering too, because you notice how the streamers so far have been pretty close to their mask, and
Yeah, they're color coordinated.
so I'm wondering, did they do like a meet and greet before the show and realize what streamers they needed?
Nah, I think you just buy a variety pack and choose based off of what they wear into the ring. That's what we would do anyways.
I wonder if they have like a store just dedicated to like wrestling streamers over there. Like,
if they're smart, they put it right outside the building.
yeah, it's like maybe it's like a newsstand.
Yeah, you even buy back real cheap and resell them.
Yeah. Handshakes in the middle, we kick off. Oh no! The one who has the advantage gets betrayed.
Nice car wheel.
Yeah, a little confusion point there.
I think they were trying to betray each other.
I think she's trying to guide traffic. What in the world?
She was being a cat. She got dropped.
Got to be right.
That was a good drop kick, though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Uraka's got a good big boot too.
She's more energetic doing this than she is in a regular match too. Normally she just like walks in the ring and throws her arm up. Hey. Here she's actually trying to work the crowd.
Maybe it's a nerves issue, and then when you put on the mask, you don't have to be nervous because it's not you.
Yeah, another good drop kick there.
No.
No, neither one of them are doing that. Oh, no.
I thought she was going to change sides. I was going to give her props.
Bearcat, no! Oh, the swing spot. That's got to make you dizzy, right? Ow!
It's got to throw you off a little bit.
Well, that was not graceful at all. What the? Oh, okay. It's like, wait,
They're
that's
doing a really good job of
interesting.
changing sides and double teaming one person.
And
Like the transitions are really good.
and the way that they put some of the holds on, it makes you question a little bit, but at the same time, it's not a goof.
Hmm.
It's a new way of running the ropes.
Yeah. Make sure you sell for the hard camera.
Uh, we say no goofs, and there's like a minor one right there. It wasn't bad though, because at this point, oh, did she? Did she get what?
Tipped up.
Oh my goodness! At this point, Monster's been here for what, maybe a year?
I think didn't she debut on like our first episode?
No, 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 no. This is actually 2 years before, or excuse me, a year before we started.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So this is in 2017.
Okay.
So we're actually gonna have some cameos in this one.
Cool.
They must be referencing like a TV show or something like that.
Maybe they're cosplaying. A lot of rope running.
Yeah, it builds up the steam and momentum for her to stop and do a reverse Russian leg sweep. Well done.
Maybe she threw some static electricity into it.
Wife, turn your camera off.
Oh no.
Nice, perfect flex. You know it's Stardom because the elbows are coming out.
Haned's really good with the reverse Russian leg sweeps.
I wonder who's doing them judo throws there.
Yeah.
Oh, nice catch.
Nice roll.
Nice roll up. Reversal.
I thought she stomped on her hand there for a second.
That was a good flip though too. That was pretty good.
Good shooting star. Or not shooting star. Insult.
Simple little opener. It went
Oh, yeah.
4 minutes and 53 seconds.
And
I
Scarlett,
like that.
right, she did have the advantage.
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty slick.
Good that-
Only a
It's
couple-
better than what it usually is, because usually it's just really slow.
Yeah,
This was nice pace.
All right, so I'm gonna swap over to match 2. Ready?
And magic.
Hold on. Yeah, magic my butt.
Let me see if I can figure out who these two people are.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so for this match we have
B
and
is it Chardonnay?
no, this is somebody you wouldn't expect.
Okay, who's this?
Kelly Klein.
Really?
Yeah, this is
Okay,
Chardonnay
and then these two. Okay, Chardonnay's on the right.
on the left.
On the left, who's on the right?
Silver Ant's sister.
Silver
Ant.
What?
Silver Ant's sister.
Well, what's her real? Who's her real?
This is a lady named Scarlett. We'll get more into her later because we're going to be doing some more time traveling back into 2017.
Wait, is this the Scarlet that's currently fed?
I think.
Oh, okay. I know you got your hopes up when you saw an ant because I know you're a big Ant Colony fan,
That's the only thing out of Chikara that I like.
right?
Oh, who we got there on the ropes?
It looks like one of the twins.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So pre-debut twins.
Yeah.
I like that B's using a variation of her mask. I don't know what you said, Kelly, right? Kelly Klein.
Yep.
I don't know what she's supposed to be.
And in our regular timeline, we'll see her stink up some stuff for us here in a few matches.
Okay.
She's not terrible. She just is one of those foreigners. Yeah, she's one of those foreigners in Stardom that doesn't mesh well with the Stardom style. Need more ants.
Right. I weirdly, like, when I first saw her, I almost wanted to guess Allison Kay because of the way the top is. But I can definitely see Scarlett now that you're saying it.
Well, no tattoos or anything like that.
There's that as well.
Oh, and I'm letting you know we got a horrible, horrible case of bad here.
I don't think she's British, but
is she not? Is she from the state? Oh, it's just. Oh, it's bad, this one. I'm glad I got the camera set up like we do.
Or at least that was her gimmick in TNA.
Oh, that's right. She was there for a little bit, wasn't she?
Yeah. Lady Plunk?
Yep. Oddly enough, I'm looking at my notes here. This is the only match where they didn't like put their pretend name for the mask portion of this. It just says B. Kelly Chardonnay Scarlett.
So it is definitely Scarlett Bordeaux from TNA and NXT. She is from. I do not know. They did not say.
I know they're trying to play her off like she's a spider, but she's an ant.
She's an ant.
One of the biggest face returns in all of wrestling. Soldier Ant coming back.
But yeah, she's American, so this is our first case of ad.
Ad.
Ad. Ant AD. It's ant ass disease.
Damn you,
Would
ants.
that make it a thorax?
Thad. I'll let you get away with this one because the ants are silly altogether, too.
Fair.
So, yeah, I kind of glossed over, and as I was recording this one, going back and forth, she never takes them claws off, and I would not get in the ring with her.
No. I'm already scared of her knees. Now I gotta worry about her clawing my face.
Yeah, starting off with Kelly and Chardonnay.
Yeah. Chardonnay is definitely, as far as like interesting costume goes, Chardonnay is at the bottom of the pile.
I was about to say, that's not interesting, man.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't remember. I didn't notice what they were calling her because I was looking up Scarlett, but she looks like I'd call her like orange sherbet or something.
Her mask ain't bad, though. It just doesn't match anything that she's got.
No.
And Kelly, and as odd as this is to say, Kelly is the oddball out here. Because at least Chardonnay had some experience in Stardom a little bit. Kelly just seems to be, like, I don't know, just odd here for us. Maybe it's because this is our first time in our podcast seeing her in Stardom.
I say, yeah, it's my first time seeing her outside of Ring of Honor. But I could say the same thing with Scarlett.
She just kind of continued rolling on her own.
All you need.
And it's weird too because Chardonnay's wrestling better here than we've seen her in her entirety for what we reviewed.
No, see, I like Chardonnay. I gotta disagree with you on that one. Yeah, I'm not doing a test of strength when you got claws in your hand.
You think anybody... That's the only time a back rake makes sense.
100% makes sense. And it doesn't count as a foreign weapon, right? It's part of her.
Sure.
Well, she's Freddy Krueger. Freddy had him attached to his fingers. It wasn't a glove.
Careful there, cameraman. You're gonna get sucked up in there.
Oof.
At least you got rid of him.
Yeah, you get the one spot. That's all you needed.
Go to Japanese Tony before the match. I'm wearing these. You're wearing those. As graceful as a flying brick right there.
It was a weird roll up, but it was successful.
It was a roll up.
Maybe she's supposed to be a crazy clown or something.
I didn't catch the name.
You talking about Chardonnay?
Yeah, I was still trying to figure out what exactly is she going for here.
So you missed us before. You joined us right after Chardonnay left. Get in there, Silver Ant, sister.
I've never seen her fight.
Who?
Scarlet. It doesn't look like I'm gonna get to see her fight. Oh, there we go. We got a kick.
And an elbow. And an elbow. And something.
Shot of spider webs. She's shooting spider webs.
Okay.
That's some very Shikara stuff right there.
Yeah. See, I can give Stardom a pass on this because they do it once a year where Chikara does it every show.
Yeah. Well, even beyond that, like, it's a family-friendly show. Kids will get a kick out of it. Smart. You got to go with
the Black Widow.
In the corner.
Yeah. What's the other show called? Tarantula.
Tarantula.
Tell me what's going on. I'm grabbing coffee.
Okay. Well, elbows, clubs.
Go on. Let's see. I want to see if you're doing good for color or for, just the play-by-play.
Oh, she's using the ad as a weapon.
I'm sorry, the what now?
She's using the ad as a weapon.
Ad. Oh, okay.
She just slammed Punk's face into her butt multiple times. Now she's crawling the ropes. That's interesting. Never seen that before. I don't know why she's crawling the ropes, but she paid for it. Uh-oh. Cameraman, get away.
Run, dude, run!
Yeah, I don't know what she was hoping to expect by crawling the ropes there.
There was one spot during the Holodead and Genocide match at the Mission Pro show this last weekend. And I am telling you right now, sir, that cameraman almost bit it.
Camera woman.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. The camera lady that was right there when they did the leg drop. Oh, no, she's got the antennae.
Oh, you got the antennae. Yeah, that's bad.
That's how Soldier Ant went down. But the camera lady was right there by the leg drop, and she almost caught all of it.
That was a big old leg drop.
They were getting very familiar with that ring apron, and that's something that I would not do because that's stiff.
It's the hardest part of the ring.
As quoted by Holodead.
As quoted by every ring announcer ever.
They're not wrong.
No.
Remember, wait, who is this? Yeah, that's fine, Dr. The Wife. Dr. The Wife is having to step away for a little bit. We kind of get a break from that too because I don't think Mighty Apache's on this show.
Hmm. Well, if she was, she wouldn't be.
Would she just come out in her headdress?
Maybe.
I'm not trying to be negative Nancy here, but I don't think. I think we dodged a bullet with Kelly Klein for a little bit.
Hmm.
I don't think I know how to call that versus all the other stuff that we've done so far for Stardom. You know,
Right.
that was a good crucifix pin though.
Yeah.
Good job, Silver Ant Sister. I'm not trying to get into the reason why Chikara got shut down. I just wish I was able to find like a series of like the beginning to the end of the ant colony.
Yeah.
Like
I was thinking that when we were watching it for that brief period.
Yeah,
It
for
was
the
it looked like it was a really good angle.
for the what is that called? A compilation. There we go.
Yeah. That can be your quest in the future. You get to put that together. We'll do a retrospective of the entire.
There's so much other Chikara stuff I just don't want to watch though.
Hey, you just find the ant stuff.
Were you with me when I found that one video of them making their entrance and the music stopped or froze?
Yeah, and they just stopped.
Dun. All of them, Johnny on the spot with the improv.
Yeah, they were on.
I was about to say, was she about to go for an elbow to the groin? Like, you're in the wrong fed here. Everybody get the hell out of the way.
I'll give Scarlett this. She's selling well.
Yeah. And I don't think at this point that Kelly is the. I don't think she really has anything to do with Ring of Honor at this point. Full time, I mean.
Yeah.
But you know who is full time at Ring of Honor right now?
Who's that?
Session Moth.
Oh, in our timeline, real timeline.
Yeah, in the real world right now, traveling to the future.
Yeah, sadly, she can't wrestle though.
She's stuck
Not
in
that
England.
She can't wrestle. She's unable to wrestle.
Right, because
yeah, she's stuck over in Ireland.
Oh, did I? My bad. Please don't kill me. Oh no! It is a time limit draw. Yeah, so she's stuck over in Ireland right now and somehow managed to swindle out Ladies Wrestler of the Year for Ring of Honor.
She's that good.
Yeah.
She's been promoting them like crazy though.
She's definitely somebody you want working for your organization. And Ring of Honor is lucky to have her.
I would have preferred the first three go to time limit draw. This one just never really pulled me in.
Okay. So the real reason behind why I decided to do this show is actually the next match coming up.
Fair enough.
Because I ran across this promo by accident a while back, and I was always trying to figure out what show it went to. I've actually spliced it on a couple of previous episodes for us already.
Okay.
It's the famous "We Rode Our Bicycles to Hell" promo.
Nice. I've used that as the day before as well.
Do what?
I said I've used that as GIF of the day as well.
Yeah.
Arrived from hell on our bicycles.
Ooh, I'm sorry for the streaming audience. The audio is going to be kind of off by like a second or two. I don't know if you.
Jungle Fairy.
Yeah, if you use this one for your GIF of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like of all the masks.
Not necessarily this, but I used during the battle when she starts shooting like fireballs. I think I used that one.
Okay, so let me see. While they're doing this, let me see if I can go through the names for this, okay?
Okay.
Gakido, which is Pring, our favorite wolf.
Okay.
Gekimaru, which is Keigetsu.
Uh-huh.
Kikahime, which is Hana.
Okay.
Fairy God Jungle, which is I don't know who.
Could be anybody.
It's the return in Face4Wrestling of Sneaky Shiki.
Oh, we got a Shiki.
Yeah. And then we also have Voila Tiger, which is Natsuko.
Okay. Who's our fourth ODSI member?
Come on, man. Who do you think?
You just didn't name him. That's
It's
all.
2017. She's carrying a panda.
I'm just saying you didn't name him. Who is it?
It's Tam.
What's her mask name?
I don't know. They didn't mention anything on here about that.
Okay. No, I know. I immediately know Tam. I just didn't know what the mask name was. I like that they change up the dance a little bit.
Music's a little different.
And they had to do a whole new routine. This happens when I ride bicycles from hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Play soft piano music.
I asked her why that promo was that promo, right?
Uh-huh.
That's apparently a thing over there, as far as like stories and lore and stuff. You know, the bedtime stories you do tell kids.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, riding bicycles from hell ended up in that.
Yeah, it's a slight variation on the normal ODSI dance.
It's weird seeing Keigetsu be so free spirited.
Yeah. Is she a panda corn?
Yes.
Okay. So 2 demons, a wolf, and a panda corn?
Yes.
Fits them.
Damn, she's got a big following over there, don't she?
I say, yeah, she's got a fan base. Wait, did P-Chan have a unicorn horn as well there?
Yes.
I mean, not P-Chan, because it's not Tan, but you
Yeah.
know.
P-Chan Unicorn?
U-Chan?
Nice. See what you did there.
Yeah. Definitely the most elaborate characters for masks so far. Until Junkberry comes out.
Weird music, too.
Yeah.
So the first one's obviously Natsuko. I thought for a little bit, she hasn't made her debut yet, but I thought it was Leo at first. Because she has that.
I was gonna say I get really strong Konami vibes.
But she has kind of when she walks, she kind of has that same gait, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I get Konami vibes, except she's wearing shoes, so it can't be Konami.
We've seen her wear shoes once. In the ring, I mean.
Yeah.
And that was when they were doing that, it's not a costume battle royal, but it's like where they trade gimmicks. They come out as
everybody's somebody else gimmick.
What was the first one that we saw where Keigetsu came out as Arisa? Eh.
Did she kind of cheat? Is she still a wolf?
Well, I mean, that's like real life. The wrestling's
I was
the,
gonna say, it's kind of
the
it's kind of like Starlight. It's just a variant.
and you can always tell which one Hana is because she's always like has the grace.
Yeah. That's gonna be tough to wrestle in.
I don't think she'll wrestle in it, all of it. Okay, Nakano Jack.
Jack. Okay. We just changed your first name.
Very good. I see what you did there.
Shiki just added melody to her name.
Took out the sneaky, added the melody.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Tiger.
Again, throws me off because that's Leo.
Yeah.
When she comes out, she does that kind of stance.
Very dodgeable. Whoever could it be?
Yeah. Which, if you've seen any of the documentaries based around like Stardom, especially Jungle herself, that is not how you would ever expect to see her.
But partly yes, because she's very motherly.
Yeah. Kigetsu says, "I'm going to find a way to get my hammer pants in this match."
You got to, right?
What in the world?
Nothing happened?
The goggles do nothing.
She ran and hid.
Leaving the poor old Shiki in. Yeah. What are they? Are they trying to remove her mask?
They're trying to kill the buddy. I didn't get a barefoot this match though.
Similar to the power of the antennae on the ants.
Yeah.
If you pull on the ears, it makes the humble more humble.
Oop, we got a different ref, by the way.
I wonder who could it be.
I don't know. Same mask, different build.
But the sternness does not change. God bless. Supposed to be having fun here. That's enough out of you, Kagetsu.
I'll say Oda has not been having fun the entirety of this match.
All right, now here's what I'm gonna need you to do, Hana. I want you to go out there and wrestle a full-length match in a long gown.
Mm-hmm.
Did we just get some woos?
We got some woos.
What's going on in the Fed in 2017?
No, Flair's retired at this point.
I will tell you that I always have appreciated the Japanese fans though. So when you do the Flair chop, they'll woo, and that's even in like All Japan, New Japan, stuff like that. But when you do what Keigetsu did and do the open hand across the chest like that, They won't do it because that's not the Flair chop. You leave old ref
Oh,
alone.
wait, they took out the ref. Do we have to add this to our ref count?
Did
Wait, no, the other took out the ref.
Tetsuko? Come on. Are they pulling the ears again? Yeah.
Trying to dematch again.
You're trying to pull a mask off. Grab the feet.
Yeah, you pull on one way and then you pull another way. Physics.
Old ref has been restored to full power.
Alright, still holding his hip.
This is his stance, though. They gave him a sensu being off camera. Good on you, Shiki.
Go tag.
I wonder if Leo's in the back about to join Stardom and saying, you know what? I like that gimmick.
I was saying, no, we don't see, because we saw Leo show up in our timeline. I think this might be what I had as the gif of the day.
That's your teammate. Good on you, old ref.
If everybody does it, it keeps kayfabe.
He did a good flip on that.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Get in there, old ref. Kicker.
What? Oh, no! Oh, the power of the finger. Oh, almost died there, old ref. Oh.
Smart. Still poke him in the eyes.
Ow.
That was a bit of clutch.
The more I watch the Stardom ring, the more I realize that they don't even. It looks like they don't even do the padding in between the small foam padding between the mat and the wood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. This one's a little bit stiff.
Yeah. Well, we're going back further in the past where they're still renting practice rings and stuff.
Yeah.
Gotta be, right? These rings are just hard. Nice.
Good corner spot. Didn't really seem necessary to dodge for that tag.
Well, I like how she comes in. She has to pull her dress up just a little bit just to be able to run.
Yeah. I think it's funny too. It's all elegant and then Nike shorts. Counter.
Yeah. What?
Counter.
Double hip grab, toss, and yes.
I have never seen this move before.
I don't know what this move is.
We're gonna call it the
Ab
tiger hold.
Tiger hold into an ab punch. There you go. Ooh.
That's that spear. You know whose spear that is.
Yep. Yeah, I'd be taken out on that one too. I'm out. Yeah. What? You know whose elbow to the chest that is too.
Yeah. Well, you know whose loud screams those are.
I think they're chanting fairy. What the, what in the world?
She called it.
Oh,
Nice.
oh, Jungle caught that.
She throws
Oh,
top.
nice!
Brilliant.
Ah.
If you pin her now, do you get a 3 count? It would have been great if they shown the audience and the whole audience had stopped too.
We'd have done it.
Yeah. I give her props. She's 100% committed to this bit.
I was about to say, does she have to use her hand attack, or can she just extend the wand and slap the hand with it?
I think you can go with the wand.
Sneaky Shiki does a like a radio show, from what I gather, on the Twatter, where she'll interview different wrestlers from across the Joshi world over there. Her recent guest, I believe, was Leo.
I would listen to it if I could understand it. But that's on me, not on them.
She appears to be still pretty active behind the scenes.
Nice.
It's not like as a trainer, but I'm talking about like keeping up with everybody and things like that.
Right.
Ooh.
Good kick.
Was it though?
It was. Solid.
Yeah, it was. What? Like how old Rev looks at it. What in the world is this?
Oh. Tiger Panda's getting beat up. And now the ref said,
This Shiki just tried to, yeah. Wait, is Older Rev just threatening a 5 count on that?
I think so.
Ow.
I kind of want this match to end with them pinning the Panda, though.
Yeah.
That was a fun match.
It was. It was different.
Yeah. No complaints.
Still fun.
I wouldn't want to see it every match, but every once in a while.
Still fun to watch for the family and everything, and for people like us, it's still got the hard hitting wrestling in there too.
Yeah. Like, it was a nice blend of good wrestling and comedy.
Right. Somebody just ran off with the panda.
Who is that?
I can't tell.
Starlight? No.
No. Well, belongs to the audience now. What a nice audience.
A nicer fan than I am. Wait, you know who that is. That's Mayu.
No.
She's evil.
She's not at this show.
That was clearly Mayu.
No.
Yeah. She
No.
had the wings on the mask.
Okay, yeah, because that hasn't been seen before by anybody else.
Bet. You know it's true.
I can't rewind a live show, man. There's just no way to prove this right here.
Malicious Mayu.
All right.
Still in camps, Panda.
Whatever. All right, so let me. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so here we got.
I know
that's Konami on the left.
This is the weird one I was telling you about.
Okay. This is the final one, right?
Yeah, this is the last match of the card. We have Chupa Panda, which is not in this group. Let me see who else is here. Aloha Bito, which is in the middle. That's Yoko. Masked Wan Chan, which is Konami on the left.
Okay.
And Shout Woman, which is somebody we have not been introduced to yet. Hidomi
in the middle and
on the far right.
On the right?
Yeah, she actually came back for a match in present day.
Who is it?
Hidomi Mimuda.
Okay. Are you sure you put those in the right section though? Because the mask on the right says Aloha.
Let me see what I'm looking at because I got a smaller screen. That may be Yoko on the right, and then in the middle it may be Hidomi.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Okay, so they're saying, what are they saying?
Hold on 1 second. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Aloha.
I'm gonna grab coffee while the weirdness goes on.
There was Aloha, there was barking, and now we're just hitting the megaphone. And then we yell shout. Okay, that was it. Hola, long time no see. My name is Lotisa. My name is Mini Lotisa. My name is Chupa Panda. My name is Black Fuzzy Peach.
Say again,
I
sir.
wonder who Black Fuzzy Peach can be. We'll do our best. It's so great to finally be back in Japan. We'll definitely win at this Halloween party. So this is definitely QQ.
Yeah, we have Chupa Panda, which is Hazuki.
Uh-huh.
Iotika, which is Io.
Yep.
Mini Iotika, which is Azumi.
Uh-huh.
And then we have...
Black Fuzzy Peach.
Right. We'll never know.
Who could be Peach?
Yeah. Okay, so Shout Woman is the one that we have not seen before in our timeline.
Konami is 100% committed to be a dog.
Yeah.
She's got a bone.
She is committed. I'll leave it at that.
Full commitment. Full commitment.
It's not creepy at all.
No, not weird.
It's good to run across Yoko again.
I'm a fan.
Music's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Are they passing out candy?
Well, she's the Chupa Panda, and she's passing out Chupa Chupa suckers.
Hmm.
I wonder if they're sponsored.
You do know candy, don't you?
It's the symbol that's on her mask.
You do know candy, don't you?
You don't remember having to sell those in school?
I refuse to, remember?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I know that candy. I don't know all the candy.
It's because you're fat. Because you're fat.
Not that. If it was fried, then got a shot. Is she gonna just be a dog the whole match?
Yes. I remember out of this entire card, I remember this match because somebody sent it to me and basically asked me what the shit is this.
Good shit. I'm gonna say it. Good shit. Full commitment to the bit.
No, I do too. It's just how I borderline on weird fans being allowed into venues like this.
Yeah. No, I would definitely say I could see where a fan would take it and make it something not good. But for her doing her thing, full commitment, I'm giving her props.
I am going to say this, though. There was one fan in particular that I kind of wish I was there in person for because I might have thrown a tire iron at him at the last Mission Pro show.
Which one?
It was the one sitting opposite of y'all on the other ringside.
Uh-huh.
Basically, the opposite corner, diagonal across from y'all. They had the big busted open sign.
Okay, I didn't see it.
It was against, basically, it was on the edge of the hard camera for the title match stream. Yeah, she's definitely handing candy out.
I wonder if it's sponsored.
I don't know, but experience has told me that the morphine lollipops are good.
I wouldn't know.
Update for you, by the way. Monrovia. It's 7 outside.
Degrees?
Yes, Matt, degrees.
Well, it could be 7 o'clock at night. You just said it's 7 outside.
What was that thing on Futurama? It gets down to negative 200. What was it, like Celsius or Fahrenheit? First one, then second.
Does it matter? Yeah, it was the first one, then the other.
Yeah. I'm glad we got a masked race car ref out here because masked old ref definitely earned his money last match.
Yeah, he got beat up a bunch. You don't need a dog attacking him either.
We have been seeing minor announce returns from Yoko on some of the Samurai TV shows.
Been ignoring that. Don't tell me.
No. She's not involved in the matches. I'm saying, like, in present day, Japanese Jack Tunney has brought her on to be a commentator for whenever they do shows on Samurai TV.
Oh, that's cool then. I just know they've announced some of the people for the return battle royal gonna happen.
Oh no! Nope. No. Most notably, though, she commentated for the No People Gate show.
Nice.
Her and I can see him clear as day. He just retired.
I know it is. I'm just leaving you out to dry because you have to remember this. It's important.
Whatever. He was the happiest camper that anybody could. And he showed up wearing a mask on top of a mask.
Yeah.
Come on, help me out. Why am I drawing a blank? I know it's early in the morning over here.
You gotta know this.
Dude, it's way too late / early for me. That's a beautiful drop kick. You're looking it up, aren't you?
I'm not. I mean, I am, but just to give you a picture. I'm just gonna give you a picture.
I know what he looks like. If only Miss EO was allowed to do this in the Fed.
Do what?
All the flying around and acrobatics and have a personality instead of just being relegated to making everybody else look good.
just want to show everybody whose name you can't remember and see if they know who he is.
It's terrible. I mean,
That's all you need.
oh, Juicy Thunder Liger. Sorry.
There you go.
Man, she got hit with a bone in the shin.
It would hurt.
Yeah, but that guy is just so happy in retirement. I hope I'm like that when I retire.
Can't fight if they offer you candy.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, well, that's what you thought.
That's not legal. You can't choke him with a scarf.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you can't choke him with a leg.
Well, I guess you've been proven right here.
More candy.
Wait, did you just grab a water gun?
Squirted with a water gun. And now everybody's getting squirted with water guns.
The creativity is strong.
I like how each match has had completely different gimmicks and they've all played into them well.
It's supposed to be a friendly
that
match,
was
and
tough.
ow! That's Suzuki, by the way, in the corner.
Oh, I know. Why does only Shout Lady keep getting knocked out?
It was this match where she said, no, I'm going to go on to be the biggest badass in Stardom.
Well, you know, if you got squirted with that many water guns, you'd probably want to go a more serious route. She using flip flops.
Yeah. I don't even know where she. I don't even know where she got them.
The chanclas have been brought out.
Yeah.
Oh, surfboard.
Yeah.
Very fitting.
Ow.
Just showing her with the bone.
God bless.
Out Yo and Azumi.
I mean, I know it's not the worst thing to get hit with, but that was firm.
But there was like stuff flying off of it.
Yeah. Wait, where did she go? Oh. Distraction.
They threw her a ball. Shake. Oh, betrayal. That's animal abuse, man.
Ow, that was right there.
Somebody call Sarah McLachlan and get that sad song playing in the background.
Dumb.
Wait, what?
All right. What was that on the Venture Brothers? Mekashiba.
Hey, Eotisa and Mini Eotisa combined to form Mega Eotisa.
Somewhere the Monarchs in the courtroom going, that is bullshit.
Oh, that's biting. That's not legal.
Technically, there shouldn't be a dog in a match either, so.
Fair.
Somewhere above JYD. I approve. Ooh,
hold on now.
Goodness.
Oh, in the leg scissor spot. 3, 4, 5.
I think the more you think about this match right here, the names that are associated in this match that go on to do huge things just in the next year.
Right. Oh, we had someone sneak in. Black Fuzzy Peach. Up to 7.
Masked race car ref, visibly confused.
Wait, we have another. Who is this? We have an angel.
Yeah,
I don't know
who?
who this is. An angel popped up out of
I
nowhere. We're
I
up to
can't
8 people.
what? I can't tell who that is.
Me neither. Wild Mayu appears.
See, I haven't seen her this
Water
entire
gun.
show.
She's right there with water guns.
No, I mean, she just no. She was coming in to make sure that the match was, clearly within the rules.
Why is she attacking the ref? Dude?
That is some nice gear on her.
I like it. The flames.
Yeah.
She forced them to play paper rock scissors.
Which we learned is huge over there.
Yep.
Fun fact, let's see if I can talk a little Slither speak to you. Me and my boss had a issue the other day where we had to talk to the bigger boss to explain an incident that happened that I orchestrated, so it was colorful. So we're standing in front of the big boss, and I look over at my boss and say, "Best 2 of 3."
I like this though in the match that you didn't just see on the crowd. Shout Lady was firing up, doing a stomp like wrestlers are one to do, and Chupa Panda just walked up and rolled her up.
I like this roll right here. I've always been a fan of this. I don't see how you cannot be dizzy from it.
Oh no, yeah, you're out.
But I will say this though, if anybody can do it and get away with it, it's Suzuki.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me what you were tell me what you were telling me after the Mission Pro show.
Which part?
About the green card?
Oh yeah. If any of these ladies ever want to come and wrestle for Mission Pro Wrestling, I will marry any one of you so that you can have your green card. And not in a creepy way, because I'm actually scared of all of
them. You can have your own house. You can have your own address.
Own house, everything. You ain't gotta hang out.
Yeah, no. We got to meet. The only time that we got to be together is to sign the paperwork and get it notarized.
And if we can do that online because of Coheed and Cambria that's going on, then we'll do that.
So I did pass that on to our friend. Our astute fans, very astute use of the word astute, will know what the call sign is. But she said she would pass the word.
I just want to see him wrestle live. And unless you're immigration listening to this, and then I never said it.
Yeah, we have no idea what you're talking about here.
And those race cars refs turn to get beat up.
He's pretty stiff on that too.
He tried to get away. Don't try to get away. Take it like a man. Or take it like a Stardom wrestler. Oh, now he's getting jumped.
Have you seen any of the matches that he refs outside of Stardom yet?
No.
Dude, it makes ECW look tame.
Oh, wait, yeah. No, he does the hardcore stuff, right?
Hardcore's one thing. He like his specialty is reffing death matches.
Yeah, not a big death. I know some of our fans are big deathmatch people. I'm not a huge deathmatch person. How did you expect the ref to count when you beat him up?
Is he shouting it out?
It's like he beats up the ref and goes for a pin.
Somewhere on the other side of the arena. Each knee, son. That's cool.
That's a good spot.
And they try it, and they both did it at the same time.
This is nice. I like it.
Oh, the
Ooh,
rowboat.
Rowan's boat spot.
Wait, what?
Wait, no. Double armbar in between leg bars?
Number 2.
7.
All right. I need to know. Does anybody give up here? Again, what is supposed to be a fun show turns into a Stardom match.
We were watching a comedy battle royal, and a match broke out. For our first time seeing Shout Lady, she's pretty decent.
Yeah. She'll make a couple of random appearances like before and after our timeline.
Mhm.
She's not a
She doesn't get a tracksuit.
right, that's the best way to put it. Much like
It's like somebody has.
And then as soon as I get this one, Stardom comes out with a new tracksuit. I was like, damn it! Now I gotta wait 6 months for that one too.
Well, and you gotta find a way to get the old one.
I know. I'm working. Holy good God! No fear at all. Yep, no fear from her either.
No fear and no finesse. Because I'm chunking my body at you. Leo's gonna be pretty. Beautiful result.
Yeah.
Come on, ref. Jump out there. I was kidding, but I'm happy.
Oh. Good for him. Good for him. He's been waiting all year for that.
Right? This is revenge. Or this is why he gets spit on so much in the future. Remember when you used to beat everybody up?
I will say he's probably one of the most agile refs we've ever seen.
Another beautiful moonsault, and that is 3.
It was a good match, though.
Really good. Really good. A little more comedy than the last one. No, a little less comedy than the last one. The comedy was used more effectively.
Right. I'm going to let this one play out because I think they do like a group photo at the end with everybody wearing a mask and everything.
I would be very happy to go to Master Guessa.
Or one of those costume change battle royals.
Yeah, like whenever the future happens and Coheed and Cambry is done, and we can make our way over to Japan.
Yeah, here we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So that's everybody who wrestled tonight. And all the different masks and everything. And you know Japanese Jack Tunney's off to the side like, yes.
All of these.
Yeah, all of these go in my personal collection. The guy could probably buy a warehouse and still fill up the and still
tiny out when they showed his collection.
Yeah, and still fill up the entire thing with stuff left over. Excuse me, with stuff left over.
I was kind of surprised they didn't show him at ringside wearing a mask.
Interesting music in the background.
Yeah. Konami's still portraying the dog, still in character.
Yeah. It's not creepy at all.
No.
All right.
To the bit, man.
Match of the night.
Ooh, match of the night. I honestly, I got to give it to match number 3, and it's not fair. It's just that, like you pointed out, bicycles from hell has been such a thing that even if they hadn't put on a stinker, which they didn't, it would still be my favorite just because of build up. Plus, Jungle did such a great job of selling her character as well. The only one to beat her out was Konami, but I like Jungle God. I almost said Jungle Godfather. Jungle God Fury a little better. What about you?
Thank God this is a live show and I ain't gotta edit that.
Right? You have to play some music and everything.
I'm gonna go with the third.
This is my fault.
You're good. I'm gonna have to go with the third match as well with Oedo Tai versus Jungle, Shiki, and Netsuko because again, Bicycles from Hell has always been one of the greatest promos we've ever seen.
And it's one of the earliest memories of Stardom. Like when we first started looking up stuff, I remember coming across that and just thinking, what the hell are we getting into?
Yeah, and then we found out that that was like one of 3 special events of the year.
Yeah.
And when I remember when we watched the entirety of the match, and we said that this would be great if they can keep it up, and then we realized that was just their kind of like blow off match.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're all dying.
So match of the way out of the night.
Doctor the Wife is preoccupied right now, so.
Yeah, no problem. So match of the night's out of the way. Heel of the night. And despite all our arguments, I'm not choosing it because of that. I really have to go with Mask Mayu for throwing P-Chan to the crowd. P-Chan might have been lost before he even got a chance to get started.
I will have you know that nobody watching this, unless they were playing at home, understands what you're talking about. So I'm going to have to go with not that, because Mayu never showed up. And it wasn't Mayu either. Mayu was never there any of the night, because we had Bearcat, Kikimaru, Chupa Panda.
I will go with Lady in the Orange Mask, oddly shaped like Mayu, who threw P-Chan into the crowd. How about that?
No, definitely a large selection to choose from for heel of the night. Obviously, the biggest one that stuck out to me was Saki.
Saki wasn't even there.
She was in the audience plotting her betrayal, taking notes from everybody while they were wearing their mask, and just forgot to wear the mask when she did her betrayal.
Yeah.
It was all Saki's fault.
All Saki, huh?
All her fault. If she was the one that showed up to a Mission Pro show, I'd boo her.
She's gonna be the one, and I'm gonna let her know.
Hey, there one boo from coming from the crowd. It's me.
She kicks you in the face.
Everybody's gonna be looking at me like, "What in the world are you doing, man?" She knew what she did.
When she takes you out, though, flash.
Well, we're gonna. I know we've been at this for a little bit, and Matt, I appreciate you playing along for today because I just kind of boogered up this month.
Oh, it happens.
I'm Waldo. That's it for me. And Dr. the Wife is off doing other things right now, and that's fine. Be sure to catch us on all of our usual social media places at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of the episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. And don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button bell thing on the YouTubes. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only 920 yen a month.
How much?
920 yen. But also go check out Title Match Wrestling. And I ain't get the site off the top of my head. I am so sorry.
We'll post it below.
Yeah, it's in the description below. You can check out Mission Pro Wrestling on there. Go check out their site, and also check out people like Holodead, who is always hilarious on the Twitter.
Amazing.
And there was one more. Who am I forgetting here? Dr. the Wife is now a thing now.
Yeah. She does a lot better posting than we do.
Oh yeah, and if you want to curse us out in Spanish, she can read it and laugh at it because we have no idea what we're reading.
I'm gonna throw another one up there too, just for you to have to add some stuff.
Okay.
Check out Actress, ACTWRES, Girls, GIRLZ, the Act Ring team, which is a theatrical wrestling thing ran by Act from Stardom. Give them a shot. They just dropped their second episode yesterday. We're checking it out.
Yes, and it's definitely good to see Act in the ring again. It's not pure wrestling.
No, it's not. Like I said, it's theatrical, but it's very interesting and it's very entertaining.
And you had me at Space Pirates.
Space Pirates, man.
But that's all we have for this episode. And like I said, next episode, I'll unask myself and get everything back to normal.
Yeah, we'll do better. You won't have to stare at our ugly faces the whole time.
My bad.
What?
My bad. Y'all take care, and we'll see you next episode on the 9th every month. We forget anything else?
Just remember, everyone is. Do not remember your own.
No, I tried to lead you into it, and you screwed it up. Don't forget.
I thought you were good.
No, don't forget. Everybody's different, and everyone is good.
Major triple threat match coming up later on in this broadcast as Aaron Stevens and Ricky Starks take on Colt Cabana for the national championship. But before we get there, here's a man who's Aaron Stevens is very familiar with. The question mark. Oh, Aaron Stevens is out with him.
He's got a new outfit.
Is that a key?
I believe so. What's he got in his hand? Is that some sort of torch? Are we going to have a torch burning ceremony?
This match scheduled for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, being escorted to the ring by Student Stevens, this is the Question Mark.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
I love that there's always that pause there.
Yeah.
Why?
No, it's just like you have to remember who you are for a second, and that's great.
Do you think anybody will catch on to the fact that we're using the watch-alongs as a way to cover for our lack of planning?
I don't know what you're talking about. I always plan to not plan.
Fingers crossed that we get this out on the 9th.
It's up to you. You're our only hope.
Is it? Is it though?
Waldo Juan Kenobi?
No, no, I'm not. No, absolutely not. We're back at the Osaka World Pavilion on January 5th for an afternoon show that kicked off at noon. Stardom will have another show later this day at 5 p.m. in the same arena. Why 2 shows in one day? It's part 1 of the Trios Tag Team Tournament. I haven't really gone too far into the future of this tournament, but if I had to guess, we're getting ready to see an Artist of Stardom Championship be determined at a pretty big show. Attendance for the show is 220, and we have a stacked 5-match card that will lead us into the night show. Our first match is a singles match to warm everyone up, seeing Jamie Hayter versus Bobby Tyler. Matt, translate these snappy British promos for us.
I'm going to try. This is the first time I've actually had trouble. So Bobby says, a few days ago, Jamie took advantage of me while my back was turned. She's a coward. And tonight I have the chance to show the world that is what she is. I have a chance at redemption, and that's exactly what I'm going to get. I don't understand how beating somebody in a match proves that they're a coward, though, so that was a little confusing to me. Then Jamie says, so here we are in Osaka. I came here last year for the 5-star Grand Prix, and I main evented with Mayu, and I won a couple points. She says some words here that I could not understand. I listened to this 15 times, could not figure out what she said.
Then it comes back in with her saying, but today I have a singles match with Bobby, who I've wrestled many, and I didn't write down how many times she said many. She just said it a lot.
Yeah, she did.
But I'm not going to be selfish. No, I have a lot to think about. I have a team now in Odiotai. I need to do my best for them. I need to kick her ass so that she knows I now mean business. Now that I'm in Odiotai, I have everything to prove. More unintelligible words.
So when she's leaving to go to the ring, I thought she meant to say gozaimasu, which is pretty much thank you, but she actually said gambare mas, which is I could do my best. I thought I'd throw that in there since Stardom didn't translate that, and I learned something new.
Fair enough. So then we go into theme music, by the way. I know you want...
No. Hold on.
Okay.
Simple ring entrances by both ladies, but as Bobby is walking across the ring to wait for Jamie to come out, holy mother of God, Bobby has found a way to take the original bad disease and make it go nuclear. What the hell?
Yeah, it's a little bit of bad and a little bit of bad.
So I was going to clip in Jamie's entrance music to try and get some help identifying it.
Yeah.
But on our last episode, the Mask Fiesta watch along while riding bicycles to hell, we actually got our hands slapped a little bit for various entrance themes.
Well, I actually looked it up and looked up Vipers since we want to know Vipers as well. And you'll be happy to know Kazam gave me an answer. Yeah, it turns out that they're both the same song called Did Not Find. Bobby Tyler's theme song started playing, and I was like, I know this song. And it turned out it's a Panic at the Disco song, but this was Miss Jackson by Panic at the Disco Wolf remix, and that's Wolf with two F's, not to be confused with...
So I'm going to be a little bit more careful in the future and when we splice in songs and stuff like that.
Mm.
In the meantime, just imagine Bobby coming out to Sir Mix-a-Lot with her nuclear bad going on. Jamie is in the ring and the announcements haven't been made yet, but Jamie went to the School of Natsu for crowd work and gets a minor name shouting contest with Bobby trying to play along.
Yeah, I like this. Jamie tried to get a couple people to yell her name, and literally a couple people did. One of those was Natsu, so I'm not sure it really counts. And then Bobby yells her own name and gets a bigger response. Then Jamie says, no. Jamie, still small response. Bobby, slightly bigger response. Natsu tells Yuri to start the announcements, and she gets a much bigger response just by telling her to continue on with the show.
We're going through the gear checks, and it's middle-aged ref.
Mullet ref?
Baby mullet.
Baby mullet ref.
As highlighted on what we're going to call on the Mission Pro cage cam.
You're talking about the little turnbuckle camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so bad.
Check out Mission Pro Wrestling on TitleMatchNetwork.com and see a great cage match between Thunder Rosa and Allison Kay.
Also, check out Holodead versus Genocide, the best match of the year.
Absolutely. The bell rings and Jamie starts by saying no to someone and ducking out to grab a seat in the front row.
No, it wasn't the front row. It was on the steps, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even understand what that was all about. I was just confused.
Yeah.
As Jamie is slowly getting in, she informs middle-aged ref to back Bobby up from WCW and her as she enters.
Well, it was even weird, though, because at first, Natsu and Jamie tell the ref to count her out. She was just going to go for the count out.
I like when Bobby went up for the test of strength and Jamie had to check her nails. She's making Natsu proud here.
Right.
The first bit of wrestling accidentally takes place, and Jamie trips Bobby out of the test of strength for a few pin attempts. But when Bobby gets up, she lays a whopper of a slap across Jamie's chest.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of reversals, and they're back to the test of strength that turns Bobby into getting Jamie in a headlock, waistlock, and a roll-up attempt. Jamie drop toe holds Bobby into some taunting, and is pretty good on basic insult phrases for the audience.
Right.
Bobby dodges a corner splash, and where are the typing problems? Bobby dodges a corner splash and runs into the okay, I'm just going to skip this one.
Leave it in.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, too. Leave it in.
I have here something, flying corner, rock bottom.
The rope-assisted reverse STO?
Sure.
Yeah.
And Matt for the rescue.
I was just going to let him struggle through. I have that note.
Bobby is getting ready to go outside to follow Jamie, who slid out for a breather, but Jamie trips her up and gets in a nice clothesline. A choke slam backbreaker to Bobby, and Jamie hits a running knee to her for a pin attempt.
Well,
yeah,
Jamie
I know.
attempts to hit her with the knee, but I think Bobby moved a little too soon.
A vertical suplex something or another is enough for Jamie to get the 3 in 5:38.
Okay, I had to look this up.
One of Jamie's finishing move is the Falcon Arrow. I think that's what she was going for here because it's kind of similar to what happened, which was they both kind of fell to the ground. Yeah, it was a weird ending.
Nice opener that warmed the crowd up. It plays a bit into the betrayal thing from a couple of shows back when Jamie turned against Bobby to join Oedo-Tai. Kudos.
See, I'm not a huge fan, especially considering they've wrestled many times.
Oh, that's getting cut.
No, it's not.
Good Lord.
According to Jamie, you would think if they had wrestled so much that it would have been a slightly better match. It didn't do it for me.
No, I'm talking about the story consistency, though.
Story-wise, yeah, but the match itself, I just wasn't a fan.
Yeah, I was in the same boat with that one. I have so many notes about how I was not too into this one. I mean,
Yeah,
the pacing was just too slow, and then when it finally picked up, I slightly cocked an eyebrow with one of the moves, but that was about it.
I was gonna say, right before the missed knee, I was actually thinking to myself, this would be an okay match on like an indie show, and then the missed knee and the botch finish, it didn't do it for me.
It just seemed like a filler at the very beginning.
Yeah.
We move on to our first trios tournament match where we have the sisters of Hanan, Rina, and Hina versus the stars of Starlight Kid, Natsumi, and Alex.
Yeah, we shoot to the back where we have the sisters, and Rina says, today is a trios tournament. The two of us, it's our first time in Osaka, the very first time in Osaka, so we want to show what we're made of. We three sisters will use teamwork and show what we've got. Go O.
Rina's shirt, I thought this was another new band that slipped its way into stardom, but it's made by a company called Marion Apparel. The company produces clothing that, according to its description, is an apparel brand that manufactures and sells original products such as t-shirts, hoodies, and caps with the concept of wear your anger. It's used by many celebrities. They can be found at shop.marion-apparel.com. Funny enough, it'd be a year and a half later until Rina did more than just wear her anger towards her sisters and be swayed by the dark side of betrayal.
No, no, no. No!
So we shoot over to the Stars locker room where Alex says, hey, so today's match is against the sisters and we're ready to take them on. There's then an awkward pause to where they make sure she's done talking, and Starlight says, today I team with Natsumi and Alex in the one-day trio tournament. And round one, we face the Hanan sisters. I didn't know they were referred to the Hanan sisters, so that was nice new information. Let's do our best to not lose right away. Let's do it. Oh, which again, I did not remember this being a Stars thing, but apparently it is a Stars thing.
Hold on,
What?
I didn't get to mention this before you run into it. Oh, you're gonna find this funny. One of the things I did at the very beginning of this when they were coming out was I muted it so I didn't hear the entrance music, just so I can imagine Alex Gracia coming in with the A&M fight song for the other guys.
Nice. Middle-aged ref sets everybody up, and we start with Hina and Natsumi with a collar and elbow lockup into some smooth reversals. Natsumi manages to get the standing torque wrench on, but Hanan and Rina quickly clear house to break everything up and hit the dropkick train. Out of the corner, and Hina and Rina flip Natsumi over for double arm bars number 75 and 43, and Hanan to get in the figure yo. Natsumi gets in some shoulder blocks to get Rina into the El Nudo to some nice applause. Rina kicks out, and Natsumi tags in Starlight to lay the sisters out. She has a little trouble with Hanan, but Alex comes in to help. Hanan rolls away as Kid hits her impressive moonsault onto Hina and Rina. Rina sees what's coming and ducks out of an 8-1-6-6. She misses the catch, but expertly trips Kid down onto the mat for some stomps.
Yeah, it was a nice spot. Also, I thought the Rina stomps were really nice and were literally Hillish tactics, pun intended.
Hana's in and goes straight for a dropkick. Kid returns the favor in the corner. Judo throw out of the corner from Hanan to Kid sees Kid try to get in a body slam after a failed pin attempt. But Hanan gets out of it, and Hina and Rina come to rough up Kid a little bit for Hanan to hit a nice underhook suplex. The slight bit of madness clears up for Kid and Hanan to go back and forth until we get the Mission Pro camera back again. This time it's pointing to the back of middle-aged ref. Alex off the second rope to fly into an unsuspecting Hanan for a 2. She repays the favor by executing a nice flipping snapmare to Hanan. Alex tries for a German suplex, but Hanan slips out and kicks her in the lower back. It's kind of weird.
Nice.
was a nice spot.
That's enough of a cue for Hina and Rena to come in and cause distractions. Rena tries to pin Alex, but middle-aged ref is so confused that he doesn't know who the legal person is at this point. Rena does tag in Hina, and middle-aged ref does count that properly to 2. A little more madness as Hanan is left in the ring with Natsumi, Kid, and Alex. And Alex hits her 979 and goes for a pin, but the sisters break it up just in time. A lot happens, and we see Alex fly off the top to hit the dreaded crotch hit that leads it to the 3 at 7:14.
Yeah, I had to look this up as well because I'm not exactly sure what was supposed to happen, but she did kind of just push her crotch into the back of her head. I think she was going for a diving body scissors. That's one of her finishers, but I couldn't actually find what a diving body scissors is either. Like, I know what a diving head scissors is, but I don't know what a diving body scissors is. But she almost cleared her.
It wasn't a bad match. It's always weird for me to see a face-face or a heel-heel match, though.
Yeah.
Somebody has to play the other side, and in this case, it was the sisters.
Yeah, that's 2 heel shows in a row.
And this is something that happened even the last time we reviewed the sisters was, why is it that they always get the ability to go in, all 3 of them go in and keep the other 3 out? And so
our third match puts QQ, B, Utami, and Viper against the team of Hana, Mari, and Sadie. It's good to see Hana and Mari team up again. I know both are going off on to do their own thing, but it's a nice little callback.
Yeah, we shoot over to the unnamed factions locker room where Mari says,
"Hey friends, we are the new #1 group, the Rude Girls." And I don't know if she meant rude because I know when you I went and translated this one to see what other words would come up, and it came up with grosera, and grosera is rude. Another word is saying rude. But anyway, but we are the #1 group, the Rude Girls, speaking to you at today's show. At the end of this, I don't know, I had a meh reaction to this. And that's all she said. There wasn't really much to that.
That's good, though. The team is no longer unnamed. They are the Rude Girls.
They are the Rude Girls.
Sadie then says, or sorry, you got me saying Sadie again. Sadie says, we've been training to win, so we're here to win as a team. Fair enough?
Stellar promo.
Hana says, we're the strongest trios team. So not a lot was said by any of them, but not to be outdone, we shoot to the QQ locker room where B just says, we look forward to it.
Yeah, the promos were not hot on this one.
No.
Yeah, I had a very meh reaction, especially to the end when Marty just kind of like was just going through the motions, you know?
Yeah.
At this point, I kind of do miss the huevos.
Right. A little bit of words being spoken by Viper, who says, hi, today we're in Osaka, and QQ is facing Hana, Sadie, and Mary. And we've got the advantage because Sadie is new to the team, and we've all worked. She said some words here. Again, I listened to this 10 times, and I cannot understand what she said. So like everyone else, they're going to bow down to the queens.
Are you an unemployed Scottish to English translator and need a job?
I was like, this time I've been defeated twice.
Dude, it's the little things that make me chuckle. I appreciated how Viper wasn't wearing the Union Jack QQ shirt since she's from Scotland.
Yeah.
There seems to be a sizable contingent over there that want independence from the rest of the UK, and I've got it in my mind that she's one of them now.
Right.
Hana and Mari's team comes out first, with Bobby out there with them to show support. I did have a note that the entrances were kind of short for what we normally get.
Right.
Middle-aged ref, out there again, checks everyone for concealed weapons, and we're underway with Utami and Mari out first. Collar and elbow lockup sees Mari quickly overpower Utami. Utami tries to get the upper hand with her shoulder tackles, but Mari shows her how it's done. Hana comes in for an assist, and we don't get the double bow and arrows, but a double hell no instead.
Yeah, I called it the double rolling arm bar face squeezer.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, it looked cool.
Off the top, and Hana hits a double axe handle to Tommy's arm while Mari holds her in place. And while Mari is all about the power and technical ability, Hana provides the team with a wonderful and much-needed personality. She has an impressive moveset and varies it up a lot, but it's her work with the crowd that really draws everyone in. And not just for her, but the entirety of the match as well. B and Hana trade elbows and kicks until a 2 count is broken up by everyone. In the middle of it all, we get a strange role reversal. QQ stacks Hana's team up in the corner, and we see them, to include Mari, get the corner splash from Viper. I mean, it makes sense, but strange to see Mari be played as the smaller wrestler here.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's Viper. Like
B snapmares Hana into the middle of the ring, and it's followed up with the screech of death. Holy cow. What was this?
I love this spot. She sees Viper running at her and just freaks out, as one should.
Hana manages to outmaneuver B and get her into a vertical snap suplex. Hang on a second. Is someone's iPhone alarm going off? 10:30 in this match, by the way.
Yeah.
I thought this was a mess up on my part, but no, it's on the Stardom recording of the match at around the 11-minute mark. You can try to call my bluff by heading on over to www.stardom-world.com and seeing/hearing for yourself for only 920 yen a month.
How many?
920.
That's not that many.
Sadie comes in and just kicks and woman handles B. B tries to go up and do her awesome rope climb into a splash, but Sadie has none of it and impressively picks her up above her head and walks her into the middle of the ring for a gorilla press slam, and then into a quick moonsault. I'd have been happy if this was the end right here, but B wasn't, as she knocked the mess out of Sadie with a kick to the head.
Yeah, I really like this. The press slam into the standing moonsault, showing the strength and agility. It was an amazing spot, no pun intended.
Utami whips Sadie into her own corner and appears to call Hana in. They go back and forth off the ropes until Utami catches Hana in an attempted torture rack. Madi and Sadie are in quick to save the day. Utami tries to hold her own, but out of a 2 count, and Hana is trying to get her in armbar number 23. She finally manages to get it in, but Utami makes the ropes for the break. Stiff clothesline from Utami to Hana sees them both laid out trying to get tags in. They make it at about the same time, and we get a Mighty and Viper matchup that I really didn't know I wanted to see until now.
100%.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed that. I really did. They were really well matched.
In an interesting breakup, B comes in for a stomp onto Mighty while she's trying to pin Viper. Okay.
Yeah. Tag team logic, man. You just got to go with it.
It's a bit all over the place until Sadie lays out Utami and knocks her out of the ring with the drop kick. Sadie then hits her flip dive to the outside, and it was way better time this time, too.
Yeah.
But you know who really knocks everyone over? Viper.
Yeah, I like that during this spot, even the ref is like, no, no, no.
And there wasn't really an attempt to catch here. Viper
No.
just knocked everyone down, and that was it.
Yeah.
Back in the ring, and we have Mighty and Viper again, and Viper is taking it to Mighty and gets the 3 with a big body slam at 9:23.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a big fan of this match. For one, it was a good match. But two, like you said, I really want to see Madi and Viper fight now. I really want to see Hana and Utami fight now. And I really want to see B and Sadie fight now. So it even set up singles that I want to see in the future. This was a well put together trios match.
Yeah, I agree. I really liked watching B work. And it's like last time when I saw her, she really does a good job with whomever she's paired with. And then with Sadie, she was fun to watch. She seemed to have more energy this time, and she wasn't as stiff as the last time I saw her.
Yeah.
Hana really saved this match from the crowd sitting on their hands early on, and everybody else quickly picked up their game following that too. Sadie seems to be over her nervousness a little bit from just recently showing up, and everything was pretty solid. The fourth match on the show sees Jan, Jungle, Natsuko, and Monster versus Oedo Tai, Keigetsu, Hazuki, and Natsu. At the interview set with no one there. Oh, wait a minute. Matt, take it away.
Yeah, apparently Jan has this whole we're not going to say a lot bug going on as well, as they each just take turns popping up from off camera doing the normal Jungle intros and add nothing else to it. We then shoot over to the Odio Tai locker room for, it's just become habit now, a strange Odio Tai promo where Keigetsu says, "Everyone in Osaka, Happy New Year. We, Odio Tai here, come to Osaka for the first time in 2019. Point to Natsu, who is holding her hoodie to block her eyes. Natsu says, "We, Odio Tai, will do the best we can here in Osaka." Keigetsu points to Hazuki. Hazuki says, "Odio Tai will lift up Stardom in 2019. Keigetsu says, "Very well, here's the match." And I use this voice for a reason. It's the voice Keigetsu used. She's pretending to be a robot.
I can't help but think there's an inside joke that we're missing on these Oedo Tai promos here.
Right, but I love it. Like, it was great, but I'm like, why are you a robot? And I love the fact that Natsu was covering her head with her hoodie the whole time, pretty much trying to hide the fact that she's corpsing. And then Hazuki was just kind of going with it as well. It was really weird, but it was great.
Are the acoustics off in this arena?
I don't know. I didn't notice it.
The Oedo Tai theme starts, and it seems like it sounds a little bit different.
I didn't notice.
As they're making their way out, Keigetsu has a red belt. And a Mayu shirt?
Yeah.
Don't worry, that feud is not far off from the future.
It's coming. I also noticed, and I thought this was going to be a pet peeve of yours for a second, Hazuki's not wearing the high speed title. But if you remember in storyline, the last time we saw her with it, she gave it to Now, who's not at this show. Therefore, it's okay. She couldn't wear it. Now has the belt.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm sure the sound is a tad off in this arena. Jan works their way out, and it's a little weird for their music too.
I also don't know if we've pointed this out in the front before, but the intro song for the Jan song is way too long.
Yeah. Move over, middle-aged ref. Old ref is here to take over and show us how it's done.
It's about time.
Race car ref must have been off at one of his death matches or pimping or whatever suits him.
They see me rolling, they hating.
It looks like we're going to get another championship match preview, but Keigetsu decides otherwise, and Natsuko helps calm the situation.
Hold on. Did you notice something at the beginning when they were coming out or when they were getting introduced?
I
Anything
did.
strange?
Natsu got hit in the face with 3 streamers at the same time.
Yes.
Now they're just
Yeah.
aiming for the poor lady.
Oh,
She did,
man.
yeah, she took 3 to the face and then started kind of almost yelling at the crowd.
Yeah, I thought she was kind of laughing with them.
Yeah, but that's her. Like I said, the yelling was her laughing / she likes to play with the crowd, so it was a good little spot.
Yeah, that was it. I thought it was funny.
Natsu must be showing Jamie how to work the crowd as she is all over it here. Natsuko interrupts her, but Natsu informs her that she ain't done yet. And old ref is off to the side of the ring trying to raise the spirits. He knows if the crowd don't do better, this will keep going.
Yeah, she tries the "We Will Rock You" trance, doesn't get a response, so she attempts 3 more times until she finally then tries to start the AO chants.
Natsuko finally has enough and gets booed for it. Weird.
Yeah.
A quick body slam, and Jan starts rotating a little bit as you see Natsu still trying to hear the crowd a little.
I love this spot. She'd get kicked and then immediately try to go back to AO and then get kicked again.
Stalling body slam from Natsuko as she muscled all of it herself.
Yeah.
She puts Natsu in the corner, and her and Jungle start giving the chops out until Natsu ducks out. Hazuki causes a distraction, Kukao, for Natsu to get her whip. That was a little convoluted there.
It was a little bit of a weird spot, yeah.
But Jungle is wise to it and prevents its use. Following that, Jan start teaming up on Natsu, but it's not enough as Oedo Tai managed to break it up. Dropped hold from Natsu to Jungle into the ropes, followed by a running kick to the head that sees Hazuki come in to follow it up. Monster comes in to help out, and they whip Hazuki into the Mission Pro camera corner. Hazuki was being kind here and manages to gently roll over the top turnbuckle to avoid the camera. Did you notice this?
I thought it was a mess up at first, and then I watched it back. This was a really smooth spot.
Yeah, but she definitely avoided the camera here.
Yeah. And I think that's why I thought it was a mess up at first, 'cause she looked like she was just going to go straight back, realized there was a camera, and then kind of slid out to the side instead. Like I said, it almost felt like a botch at first, but then if you watch it back, you see that she's really skilled and knows what she's doing.
As Jungle and Monster start to go after Hazuki, Keigetsu grabs them by their hair from behind and holds them in place for Hazuki to fly in with the rope jumping dropkick. This was 10 on 10.
Always.
Jungle had a lot of energy in this one with a lot of the moves that she was doing. Some
Yeah.
of them back to back. It was really fun.
Out of a pin attempt, Jungle gets put in a headlock by Hazuki, but Natsuko comes in to break it up. Hazuki thinks to go after her, but turns back around to hit Jungle with a rolling DDT, and now it's Keigetsu's turn to come in.
That DDT was amazing.
Jungle and Keigetsu trade some corner splashes. Jungle is off the ropes, and Keigetsu is there to catch her into a codebreaker that was expertly transitioned into armbar number 62, 11 on 10.
Yeah, at this point, I was like, man, Hazuki's got her working boots on, and then Keigetsu showed up to show she had hers on too, so it was phenomenal.
Oedo Tai quickly come in to occupy Jan, and back in the ring, Jungle looks like she's going to power out of the armbar with a powerbomb, but Keigetsu rolls it around into armbar number 13. Monster tries to interfere, but nothing comes of it. Keigetsu flies off the top with a stomp and looks to go for the Oedo coaster right after, but Jungle slaps the nonsense out of her and hurls her off the top. Holy crap!
Yeah, she's not playing around in this one either.
Keigetsu is right back up and eats a clothesline. She kicks a second one away, but Jungle is off the ropes and lays her out with a stiffer one. If this is a preview of their match to come for the red belt, my body is ready.
Same.
Both ladies get in tags, and we have Monster and Natsu in the ring. Natsu puts Monster in the corner and sets up the Bronco Buster with a big crowd reaction. Monster kicks her way to freedom for the next 30 seconds. She goes for a pin, but it doesn't work. If she goes for another big boot, Hazuki locks her up in the ropes and Natsu takes advantage of it. They whip Monster into the corner and hit the Oedo train on her, and this lets Natsu finally hit the Buster. Jan come in to save Monster from a power slam, but Natsu manages to save herself. Jungle comes out of nowhere to hit a flying arm into the corner, followed by Monster stomping her down as she's rolled into the middle of the ring. My words don't make sense, but I know what I'm seeing here.
When you see it, it'll make sense.
Somehow Natsu kicks out, but Natsuko comes in and hits a proper power slam as Monster goes up top.
There's been a lot of talk in wrestling about who has the best power slam in wrestling, and Natsuko made her point that she should be in that conversation with this move.
Absolutely. Natsuko goes to the corner and launches Monster on top of Natsu. This was well done.
Yeah.
Oedo Tai managed to break it up, but Jungle and Natsuko shoulder tackle Keigetsu and Hazuki down out of the whip into the ropes. Back to Monster and Natsu in the ring, and Natsu gets the upper hand with a swing blade. She follows up with a snap suplex, but Monster kicks out at 2. Oh, she gets the shine put on her here, doesn't she?
Yeah, she did.
As Natsu lets the anger get the better of her, she runs off the ropes, but she catches the crossbody from Monster. Still not enough from Monster. So Monster tries again, but Natsu catches her in a schoolgirl for the 3 in 11:35.
This is another one of those matches where I didn't take a lot of notes because I was just enjoying the match as I watched it. It was really well done by all people. My only somewhat complaint, and it's not a huge complaint, is that Monster was maybe in for a little too long at the end. But you're giving her a chance to look good. Like you said, she got a good shine off this, and everybody still comes out strong. We're looking forward to the red belt defense, so you didn't want to have Jungle and Keigetsu in there a lot anyways. So, well-paced match.
Yeah, I agree. I have to give it to Jen. They looked really good in this match. And like you said, both looked great, but I focused a lot more on Jan because I noticed since I started talking with y'all about these guys, they've gotten stronger since I first started watching Stardom. So I was really happy to see them both, where both the sides really great, but Jan specifically shined.
Very easy match to watch. Even with all the crowd work in the beginning, it didn't feel like an 11 to 12 minute match. Even though the main focus is the upcoming red belt defense by Keigetsu against Jungle, they gave Monster a lot of time in the ring, and she is coming along pretty nicely as a wrestler.
No.
Everyone in this match was at the right place at the right time. And even though it was fast paced, it was still done in a way that you could keep up with everything going on. So long as you're not taking notes.
Yeah.
Just want to put that out there real quick.
I have 3 notes for this match. I am with you.
It's the last match of the night with the team of stars, Arisa, Tam, and Pichan. And they wrestle QQ members Konami, Momo, and Azumi.
I think you left someone out there.
Oh, yeah? What about her?
She's in this match as well. Say her name.
No.
Saki.
Damn you.
So we shoot over to the Stars locker room where Arisa says it's the Osaka show. She cheers super loudly, and Tam and Saki just both kind of look at her confused. Saki says, "Happy New Year, Osaka." Tam says, "Tag tournament, huh? The first match is against QQ, and we're going to beat them, right, Saki?" She then gives a fist bump to Saki. Arisa tries to go for a fist bump. Tam refuses, so Saki fist bumps Arisa, then moves Tam's hand to Arisa's, forcing them to fist bump. Tam looks at her hand like it's about to fall off, and then fist bumps Pichan as a cleanser. And oh my god, I've never written fist bump so many times in my life. And then they say, "Let's do it." We then shoot over to the QQ locker room where Konami says, "Today in Osaka, we face Stars and we're ready. We've been fighting a lot at Shinkiba. It's the first round match and Stars are always fighting each other. We will win easy. When we win, we'll go get the artist belts and bring all the belts to QQ. Osaka, let's go." So as they're doing the Stars entrances, Tam and Saki take the corners and Arisa gets into the middle rope and starts throwing her ducks out into the crowd. Tam sees this and starts shaking the rope until Arisa falls off.
Now, these ducks are chickens.
I don't know. They were yellow, but it was just nice to see that they're continuing the Arisa-Tam rivalry.
Can somebody explain to me the significance of these ducks or chickens?
Yeah, please do.
Old Ref brings everyone in for handshakes, but QQ isn't having it as they kick away the hands and go straight to a brawl. It quickly turns into Stars ganging up on Momo. Old Ref sorts everything out right after our first surround sound kick of the night. Did you see Saki taunting Old Ref while stepping on Momo? That's something a heel would do.
She was not taunting anybody. She was just cheering.
A smooth display of teamwork as Konami stops Saki with a kick to the back as she's running to the ropes, and Momo was right there with the follow-up dropkick.
Yeah, it was a really nice spot.
And then she clears the Stars corner. Easy work out of a powerbomb to Saki, which is followed up with some slow and methodical moves that are intentional from Momo.
Yeah.
Momo takes Saki into the QQ corner, and we see them all put the boost to Saki. Azumi is in and starts running wild on her, too. QQ come in to clean house again, and Azumi makes Saki humbail. Konami and Momo add to it by hitting some stiff chest kicks. Now it's Konami's turn. She has Saki in a headlock, but Saki manages to make the ropes, and Konami is not pleased and starts throwing the hits on her head. I have to say, I like where this is going.
This is one of my favorite parts of the match. So Konami has Saki in the sleeper, right? And as Saki's trying to go for the ropes, did you notice that Arisa is pushing the bottom ropes in so that Saki can try to get them quicker?
I did notice that. That's good.
Not only did you notice, but Old Ref notices, turn around and casually kicks her hands off without even looking back while still watching to make sure she didn't tap out. Kudos to Old Ref.
As Momo was coming off the ropes, Saki does manage to catch her in a nice hurricanrana, and it allows her to get back on her feet. She uses the time to hit a kick to the head on Momo and finally tags in one of her teammates. Arisa comes in and easily takes the kicks to Momo. Tam helps, and they hit stereo kicks, followed by stereo leg drops. Nice teamwork.
Another good spot here. Tam comes in, helps her out, then gets back out of the ring, and the crowd kind of admonishes her, like, why are you working with Arisa? And she just kind of shrugs. Meh.
We get the only useful Mission Pro camera shot of the night as Momo was backed into the corner and Arisa was rushing her. They swap over to it and you can get the Momo point of view of Arisa running into her and see her move out of the way right at the last second.
You can tell almost that this was the only reason they had that camera there in the first place, and it was a good use of it.
Arisa's still in the corner and Momo uses the surprise to get a kick into her back. She runs the corner and drop kicks Arisa down to the mat. Now, why didn't they cut back over to the Mission Pro camera for that?
I have no idea.
Momo gets in another drop kick and we still don't get the Mission Pro camera cut. What the hell?
Yeah, no, they used it that one time properly and then refused to do it anymore.
Also, is that a GoPro up there on the ring post? I don't even see anybody standing up there.
Yeah, I think it's just a mounted GoPro. Like, they didn't even mount a good camera.
Momo's had her fill of Arisa and brings in Konami to have a swing at it. They end up trading the roughest kicks here.
Yeah.
Konami catches the last one Arisa tries to send her and puts her in an ankle lock. She drags Arisa away from the ropes to prevent the break and easily suplexes her.
This was such a nice callback to earlier. Remember how Arisa pushed the ropes forward so that Saki could try to get out?
Mm-hmm.
Tam reaches down, and it looks like she's maybe going to push to try to save Arisa, but instead she just rests on them and watches.
Things take a turn for Arisa as she hits her foot straight into Konami's head. This allows Arisa to tag in Tam. Tam tries for a suplex. Nope. Tam tries for a side kick to the head. Nope. Konami tries for a kick to Tam's jaw. Yes. Easy lifting suplex from Tam to Konami after a roll-up attempt. Tam whips Konami into the ropes, but Konami easily jumps her way out of it to lay Tam back down on the mat. Konami gets to tag in Azumi and does her barrel roll. It always makes me chuckle.
It's such a good spot, but it's so unnecessary.
It serves no purpose. Azumi is quick to try and take over the situation and does a nice dropkick and belly-to-belly suplex. The two ladies trade elbows after getting up, and Tam seems to have overpowered Azumi. She runs the ropes, but Konami is right there with her perfectly timed D in the ropes. Momo's right behind her to power slam Tam to the mat. As Konami and Momo hit their opposite kicks to Tam, Azumi is spot on with a quick roll-up attempt. With Tam laid out, Azumi runs over to have Konami and Momo catch and flip her on top of Tam. It almost got to 3, but Saki barely breaks it up.
Yeah, this was a really good spot. They were a little bit off on the throwing of Azumi, and she kind of comes down on the head, but it still looked really cool.
QQ go for stereo drop kicks to Tam, but Tam managed to get out of the way. In return, Stars are right there with theirs. Everyone is outside the ring, and Saki flies off the top to land on them all. She almost didn't go far enough.
Yeah.
While that's being sorted out, Tam and Azumi manage to get back in the ring. Tam hits an easy German suplex to Azumi, but it only gets a 2. A slick roll-up reversal from Azumi to Tam, but that also gets a 2. Azumi is trying to get the momentum going, but Tam mule kicks her straight to the mat. And if that wasn't enough, Tam goes up to land the knees to the chest.
Yeah.
Tam still isn't done and lays the knees to the back of Azumi's head, and that gets the 3 for Stars in 10:27.
Yeah, I love this little, I call it like the uppercut knee that Tam does. It's so good.
Momo is straight after Tam, and rightfully so. Tam mugged Azumi in the last 30 seconds of that match.
Yeah, but then Tam attacks Momo, and then it takes a lot of people, even Starlight slides in from outside to break him up. At which point, Saki hugs Tam. Arisa tries to come in for a hug as well. Tam no-sells that hug, but does offer a fist bump, so we are getting a little bit closer with these two becoming friends.
A well-paced match to end a well-paced show. Just like the card, it worked its way through the gears.
Yeah, no, it was a solid paced, well put together, story-driven match.
Arisa seemed to be the only one that didn't get the spotlight put on her as much, but everyone did a great job in this match and was by far the hardest hitting one of the night.
Yeah, even though Arisa didn't get a lot of the in-ring action, they did a lot pushing the Tam and Arisa story, so she still even got shine off of it.
Everyone clears the ring and the Stars get to close the show.
Yeah, Tam gets on the mic, and it's clear to see that her mouth is bleeding. Her teeth are very red. She says, "Happy New Year. Thank you for coming to see Stardom during the busy holiday, but we're halfway done. There's another show tonight. The Trios tournament continues, so please come and see us. Stars will lead the way into the future in 2019 for Stardom. Please come see us win. Thank you. Only halfway done. This is tough, but with your support, we can do our best." And she's clearly asking for the crowd support, but Arisa jumps up and tries to give support. So Tam says, "Not you. Stars, please come in the ring." And then they do the Stars ending.
I was a little thrown off here when she was talking about halfway and, half the show and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then I remembered, I was like, oh yeah, there's a part 2 to the show starting at like 5 p.m. later today.
And you think the show is over because they're doing the Star endings. But then we see that Arisa keeps trying to get near Tam, and Tam keeps quickly avoiding her. And as they end, once again, Saki hugs Tam, and Arisa joins in, making it a group hug, until Tam slides out to avoid more contact with Arisa, therefore pushing that story further along.
Tam did a great job closing the show, though, and it displays that she has a lot of great things ahead of her.
Yeah.
My match of the night would have to be the Oedo Tai versus QQ match. Everyone got an equal share to show what they're made of, and I always enjoy a proper championship match build. I am really looking forward to seeing Keigetsu and Jungle go at it.
I almost want to agree with you, but I thoroughly am enjoying Tam and Arisa's little side story, so I have to give it to Stars and QQ in the final match. I think both matches were equally good in-ring action. I'm just really digging the Arisa and Tam side story. What about you, Dr. The Wife?
I really enjoyed the match with B and Sadie because I finally get to see Sadie come out of her shell, and it was fun to match. And I just like when I first saw her.
That's awesome. I think that's the first time we've had 3 different matches, all which were good contenders to finish off a show. So that leads us to Heel of the Night. Who is your Heel of the Night, Dr. The Wife?
I don't know if I have one tonight. It usually is Mari or Hana, but I don't know if I have a Heel of the Night this time. Let me think about it. Get back to me.
I didn't have a super heel of the night as well because it was not a lot of heel work being done. So I'm throwing it at the sisters because they did have a lot of heelish tactics in their tag match. Waldo?
I'd have to say that heel of the night is Saki for thinking that she could take on all of QQ by herself. She selfishly stayed in the ring for as long as possible, preventing her teammates from helping her out and hogging all of the wrestling to herself. And she healed out on Old Ref. How evil can you get, Saki?
Once again, you're saying she's selfish and cost her team when her team wins the match.
But they could have won better.
She was being their savior. She was saving their energy for the end when they would need it.
Well, I'm Waldo, and that's it for me.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
Be sure to catch us in all the usual places within social media at Face4Wrestling, on the Twitter, and Facebook. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. And don't forget to stutter kick that subscribe button here on the YouTubes. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com where you can catch some amazing wrestling for only 920 yen a month. And don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good. I have been down with the sickness, if you see what I did there, Matt.
A big Disturbed fan?
No, it's just I was sick. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
I was gonna say I didn't remember that. It was gonna stupefy me.
Yeah. All right, welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
I'm Dr. The Wife.
And I sincerely apologize. This month that we just skipped is all of my fault and totally not Matthew's this time. Well, Matt, how's it been going?
Yeah.
Dr. The Wife, how's it going?
It's going.
A lively bunch we have this show.
It's been one of those months.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah, it has. It's just we've been really busy, that's all.
We're still at the Osaka World Pavilion on January 5th, this time for an evening show that kicked off at 5 p.m. with an attendance of 215. So it seemed that 5 people from earlier got caught outside after the doors closed for this show. They knew what they were risking by not making it back in time, so that's on them. We have another stack card that is similar to what we had earlier in the day, with an opening singles match and 5 triple tag matches. However, the first 2 triple tag matches aren't in the tournament, and the main event will be the tournament winner.
Yep.
Our opener is a singles match with Jamie Hayter going up against Sadie Gibbs.
You're still saying Sadie like she's just like some emo person. Sadie says, so today I have a singles match with Jamie. She's been to Japan before. This is my first tour. And Jamie's style is very similar to mine. We're both very aggressive, hard-hitting, so let's say it's going to be a very back-and-forth match, and only one of us is going to be coming out on top, and that's not going to be Jamie. Yep. Jamie says, here we are in Osaka. Again, I beat Bobby in my first match, which we all knew was going to happen. Sorry, Bobby, but it's true. Pretty easy. But I have Sadie Gibbs this evening, and she's a bloody beast. But I'm confident in my ability, and I know what I can do. And I know what she can do. I watched her on YouTube. I thought that was a pretty funny line. So I'm confident I'll kick her ass and take the W, because that's what I do best.
These promos, man. I hate to say it, but Sadie was right above funeral level, and Jamie only did better by cutting down the repetitive words.
Thought it was funny that she's like, I don't even know this person. I had to look her up on YouTube.
I joke about the funeral thing because I'm not trying to give her grief about a promo, but her theme music makes me really feel like I am at one.
We're gonna circle back to her promos, but yeah, the worst theme in wrestling.
Jamie comes out with the rest of Oedo Tai, and both entrances are really quick for Stardom. Thank you.
Yep.
Introductions are going on, and we have middle-aged ref with us again for this show. I kind of feel bad for the ladies as their applause was tepid at best, and no streamers to be found anywhere.
Yeah, and we got some Jamie chants, but it was from Oedo Tai, not the crowd.
So basically what you're saying is that everything just matched up just right. The promo was about the same as the reaction from the crowd.
Yeah.
Now we get the opening bell, and Oedo Tai wake up the crowd as the ladies get into a collar and elbow lockup. It is the longest collar and elbow lockup that I have ever seen in all of wrestling.
It sure was.
A Randy Orton match.
Not only did they lock up, they rolled out of the ring, in the ring. They were all over the place with this collar and elbow. Amazing. Both ladies worked their way around the ring, and I'm not sure if this is the first time I've seen anything like this. It finally gets broken up as Sadie rolls back inside. As Jamie is coming, she gets hip tossed by Sadie, and middle-aged ref looks like he's doing a dance routine at this point. This is probably one of the slowest and most quiet matches we've ever reviewed, too, especially for Stardom.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of this, as they're doing a standoff and trying to shake hands and then going back and forth. I mean, this match was, yes, a match. Sadie does wake up the crowd with her flying headbutt tackle into the corner onto Jamie. I think Sadie was trying to follow up with a sling blade to the outside, but it was more like a plastic knife. Sadie is back on the outside, and Jamie manages to involve the crowd for her flight out there. It looked nice, but it was on the far camera, so
Yeah.
kind of looked awkward.
That's it? It's making it sound like it was a late flight.
They mug each other outside the ring, and Sadie just muscles a powerbomb into the ring apron onto Jamie. Didn't Holiday talk about this being the hardest part of the ring?
Every ring announcer ever has talked about it being the hardest part of the ring. The powerbomb did look good, almost too good. It looked a bit painful.
It was very snug.
Yeah.
And I have in my notes here for this part of the match, grunting headlocks.
Yeah.
Followed by Jamie makes the ropes and Sadie gives us a clean break. Now the tables are turned as Jamie puts on a headlock on Sadie for more grunting headlocks.
Yep.
Jamie rolls out from Sadie's standing moonsault and is right on top of Sadie with the knees to the back. When Jamie whips Sadie into the corner at around 10:50 in the match, it sounded like something broke the ring, but it was the Oedo-tai sign falling down and Natsu quickly recovering it. Beautiful and safe snap suplex into the corner from Jamie to Sadie with follow-up knees to the face. Lots of back and forth moments in this one, but it does bring a nice double kick knockdown spot. But it looks like both ladies are looking for a tag in a singles match.
Why not?
Sure. Jamie is up first and both ladies trade belly to back suplexes. We get some more back and forth until the bell rings at 10 minutes for a time limit draw. It's not the worst match I've ever seen, but it wasn't the greatest.
I didn't think it was that bad.
This went down like it was a grudge match, though, but there was no grudge in it, so I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. It was kind of out of place. I also feel like, and this is a circling back to the opening promo by Sadie, who said that they were evenly matched and everything was even, and then like it went to a draw. It was like, did they tell her the end right before she did her promo and she couldn't think of anything else?
Yeah. Next up is the first of two triple tag matches that involve teams already knocked out of the tournament. We have the team of QQ, Konami, Azumi, and Momo taking on the sisters of Hanan, Hina, and Rina.
Yeah, we shoot back, and Hana says it's the Osaka nighttime show. Rina says we lost in the tournament earlier, but we will work together and beat QQ tonight. Let's go. Oh. We then shoot over to Konami, who says, so we lost in the first round today, but we'll leave it to Viper, B, and Utami to win it all for QQ. And now we face these Chibis, a bunch of kids. A trios match versus the Chibis, but we won't lose to these kids. They'll be facing young wrestling royalty, so we'll beat them handily.
I'm glad you brought up the Chibis. What is that?
I don't know.
So basically, it's another way to identify cute little anime characters. So you would have, for example, Big Goku looking great, and then you would have a mini cute version, a little plushy looking type. You know what I mean?
Got you. So he's like the kid version. Got it.
Basically.
Azumi references that the sisters are kids. Calling the pot out there, aren't you, Azumi?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they did say that they are young royalty, so yeah.
Yeah, but she's also making it seem like they're not really a threat by saying that, you know?
Yeah. I'm just going to say yeah a lot in this one.
The sisters go straight in as Momo is getting introduced and start with the dropkick train. Rina rolls Momo into the middle of the ring for a pin attempt, but middle-aged ref ain't even going for the count. The hell here, middle-aged ref. Whose side are you on there?
The fans?
His own?
As Rina picks Momo up, Momo just lays her out with a crossbody kick. But she's quick enough to trip Momo as she's going for the tag, and Hanan and Hina are in as well. QQ finally get things settled as they come in to dropkick the sisters. Momo stays in for a little bit to give some payback to Rina. She tosses her over in the QQ corner for Azumi to have a go at it. Man, Azumi is kind of rough with the hair pulling here.
Yeah.
Rina starts her elbows to mount a comeback against Konami. Nope. But we do get a textbook hip toss from her to Konami, and that allows her enough time to get a tag into Hina. I think that's what I meant to say here.
That sounds right.
Hina has Konami in the corner with a foot to the throat and is able to see Momo coming in for a drop kick. Hina just moves, and it accidentally is given to Momo. I do have to say, the sisters are always improving here.
Yeah, they're getting smarter.
Azumi does the same thing, and we get a triple stack dropkick train from the sisters to QQ. It's followed by a 2 count and some help from Hanan, ending up with a double dropkick to the head of Konami from Hina and Hanan that looked a little bit on the stiff side as well. Hina tries for a side Russian leg sweep, but Konami isn't having it and manages to catch her at armbar number 45 off the ropes. While everyone is all over the place, Konami gets in a dropkick to Hina's head off the ropes. This must have been a receipt for the head kick from her and Hanan.
Yeah.
Beautiful drop kick into Rina into the corner from Azumi. And they are having a great back and forth as the rest of QQ comes in to keep it 1-on-1. Hanan does get tagged in and goes straight to business on Azumi. Azumi is getting in some tough-looking cross-body kicks into Hanan, but can't get the 3. Bit of madness, and Hanan gets Azumi into a pin for a 2 and 99 100s.
Yeah, it was really close.
QQ starts teaming up on Hanan, and it goes into a questionable 2 count from Azumi.
Oh wait, was this the one where it was kind of like, or the ref hit the mat, but then counted 2, so it looked like he counted 3. It was just that initial, I'm hitting the mat to show you I'm counting 1, 2. It looked like 3, but it wasn't. It was weird. Yeah.
Azumi follows up with 3 rolling belly-to-belly suplexes, but it only gets a 2. Stereo drop kicks from QQ to Hanan as Azumi goes up top for the flying foot stomp, and that sees her get the 3 in 8:32.
I think this is the best top rope stomp we've seen as well.
Absolutely. This should have been the opener. It was way better and highlighted everyone, and the sisters are always getting better.
It was also better paced. I think if you had this and then you follow this up with the slower match, like the crowd would at least been more into it.
I don't know. I don't really have a lot with when the sisters are fighting because I kind of feel like they get away with a little bit more, you know?
Because they children's.
Yeah.
Our second and last non-tournament triple tag is the team of Hana, Bobby, and Mari against Jan of Natsuko, Jungle, and Monster. Hot off her 17-star match in the Tokyo Dome, Sadie is backstage with Hana and the gang. And my goodness, does Mari have her own shirt now? No, she does not.
I actually looked this up because I didn't understand or know where the shirt came from. But Los Perros del Mal is a lucha libre wrestling group. The name came from a play on the name of the founder of the group, whose name was Perro Aguayo Jr. So, Perro del Mal. So I think the translation is they're the dogs of evil.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mari says, well, once again, we are here, the Rude Girls group, and we're going to win here in Osaka. And that's all she said.
Yeah, and then Sadie says, for some reason, good evening. These guys have their match tonight. I'll be there with them. Not that they need it. Hana says, we got hit with a Megaton power earlier. Nice reference to the Viper Splash. But we aren't going to lose tonight. Bobby says, looking forward to it. That's it. We get then our normal Jungle intros, followed by Jungle saying, we are in Osaka where we have a day and night shows. We lost earlier, but now is the night show. We'll fight with the passion of Jan. Let's go, Jungle.
All right, then.
Yeah, keeping the promo trains rolling. They're not great tonight.
Everyone is making their way out, and it's Old Ref in the ring. I don't know if you noticed this, but when Jan were coming out, the camera kind of pans over to Jungle as she's on the right side of the ring of the hard camera, and she walks right in front of a speaker stack. That thing is huge. Bit of a ribbon struggle for Monster, as it looked like she was expecting to get pelted with them. And she does.
I'd say this is like the second or third show in a row where someone gets hit in the face with the ribbons.
They're aiming for him now.
Yeah.
It's Bobby and Natsuko to start off as they trade arm locks. It leads to a nice rope break and Hana gently tapping Natsuko away. Bobby goes for a test of strength and Natsuko gets a good round of applause for being able to jump up for it. That's a thing?
Yeah.
Both ladies tag out as they are evenly matched, and it's Hana and Jungle in to liven things up.
I have a question for you.
Go on.
Was Bobby making her own sound effects?
I didn't want to say anything about this, but I was
get the Luger out of her.
I was a little confused about this.
Like even as she was walking, she was kind of even like, I was like, what is she doing?
I was very confused.
Her sequence is just weird. I mean, I don't even know what to say about it.
Both ladies tag out, and they are evenly matched, and it's Hana and Jungle to liven things up. Awesome standing jump kick into Jungle as she starts coming off the ropes, and both ladies are expert at using the crowd to their advantage.
I was gonna say, can you help me with this note? Because I don't remember why I wrote down Ultimate Warrior, Hana, and Jungle.
I have that right here.
Okay.
Hana channels her inner Ultimate Warrior.
Okay, good.
She starts grabbing the ropes and just starts shaking them up and down. And all I heard in my mind was Warriors music.
Right?
But it all comes to a halt as Jungle just lays her out.
Yeah.
Hana catches Jungle into an armbar that's then turned into a suplex by doing things. Nice.
Yep, wrestling.
Hana decided she's had enough and she tags in Mari. Her and Jungle go even for a little until Mari gets the upper hand. But Jungle comes back with some clotheslines. Running off the ropes, Mari lays Jungle out with a foot to the throat.
Yep.
This was a short exchange between the two ladies, but this is another case of Mari being in a match with someone and me wanting to see a singles match out of it.
Like I said, she's come a long way. Or she hasn't even come a long way. I guess she was always this good, but we thought she was going to be bad. She proved us wrong. She has proved us wrong.
Monster tries to run the ropes for something, but Bobby was right there for a reverse STO.
Yes, kind of.
As Bobby and Monster are getting into it, you can kind of catch a glimpse outside of the ring of Jen going at it with Mari, Hana, and Sadie. Bobby hops onto the back of Monster with a sleeper, and Hana and Mari are in to stretch Jungle and Natsuko. During that, Monster taps out to Bobby at 7:10.
Yeah, I just have sleeper and 3 question marks because it was like, wait, what?
This match was quick.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
Did you notice that Mari was wearing a different shirt for the match than she was in her promo?
Yeah.
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 No, I didn't notice the shirt when she was doing the promo. I'm glad both of you did. That's why there's 3 of us, man.
This match didn't waste a lot of time and made sure that everyone that needed focus got it.
Yeah.
There's no horsing around in this show either, because it's already the semifinals of the Trios tournament, and the first match sees stars of Arisa, Tam, and Saki go up against the team of the other stars of Starlight Kid, Natsumi, and Alex.
Yeah, we shoot over to Alex, who says the sisters were tough, but we're ready for our second match. Were they?
Not to steal your thunder here, but Alex starts off the promo first, and she refers to the Hana, Hina, and Rina as the sisters.
Uh-huh.
See, I'm not the only one.
Then Starlet says, we beat Hana and her sisters to make it to the next round. If we win here, we go to the finals. Yes, you do. So let's do our best. And then Natsumi says, let's do our best. Simple, to the point. We shoot over to the better Stars locker room, where Savior Saki says, Tam picked up the win in round 1, and these two were actually able to get along. Tam disagrees with that fact. Tam says, next is the semifinals. It's a star showdown. The same unit. We can't let them beat us. Arisa says, that's right, let's win. Tam says, not with you. Arisa says, let's win. Tam says, I guess it's okay. Saki says, let's win and go to the finals. And then they all say, let's win.
Is this the first promo where Saki said a decent bit?
It's been a while for Saki, yeah. Typically they focus more on the Tam Arisa thing, or Mayu does all the talking.
Because she's awesome.
But since, Mayu's out at the moment, Saki got to speak up a little bit more.
As Arisa, Tam, and Saki are up on the ropes during their entrance, you can see Tam glare at Arisa while she's throwing rubber duckies into the crowd. People, pay attention here. I need to know what's up with these ducks.
Someone tell us.
Also, I don't think Tam is the one you need to worry about here. Saki
is going to help lead them to victory.
I'll be damned. Miss Yuri announced Alex from Texas this time. Hell yeah.
As she should.
Middle-aged ref is back in and can't manage the streamers. He's far too inexperienced for this.
Yeah.
All the stars trade handshakes and get us started with Saki and Natsumi for the semifinal face-heel match.
Face match.
You're gonna notice some wonderful edits for this show. Quick shovey match with taunting from Saki, ending with a stellar dropkick to Natsumi. Natsumi manages to trip Saki up, and Kid and Alex are there to assist. A failed pin attempt sees Alex come in to give it a try, and Saki just works her over for Tam to come in. As she's trying to whip her across the ring, Alex holds on to the ropes, and Kid uses the opportunity to try to get one over on Tam. Tam smarts her way out of it, and we get the DDT, reverse DDT to them both, which is always awesome.
Love that spot. And this is one of the cleaners, like she's able to pull it off.
Back to just Tam and Alex jumps off the second rope from a whip to fly into Tam. Kid quickly comes in and physics her way to get Tam into the corner. Tam does manage to stop an incoming Kid into the corner, but after some quick reversals, Kid finally gets the drop kick in. I'm not sure what all happened here.
Wrestling.
I had a problem at this point in the match that I'll just summarize with this, and that's Tam just ended whatever this was going on with a PKO.
All you needed.
These ladies work so well together and don't miss a beat at all. So sometimes when they're in a match, even if they're slowing it down a good bit, it's just so fluid that you're not really sure what's going on, and it looks amazing.
Well, see, and I like the fact that for me, what I got from it is they know they have to fight another match tonight if they win. So therefore, slowing it down, saving some of your energy for the finals makes sense.
Elbow trading back and forth as they try to slow it down. Slow is relative for Tam and Kid, and it quickly picks back up.
Yeah.
Tam lifts Kid into a sidewalk slam, and Arisa is tagged in. Some little taunting kicks from Arisa, and Kid reverses a whip into the ropes. But Arisa quickly overcomes it and lays poor Kid out.
Yeah, I don't know why people keep trying to have kick fights with Arisa. It's never going to work out.
Arisa's working her way up to the top, and Stars, all of them, work to keep it one-on-one in the ring. Kid brings Arisa back down to the mat and delivers a nice single leg underhook suplex, but it only gets a 2. Hang on a second. Did this 2 count kick middle-aged ref's ass? Did you see him flip-flop out of this count?
He was trying to steal the show a little bit there.
What is going on here with him? Is he having a seizure?
Maybe.
Kid has Arisa down on the mat, and she goes up to the second rope for a frog splash and back up again for a moonsault. Everyone is all over the place again, and when it's cleared up, Kid goes in for the tag. Arisa's going for a tag too, but no one is there. And that allows Natsumi to come in and work Arisa over. A Hurricanrana from Natsumi allows Alex to deliver the 979 and for Kid to fly from the top with the spinning frog splash after Natsumi set it up for her. Bicycle kick from Natsumi to Arisa, and the wrestlers are moving faster than middle-aged ref can keep up with. After the spinning frog splash, he thought Kid was going to go in for a pin, but she knew Natsumi was the legal wrestler, so the wrestlers are more on top of it than the ref here.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you be distracted as well?
I wouldn't even want to be in the ring, so...
Yeah, just wait for somebody to pin somebody and then attempt to cover. That's all you got to do.
From a distance.
Yeah.
Roll-up trading between Arisa and Natsumi, and it looks really good. Arisa misses a flying crossbody kick, and this allows Kid and Natsumi to hit stereo drop kicks. But after a quick exchange, Arisa manages to sink it in and go up top to hit the flying stutter kick onto Natsumi. Everyone is in to break up the pin. Did you see Tam lay Kid out during that? Jesus.
Tam has no chill.
It was weird, too, because I was so happy to see the flying stutter kick, and then Kid just got laid out.
And this is what she does to her friends.
I love you. Whack.
Yeah.
Another stutter kick from Arisa to Natsumi, and that's enough to get the 3 in 8 minutes even. And Saki finally deciding to show back up only when her team has won. Where has she been this entire match after she first tagged out? I bet you she was just relaxing and plotting while everyone took the hard hits for her. Damn you, Saki.
As I said, conserving her energy for the finals.
Damn good match that had a lot going on in a short amount of time. If I had a DeLorean, I'd go back and tell them to shave about 10 minutes from the first match and sprinkle it out through the show, specifically this card.
Wait a minute. Wasn't the first match only about 10 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah. No, my only complaint with this match is they probably should have ended with the top rope stutter kick, but that's just nitpicking at this point.
Our second semifinal match is the team of QQ, B, Utami, and Viper against Oedo-Tai of Keigetsu, Hazuki, and Natsu. This card just keeps getting better and better.
So we shoot back to the back where Viper says, "Here we are. We made it through the first round. Today we're wrestling Oedo-Tai." Viper says, "They have a long hair Stevie Lewis." That didn't sound right to me, so I went back and re-listened, and she actually said, "They have a long history with us." B says, "Yes, they do." Viper says, "But we know all their tricks, and at the end of the day, we're going to make them bow down to the queens." I was really confused for a second because I didn't know what a long-haired Stevie Lewis was, but Viper's getting a little bit cleaner on her promos. And then Oedo-Tai raps.
Rapid rock wrestling of Stardom. Begin.
Oedo-Tai. Oedo-Tai.
No, it's Oedo-Tai, dude. We've been over this.
I have a feeling that we may have more epic rap wrestling of Stardom soon.
Yeah, it could be a thing.
I know Oedo Tai came out earlier, but I'm glad they saved the dance for this match.
Yeah.
And I was impressed as always when Kagetsu and Hazuki come out with their titles. But I keep forgetting how many titles are in QQ right now, because Viper and Utami come out with nearly all the belts.
Yeah, pretty much Utami has all the belts almost at this point.
I want to say around this time on the Twatter, it was the pound sign thing of Utami, all the belts.
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice QQ hugging before the match?
I did not.
Is this a new thing?
Maybe.
Because it looked kind of forced.
I don't like you guys, but we're going to hug.
Old ref must have said to hurry the hell up because Oedo Tai bolt over to the other side of the ring to start things off with a mugging.
Well, there was a really nice moment when they were throwing the streamers, and Natsu refused to allow Gorilla to take the streamers from the ring, and then Old Ref got onto her about it, and she had to hang her head in shame. So Old Ref is probably already done with their tactics.
The focus is quickly put on Kagetsu and Viper, and everyone dumps outside. The announcer here, my man, everybody should know to get the hell out of the way, because who is dumb enough to get in that mess?
Nobody.
Oh my God. Viper barrel roll into a chair.
Poor chair.
Utami and Natsu are in the ring, and we get our first picture-in-picture view during a match since we started our reviews.
I liked it.
I'm kind of glad they did it, but at the same time, there's so much going on during this match that it's hard to see either one.
Yeah, but I kind of like it, and I think they need to do it more if they do this more.
Kagetsu and Hazuki seem to be floating around Japanese Jack Tunney's table off behind the audience, and that announcer won't shut up. Osaka Crab to Utami in the ring, and Natsu is tapping out Morse code here. But Old Ref is off in the audience trying to get everyone back.
Yeah.
Did you see him try to 5-count Kagetsu after whacking Viper with a chair on the outside of the ring? What is that going to do?
And after they had already been out there for like 20 minutes.
Back in the ring, and Old Ref is there. How? When? Everyone else is still off in the stands.
He's that good.
After Natsu gets in the Bronco Buster, B and Viper finally start making their way back. They must have gotten lost because Kagetsu and Hazuki were already back showing us how tag teams were supposed to work.
Yeah.
Hazuki trips up Utami for Kagetsu to fly in with a jump onto the back. Kagetsu then grabs Utami in a headlock and pulls her hanging on the ropes inside the ring for Hazuki to fly off the top turnbuckle with a kick to the side. It looked painful for Utami too.
Yeah, it did.
Hazuki gets the crowd going with her for a nice taunting spot and then to bring in Kagetsu. And she is just toying with Utami. Kagetsu lets her get in some elbows, and in return, it looks like Kagetsu was clawing at her face. Out of the corner, Utami stops Kagetsu dead in her tracks, and she gets in a tag to Viper, who stands wild while everyone tries to run into her and around her and everywhere else. Viper just stands there.
Did you say stands wild?
It's the opposite of running wild.
Yep.
She works out of a gang beating by headbutting them all. She goes for a barrel roll inside the ring this time and gets all three in the corner. Off the rope, Viper catches Kagetsu and just tosses her over her head. This was gorgeous. She doesn't risk it and tags in B, who plants the bee's knees to Kagetsu straight away. She was going to continue going after Kagetsu, but Hazuki tries to come in and assist Kagetsu. B quickly turns it around for her favor until whipping Hazuki into the corner. Some physics happens, and Hazuki manages to execute a code breaker to B. Hazuki dumps out right after, and as B is stumbling around, Natsu sails through the air with a crossbody, and it only gets a 2 and a Viper. Viper B try to play Red Rover with Natsu, but Kagetsu flies in with a double dropkick to stop them. Hazuki and Natsu follow up with targeting B while she's in the ropes. The second half of this match is showing us how well Oedo Tai works together.
Yeah.
Just when you think you have one of them down, the other one or two is already plotting something to gain the upper hand. As Natsu is using the whip on B, Viper manages to sneak in and drop kicks her. This opens up an opportunity for Utami to hoist her up and set up for B to land the flying stomp from the top. This was another move that was picture perfect.
Yeah.
A failed pin from that sees B hit and hold the code breaker for Viper to land right on top of Natsu. No.
No.
B takes just a moment before coming back to hit Natsu with the curb stomp, and that gets the 3 in 9:55.
I always enjoy watching B though. I really do.
This match did not feel like 10 minutes.
No, it was really well done.
And for a match that went outside really early on, it was still a good match to watch. Although it was all over the place, and we learned that Old Ref can teleport, Natsu was the absolute workhorse of this match and made everyone in the ring look good.
I was going to say, again, my only kind of complaint is they hit the Spike Death Valley Driver, then they hit the Codebreaker Splash, and then they ended it with the Curb Stomp. I probably would have ended it with one of those tag team moves first. But again, that's just nitpicking at this point.
As soon as this one is over, we don't even get a break for the pre-match promos, and we are straight into the finals of the Trios tournament. Seeing the team of QQ, B, Viper, and Utami, who had just won their match against the stars of Arisa, Tam, and Saki.
Yes.
Okay, I think I got that right.
Yeah, it sounded like you were saying they just beat those people, but you're saying they're fighting them now. It makes sense. It works.
I noticed that Arisa didn't stock up on more rubber duckies to toss out.
No.
And I'm a little miffed at Utami. Yes, it's 2 matches in a row, but bring your belts out. Viper did.
They were probably already out there.
Probably. Before the bell, it looks like the stars are going to play paper, rock, scissors to see who faces off with Viper first. They all must have won because they all attacked together.
Yep.
Is it just me, or is the hard camera slightly off center to the right?
It's a little weird in this match.
Yeah, weird. Viper quickly shows them that she doesn't have to put much thought into overpowering the 3 as she lands a flying crossbody off the ropes. While Viper's getting up, Tam and Arisa roll out to leave Saki alone in the ring with Viper. Good.
Evil.
Saki does manage to wiggle out of a power slam and whirls her way to locking in the torque wrench. Viper easily works out of it and just slams Saki down.
Mm-hmm.
Utami is tagged in, and she just boots her way through Saki until body slamming her and making her humbell. Tam tries to break it up, but B clears that up. Off the top for double axe handle, while Utami holds Saki in place. B grabs Saki and moves her over to the ropes and surfboards her for the hard camera. I'm not really sure what Arisa was trying to do here. Was she trying to kick Saki to freedom?
Yes. She uses her feet for everything.
She just has 4 feet.
Yeah.
Out of the surfboard, and B just lays in a kick to the back. Saki does get a little offensive going as she spider climbs to the corner out of a whip and nails B with a hurricanrana. Her offense doesn't last long as she is quick to tag Tam in for assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Tim looks to start making easy work of B, but Utami tries to fix that. We then get a bit of madness in the ring.
Yes, wrestling happens.
Lots of reversal from B and Tam in the middle of the ring, and there's not really any wasted movement here either.
No.
B finally wins the exchange with a knee to the chin of Tam. She puts Tam on the top rope and goes up to land a glancing kick to the back of Tam's head. I'm not trying to trash on it. I'm thankful it was glancing. B usually lays in these kicks pretty thick, and it would have done a number to Tam if it had been any harder.
Yeah. I think this is definitely one of those good examples of a wrestler pulling themselves back a little bit to protect the other person.
B needs a breather, so Viper's back in and tries to give Tam a go. Tam tries to land the PKO to Viper, but she just shoves it off. In return, she gives Tam a flying drop kick, and I'm still amazed she can do this.
Yeah.
Down from that, Viper drags Tam over to the corner and tries to land on her from the top turnbuckle. But thankfully, Tam moves out of the way, and Viper just lands as flat as a board. Ooh.
Yeah.
Arisa's laying in some crossbody kicks to Viper, and they look like they aren't doing anything at all. By the way, Doctor, my wife, weren't you the one telling me that Holiday was issuing chest slap challenges to civilians at the last Mission Pro show?
No, I think it was La Rosa Negra. It might have been Holiday, but I know La Rosa Negra gave a couple to some people.
You could not pay me enough to do this.
No.
Oh, man. Thunder Rosa's given a few, too, and people just eat it up.
Ugh.
You think it's horrifying talking about it. You should see that and hear that in person. Those slaps when they hit are just blood-curdling.
Arisa runs into Viper to lay in the knees. But as she's celebrating, Viper just walks out of the corner and starts ragdolling poor Arisa.
That's all you gotta do.
Side rushing leg sweep from Utami to Arisa, and we see Arisa bridge out of a pin attempt, which is always 11 on 10.
Yeah, very impressive.
As Utami Irish whipped Arisa, she comes off the ropes and lays in a great looking stutter kick to Utami. It hasn't been too noticeable up to this point, but that ring is starting to make some noise here, and not in a good way.
No.
Flying stutter kick from the top to Utami, but B is in to break up the pin. After not doing anything all night, Saki finally enters the ring and wrestles some of the match. How magnanimous of her.
She was preserving her energy.
Smooth looking double underhook suplex to Utami from Saki. It doesn't get the 3, and she tries for it again. Utami slightly powers out of it, but fails to take over. It looks like Saki is going for the double underhook for a third time, but she makes it a double underhook power slam. Well done here.
That's what happens when you conserve your energy.
Edit it out. B comes in to try to break up another pin, so we get a little madness from it. Viper is off on the apron and looks gassed here. She deserves a slight break from the wrestling she's been putting on tonight.
Yeah.
I say that, and then she's in to try to hit a flying crossbody to Tam and Arisa, who are being held in place, but they duck, and Viper hits B and Utami with it instead.
Poor B and Utami.
It wasn't a surround sound drop kick, but Arisa waited until Viper was getting out of the ring. But she pointed and looked like she was on the same page as Tam and Saki. What is going on here?
Attempts?
Yeah.
Attempts were made?
Outside of the ring, and Arisa lays in the stutter kick, and Tam goes flying. It's not too long until Old Ref starts raising his voice, and then they go back inside. Wait a minute. He's been saying stuff all night in English.
Yeah.
Is this like being a pilot where everyone has to know some English in order to operate?
I just know that like most Japanese wrestlers learn to call their matches in English. So it makes sense that the rest would too.
Not really sure what Saki was going for, but Utami turns it into a choke and then pulls her up into a torture rack. Tam and Arisa try to clean house and help Saki, but B just dumps them back outside and follows them out. After some struggle, Utami delivers a German suplex to Saki. B comes in to soften her up some more with the combo codebreaker and running backdrop onto Saki. Utami is back up and goes straight for the torture rack again. She sees Saki after a couple of seconds, and Old Ref has to tell the timekeeper that Saki gave up, giving QQ the win at 11:50. I hope Saki is okay, and it was just the timekeeper not paying attention here.
Yeah, it was a little kind of a weird ending. We then get Utami on the mic to say, Osaka, Happy New Year's. B, Viper, and I were able to win the New Year's tournament. Today, Viper and I won together, but at Korakuen Hall, I challenged Viper. I will challenge you with all my might. Well, since QQ won, we will close the show.
B's just fun to watch. I pay more attention to her than write anything down half the time. So I found my new favorite wrestler here.
For having to wrestle 3 matches in one day, everyone did a great job here. This is also probably my match of the night, as everyone was playing an equal part in it. And it stayed in the ring more than the last one did. Otherwise, the last match would have been it for me.
I would say, yeah, for me, this one was really good, but the ending was a little weird, and there was just a couple things. I'm going with QQ versus Odiotai for my match of the night.
See, not everyone got to see what was going on during that match, except for Japanese Jack Tunney.
Like I said, I get your point. I liked the chaotic energy of the last match. Dr. the Wife?
I liked the one that you just mentioned. That was a little more energetic. Everything flowed really well, and B was there.
And your heel of the night?
I don't really have a heel of the night other than agreeing with Waldo and just saying Saki's always a heel.
I was like, this was not a card built for heels, so there was not a super definitive heel of the night. So I'm going for long hair Stevie Lewis. Whoever you are, you sound evil. Waldo?
Regardless of how the main event match came out, I am always impressed that the wrestlers can go for more than one match a show. In this case, both of these teams wrestled 3 times today, and that actually leads me into my heel of the night, which was Saki. As everyone was working their butts off tonight, you kept hiding away, making sure you were well rested to try to sneak in for a betrayal here. Truly, you are very evil.
Betrayal or win? It didn't pay off, but she was just trying to win for her team.
Now, I know we try to stay out of the future here, and I don't have this in my notes, and I just wanted to throw this in real quick. As some of you, most of you, hopefully all of you know that the 2021 Cinderella tournament just took place for Stardom. As we are recording this is about the first part of April. We are sad to say our final goodbyes in Stardom to B, as she announced that she is leaving Stardom and Japan and heading back to the other hemisphere. B, if you ever get to hear this, we truly appreciate everything that you have done in Stardom, and we wish you much success in the future if you so decide to continue wrestling.
Oh yeah, she's definitely going to continue, and she's going to rock it wherever she ends up. And yeah, props.
Oh, it'd be so awesome to see her in person.
Mission Pro Wrestling, maybe?
Oh yeah.
Make it happen, Thunder.
Yes, please.
# B for Mission Pro.
Woo, woo.
Yep.
I'm Waldo, and that's it for me.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The White.
Be sure to catch us on all the usual places within the social media, at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and the iTunes. And don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on the YouTubes. Always check out www.stardom-world.com, where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only $920 in a month.
How much?
$920.
It's not a lot.
Don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good.
Saturday. This Saturday, June 12th at Pinball's Kingdom on I-35 South in Buda, Texas. Mission Pro Wrestling returns for Keep 'em Talking, and Face4Wrestling is a sponsor. A stacked 8-match card with the first ever tag team match for Mission Pro Wrestling, a tournament for the #1 contendership. La Rosa Negra defends her hard-earned Mission Pro Championship against Lady Frost. Watch live in person or stream the show on Title Match Network, and possibly see Matt get the chop of a lifetime thanks to all the support you have shown us here and for Mission Pro Wrestling.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
So what's been going on since last we talked?
Not a whole lot. Just, watching wrestling, doing the thing.
Oh, on my end, someone's being a jerk.
We'll never know who that is.
I wonder where he learned it from.
Ha! He said you're a jerk.
That's not what I said.
No, it wasn't him. It was you. It was you. Yes.
I mean, his favorite wrestler is the most evil person of all time.
Saki? Yeah, I know.
I
Favorite wrestler is Saki.
I'd like to point out that I have a fan on my side. The fan. Our one fan is on my side.
All one of them.
That's all I need.
Looking forward to your birthday present?
We'll see what she does. Hopefully she won't try to kill me. I'm planning on wearing the holiday shirt to the event. That way I can get a little brownie points before she slaps the crap out of me.
It's just going to make it worse. She's not going to want to slap her own shirt. She'll have you pull it up, and that way it's bearskin.
That's where I cheat the system, and I wear the holiday hoodie with the holiday t-shirt underneath.
You're just going to make it worse for yourself, dude.
Did you get the hoodie?
No, I didn't get the hoodie yet. I was going to, but I don't know. It doesn't have pockets in it. I don't know how I feel about a hoodie without pockets.
All right, with all that out of the way, it's Sunday afternoon on January 6th, still at the Osaka World Pavilion for an advertised 4-match card. Keyword on advertised there. And we have every type of match included, all in one easy-to-watch show this time. An opener triple tag match, followed by a traditional tag match, a 4-way tag match, and a singles for the high-speed championship in the main event of the show. Attendance is at a solid 205. Live? No. Recorded. And the crowd is into this one. Up first is the triple tag match with Team Bad, Sadie, Jamie, and Bobby. Something doesn't seem right here.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm a little confused.
And they are going up against the sisters of Hana, Hina, and Rina. Matt is going to have fun trying to explain all of this.
This is 2 pages for one promo. This might be the longest promo package leading into a match we've done in Stardom yet. So it starts off with Hanan saying it's the 3rd show in Osaka. Hina then says we face Jamie, Sadie, and Bobby, and 3v3 with them will be tough. But we'll work together and do our best. Let's go, oh. And I want to point out, once again, Hina doesn't get to speak. Sorry, I said Hina, but Rina said that. Hina didn't get to speak once again. That's not fair to her. We then shoot over to the other locker room where Mary says some Spanish.
Okay, so I really don't know what to say because this is how fast it was. Hello, friends. Once more, this group will win.
Fair enough.
That's all it was.
And as awkward as that was, Sadie gets on the mic to be even more awkward. She says, hello. So today we are a tag team. Wait, no we're not. We are teaming with Jamie Hayter. And then she gets really confused, so Bobby jumps in and says,
She blocked me on Facebook. Now she's going to die.
and this might be the most awkward promo we've done yet. We then shoot over to Jamie. So, kind of confused as why today I'm teaming up with Bobby and Sadie. I was kind of in that group at the beginning, but I kicked their ass both days. I don't know what Stardom management thinks teaming someone in Odiotai, she does the symbol, with two people in Hana's group. I don't know how it's going to work. They don't like me, and I sure don't like them. They're going to take the L. I don't want to help them out. I might just sit on the sideline and let them do their thing and lose, because, you know, the three girls are tough. For how old they are, they're very tough. I know they do a bunch of judo throws, and I don't do anything like that. So we'll see. But I don't want to get involved. I don't want to team with people I don't like, or I'm not in their team. So yeah, I guess Bobby and Sadie are going to take the L, and Jamie isn't going to do anything about it.
I'm glad you went through all that. The only thing I have from this intro, promo, whatever y'all want to call this is that Mary's in the mix to replace Jamie as Bobby finally explains the origins of the TCS theme lyrics.
Yeah, I did think it was amusing that with Bobby and Sadie, they just refer to them as Bobby and Sadie. But every time somebody mentioned Jamie Hayter, they make a point to say Jamie Hayter. It's never just Jamie. Even Jamie Hayter refers to herself as Jamie Hayter.
I know I said the crowd was into it for this show, but I did have a good chuckle when Jamie came out first. Her music was louder than normal, and you could only hear the one fan near the camera clap just ever so slightly. We kick off with middle-aged ref checking everything out, and the sisters rushing the mismatched team. That's close enough. I'm leaving that in.
Mismatched. Okay.
They clear everyone out except Jamie and start the dropkick train on her. Hina got a rough-looking one in there, too. Looked like it went right in the throat of Jamie.
There was a little bit of snugness and a lot of the stuff done in this match.
They pull Jamie out, and Hanan tries for a pin. It doesn't work. Serena goes in to hit some nice-looking arm drags and tag in Hina. She was doing great with the dropkicks, so she hits some more, and they look good, too. Hanan is tagged in and looks to be going to issue the business, but Jamie hits a double-A quality spine buster on her. That thing was double thumbs up.
Yeah, it was snug. It looked great.
As she's holding Hanan in place, Jamie's tag partners drop to the floor to leave her in there by herself.
Yeah, I like how it started off with her saying she wasn't going to do anything. She was going to force them to go out there and lose. But now they're refusing to do anything with her. It's great. Storytelling.
In Jamie's confusion, it was enough of an opening for Hina and Rena to come in to lock in the double arm bars, number 17 and 19, I believe, on this one, and Hanan to get in the figure after catching her off guard. It doesn't last long as Bobby and Sadie have a slight change of heart and help out Jamie. They pick Hanan as their target, and Bobby, what is this right here? A self-rock bottom jumping off the ropes?
It's her falling STO. However, in this specific instant, I had to watch it 3 times because it very much so looked like Hanan slammed her instead of the other way around.
That's what I thought too. It has Hanan laying prone to a flying frog splash from the top from Sadie. Jamie is quick to hit a snap suplex to Hanan, but it only gets a 2 before everyone is in to break it up. Once cleared, Jamie hits a weird-looking backbreaker and follows it up with a running knee to the face for the 3 in 3 minutes even.
I like that. When she does that, that's pretty much my favorite part when she puts that knee to the face.
I like the knee to the face, but the ending of this match just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It did.
I was confused.
I wrote down a wrestling show broke out during a fight.
And then on top
Funny
of
you
it,
should mention that.
I was gonna say, on top of it, I was kind of confused because that was only half of the timer on the little video player.
Jamie looks to be bragging about her fight as Hana comes to the ring.
Hana says, Jamie, nice fight. You joined my group, but you quit on the very first day. You joined Oedo-Tai, but look who's here with you now. It's us. And it seems like they're trying to set up maybe the hottest feud kind of going on in the promotion at the moment. Wouldn't you agree, Waldo?
11 on 10.
She then says, right, everyone? Japanese people are very secluded, which gets a chuckle from the crowd. Oh, you won't fit in with them. You're better off with a free team like us. Won't you rejoin us?
Karate.
She then sticks out her hand for Jamie Hayter to shake it, but Jamie kicks it and takes a beating from the entirety of Hana's team. At which point, Keigetsu and Natsu run out, clear it up a little bit, and get on the mic. And Keigetsu says, "What the hell are you doing? The match is over. If you want to fight, then fight us right now." And a match breaks out. At which point, helpful subtitle guy informs us that it will now be Keigetsu and Natsu versus Hana and Mary.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
They get into it right after Jamie rejects Hana's offer to rejoin, and middle-aged ref just can't keep things under control.
He just threw his hands up and like, whatever.
The rest of Oedo Tai comes out, and the bell won't stop ringing until Keigetsu grabs for the mic. It's time for a match, right now! TCS versus Oedo Tai in the last battle of the Osaka chairs. Middle-aged ref calls for the starting bell, and everyone is already outside. Hana does some taunting with Keigetsu on the outside to let the crowd know that she's the business, and you can hear middle-aged ref saying, "Hey, hey, hey, hey."
He said,
Yeah, he says it a lot.
They are all up in the crowd area. The best part is everyone just watches like this is a normal occurrence. There's a part where Maddie grabs Natsu to drag her back to the main area, and you can see how small this arena is. However, that being said, the attendance numbers actually make sense and indicate we have some sellouts while we've been here. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'd rather have a full small house than an empty large house.
That argument's been made a lot.
Yeah.
Natsu is the first one rolled into the ring with Mighty following her, and she issues a nasty sounding chop with Natsu in the ropes. Down in the corner, Natsu is in for the Bronco Buster. Mighty just stands up to counter it and power bombs Natsu. Nice.
Impressive. Very impressive.
Then she just works her over, and we get the double bullet arrows to Natsu and Keigetsu. Natsu tries to use the ropes for an assisted pin, but it's slightly out of reach, and Mighty has no problem breaking the pin. Hana is in to help, but Natsu gets the best of them with a double clothesline. She tags in Keigetsu, who runs wild on Mighty at 200 miles an hour. Holy God, what's going on here?
Yeah, no, I thought the last match was a little bit snug, and then Keigetsu was like, "Let me show you something."
She was like, "Hey, watch this."
Out of a corner splash, and Keigetsu flies in from the outside with an excellent drop kick. But she makes a mistake by trying to pick up Mighty in some sort of rack.
Yep.
Mighty easily breaks away, and we see Hana come back in. Keigetsu gets out of a belly-to-belly suplex, and it sees the lady exchange blows back and forth. Hana gets the upper hand out of it, and when they both follow each other running the ropes, she gets in a beautiful high kick to Keigetsu. She repeats the kick while Keigetsu is laying on the middle rope, and then for a third time on the bottom rope to complete the trifecta.
To be such a tiny person, I don't think anybody does a big boot bigger than she does.
Oh, it's amazing looking, too.
Yeah. I think the secret is she really kicks him in the face.
Speaking of amazing, her crowd work.
Yeah.
All she has to do is snap her fingers, and they are doing whatever she wants them to do.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Out of a failed pin attempt, Hana hits a belly-to-belly and looks to be rolling it into another one, but it's somehow rolled into the torque wrench. Yes. Natsu is in to break up the pin, and Madi is in quickly to clean that up. Hana nails a 10-on-10 delayed suplex, and Madi joins her in the double kick to Keigetsu's back.
Was this the suplex where she just literally picked Keigetsu up off the ground without Keigetsu's help whatsoever? Beautiful.
Suddenly, Jamie is in to cause a no contest at 8:01. She bowls over middle-aged ref, and she runs in and appears to have brought the rest of the Stardom roster with her as well.
Yeah. I was a little confused by Stars jumping in, but I think they were just trying to break it up.
This is just too much for middle-aged ref, as everything is going absolutely bonkers. Old ref calmly walks down and sorts everything out.
No, he does what he's supposed to do.
I appreciate the sisters cleaning house in the opener and not taking away from the bigger issue at hand here. It was a nice way to highlight them without taking away from anything else. And we got Madi back in the ring and Oedo Tai to come out. And Hana just made the crowd love everything that was going on here.
Yeah, they did a really good job of making Jamie feel important and then taking her importance and now moving it into a feud of Oedo Tai versus Hana's group.
With all that out of the way, it's time for the official second match, seeing Jan, Jungle and Monster versus QQ of Viper and Azumi.
Yeah, we shoot over into the Jungle locker room where they once again pop up from the sides to do the Jungle intros until Jungle says, this year we haven't won yet. Well, it's 2019, so I'd like to get the win from Viper. Let's go Jungle Jungle. We then shoot over to Viper who says, hi, Asuka. Osaka? Not Asuka. Today, me and Izumi are teaming up and we're taking on Jan. I don't think I've ever faced Araka before, but I fought Kiona lots of times, and we got it handled because we're the coolest tag team going. And like everyone else, they're going to bow down to the queens. Was it just me, or was there this weird, like, big sister vibe where, like, Viper was, like, Azumi's big sister, and every time she would say something like, we're cool, Azumi would do a little weird pose to go along with it?
Yeah!
But Viper, if you ever get to hear this, and if I ever get to see you in person, please don't hurt me for what I'm about to say. You're a big lady, and that title belt from Pro Wrestling Eve is massive on you.
That's the best women's belt I think I've ever seen.
That thing must be huge, dude.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
You can compliment her on how great it looks on her.
Oh, it does.
It makes her look special.
And she is.
Yeah.
Jungle and Monster are out first, and I notice Old Ref is standing by to maintain the order. Side note, it looks like Jungle is recovering from her knee injury and may be back soon. I'm talking about current time right now.
IRT.
I hope so, and look forward to seeing her again. Mayu twatted out the other day the updated roster for the Stars, and it included her. Thumbs up, hoping everything is good.
Can't wait.
Viper and Azumi come out, and Azumi is easily being carried by Viper and holds her SWA championship as well. Everything about this entrance is right.
Yes, I love it. I've been a fan of the smaller person riding the bigger person since Kidman and Reese used to do it in the Flock in WCW days. But Viper and Azumi look even more impressive.
Little bit of figuring out who goes first on both teams, but it's Jungle and Viper to start off with, the crowd firmly on Jungle's side here.
I really love how when Azumi sends Viper in to do the bidding, Raka pats Jungle on the back and wishes her luck as she quickly exits the ring.
Good luck!
Collar and elbow lock up, and both ladies look strong as hell here. Break off the ropes and into a headlock, and power blocking by Viper, who easily looks like $1 million here. She comes off the ropes and knocks Jungle over with minimal effort, but Jungle is quick to move out of the back body drop from Viper. Jungle looks to get the upper hand, but can't quite get Viper up for a body slam. Viper reverses it by picking Jungle up, and she squirms out of it by flipping over Viper's back. Jungle nearly sees the end of everything by narrowly avoiding being crushed by Viper. Jesus, Viper, you didn't hold back at all on this one, did you?
They had the time of that so great, it looked phenomenal.
I guess you either move or good luck, huh?
Why, she was there.
Standoff after a 2 count, and both of these ladies look amazing. Evenly matched, they both tag out to bring in Monster and Azumi. I don't know what Azumi was going for here. I'm going to assume she's just so fast that time itself couldn't keep up with her, and Monster just took an easy stomp to her to stop all of it.
Yeah, I had mad props to Raka here because exactly like you said, it looked like she was like, I'm not going to be able to keep up with her. I'll just kick her in the back.
But it doesn't last long as Azumi is quickly back in control until she's trying to pull Monster off the ropes. Jungle knocks Viper off the side, and they double team on Azumi with a toss into the ropes for a double shoulder tackle. We then get Jungle falling on top of Azumi for a standing splash, and then the backpack version with Monster added to it.
Raka was kind of in control of the match at this point, and Jungle just comes in and beats up a child for no reason.
Beats up a child. Is that child abuse?
Evil Japanese soccer mom who just beat up Azumi for no reason and then helped her daughter beat her up some more.
Oh my goodness.
You know, if we ever get to go over there and Azumi were to ever find out something like that was said about her, she would whoop your ass.
I'll just call Oriotai and have them kidnap her and I'll be good.
Yeah.
Can't wrestle if you're tied to a chair.
Jungle is about to lock in the Osaka crab. In Osaka! Somehow Azumi manages to drag it over the ropes for a save. But Jungle returns the favor with easily gut-wrenching her into a single shoulder torture rack. She lays Azumi across the rope and spanks her.
Much like an evil Japanese soccer mom would.
Jungle looks to be doing it again, but turns it into a spinning backbreaker.
Looked great. Monster
tries for a perfect plex, but gets kicked in the face for it. In the confusion, Viper tries to help out, but ends up landing straight on Azumi's head, and the crowd are expressing the same shock I am here.
I'm feeling so bad for Azumi. Everybody's taking turns on her.
Jungle and Viper work to the outside, and Monster stomps Azumi straight down to the mat, but it isn't enough to put it away. Monster tries for another perfect plex, but Azumi smoothly rolls it into a schoolgirl. It only gets a 2, and Viper is in to power over Monster. And Monster is looking like an absolute monster by kicking out of that attack.
Yeah.
Viper misses the Viper bomb out of the corner, and Monster is doing everything she can to hold on. Jungle tries to help, but is quickly put back out. Viper and Azumi set up Monster in the corner on top of Jungle, and Viper barrel rolls into them from the opposite corner. Viper and Azumi then Mecha Shiba onto Monster and Viper, making sure she's down with a back body drop, followed by the 3 in 8:21.
Oof. I don't know what to tell y'all, but when Viper tried that splash off the top rope, did any of y'all flinch?
A little bit.
I flinched when she landed on her head.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah. I flinch every time she does stuff like that.
Well, and then the curb stomp from Azumi from on top of Viper's shoulders, just to even.
Yeah, that too. Well, that's cool, but for Viper to get up on that top rope.
Oh well, yeah.
Pretty impressive. I'm gonna commend Jungle though for trying to pick up Viper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if she did, it would have been really impressive.
This has to be one of the easiest matches for me to watch since we started. Everything about it was right for me. Also, the post-match pose for the camera was perfect.
Yeah, my only notes are super fun match, and they stole the crowd, man. The crowd was literally into everything they did. I feel bad for anybody who has to follow this match. On paper, it didn't excite me, but watching it, it was they did everything right.
Cut over to Alex looking on like I would be if I were at a Stardom show right now.
All right, hard up. Stop right there before you say anything. Woo! Because I had my flag out and I was throwing the hell out of it.
It's match 4 with stars Tam, Natsumi, Alex, and Saki going against QQ, B, Konami, Momo, and Utami. Man, looking at the lineup for this match, and you would have to appreciate that all but 2 of these ladies have held championships. Who are the 2 that haven't? But maybe Alex has some pink gold in her future.
Well, I wanted to point this out too before we got into the locker room talk. Between last show and this show, myself and Dr. The Wife actually had the pleasure of meeting Alex at a Mission Pro Wrestling show. And you guys should check out Mission Pro Wrestling if you haven't yet. And she is legitimately down to earth, just awesome. She took a lot of time to talk to Dr. The Wife about some of their stuffs, as well as meeting her at the Mission Pro. She's starting to get the buzz, guys. Y'all should jump on this train before it's too late. She's showing up in Mission Pro, NWA, AEW, and this past Wednesday made her debut for Ring of Honor. Ooh. She is blowing up right now, and it's kind of cool to know that we were kind of there at the ground floor when she was starting to get big. And the fact that she's such an awesome, nice person in real life couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Oh, yeah. Hardworking person, too.
Yeah. So we shoot into the locker room where Tam whispers, "It's the final day in Osaka." I'm going to say that wrong every time.
Why was she whispering?
Well, we'll get to that. Kasaki whispers, "It's here." And then Tam says, "Why are you whispering?" And Saki says, "Because you are." So they don't explain why they're whispering. They're just doing it because Tam's whispering. Tam says, "Okay, well, we went to the semifinals yesterday, so this is our 4th match. But why are we fighting QQ?" Saki says, "We face them again. It's QQ again." Tam says, "It's QQ again. I'm facing Momo for the white belt on January 14th. I want to win no matter what and show her the power of stars, right?" At which point, Natsumi and Alex awkwardly say yes. And then Tam says, "We are stars," and they all kind of agree awkwardly before Tam makes them do it again in unison. "We are stars."
It's like they're fumbling over their words.
They're so excited and having fun with it that they're not really caring about what they say, it seems like.
Yeah.
We then shoot over to Momo, who says it's the last day in Osaka. I got it right that time. "It's a preview of my white belt defense. I want to win today and then go on to defend against Tam. Let's go."
Miss Yuri's getting better at announcing Alex. This time, she actually named the town that she's from and omitted the U.S. part. Good.
Where did she say?
I'll leave that for you and the fans to go back and listen and see if you can pick up. I like when Tam comes out, and it's an instant streamer battle. Not sure how it's won, though. Looks like the Rafters or middle-aged ref are the targets here. Middle-aged ref checks everyone out again, and it appears that Utami and Natsumi are starting everything off. Another collar and elbow lock start off into wrist locks, and middle-aged ref trying to moonwalk a bit for some reason.
I mean, you'd be trying to get out of the way too, wouldn't you?
The ladies go to a standoff and reset with a test of strength with Natsumi getting in the torque wrench. Off the ropes, and Utami easily bowls over Natsumi and clears the Stars corner for QQ to come in and work over Natsumi some more. Momo hit a hard drop kick to drop Natsumi out of the corner and soften her up for Utami. Konami is in to lay in some kicks. Nope, not in long at all, and Momo is in to display the strength. Nasty hair toss to Natsumi as she's just walking her around the ring with ease.
Yeah.
She tags in B, who sets up and executes the elbow stomp. I don't know how she does this without doing long-term damage. Hats off to her.
Me neither. And hats off to Natsumi for taking it properly, because I don't know how you do it.
Everything's looking good for B until Natsumi dodges, ducks, dips, dives, and dodges again to get in Saki, who seems to have new gear. Little bit of madness, and Saki and Tam drop kicking B and Utami into the bottom ropes. But it clears up pretty quick, and B is taking it to Saki. Good. B tags in Konami, and she picks up where B left off. Good.
Wait, what did I miss?
Nothing.
I have notes. You have to go back. I cut out. You have to go back. I do have to say that the bulldog that Saki did, yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen a no momentum bulldog. Just that's it. That's my note.
Konami has reverse armbar number 25 locked in, while the rest of QQ keep Stars from helping. As Konami is trying to gut wrench Saki, Saki turns it into that bulldog that you're talking about.
There we go. Hey.
And she quickly slides on her knees to tag in Tam. All right, let's bring it down a little bit, because Konami straight kicked poor Tam in the head.
Yeah, she did.
This would normally get you charged with assault anywhere else in the world.
But not here.
Momo finally lands a dropkick on Tam after the two trade some missed ones. But Tam just flies out of the corner with a knee to Momo's face to stop her dead middle in the ring. They go to trade blows, and you'd think they were trying to mug each other for their wallets. Kick of the night from Momo to Tam as she just straight punched that ticket after some reversals. Running knees to the face from Momo, and Tam slickly bridges out of that pin attempt. These two ladies can go Iron Woman, and I'd watch every second of it twice.
Yeah, 100%.
Tam finally manages to hit a belly-to-back suplex on Momo, but it only gets a 2 and leads into some madness. Flying knees from the top rope to Tam from Momo, and Stars break the pin. QQ returns the favor by breaking the pin right after Tam flies into Momo with a knee to the face. Saki snuck in a nice dropkick to Utami during all of this, too.
Mm-hmm.
Tam tags in Alex, and she immediately hits the 979 to Momo to lay her in front of the corner for the flying splash. It doesn't get the 3, but she tries another pin with a weird rolling schoolgirl, I think that was. I'm not sure what this was.
She jumped into it. It was kind of strange, but good.
Momo ducks out of the second 979 attempt and begins to just choke her out.
Yeah.
As she's going to double underhook suplex her, Tam gets in a sweeping head kick to Momo when Alex dumps out of the way. Alex goes back up top to hit a flying, I don't know what to call this and not make it sound dirty.
Oh, no.
He just jumps into her. Well, moving on.
Momo, not to be outdone by herself, hits the new kick of the night to Alex to allow her to single underhook choke suplex her into a bridge to get the 3 in 11:51.
See, I was going to look up the name of this suplex, but I knew you would have an interesting name for it. So we are just going to go with the single underhook choking suplex.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not. I mean, technically you are, but you're not. So I'm sticking with it.
This match started off right and built up to everything in the end. This was another example of how to have a larger tag match and highlight everyone without taking away from anyone. And with how everything went, you definitely want to see some single matches come out of this. I know I wouldn't mind seeing a Tam Momo story come out of it, or maybe even a Tam Saki arc. Who knows?
Tune in next month for Momo and Tam.
You know, I really hate to say this because I was okay with it. But it was a pretty impressive move by Saki to twirl B to the ground.
The spinning DDT she did?
I had to admit that was pretty cool. But B's knee to Saki's face was also pretty cool. But overall, I enjoyed the pace of Tam and Konami's section. It was a decent match. It left me kind of sad because Alex lost. But you know who else lost? Saki.
Good.
I felt this match was a little bit clunky. But I thought it did a really good job of setting up the Momo and Tam match that's coming up on the 14th, which I believe is our next show to review. All in all, it did what it was supposed to do. Nobody looked terrible. Like I said, it just was a little clunky, and it could have been high expectations on my point because of the 8 people that were involved.
Our main event tonight is for the High Speed Championship and sees the champion Hazuki defend against Starlight Kid. I had to go ice my hand for this one because I know that the notes were about to get flooded and needed some extra typing.
You just made that sound so weird, but okay.
Suzuki says it's my first defense of the high speed title. I don't even want this belt, but whoever has it needs to raise the value of it. I'm looking forward to whoever thinks they can come and try to take it.
I like Oedo Tai coming out and holding the ropes for the champion here.
I don't know if we've mentioned this before. Hazuki's song is weird.
I like it, dude.
But it's a lot like Starlight's Kid song.
I guess. Wait, no, not even close.
Yeah, it's like here's some general happy pop techno music.
Hold on, I'll put in clips here in a second. But you, the fans, tell us, are they similar like Matt says? Japanese Jack Tunney is in the ring to hold the belt for championship photos, and Old Ref is in to show middle-aged Ref yet again how to do this right.
We say this every time, and I'm going to continue to say it every time. I love that the owner of the company is in there showing off the belts in every belt match. Every company should do this. It makes it feel like a big deal.
The timekeeper can't even ring the bell fast enough for Old Ref's magic waving hands, and Kid is already across the ring to dropkick Hazuki. And that's the only real contact made until Kid can Hurricanrana and dropkick her after a lightning quick round of reversals here.
Yeah.
Hazuki quickly turns the tables and just starts working over Kid with stomps and taunting her with her foot in the throat while on the bottom rope. Hazuki just powers a body slam and made it look easy. Kid tries to trade elbows with her, but Hazuki's just not having it. Not sure who saved who here, but a Hurricanrana off the ropes and Kid DDTs Hazuki down to the mat.
The weird, like, cross-legged Hurricanrana into a pin looked great. I was like, I've never seen anybody do it that way before.
Kid hits 8166 as she is going in for it. The camera changes and to see her land it onto Hazuki. Nice.
Yeah.
I do have to say the camera work is getting a bit better, and shots like this are pretty amazing, so long as they're not overly done or frantically zooming in and out to make you dizzy.
Yeah.
Standing moonsault from Kid only sees a 2, and Hazuki just slips out of whatever Kid was trying for a quick code breaker. Yep. Hazuki quickly picks up for a backbreaker and lays in a headlock.
That move was a little bit out of place for this match.
While Hazuki was tied up in the ropes after a missed head kick, Kid gets in a snug dropkick and rushes from the corner for another one. But Hazuki is right there to dodge and start mugging Kid. Hazuki missteps, and it sees Kid Hurricanrana Hazuki again, this time to the bottom rope for the dropkick of the night. It looked like it went straight through Hazuki as she gets rolled outside by it.
She sold it perfect.
Kid doesn't waste much time and heads up to the top to fly outside the meter. 11 on 10.
This camera angle made it look so much better, too, because they both just kind of disappear off the screen. It looked great. Kudos again on the camera shot.
Kid rolls Hazuki back inside and does the run up to the corner to reverse DDT Hazuki.
The sliced bread number 2.
I wonder, does Kid do this when they are at different locations that don't have these turnbuckle pads? Because I know right now that Stardom rents the rings in the area that they are in, but it'd be kind of interesting to see her do it when they actually have more traditional wrestling turnbuckles.
Oh, no.
I'd have to watch and see. I haven't thought about it. We don't see her do it every match, so I don't know. Maybe it is a arena dependent.
Underhook perfect plex from Kid to Hazuki. It looks like she's going for it again, but turns it into a sweeper to set up a spinning frog splash from the top. Old Ref comes over to wag the finger at Kid for trying to pull Hazuki by the hair. Kid gets up and goes for the back sitting. No, never mind. Hazuki just dumps her off and does things for a roll up from Kid.
Yep.
Yes, it was that confusing to watch too.
Yeah.
Sideways Hurricanrana into a roll-up pin from Kid. Kid then manages to land her sitting on Hazuki's back and hits a reverse Canadian Destroyer.
If I'm not mistaken, it's called like the SOS or something like that in America.
What in the actual logic of physics was going on with this, though? Somehow Hazuki kicks out of it. Kid is back up top, and Hazuki rolls out of the moonsault and lays Kid out with a stiff kick. Old Ref is quick to check on her, too.
Yeah.
Both ladies are on the mat and work their way to standing up by trading blows. They turn into slaps, and Kid puts in a couple of that made me cringe too. But that's okay, because Suzuki laid in a kick to Kid's head that made me jump out of my chair.
Yeah, she's challenging Momo for that kick of the night.
Whew, that was a hard one. Kid rolls a power slam attempt into a pin, but only gets a 2 and tries to elbow her way into the hearts and minds of the fans and Suzuki. Another knockout kick to the head from Mizuki as Kid was coming off the ropes, and it's followed by a textbook power slam. Another one lays Kid in front of a corner for Hazuki to flip and dive off the top. Holy mother of God, what was this?
Hazuki, this is an intervention. We love you. You're amazing. Stop doing flippy shit from the top rope. You almost break your neck every time. Quit it.
But it's enough for Hazuki to get the 3 in 11:51. And Japanese Jack Tunney is in to present the high-speed belt and trophy to Hazuki, and Dean Malenko would be so damn proud of this match.
It was a good match. Like I said, the ending, Hazuki really needs to stop doing flip stuff off the top rope. Love you. You can do no wrong except for when you go up top and try to do a flip. This is twice you've almost broken your neck.
I imagine Matt doing a little heart thing when he says "love you."
Yeah.
I thought it was they both looked good. The pace and energy was really good. It was excellent. Jump half twist off the belt buckle by Hazuki was great, and a really nice way to end the match. I was actually happy for her, and I know in the past I've said, man, she's kind of mean, but I really enjoyed watching her go. I'm glad she didn't reject the trophy though, like she did once before.
Like, it sounds like a cliche thing to say, but it's nice when the high speed title is defended in a high speed match. They had the right pace, they had the right intensity.
Yeah.
They definitely drew you into this match.
That sure did. I agree with that.
My match of the night would have to be Jan versus QQ. I know that the main event was everything I wanted it to be, but I love tag matches, and they are amazing when everything is done right. You had 2 teams that were actually teams and not random people, and everyone was on the same page here. All the ladies were wrestling their asses off, and the crowd was into it. You wouldn't have thought that Azumi and Monster were so early in their careers by watching this one either. This match will also be overshadowed by the main event when you look at the show as a whole, because Hazuki and Kid are always top drawer.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say enough good about this match. Hazuki and Kid will always get plenty of praise from me, but the Jan and QQ match is probably going to go underrated, and I want to see it get some credit that it rightfully deserves.
I'm going to say I'm on the same page as you. Like, if you look at this on paper, Hazuki versus Starlight Kid for the high-speed title should be match of the night every time. But for some reason, QQ and Jan, they drew me in, man. That whole like big sister, little sister energy, Azumi taking that splash to the face from Viper, Jungle even playing it a bit heel with the Japanese evil soccer mom. Like, I loved everything about it. They drew me in, they drew the crowd in. It was a phenomenal match. And for that, I have to give it match of the night. Even though my heart wants to say Hazuki and Starlight Kid, I have to give it to Jan versus QQ. Dr. The Wife?
So I actually gave it to the high speed match because it really was that good. But after listening to you guys talk about it, I thoroughly enjoyed how the 8-woman tag went, especially with the way it ended and someone that we all know lost. Yes. But in any case, I mean, the whole card was great. I liked the way that they finished off the end of the match for the 8-woman tag. But I agree, the high speed title match was definitely the one that would get all the praise. Overall, all the matches did pretty well. Even though some of them started really slow, they all did really well to pick up the pace.
Yeah. Which leads us to Hill of the Night, and my choice is a 4-person tie. It's Hana's group, from Bobby and Sadie refusing to tag into Jamie, to the just sheer beatdown of Jamie after the match, to then out-healing Oedo Tai in the match of Hana and Mary versus Kagutsu and Natsumi. They just out-healed everybody tonight as a group. So I'm giving my Hill of the Night to Hana's group, which is currently still unnamed. Dr. The Wife?
Interesting you said that. I actually gave Heel of the Night to Hannah herself because of the way that she got that fight started.
Okay.
Yeah, foot to the face is always awesome.
Cool. Waldo?
My heel of the night would have to be Saki. She tried to throw us off tonight by changing her gear and making us think that she was someone else, but her evil overshadows any fake costume she may be wearing, as it's always easy to point her out by the amount of evil that she does.
Fair enough.
I'm Waldo, and that's it for me.
I'm the Matt.
I'm Dr. The White.
Be sure to catch us on all the usual places within social media, at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of the episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on the YouTube.
One last note that you also forgot. I say this with a heavy heart and a sad tear in my eye. Make sure to tune in to the next episode, where there will probably be video footage of me dying.
Oh.
As well as possibly a photo of the after effects, as I am going to be murdered by Holiday.
Check out the Instagrams, because it will be there.
As always, check out www.stardom-world.com, where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only 920 yen a month.
How much?
920.
That's not a lot.
And don't forget, everyone is different, and everyone is good. What's going on, everybody? I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And we are Face4Wrestling, and Dr. The Wife is not here right now. This is a follow-on, or was supposed to be a follow-on from episode 21, the actual episode 21, where we spent the last match of the episode going over how this show, the 8th anniversary Stardom show, was a big contributor to Stardom moving forward to current day. However, this one's going to come out first, and we apologize.
We don't apologize. We did it on purpose.
Well, we tried. we really tried. We've had a lot going on this month, and in return, we've been trying to post up way more content this month to kind of...
This is our third video.
Well,
fourth video.
Yeah.
Two of them. One's a remix, so it's third video.
Speaking of remix...
As well as a short.
Two shorts.
Two shorts.
Yeah.
As well as we have more videos coming in the next couple weeks. Y'all getting spoiled over this 30-day period.
Plus another Mission Pro show coming up on August 20th, San Antonio, Texas. Salvation Army benefit for the Boys and Girls Club of San Antonio. Definitely check it out on Title Match Network or go to the show yourself.
Yep.
We're another proud sponsor of Mission Pro Wrestling, and we foresee ourselves being that way as long as they don't kick us out of the venue.
We didn't get to support the Renegade Twins this month, but we're giving them
the opportunity has not opened yet, so
but
that may still be there.
Support. We're still giving them support.
Absolutely. One of our most favorite tag teams right now. Wonderful people too.
Yeah. And that'll be another 10-minute mission episode will be coming out after that, before the end of the month.
And then,
as well as a new show. I'm not gonna. We spoiled it in the Q&A.
Yeah.
So we'll have the first watch along react video coming up before the end of the month as well. So look out for that, and hopefully that's going to be a monthly series if you guys like it. I did see the comments.
And we're actually getting comments now.
Yeah, I'll try to do some Shimmer. I'm down with Shimmer. I remember them from when I was younger, I think, or Glow.
Glow was younger, Shimmer was more recent.
Yeah. I didn't know the lady Mormod. Oh, What did I do?
Talk to the mic.
Oh, I didn't know the lady. I forget who the name off the top of my head, but we'll try to check some of that out as well. As you saw, we are posting Mission Pro stuff, so y'all have that just to respond to some of the comments. I did take that chop. It was not a match. It was not for fun because it wasn't fun, but there was money paid. So
it was for fun.
Yeah, there was money
For
paid.
me.
So keep the comments coming. We love our 2 commenters. Hopefully we'll get some more on this video and the upcoming stuff because we definitely got more content coming y'all's way. So you want to get into this and talk about how
So here we are.
2 years ago was set up?
Yep. January 14th, 2019 at the 8th anniversary Stardom show. We're watching the main event. Jungle has just made her entrance and Keigetsu is on her way out with the red belt. www.stardom-world.com. 920 yen a month.
How much?
920.
I almost forgot our 1 bit. That's not very much.
If you can't watch them in person like us because of current events, definitely check them out on their site. Show them some support. Follow them on the Twitter.
Yeah.
One day. I think they just posted on YouTube that their channel on there for clips just surpassed 130,000 subscribers.
Dope.
That's just amazing for them.
Yeah. If you follow them on Twitter too, they post a lot of stuff on Twitter. You can keep up and update if you're out and about and can't watch the shows quickly, but you want to stay involved. Most of their talent are very active on Twitter. Give them all follows and likes and keep up with the stuff.
So the reason that we're kind of doing this right now is when we were doing our notes and recording for episode 21, which will be out in a few days, we apologize. We didn't know it at the time going into the recording and prep, but having finished the actual recording for it and still working on the audio, man, did this show really lay the groundwork for the next 2 years and still going into today of what's going on in Stardom. Bushiroad had a significant impact on Stardom and its presentation to the world, but this show right here did more for Stardom storyline wise and setting up wrestlers moving forward than anything Bushiroad ever could have done.
Yeah, like I said, you'll see a lot of stuff, and we'll mention some of it. Some of it we won't go too deep into because we'll be covering it in upcoming episodes. Other stuff we don't want to get too far ahead, so we won't go full into it because of that. But some of the stuff we'll cover, like I said, it's stuff that 2 years later you're watching it back and going, oh, I see, there was a plan, you know.
This show earlier, they mentioned it was like 3 matches back. I can't remember the exact order off the top of my head. Tokyo Cyber Squad was fully established this episode. We've got our first couple of members with Hana leading the way on that. Unfortunately, Mari and Natsumi had to scoot back off to Mexico for whatever reason. They will be missed.
Yeah. This episode, and you've been building up to it for the past couple, but this episode's really TCS, Hana are definitely coming to their own, which you'll see is a big thing over the next year. You have, in this one specifically, you have Momo calling out Stars, and she's been doing this over the past couple episodes as well, calling out Stars and saying, oh, it's just Mayu. None of y'all, all y'all are in her shadow. None of y'all really matter. Mayu's the only one that matters. You start to see Tam showing, I matter, I'm important, and I'm going to prove it, which will be a huge storyline playing out over the next 2 years.
Exactly. This was Tam's first real attempt at breaking out on her own.
Right.
They mentioned in this episode that this was the match prior to the one we're kind of streaming right now behind us.
Mm-hmm.
This was her first white belt attempt.
Mm-hmm.
She has just left Oedotai maybe 3 months.
I said 1 year later.
About a year ago?
Yeah, I said 1 year later.
So they're building towards Tam not just being a bit player with P-Chan. They're building towards Tam being an actual contender for a prestigious title.
Yeah.
She had to kind of make that transition from heel to face by going to Stars first.
Yeah.
And then if you see her today, she's still face, but she's more borderline tweener at this point.
Yeah.
She's got a wonderful group with her.
Can we name it?
Yeah,
Cosmic
because we're
Angels.
kind of bouncing in and out of our timeline here. Cosmic Angels. Mina has the white belt right now.
which is astounding because you would have thought that with how she is in the ring that she's been wrestling.
You
for
mean
at
the
least,
future Stardom's belt, not
right?
the white belt.
The future belt. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You would have thought just by watching her in the most recent couple of matches, she's been wrestling for what, 2-3 years?
Yeah, she's been bringing it up.
Tam's been beneficial to them and the other Stardom talent that she's been working with for the white belt right now.
Yeah.
She's been put in a position to where she's kind of the Momo that we saw in this episode, but now, where she's that talent elevator out of everybody else without taking away anything too critical.
No. Like, some people will see it as a demotion. I see it as a promotion. Momo has become kind of the gatekeeper of Stardom. Like, if you're going to do anything in Stardom, you have to go through Momo first. And you kind of see that here as well with the white belts and everything. But she takes a more almost backdoor approach in the future to where, like, if you win the red belt, you're fighting Momo. If you win the white belt, you're fighting Momo.
Exactly.
She's become this person that, like, you have to cut your chops on before you can be considered successful with anything you're doing. So Momo's elevated. Like I said, to me, that's an elevation. I get where people are like, oh, she should have belts, and belts aren't important. I look at $1 Million Man, never won the world title, but all you know is name.
Right.
I consider Momo on that level. Momo's a Rick Rude. Momo's a Kurt Hennig. She's great. She can wrestle with anybody, and she's proved that, and she continues to prove that. And like I said, you kind of get that started here.
Now, don't get us wrong. We want to see wrestlers like Momo win that top belt.
Don't get me wrong. If she wins the red belt, I'm going to be one of the first people cheering.
Exactly.
But she doesn't need it to prove how good she is.
Right. Kurt Hennig never needed the world championship to prove that he was the best.
Yeah.
And he's still one of the greatest in the histories of wrestling.
Yeah. So that, and like I said, you see that kind of starting here with Tam having to prove herself, even though she didn't win. Spoilers if you haven't, because I know this is coming out before the episode. But you see here, she had to prove that she was talented on her own without Mayu's help, and they used Momo to do that.
And I think one of the biggest reasons that they played that storyline was because she had just left Oedo-Tai, where the heels always rely on everybody else. Like in this match right here, Jungle, I don't want to say she played the idiot, but she did kind of fall into the trap of thinking that Kagetsu was going to be fair and clean throughout the match, because that's what she said. We'll go more
into, like I said, the build up and how this plays into like Jungle's future as well. We'll do that in a second.
Well, and going back to what we said about wrestlers needing or not needing that world title to prove how great they are, Jungle's the prime example in this match right here. She is leaps and bounds above most of the wrestlers that we have seen, if not in one of the top 5 in the history of wrestling, both men and women. It doesn't matter. She's got the strength, she's got the personality, she's got the charisma. For whatever reason, Stardom has decided not to put her in that title picture yet. And I'm saying yet because I'm hoping that one day she does get that run.
Yeah. I feel like, again, not to keep making analogs to the Fed, but for me, she's kind of like a Mark Henry. She's gonna probably get that world title run later than everybody wants it, but when it happens, it's gonna mean so much more, because no one will ever be able to look at Jungle and say, you don't deserve that belt. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when Mark Henry finally got that belt and had that run, everybody was like, even if it wasn't the best run in the world, they were still like, yeah, you deserve this. You got it. Great job.
And we're not trying to rip on anybody, but if you look at Utami's run with the red belt right now, current day, I would say that it was this most recent pay-per-view that Stardom did that kind of finally cemented her as that Wonder of Stardom, or World of Stardom champion.
When that goes back into what we're talking about, that started with this pay-per-view that we just reviewed as well.
Exactly. Utami, all the belts.
There were some injuries that stuttered it along the way, but you saw that build starting here. She has all the belts. She's continuing to move forward. Like I said, it probably would have happened a little sooner without the injuries, without COVID, but she's there. She's killing it.
Now I got to bleep that out because it'll put up a flag on the video.
Don't forget.
Current events.
Yeah. But she's there and she's killing it. And like I said, you saw that rise start here. So that was another big thing that started from this show. So TCS, TAM, the Jungle stuff. like you're seeing this frustration. Like she keeps trying, she keeps doing everything.
Jungle Assault Nation still exists, but in our storyline leading up to this show right here, you see where Jan is starting to fall apart.
You're
as a
starting to get
faction.
some fractures, and that's going to play into some stuff we see in the future. We won't go too much into that because that is stuff that's
Right.
going to be covered soon. But you're starting to see those fractures, so that's stuff that's going to play in. What else do we see specifically on this show that's... Okay, again, not to cover too much because it's modern day stuff, but this whole TAM formula of I don't need Mayu, I can do it on my own, that's playing out massively with Starlight Kid right now. And it's because it works so well with TAM that
Right.
we can rinse, repeat, do it slightly different, and still be amazing.
And
with
keep it very unique at the same time.
100%.
It was at this time, behind the scenes, what's going on with Stardom is an agreement, working agreement with Women of Honor.
Mhm.
The ink has not been put on the paper yet, but the contracts are starting to be drawn up. Things are starting to work behind the scenes, and we're going to start seeing here in the next month, which a month for us is probably like 6 or 7 different episodes.
And those will probably be some bonus episodes. We'll probably cover a little bit of that.
We will go into the Women of Honor arc.
Yeah.
So it may have to be done a little bit different due to how we publish our videos. But we will cover that Stardom show, and if there's a match in between, let's say when Mayu was in that tournament for the Women of Honor Championship, that match will be covered, and we are definitely covering the one against Holodead.
Yeah, and it'll probably be like one episode to cover all of the Ring of Honor stuff, as opposed to multiple episodes. But that we'll see how it plays out and what we can do on that, because rights and videos and all that stuff will play into it.
Now, going back into how this show played into current day, indirectly at this point, we look at the roster that was on this show, and we look and see where they are today. Most of the wrestlers are still here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mari and Natsumi are back in Mexico.
All the foreigners
come back.
All the foreigners are gone.
Are they
at this
all of
point.
them?
All of them are
Yeah,
gone.
yeah. So, but look at the talent that came from this roster and the training that was done to make everybody else better and where they're at right now. You got biggest example off of this show, or maybe not this show, but the one before it, was Alex, who Ring of Honor stuff, Mission Pro especially, her ring gear's come 1,000 miles away from when she first started. But her wrestling also has made that leaps and bounds jump to becoming top of the pile.
I'd say as well, she's found her voice. Like she always had the charisma, but she's found out how to properly use it, I think.
And it was in this last year, over the between 7th and 8th anniversary shows, Thunder Rosa and Holodead made an appearance in Stardom with Oidota. Look at where they're at now. Thunder Rosa's running Mission Pro here in Texas for Lone Stardom.
And don't forget, La Rosa Negra was over there around this time as well.
Well, she was there. Now you're off a little bit on that one.
I'm saying, wasn't she there for the holiday?
She was in 2015, 2016.
Oh, so even further back. Okay.
But speaking of, we'll give you an exclusive here. We actually talked to La Rosa Negra at the last Mission Pro show about her run in Stardom, and holy cow, hats off to this lady.
Tough lady.
We're not spoiling anything or giving like inside information that people don't already know that's on the dirt
we found the
sheets.
interview later. Yeah.
She broke both her knees while she was in Stardom, and the match
Finished
is
the
actually
match.
still on the actual Stardom website.
And she finished the match.
Finished the match.
Thought it was just one. Went to the hospital. Found out nope, it was both knees broken.
It was both ACL and MCL on both knees.
Yeah.
She had surgery on one. I believe it was her right knee.
So good.
Yeah. Oh, this is where they're doing the arm bar
over
off
the-
of the
yeah.
where they hung Mayu at.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm slick enough and can chisel the names in the chair spots in the in the wall here.
Speaking of hanging Mayu and future stuff, October. I'm not telling you what it is. October. Something great's gonna happen. You guys are gonna love it.
This coming October, right?
No. We'll have it finished by then.
I forgot.
Hold on.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
no, 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 don't.
No. Right? By October. it'll be
Yeah,
posted.
by October it'll be posted.
You'll know what it is. It'll be great.
By the way, speaking of that we cannot mention that's coming out in October, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody saw the picture already.
Who? Oh, well, of course. Yeah.
No.
Bring. Oh, not bring.
Not Bring.
Oh, but because of bring.
Yeah.
You got a thumbs up?
I got a thumbs up.
October's going to be great. October's going to be great.
So what I'm going to try to do for us is when we get yours done, I'm going to try to get the poster like our first comic book cover.
Yeah.
Where do we have that at in here?
It's on the wall. I can't see it. I can kind of see the bottom of it.
But I'm going to try to get the comic book cover and replace our comic book anime characters with us in there.
I'm done with that.
And I'm going to
That's
send
stuck
it
in the
and see if I can get it autographed.
That's stuck in the stomach because my anime character's a little skinnier than me.
And I will have y'all know, we're actually starting to go to the gym.
Yes.
We saw one the other day as we drove by it.
Yes. There's a taco place right beside it. It's amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
We're also in Central Texas. I will give you that part right now because it's kind of like a German Texas area. Schnitzel and bratwurst in the food truck.
Yeah, that's why we're fat. Some of us fatter than others. Inside joke, he's fat.
It's density.
So wait, where were we? Sorry. So yeah. Also, you start to see not a split up, but you start to see they're moving Hanan around, not just having her team with the Juster Sisters anymore. Which you'll see some more of that in the future as well, as they play with that split even more between the three of them.
I think they've come to the realization that Hanan is closer to being a full-time wrestler due to school and everything. Granted, she's still in school right now, but not as much as her twin sisters.
Yeah, so they're playing around with that. That's another thing you start to see in this show. She'll start to be tagged up with different people as we go forward.
Look at Natsuko and how she's being utilized during the time that our storyline or our story arc is covered. She went from being a number 2.5 in Jan to being one-on-one with Jungle for what, 4 or 5 episodes there.
Yeah.
And now in this show, she's the one that's bringing in Gorilla for her debut on an anniversary show. This is their Mania, and someone's making a debut.
And the leader, Natsuko, also going to play into the future.
You know, who will Natsuko lead here in the future?
We'll see. So, like, there's so much of this stuff where these people are paying off of from this show.
Gorilla.
And if modern day inconveniences hadn't happened, then, like, who knows where the stores would even be. Like, it's insane. Again, I don't want to say what group she's leading, but Natsuko and, like, her group is really doing stuff that's insane.
Oh, this is the hammer throw right here.
Yeah, this one's really good, too. I'm waiting for Natsumi to come back. Follow her on Twitch if you can understand.
No, Natsu.
I said Natsu.
You said
I said
Natsumi.
Sorry. Natsu. Follow Natsu on Twitch. I think she's hilarious, but I don't understand the language.
I understand just a little bit more than him, which ain't much. So I understand like every fifth word.
But we're waiting for her to come back. I think it's a combination of modern day problems and injury, right?
I want to say she was injured, but it was just more of a rehab of past injuries.
So, yeah.
You know, out of all the people that have worked through injuries in Stardom, the one person that we've never seen get injured that's been involved in every horrifying event is Old Ref.
True.
How does this man
they're not doing the terrible things to him.
But he seems to be like in the dust storm of everything going on. So
he knows all.
Hats off to Old Ref, an amazing person.
Hide the bald spot. Hats off. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of
I think this is where Jungle picked up Kagetsu by one arm.
Yeah,
the hurt arm.
We're gonna keep talking until the end of this match. That's how long this video is gonna be. I think we've covered most of the stuff that is future stuff that will be covered. There's gonna be a lot of this video too. Obviously, we don't script anything out.
I don't do that much. I've worked past that.
You just stutter.
Yeah.
Or you should try to see him read his own notes. Let me go back.
Hold on. To be fair, I actually sit in the recording and say, "Crap, I don't know what I wrote here."
Right, but you always cut out the.
I don't know if we ever
reading
talked
over your
about
notes.
this. So Matt actually handwrites everything. I type everything in that one. Yeah.
Hand me that notebook right there.
Hold on.
Yeah, let me show them what I have to try to decipher every month.
Yeah, if you try to forge a check with this handwriting right here, you're going to go to jail just out of just sheer dumbness.
They're not going to think you're a real person. Where are they?
That's them right there.
So this is what I have to try to decipher. I have terrible handwriting.
And also, it's really light.
Yeah.
And so it makes it really difficult for anybody to see it after he wrote it.
Sign up now. I'll send you this for $3. That's the official Matt's notes. That was gonna be a bit. We never made it a bit. We did it that one time.
We're not big into bits, by the way. If it happens, it happens.
Yeah. We have the one. How much? That's all we got.
Not trying to take away from other shows. We're obviously a parody and a copy of, not really a copy, but we liked what they did. We just wanted to do it
We're
for
heavily
Stardom.
inspired by another show.
Potato.
But yeah, we kind of didn't. And this is not just them. There's so much negativity in most of the internet wrestling community.
Yeah.
IWC. And we don't want to be that. We
Is she
always
going
want to
for the
be.
Oedo coaster? No,
Not yet. We're not that far yet. We haven't missed it yet. We don't want to be negative in the IW. We don't want to be negative. We want to be positive. It's one of the reasons we chose Stardom. For one, I honestly think they could come out and go, "Hey, Face4Wrestling sucks," and I'd still be like, "Yay!"
Okay.
Yeah, they just I get happy watching it. It doesn't make me sad. I don't get.
You act like I get a paycheck from this.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't get angry, and so therefore that was one of the things, and we kind of talked about it in one of the other videos. But some of the other stuff we were doing, it's not that we were angry, but we were just it was a chore to watch, and it was. We don't have to do that anymore. We don't want to do that. This is supposed to be fun. So far, all of our comments have been great. Keep those up. All of our people have been great. Keep that up. Yeah, so it's been fun. And we want it to keep being fun. And that's why we're trying to do more stuff to add more fun stuff for you guys.
Yeah, that kick to the arm right there.
Yeah.
I thought there for a little bit. I glanced away and then come back to it when I was doing my notes. It looked like she kind of dislocated her elbow there for a second. But that right there, that clothesline was what made the show.
I'd say I still wish the arm played into the finish. That's my only complaint. But that's just nitpicking. So yeah, since we're still wasting some time, not wasting time, but still kind of talking until the end of this video.
We're wasting time.
Get some more. If you have some more stuff you want us to watch, have some more friends that are going to come watch wrestling with me, and y'all can watch those. If you have some more suggestions, drop those below. If you haven't subscribed, man, go ahead and subscribe.
Stutter kick that like and subscribe button.
This will be our one YouTube beg moment. Please give us subscribes. No, we're up to what?
232 right before we started this, and I'm just as shocked as y'all are.
Which is 230 more than we ever thought we would get. Yeah. We always thought we'd have those two was it the Mick Foley, the dozens and dozens?
Yeah.
That's what we were going for. And the fact that there's 230 of y'all that at least click the button at some point.
And we actually heard at the last Mission Pro show that they heard about Mission Pro from our channel. Yeah. And Stardom from the channel. Yeah. That was the point.
Yeah, that was the whole point. Just to get more people. Because at the time, I think it's picked up definitely since Bushiroad took over. But when we first started it, pre-Bushiroad, you could go on YouTube and you would not really find a lot of Stardom stuff. So we just wanted to be able to put something out there so that people would go find Stardom.
And hats off to Bushiroad for giving Stardom that little extra that they needed to get out there. We've said it in previous episodes, and this is a fine example here. This is another kind of takeaway from the 8th anniversary show. Mm-hmm. They come back to Korakuen frequently.
Yeah.
But the setup starts to improve time and time again. We've seen from the start of our timeline back in October to now how much the production value has made a 180-degree turn.
Powerbomb, man. That
Yeah.
first one right on the neck.
but the cameras have gotten better. The audio has gotten better. The presentation, the interviews. Now, granted, in this episode, the interviews were a little. That was the one takeaway that I had that was kind of negative.
Backstage noise a bit much,
right? Yeah. Especially when Tam was trying to be all serious and talk about how much this meant to her.
And you could tell she just wanted to yell who was over there.
Right.
That's another thing too. I think we kind of said it at the end of the other video that will come out after this, so it's a little weird. But I'll say it again: if you have not seen the 8th anniversary show, go watch the 8th anniversary show.
I think this show, and I'm confident that I can speak for Matt on this one. If you were to show this entire show in its entirety to somebody that was, let's say, a removed wrestling fan for whatever reason, or somebody that was slightly interested in trying to figure out why it is that you or anybody else watches wrestling, this show would get them hooked.
100%.
Every match here had a story going into it that was not only starting or in the middle, but it continued after the show.
No.
Jungle and Keigetsu here, they don't have another match like this together after this Oedo coaster. So
yeah, we got about 2 more minutes to wrap it up, by the way.
Yeah. Well, we got the post match and all that crap
That's
too.
about 2 to 3 more minutes.
And she's going for.
And I think we mentioned this 2 episodes ago. This is also about the time that the two of us actually got into Stardom.
Right.
This is when we first started watching stuff. And granted, we went back and watched a lot of the 2011 stuff, but this was when we started watching it frequently as it was happening.
I'm glad you brought that up. It was about this time that Stardom was actually making improvements on their site. So we got into Stardom here, and everything was on their old site. So we were watching everything from 2011 onward.
Yeah, this series almost started with the 2011 stuff.
We made better decisions.
Thankfully, they changed their website, and the 2011 stuff went away for a while. So
maybe like 1 or 2 matches was still there, and they're still uploading stuff today from that previous site. I've come to find out it has something to do with, like, not copyright, but permission to use.
Sure.
That's why there's only like 1 or 2 La Rosa Negra matches on here.
Fair.
So they're still trying to get everything done up because they're trying to make that expansion elsewhere, which is great.
I'll say it made it better for us because, like I said, we were going to do the original format was we were going to watch 4 episodes at a time and then do a show over those 4 episodes from 2011 on.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's 8 years of material.
Well, I tell you what it was that finally did it for me was that when we first started planning to do this, the Crockett Cup was going on from the revised NWA, and we had just ran across the Goddess of Stardom tournament.
Yeah.
And that was in October. That's when our timeline actually started for this series. And we said, I said to Matt, what better way for us to go from one thing that we enjoy to something else that we know that we can cover great. So this flash right here that you just saw behind us and from the Stardom site, this is where in episode 21, I don't know how to link this. I don't know how to put it up without being like slapped.
Google it.
It's the match promo, not the interviews, but the match promo that played on Samurai TV.
Hype package.
Yeah, the hype package. There you go. It was amazing.
Yeah.
It lasted maybe 5 minutes. It was a couple of interviews. There was one that was on the street interview with Keigetsu getting into a cab trying to leave training. There was another one with Jungle. I think she was outside the venue or something like that. They are not all subtitled, so if you understand the language, kudos. If you don't, you still get the idea of what's going on, and that's another thing about Stardom that we really enjoy. You don't have to understand the language. You can tell from bell to bell what's going on.
They're telling a story in pretty much every match.
And even in this post-match promo right here in the ring, another flash because they had more Samurai TV stuff. But when Keigetsu is telling Hazuki that she's going to be the next challenger for the red belt, you can tell that's what's happening.
Helpful subtitle guy.
Well, not even just with helpful subtitles. You know that by the gesturing of with the red belt in the face, points and stuff like that. It's the little things like that that we think are missing from wrestling today.
Yeah.
Most of the rosters here, by the way.
On that note.
Hey, Alex is there.
Yeah.
Was she on the show?
Yeah. We covered the match. She was in the car.
I've drank since then.
Speaking of that, this show is wrapping up, so it is time for us to wrap up. Thank you for joining us. Continue to join us.
We're on all the social medias at Face4Wrestling. That's Face, the number 4, Wrestling.
I think we did that on purpose.
Facebook,
Twitter,
Twitter,
Instagram,
the Graham Cracker,
which Dr. The Wife does great on the Instagram.
Follow at Dr. The Wife too.
Yeah.
And thank her for doing all the wonderful slow-mos from the Mission Pro shows.
Yeah.
And some of the Stardom stuff that she's been posting for us. This right here should have been a shirt too. Yeah. This right here, I remember
that's
seeing
another complaint I have about Stardom. Their merch, man. They didn't put me in charge of their merch.
Keigetsu in the ring with the trophy and the red belt in her mouth.
Belt in the mouth. Yeah, love that photo. Iconic.
Let's see what else. If you don't have your friends watch our stuff, have your friends watch Stardom and Mission Pro.
But have them watch us too. Or
too.
at least subscribe. They ain't gotta watch. Just subscribe.
Yeah, exactly. And
click on the video, let it play through. You ain't even gotta watch it all.
No.
Anyway, you have to edit that bottom part out.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
Dr. The Wife is not here,
but she will be back. Probably next. No, I'll be next.
Yeah.
I'll be solo.
Matt's next, solo. Dr. The Wife is after that with the 10-minute mission.
We're next. We're all three next.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We're
Episode 21 coming
Episode 21's coming up within a day or two of this one.
Yeah.
Then it's me solo. Then it's Dr. The Wife solo times 2.
Yep.
And then
English and Spanish.
And then we're going to try. I know we say this every time. We're going to try September 9th.
We're trying.
But if not, like you said, you're still going to get multiple videos next month as well.
Yep.
The watching wrestling will continue. We're figuring out the shorts. Some more shorts are going to come.
We just figured that out. Sorry.
Yeah. Some more shorts will come.
Face4Wrestling@gmail.com. If you have any questions, shoot us a note. We will get back to you.
I think you can message us on here, YouTube as well, right?
Sure.
I think you can message. I think you can.
We will get the notification and we will figure it out.
Yeah, leave a comment. We always check. One of us always checks the comment, so comment on these things. You're the one who always replies. I always look and read it, but you're the one.
Wife replies too. She just doesn't put the dash whatever she has on there.
Dash
did. Anyway, we're out. Be sanitary.
Oh, and remember, everybody's special.
Everyone is different, and everyone is good. I'm talking about the match.
I know.
Yeah. Just say they're backstage with.
Yeah, I'm using my joke. Don't take my joke out.
Your joke is terrible.
My joke works.
Do it again. You too.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
We've had about a month gap between our last full episode, which means something must have come up.
Lots of stuff have come up.
We did a live stream a week ago to show y'all the new setup, but we didn't really discuss what happened. Well, after nearly 2 years, I finally escaped my exile from Monrovia and returned to Texas. I've had some recent real-world job changes and it has brought me back home where all three of us are able to record in person and can avoid using the Skype again.
Unless we just want to make it difficult for you.
So I'm going to get exiled again. We have made some changes in the audio for this and future shows. Hopefully it'll pay off on this episode. I know that we have a lot to talk about internally, but we have a huge show ahead of us, and I'm not shooting for a 2-hour review on this one.
No, and if you want to see how good these microphones are before sitting through this entire episode, go check our 10-minute mission with Dr. The Wife, where she herself talks about the Mission Pro Wrestling show that we just went to live and in person. Pause this one, go check out that one, then come back.
Yeah.
And in Spanish.
Yes. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
An excellent stable they are.
They are. They are the best.
It's Stardom's 8th anniversary show, and it's being held in Korakuen Hall on Monday, January 14th, 2019, with an attendance of 910. 10 shy of being 920, which is 920 yen that you
How many?
need for stardom-world.com.
How many?
920.
Not a lot of yen. On top of it being the 8th anniversary show for Stardom, it's also the 8th anniversary of the Rise of Evil, as it's Mayu's 8th anniversary show as well.
By far the largest crowd we've seen so far, and it helps showcase how far Stardom has come in just 8 years for the fans watching at home on Samurai TV. We haven't made it into pay-per-view territory for Stardom yet, so it's still a pre-tape. But everyone is in for a hell of a show, as we have a stacked 7-match card leading up to another Stardom year. There are 4 singles matches, 2 6-lady tag matches, and a gauntlet match. 3 titles are on the line as well. For our opening match, Natsuko takes on a debuting Saya Gorilla.
Saya Garita. That's the thing you got me saying on offensive. Saya Ida. Yeah, we shoot back to the back to where Saya says, "My name is Saya Ida, and I make my debut today. I'm going to come at Natsuko-san with all of my strength and win. Please give me your support. I'll try my hardest." We then shoot over to Natsuko, who says, "I'm Joshi Purosa's female warrior, Natsuko Tora. I was nominated to face Saya Ida in her debut match. This is actually the 3rd time I've faced someone in their debut. Each time I remember my own debut and how nervous and worried I was. It's hard to have a happy feeling at the start, but during the match it picks up. Today I'll do my best to give Aida a match that makes me feel the happiness. I'll do my best."
Feel the happiness?
It was feel that happiness, but you know.
With streamers out of the way, even for the debuting rookie, and checks completed by Old Ref, we start with a respectful handshake that goes into a test of strength. Wrist watches back and forth, and we see the experience of Natsuko easily command the match. Gorilla did resist an Osaka crab for a good bit, but manages to pull her way to the ropes for a break.
Yeah, I like this break on the single leg crab. As soon as it's broken, Old Ref grabs the top rope, jumps through the air to land on the other side to kneel down and check on her to make sure she's okay. I was just like, that was kind of unnecessary, but props to Old Ref for working it out.
It's Old Ref. He can pretty much do what he wants.
Yeah.
Out of the corner from being worked over by Natsuko, Gorilla mounts a bit of offense to try and turn the tide of the match. She gets in a good set of drop kicks onto Natsuko and tries to finish it up with a body slam. But Natsuko overpowers it and forces Gorilla to go back to the drop kick. She finally hits the body slam, but only gets a 2.
Yeah, and it's about this time that they kind of prove what Natsuko said at the beginning of the match right. Because as the match was starting, you saw Saya even had to catch her breath. She was very nervous, but about this time in the match, Saya's in it. Like, she's in it. She doesn't look as shaken anymore. Natsuko's doing a good job of bringing her into her first match. Kudos to these ladies.
There was some great back and forth and trading of pin reversals following Gorilla's body slam. Natsuko misses a top rope splash, and it looks like Gorilla is getting a bit overzealous with the fancy pinning here. After trying to argue with Old Ref, Natsuko picks up Gorilla and slams her in position for the top rope splash. Natsuko connects and easily gets the 3 in 6:17.
Yeah, it was a really short match, but it was awesome for a debut match. They put Saya in there with somebody really good who carried her to 6 minutes of no botches, nothing bad. Like I said, you could see as the match continued, she lost the nervousness. Kudos to Natsuko. She's really good, and I wouldn't be mad if they chose her for my debut match.
I thought it was a good opener, too. It wasn't too fast or too slow, and it really set the mood for the show, so I really enjoyed the pace.
It was definitely the shortest match of the night, and it served as a great opener. Gorilla's obviously nervous, and they made the right call putting her in a match with Natsuko, like you said, Matt.
Yeah.
Natsuko didn't look too arrogant for this match, but did have the look of a teacher in this match as well.
I was going to say that a bit. She had a little bit of heelish at first, but not enough to be full-on heel.
And how awesome is it that someone gets to debut on such an important show here?
And not only that, but after the match was over, Natsuko gets on the mic and says, "Korakuen Hall, good morning. You guys okay? Anyways, Saya Ida, congratulations on your debut. Your path to becoming a wonderful wrestler was born here. Let's both work hard together." Saya replies with, "I'm Saya Ida, and I just made my debut. I may be small," She's got to be talking about height here because she's jacked even as a debut
Oh, yeah.
person. I may be small, but I will aim more and more to become a complete wrestler. Thank you for your support. Finally, please let me be in Jan.
Oh, no. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm going to be honest. I forgot she was in Jan for a little bit.
I did too, 100%.
Didn't one of them say, wait, I can't give you an answer to that. Come over here so so-and-so doesn't get mad.
That's what I say. Natsuko says, Kiona-san, I can't decide. She might get angry. Because Jungle leads Jungle Assault Nation, obviously.
I see.
So Jungle hops in the ring, shakes her hand, lets her in, and then all of Jungle gets in to celebrate together. So not only did she get to debut on an awesome spot, she got put in a pretty good group right off the bat.
Yeah, I actually had here, there was a time when I thought that there was a bit too much hype put into Gorilla at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But future me says it was worth the wait.
Future me, hindsight being what it is.
We cut over to the back as we get ready for the gauntlet match. Did you notice that the twins are messing with Matt in this interview?
Are they?
Yes, they're both wearing the Stardom shirts, so they don't have
but
the
I can
H
tell the
and
difference
R.
in the face. I've learned now. So we shoot to the back, and I like the way they do this for the gauntlet match. They all talk about the match, but they don't know what order they're coming in, so they play them when they're going to be coming out. So we have Alex who says, today is the 8th anniversary, and Star Kid, I think she's talking about Starlight Kid there, and I are ready for the matches. Starlight says, today is Stardom's 8th anniversary show. I also have a new costume. This was weird that she said she has a new costume, because when I think of Starlight Kid, this is the costume I think about typically.
Yeah.
So it's weird that this is the debut of that. I'm teaming with Alex, and we're in a gauntlet match. The other teams are Hina and Rina, Hanan and Ruaka, and Mary and Natsumi. I'm not sure what number we are, but I want to win. Let's do it. We then shoot over to Rina, who says, it's Stardom's 8th anniversary. We're in a gauntlet match. We haven't won a tag match yet, so we'd like to win today. Hina says, let's do our best. Oh, as they're still pushing that little catchphrase.
Hina and Rita make their way out first, and they are followed by Starlight and Alex. And look who's back. It's about damn time, race car ref.
Race car ref looking spiffy in his white polo.
He has been missed.
Yep.
We start with polite handshakes, and race car ref kicks us off with Hina and Starlight. Reverse wristwatches to start off as Hina decides she's had enough with the technical stuff and gets the assist from Rina to start the dropkick train and hit the double arm bars number 56 and 12. Starlight gets everything under control and finally gets Alex in the ring. It looks like she's setting up Rina for a kick, and Rina seems to be expecting the same thing, but Alex surprises everyone with a strange pinning attempt. It even caught race car ref off guard a bit. Hina gets in some wild-looking elbows before tagging in Rina. Just wanted to point these out here.
Mm-hmm.
After some nice judo takedowns from Rina, Alex lands a nice-looking springboard crossbody from the second rope, but it only gets a 2 in attack to Starlight. Bit more of the double teaming from the twins to Starlight, but you can tell the gearing ramps up when Starlight is in. Rina is set up on the second rope, and we get the 979 from Alex and the standing moonsault from Starlight. We get a slight double team from Starlight and Alex, but it's only to break the twins up. It allows Starlight to nail the frog splash to Rina for the first elimination at 4:51.
Yeah, it was during this little run that I noticed that some of the camera angles are a little off for this show. Like, it's not bad botches or bad moves, but just the angles and the camera's in the wrong spot.
Let's go ahead and get this knocked out of the way now, because it gets a little worse throughout the night.
Yeah, and I don't want to have to keep talking about it.
And that one camera on the side kind of looks like, I'm not trying to say we're any better because we only have webcams here.
Yeah.
But it looks like a webcam that's like overexposed.
Well, it's like their break kayfabe camera too, because like every time it shoots to it, it's like they're doing a kick, and that weird angle is the only angle where the kick doesn't look like it kicks her in the face. You know what I mean? And that's my only complaint really about this show in general, was just that one camera was in a weird spot.
Next out is Mari and Natsumi with their promo in picture-in-picture. Race car ref does his checks again, and we start with round 2 with Mari and Alex.
Mari's on a microphone, and she says,
hello friends, Mari Apache here, and I think in today's tag team, Mari Apache will be the winner as always. Thank you.
Yeah, there's also a nice spot after that where she tries to get Natsumi to say something, and Natsumi just blows her off. And then they come down into the ring, and Mari stands in the corner as Natsumi and goes shake, because they're all friends. So she's super friendly, and Mari's like, nah, F this noise.
Race car ref does his checks again, and we start with round 2 with Mari and Alex. And my goodness, the start that these two ladies have. You can tell that each of them are more comfortable with each other. They swap out to Starlight and Natsumi, and they have a decent showing as well. Starlight does get a bit overzealous and gets tied up in the El Nudo by Natsumi.
Didn't we see the El Nudo recently?
We saw it in person. I like the spot though. I like how Natsumi put it in, tagged in Madi, and then Madi came in and sat on her and did the little pose. It was a nice little change of pace.
It was cute.
While Madi has Alex in the bow and arrow, I just want to reiterate how it's nice to see Alex so comfortable with someone. I think this is the best we've seen her so far in Stardom.
Mm-hmm.
I like how she didn't have to hold back so much.
She's also getting more comfortable when she goes up top, as we see her hit her top rope dropkick with a little bit more ease this time.
I say, yeah, it looks like she's actually going for the moves now instead of thinking about going for the moves, and then them not hitting quite the way they should.
It's still kind of weird to know that she's only, a year into wrestling here?
Who?
Yeah.
Alex.
Really?
She's a rookie here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As Alex and Starlight appear to be cleaning house, Mighty just comes in and lays out Alex with a lariat, and that gets the second elimination at 8:58.
I was gonna say, it seemed like maybe Alex owed Maddie some money off that clothesline.
Did you see the one where she gave her a boot to the face?
Yeah.
That was a hard hit.
But this clothesline, and I'm not speculating. I'm just saying, they hit the clothesline, and then they, instead of doing the picture-in-picture, immediately shot to the back. I hope Alex is okay, because it looked like it cleaned her clock a little bit. Speaking of shooting to the back, we have Ruaka on the mic who says, "I'm not a Kappa, I'm a monster. I'm the 14-year-old future warrior, Ruaka." Hanan says, "I'm the fairy from the Southern Islands." I think this is the second time we've actually heard her call herself that?
Maybe.
Still don't know what it means. Ruaka says, "This is the second time we've teamed up. We may be from different units, but we'll try our best."
Race car ref starts the last part, and Hanan and Monster clear the ring to gang up on Natsumi. Judo flip out of the corner from Hanan, and she starts taking even more to Natsumi. After a dropkick from running off the ropes, Natsumi gets her bearing straight and bowls over Hanan before she can start going around the ring with them. Nice wristwatch DDT takedown from Natsumi to Hanan. Mighty comes in, and Hanan gets out of the way of a flying Mighty to tag in Monster. A crossbody from Monster, but Mighty is up to lay her out from doing it again. She follows up with the running barrel roll. After some running drop kicks from Natsumi, she ties Monster up in the El Nudo to jump on her. Off the ropes, Natsumi hits Monster with a Hurricanrana that she rolls into a schoolgirl that gets the 3 in 11:58.
This was a pretty good match. My only complaint about the match overall is I probably would have had the Meri Natsumi Alex Starlight Kid be the final match. The pacing would have been a little bit better, I think. Because that one was really high speed, really more energetic than the final one ended up being. But other than that, this was great way to showcase all these girls, get them a chance to get out there and do their thing. So I'm big ups.
I enjoyed it too, but I had lots of question marks over my head when I saw the post-match situation.
Oh, yeah, the post-match where Natsumi went to give her mom a hug, jumped up into her arms. Maddie gave her the hug, but then threw her down and ran away.
Yeah.
Doctor, my wife, I have some bad news for you.
What?
It's time to say goodbye to Mighty Apache and her daughter Natsumi. After having been in Stardom since July of 2017, both would make their way back to Mexico. As of this recording, they would only have about 9 or 10 matches since their Stardom departure to the current day that we're recording. But if you look hard enough, Mighty remains pretty active on Facebook and looks to be having a wonderful life. Good for them.
I'm looking her up right now.
What a strange duo, though. When Matt and I first started getting into Stardom and figuring out who everyone was, we would have never pinned Natsumi being Mighty's daughter.
No.
And we both got proven wrong by Mighty and Natsumi in a good way over time as well.
Yeah, definitely with Mighty. Like I said, we've touched on it before. When we first started doing this, we were kind of cynical internet wrestling fans, typical. We saw Mighty and was like, "Oh, she's gonna be the drizzling." But then, the first match, it was like, "Oh wait, no, we are in the wrong here." And because of Mighty, we actually give everybody a chance now. So big props to Mighty. I've loved the Stardom run that we've seen of her that we've covered on here, and the stuff that we've seen that we haven't covered on here. So props to her.
Mission Pro,
Mighty Pro. I mean, Natsumi would fit right in. Let's be real.
Both of them would.
And Mighty would be great to help, at the dog pound, maybe.
And they're close by.
They are. Road trip.
Kidnap road? No, we'd get our asses kicked.
That's true. That's true.
Up next is Oedo Tai, Hazuki, Jamie, and Natsu against Tokyo Cyber Squad, Hana, Bobby, and Sadie. Matt.
We shoot back to the TCS locker room where Mighty immediately makes Waldo a liar by appearing one last time. To stay?
Hello, friends. Here we are with an impressive top-tier group right now. And today we will not be the exception. We are here and we will win.
We then shoot over to Sadie, or as Waldo likes to call her, Sadie. She
Sadie!
says, Konnichiwa, we're here to kick ass. Bobby says, nervous, excited, ready. Hana says, looking forward to this. Pretty simple promos from everybody. We then shoot over to Jamie, who I realized on this has never said less than 5 minutes worth of talking. She gets on the mic and say, hi, today is a big day for Odio Tai. Kagetsu is the main event and she's got a challenge for the title. But my buddies are here. We have a tag match. And we're against Hana and the Tokyo Cyber Squad. And correct me if I'm wrong, but since we've been reviewing it, this is the actual first time they refer to them as the Tokyo Cyber Squad.
Yep, this is it.
Or whatever the hell they're called. But we're a better team. Odio Tai has been around forever, and I've just joined. But I feel we get along really well. We have good chemistry, good pals already, so we're going to pick up the win.
Right at the end of the TCS promo, did Sadie try to make a gang symbol?
I don't know. I think they all kind of made symbols.
It was weird.
Yeah. Hana, like, at the last second decided to shoot the camera with finger guns, so, like, they were all trying to figure out what they were trying to do. I said it's the first time as TCS, and they're still figuring it out.
Oedo Tai getting ready to make their entrance, and we see Japanese Jack Tunney at the back table fiddling with his phone. Good for him.
Good for him.
And I can't quite make out what's on Natsu's sign due to the lights at first, but I do get a better picture later on, and it says, Costume Maji ga imashita. And then on the back it says Oedo Tai. Basically, sorry about the costume. Guess who showed up late to the show and didn't have anything?
Yeah. By her sign, he means she was wearing this on her body. Not carrying a sign. She actually had these 2 poster boards taped to her stomach and back that said these things.
But everyone in Oedo Tai is out, and they let Jamie lead them to the ring. We get an Oedo Tai dance that seems to be to power Jamie up, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is Jamie's first dance, so it was the
okay.
way they were working her into it.
I will say Jamie did a better job at the dance than recently returning to wrestling Session Moth.
Yeah, but the Session Moth dance.
In her defense, she was probably drunk.
No, not probably. She was drunk.
After all the intros and such, race car ref loses order as Oedo Tai rushes TCS and focus solely on Bobby.
Well, actually, we get a little bit of fun at the beginning of the match because it is a Natsu match. So she initially, after she does her intro, tries to join the TCS team. So they push her down real quick and don't let her join. And then as they do the streamers for Hana, they try to clean up the streamers afterwards.
I was going to see
she once again attacks them and steals the streamers and just won't let them take them. Oh, sorry, they were Hazuki streamers. She wouldn't let them take Hazuki streamers.
Jamie is quick to remind Bobby that she was the one that betrayed them. Now is on the outside with some assistance as Bobby appears to be getting her bearings straight. And we are straight to the outside with everyone everywhere. It does let us get a good shot of all the people in attendance as Hana walks Hazuki up the stands. Strange for an Oedo Tai match to have that going on and something in the ring as well, as Jamie and Bobby are still there.
Yeah, they were kind of like, no, we don't want to do that. We're going to stay in here and fight.
Bobby reaches in to tag Hana. Wait a minute. How? When? She was just in row Z.
Teleportation?
It sees a double team bow and arrow from Hana and Bobby to be put on Jamie, but I don't think Bobby was ready for it.
No, and you have the interesting thing where Hana there plays it off and starts saying that it was all Jamie's fault and tells the crowd that she sucks. And she started it. Yeah, she started it, but she was blaming it on Jamie and not her partner who actually messed it up, which is pretty good.
Jamie stops Hana's offense with a more improved backbreaker from the last show. She tags in Hazuki and she gets overrun with TCS until a run up into the corner from an Irish whip and double drop kick to Hana and Sadie. Sadie. Got it. Her attention turns to Hana as Oedo Tai try to keep the ring clear. But Bobby is in for the save until a code breaker to the face, and then Hazuki continues like nothing happened.
Yeah.
That is until Hana starts with the kicks.
Yeah.
Hana tags Sadie in, and she goes for the gymnastic butt to the face in the corner. I don't know what the name of this is. Do you, Matt?
It's I do. It's like a springboard back elbow is what it is.
After a quick showboating, she whips Suzuki out of the corner.
Yeah, she kind of did the Roman Reigns punch the ground power up. We will not be splicing. And then went for a handstand into a head scissors.
Yes.
Word.
Hazuki reverses a suplex attempt into a DDT and quickly goes for a tag to Natsu. She assists Hazuki and Jamie in keeping Sadie down in the corner and gets the crowd going for her Bronco Buster. When Natsu is done, she rolls Sadie out of the corner for a surround sound dropkick. Bit of a comeback from Sadie until Jamie and Hazuki issue a rejection. After a 2 count, Hana comes in to dropkick Natsu in the face, and we get a bit of a mix-up until Sadie drops everyone by mystifying them with the fanciest kip-up.
Like a 3-step kip-up, which I've never seen before in my life.
After a clothesline, Sadie powers up and crashes into everyone outside.
Not everyone. Did you notice? Hana was smart. She was standing to the side applauding.
I think Sadie forgot she was legal because you see Hana pick her up from the side and guide her back into the ring after Natsu is rolled in. Sadie goes up top and lands a moonsault for the 3 in 9:30.
I have a complaint.
Okay.
I don't like to be negative, but I have a complaint. Damn it, Sadie. She was holding her shoulder up as the ref was making the count.
I know.
I'm like, come on, dude. Why? Other than that, this was a pretty quick-paced, fun match. Just why would you hold your opponent's shoulder up when the ref is making the 3 count? Anyways, moving on.
It was a good match. It put everyone in a good light and continues the story of the newly forming TCS and their feud with Oidota.
Yeah, they did a good build for everybody in this match. Everybody got some time to work. Hazuki proved to be the worker once again. Natsu is so much fun. She's quickly becoming one of my top 10 favorites. Dr. The Wife?
No, it was a really good match. I enjoyed the athletic ability of Sadie. I know that the flip over the rope caught me by surprise. I've never seen that before, so I was enjoying that. But Hazuki, yeah, she really did surprise me. I'm thoroughly enjoying her more and more every time I see her in the ring.
Our next match has 2 originals from when Stardom first started, with Mayu being with the promotion the entire time as their top face. It stars Mayu, Arisa, and Saki against QQ of Konami, B, and Azumi. Mayu is still injured, and it's surprising to see her in this match. Seeing as it's the anniversary show, I can kind of understand why she did it. Still a bit of a risk considering it's still a bit longer before she's back in singles action again.
Yeah, but not only that, she proves to be a heel as they name the match after her. It's the Mayu Iwatani 8th anniversary match. Only a heel would have a match named after them. We shoot to the back where Konami says, it's Stardom's 8th anniversary. Congratulations. We're at Korakuen Hall, and it's Mayu Iwatani's return. While it's Stardom's 8th anniversary, it's also Mayu's 8th anniversary. Regardless, QQ will be victorious. We then shoot over to Mayu, who looks to be the most fired up I think we've ever seen her in a promo. Where Mayu says, it's Stardom's 8th anniversary, and we've got the old members together. She tries to do the Stardom hand symbol, and somehow messes up and do the Odiotai symbol. I don't know how you confuse an S and an O. But, it's Mayu, so it is what it is. She then says, first generation, and her and Arisa raise their hands. Second generation, Saki raises her hand. You're in a good mood. We're older members, but it's our first time the 3 of us together. That kind of blew my mind, again, because we've seen them work so much after this that I didn't realize this is the first time the 3 of them teamed up together.
Yep.
So just kind of crazy. Arisa then says, I fought against Saki a lot. She was a heel back then. Foreshadowing. Today is Stardom's 8th anniversary, Mayu's 8th anniversary, and return also. Mayu says, I'm not sure what will happen, and I worry a little that I might not be able to move. But I have partners I can count on. You've gotten especially strong lately, she says to Saki. Saki says, we'll drag your butt back to the corner if you can't move. Arisa says, if Mayu can't move, we'll get it done. And then, just to prove me right, a little bit of heel Mayu pops out, and she says, a little selfishly, I want to beat up everyone. That's a total heel saying right there. And then
Beat
that's
the
it.
face into them.
That's all I got. That's how we end the promo. I want to beat up everyone.
A stellar Stars and Mayu interview to lead us into this match. And the streamers were actually very well on point for this.
It actually took a whole team to de-streamer Mayu.
Yeah.
There was like 4 people pulling streamers off of her.
We start with Mayu and Azumi, and there is no disappointment at all, as these 2 ladies are showing that they are the best.
Yeah.
QQ come in to break it up, and they start pummeling Mayu in the corner. B is in as she starts targeting the knee of Mayu to try and slow her down. Konami follows the tactic and looks to be putting Mayu in a bit of trouble. The Stars come in to help Mayu finally, and they hit a nice stereo dropkick to Konami in the dead center of the ring. Mayu finally gets the chance to tag out, and Saki is in. But she doesn't have much offense as Konami and QQ take back over again. They focus on her like they did with Mayu, but it's with Saki's arm. And this lets B shine even brighter for a bit with her amazing curb stomps to the elbow.
Yeah.
Saki manages to break free for some air as she tilt-a-whirls Konami off the ropes. After a running kick to Konami in the ropes, she tags in Arisa, who is ready to give the business until a surprise Izumi appears.
Surprise, yeah.
She is tiny. I can see her just popping out of a bush, kicking somebody in the face and running away.
Mayu and Arisa reverse the double Irish whips out of the corner from B and Izumi and set up some stiff-looking hits in the corner themselves. Konami's double foot stomp to the head of Arisa always looks amazing.
Yeah.
Arisa dodges a running side kick from B and tries for a roll-up. The two then reverse a little, and B locks in a head scissors with a double arm pull.
Yeah, I called that the double armbar head triangle. It looked painful.
Yes.
Like Arisa really appeared to be in pain during this move.
Did you guys notice something in this particular match? The audience was more animated and was actually more vocal.
Oh, they lit up.
Oh, yeah. Not saying that the other matches are bad, but this is the first big match of an all-big match card.
Right. Arisa makes the ropes to avoid being submitted and goes into a kick fest with B. It sees Arisa land the flying stutter kick from the top. Stars try to prevent the pin breakup, but can't. As Mayu was innocently walking back to the corner, Konami got in her way and tried to make it look like Mayu attacked her.
No, that's not what
You're
happened.
a little too passionate about that
Mayu
one.
ran over and attacked Konami for no reason.
Oh, she just ran into her fist and her feet.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about there. Beautiful series from Mayu out of the corner to attempt a roll-up on B. And it's awesome to see B keep up with everyone here, too.
Yeah.
She is really in a league of her own as far as foreigners go in Stardom.
Yeah.
She breaks out another unique move as she has Mayu on her shoulders, crosses her arms, and lands a back slam pin.
Yeah, that's the Queen's Landing. That's her finisher.
Is that okay? Because I have here, does this have a name?
Yeah.
The chaos has cleared up a little bit in the ring, but Izumi is up top to crossbody Mayu. They reverse a little bit and exchange kicks to the head.
Somehow, in this exchange, Mayu and Izumi outkicked everybody else in this match. They were kicking the crap out of each other.
Mayu, apparently having the stiffer kick, comes out the winner, and she's setting up for a running kick to Izumi from the other ropes. QQ comes in and just starts mugging Mayu.
Returning the favor.
All three QQ members are in, and they stereo kick Mayu down, and she kicks out at 2 99/100ths. Saki springboards off the second rope and gets B and Konami in a double bulldog. Okay, that looked nice.
Yeah, because Savior Saki can do no wrong.
But it was after it took her 20 minutes to get in and actually help.
She was in the match earlier. She tagged out.
Nice fly to the outside from Saki as Arisa is holding everyone down for her. In the ring, Mayu is still wrestling Izumi. Izumi comes off the ropes and tries for her Hurricanrana, but Mayu changes it into a release jackknife. And Izumi is staggering to get up from that one too.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mayu slips behind Izumi and picks her up. I thought this was going to be a suplex, but it's something submission.
It was a dragon sleeper, but like, I don't know if you'd call it elevated, because she actually had Azumi's knees on her knees and was holding her off the ground while applying the dragon sleeper. Amazing. That's my favorite submission move anyways. That extra bit of torque she's getting, kudos to both women.
Mayu releases it, and with her knee injury, goes up for a flying moonsault that caught all the air.
Yeah.
And that gets the 3 for Stars in 14:07. Jeez, Mayu.
Yeah.
There are some that use tag matches to help stay in the ring while avoiding undue stress on lingering injuries. Then there's Mayu.
I feel like this was, she took it upon herself. It's the 8th anniversary. She feels like people are there to see her. She can't just stand there in the corner. She's got to put the work in.
So obviously, if she wasn't injured, she'd be in one of the top one-on-one single matches on the card.
Possibly, yeah.
But she really pushed herself here to be at this show and not disappoint anyone. And somehow didn't injure herself any worse.
Well, I mean, she did disappoint QQ. They were looking for that win.
Good.
I like this though. I mean, it starts out high paced and occasionally hits to the corner to keep the competition in control. But overall, I thought it was a very kick-ass match with all the counters and the reversals.
Yeah, I honestly thought Mayu was going to be out of it more and we'd see more of Arisa and Saki. But all 6 ladies were high-paced the entire time. I wouldn't have guessed Mayu was still injured. I would assume she was going to be at the next show ready to wrestle again.
Still a little bit before we get her in a singles match.
Yeah.
It was this match that was kind of the halfway point in the show because this is where the gears really start ramping
Yeah,
up.
we're no longer doing the kind of those training matches where you give everybody a chance to work. We're now at the
Almost like the first half of the card was new Stardom, recent.
Yeah.
And the second half of the card, we're here for business.
This is Stardom, yeah.
The next match is the second singles match of the night and sees Utami and Viper wrestle for the Stardom Wrestling Alliance women's title and Pro Wrestling Eve's International Championship. Strange to see two singles championships be defended in a single match. We know that the SWA title has to be defended to a wrestler from a different country than the holder under the supervision of an executive from one of the Alliance companies. But the Pro Wrestling Eve International Championship has no kind of stipulation. But it's a huge-ass title belt, and I like it.
Yeah, it looks good on Viper. We shoot back to the back where Utami says, Viper and I are in the same unit, but today I go after both of her titles. This will be my biggest challenge since my debut. Viper may be bigger and more powerful, but I am bringing everything I've got. And I think it was at this moment that I realized it was for both belts, because I think when she originally challenged her, it was just for the SWA, wasn't it?
The original challenge was, yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if Viper won the Eve International in between now and then or what, but...
She's had it for a minute.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
it was just nice to see them both on the line
So
then.
she was getting both belts.
If she wins, yeah.
I was wondering about that.
We then shoot to Viper, who says, today we're at Korakuen Hall, and I have a double title match against Utami. This is my first defense. No, this is the first time she's had it, I think.
The SWA?
Yeah. No,
Okay.
the Eve International.
Ah.
This is my first defense for the Eve belt, so this is important to me. A lot of times here in Korakuen, I've been so focused on the win, I haven't enjoyed myself. Today I'm going to enjoy everything. I'm not going to take anything away from Utami. She's young, but she's worked so hard to be here, and no matter what happens today, she is going to be successful in the future.
I'm surprised you got all of that because usually both of you are getting onto her.
No, I have no problems with Viper.
No.
Sometimes I have problems with Jamie, but he has the problem with Viper. He doesn't speak Scottish slang.
Yeah, I can't really understand what she's saying sometimes.
Yeah.
The ladies make their way out, and Utami already has the Future of Stardom Championship and one half of the Goddess of Stardom Championship. We are definitely seeing the meteoric rise of Utami here.
Yeah.
Viper looks like an absolute beast coming out with her title belts and not with her hair rolled up like an elementary student.
You know what though? Viper really made Utami work for that.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Race Car Ref starts us off with this QQ title matchup. Viper starts off by showing everyone that she is bigger and stronger of the two, requiring Utami to be a bit more smart and technical in their match.
Yeah.
But I have to be honest, it would appear that Utami didn't catch up on that until a little bit into the match.
Yeah.
Because Viper is just able to walk her around the ring and do whatever she wants for the most part.
Yeah, there's a nice slow build at the beginning of this.
It's not until Viper body slams Utami and she rolls out of the way of a Viper backdrop that Utami looks to start gaining the upper hand. But it's shut down quick as Viper rolls her to the outside and looks to walk and brawl with her. Utami ducks out of a Viper barrel roll into the chairs.
We have to say farewell to another fallen chair here.
Yeah. I actually have that in my notes. I'm like, and there goes another chair.
R.I.P. Korakuen Hall chair. You will be missed, but you join your brethren in a better place.
It lets Utami try to get things a bit under control as she rolls Viper back into the ring. Utami goes to the second rope for a drop kick after a Russian leg sweep and follows up with a headlock to try and choke Viper out. But Viper backpack carries Utami into the corner to knock her off. Utami ducks out of the way of Viper trying for a barrel roll into the corner again, and Utami tries to shift the match into her favor. But Viper catches her off the ropes for a power slam into a pin that only gets a 2 after being rolled into a nice reversal for a 2 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sticking with being the smarter wrestler in the match, Utami tries for a belly-to-back suplex on the Viper.
Smarter, you said?
She is whipped into the corner for her troubles and given a running barrel roll.
The way I saw it was that Viper was pretty much tenderizing Utami with all those drops and falls and things like that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Viper is visibly frustrated with not being able to pin Utami and get the win and goes up top out of desperation. Utami matches this desperation by grabbing Viper across the shoulders and slams her onto the mat. This looked a bit rough.
No, see, I actually like this spot because they went, instead of Utami trying to carry Viper around, they just went straight over. It looked like it was going to be dangerous, but since they just went straight over, they had full control the whole time, and Utami looks like a beast without having to actually put them in more danger.
Oh, it looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Utami tries for a belly-to-back suplex again, and Viper issues a headbutt after breaking away, and then shows Utami how to properly suplex. Another flying barrel roll, and Viper hits the Viper Bomb off the second rope. But Utami is being a bit stubborn and refuses to lose.
Yeah.
After a little taunting, Viper goes all the way up to the top and flies off for a splash. She misses as Utami rolls out of the way, but she did it with ease.
And they did such a good spot on this again. Viper jumped far enough past her to where Tommy could roll out, and they never even came close to hitting each other, and it looked so much better because of this.
Utami sees a chance and gets behind Viper for a choke. This choke stayed on for a bit, too.
Mm-hmm.
Utami finally thinks that she's got Viper where she wants her, and connects with the belly-to-back suplex to my and the crowd's amazement.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a German suplex, and like we were talking about earlier, since they didn't have Utami go beast mode throughout the entirety of the match, the one spot on the top rope and now this spot made Utami look so much stronger, and it's safe because she still has her strength from the entire match, whereas if she'd have been trying these power moves out the entire time, she might not have got it off as cleanly as she did here, and it looked amazing.
And that's enough for Utami to get the 3 in 11:25 to become the new SWA and Pro Wrestling Eve International Champion.
Yeah.
You know, with all the talk about Utami attempting to pick up Viper, I actually had it in my notes that she needed to let go of trying to pick up Viper because she made all the attempts the whole night, and then out of nowhere when she does actually succeed, I was floored. I really was floored because I wasn't expecting her to actually make it happen and then pin her after that.
Yeah, they built this match perfectly. Slow build into a couple power moves for Utami, and now neither one of them look weak. They both look amazing coming out of this match.
I mentioned earlier that we are seeing a sudden Utami focus. And to me, I think this is where Stardom knew they could really depend on her in the future. She still seems a little shy in her interviews, but to be fair, she's actually been cut off a lot of the times and not given much time prior to this.
Yeah.
This match was a bit slower than most Stardom matches, but it was also unique in that Utami got to be in the role of David against the Goliath of Viper. Utami stands out among the Stardom roster as not being the smallest, and this was an interesting way to build her up while not taking away from either lady.
Yeah, so we get the end of the match as Utami's laying there. She's got her trophy. She's got her streamers. When all of a sudden, Viper comes in, grabs her by the, what do you call these? Lapels?
You sure?
You think it's about to be an attack?
Yeah,
by her collar, you think it's about to be an attack? But the two warriors embrace in a hug and show of friendship. They're not going to break up. QQ's still good to go. Nice little ending to this match.
I actually thought it was funny because Utami looked visibly scared.
Yeah. I don't think she cleared it with Utami first.
It's Matt's main event time as we see Tam challenge Momo for the white belt.
It should have been. What are you talking about? This is the main event. This is the last match. Is there more after this? Did I miss something? We shoot into the back where Tam says, I felt... By the way, I want to point out, we're getting a very different Tam than some of the other Tams. This is a very serious Tam. She says, I fell into despair a year ago when I lost the Loser Leaves unit match. I have to show that it's not Tam Nakano with Mayu Iwatani. It's just Tam Nakano tonight. I need to do this fight by myself. Maybe that's a little different from the road that led me here. I'm going to stand in that ring, Tam Nakano, and go after all I've fought for. I'm going to grab it. Stardom Dream. All you needed to say, awesome promo by Tam. Very serious Tam. We haven't seen that before now. Maybe a little bit of deathmatch Tam, but we didn't cover that, so this is the first time we've seen it.
Never happened.
We then shoot over to Momo, who's also all serious. It says, today is my 9th defense. I take on Tam Nakano 1 year later. I'm going to prove that Stars is nothing without Mayu. And I'm ready.
There was one thing that took away a little bit from this interview that Tam did.
What's up?
It sounded like somebody was having a temper tantrum in the back.
It was on Tam and Momo's, both of theirs. There was just really loud, like
stomping.
It sounded like someone was
in the
stomping.
lockers.
Yeah, like I don't know what was going on there. It did pull me out a little bit, but I was focused on what Tam was saying, so I was able to.
I just have here. It must be why Momo did her interview somewhere else.
Maybe, yeah. It was a little quieter, but it was still loud.
Tam is out first with her artist title and P-Chan to support her. You can see the concern on her face for this match as she knows she's going to have to work for anything that she tries to get tonight.
Mm-hmm.
As with the last match, we have Japanese Jack Tunney with Tam and Momo to show everyone that the white belt is on the line. and old ref is in the ring with a look on his face that expresses the same visual for joy as it does concern. Tam and Momo start off softly with some test kicks before starting to swing for the heads and shift into stiff elbows. A snapmare from Tam to Momo sees her trade places and issue a few kicks to the back after being in the same position herself. Weird. The side camera takes over as Momo is trying to roll away from Tam, and it's a bit zoomed in and overexposed like we were talking about earlier. Beautiful drop kicks from Momo to Tam in the corner. She plants a firm foot in Tam's chest after old ref 5 counts her for stretching Tam's head over the rope.
Yeah.
And for a minute there, it looks like Momo is just stalking Tam around the ring and making sure she's firmly in charge of the match, with things like taunting kicks straight in the butt of Tam while she's in the ropes.
Yeah, she's somehow being cocky, but not cocky. It's weird. You have to watch it to see it, because she's not being
Methodically taking her down.
Yeah, it's more methodic than cocky. Yeah, that's a good word for it.
Momo makes a mistake by whipping Tam into the opposite corner, and we see a flying cutter off the ropes from Tam to Momo.
Love that move.
There was a weird setup going on, and I couldn't figure out what it was until Tam just threw her body down to the mat while tied up in Momo's legs. It's a reverse figure yon.
Yeah, I have it as Tam's twisted figure 4 sharpshooter combo.
This looked pretty painful.
It looked cool as shit, though.
Momo doesn't tap out from it, so Tam puts her in the ropes to start attacking that right knee and leg.
Yeah.
Momo stops her momentum with a dropkick and starts returning the favors. How do you stop being reversed on an Irish whip? Do what Momo did and rock bottom your opponent.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do.
Tam finds the strength to work out a PKO on a Momo while she's going up the ropes and follows it up with the jump knees to the back.
Mm-hmm.
Small back and forth until the ladies knock each other silly with duo kicks to the head. Tam is the first one up, and she tries her best to make it work. But Momo counters with her modified knee lift Thesz press and locks Tam into reverse armbar number 4. Tam makes the ropes and just flops out of the ring. She starts to stand up, and Momo is on the apron to give her a running sidekick, and Tam just falls straight to the floor onto her back.
Yeah, they're not giving each other a breath in this one. It's nonstop.
The ladies struggle outside until Tam gets the upper hand with a German suplex on the outside. She rolls Momo in and flies from the top to connect with a knee to the face.
I gotta say, too, that German onto the mats outside, those mats did not seem very protective.
Momo dodges a knee from Tam, and the ladies go into a contest focused on brute force. Momo ducks a clothesline and hooks Tam into a double underhook German release suplex. Both ladies are gassed, and Momo locks in a chicken wing that somehow manages to suplex Tam with. But when she goes for it again, Tam reverses it and rolls Momo through for a roll-up. This was amazing.
Yeah.
The story of Tam just not having quite enough to put Momo away continues as she gets another 2 count after another double underhook German suplex. Tam gets Momo up and lays in some kicks, but she's too exhausted to think straight. She puts Momo on the top turnbuckle and goes for the German suplex again, but Momo elbows to freedom, and it gives her the opportunity to hit the flying knees. What's the name of this?
The flying knees?
Yeah.
The flying knees.
Okay.
But I will say, it wasn't belly to back that she was going for, Germans. She was going for the tiger suplex, which is her finisher.
Everyone bought this was the end of the match.
Yeah.
I bought this was the end of the match. But it's still going for a little bit as Momo is straight putting a choke to Tam. From choke to suplex to 2 and 99 100s, they got me again.
Mm-hmm.
But the next suplex is enough to get Momo the victory for her 9th defense of the Wonder of Stardom Championship in 1654.
So, we've joked in the past about how we wanted this to be an Iron Woman match, but to do so, they would have to wear full iron gear to protect themselves. Splicey. But honestly, if this had been a 60-minute Iron Woman match, I do believe both competitors would have been dead. They both put everything they had into this match. It was... brutal's not the right word, because it wasn't brutal. It was just captivating. I have one note in the entire thing, and that was Tam's twisted figure 4 sharpshooter combo. Because everything else, I was just so focused on the match and watching what was happening. They drew me in. They both look exhausted after this match. And I stand by the fact that these two women are probably the best in the company at making other people look good. And so therefore, when you have this combination, they make each other look amazing. This was a hell of a match. Highly recommend you go out of your way to check this match out.
You know, when I first started watching this, I thought, wow, Tam looks so different without her normal look. But I think that was a foreshadowing to what you were saying with how focused and serious she was for this match. So some of the things that I noticed was the fact that they really concentrated on wearing each other out, more so in the limbs, because it just, for the whole match, they just seemed to be going back and forth, chipping away at each other. So it started off slow, but it really picked up quickly. And then one of the things that I also noticed here was that overall it was a good match. Tam showed herself to be a really strong fighter. And I'm not sure if anybody noticed this, Waldo's favorite wrestler was coaching on the sidelines. Woo! I meant Saki.
Boo!
Yeah, Saki. She had the support of Saki and Arisa throughout the entirety of the match. They were running back and forth to whichever side Momo happened to be on, yelling encouragement towards her. I did notice that. But before we go to the post-match stuff, I just want to say, too, I literally had to take a 30-minute break after this match because I did not want to judge the main event after what I just saw. Like, I was that big a fan of this match.
What was your palate cleanser then?
Smoked cigarettes, and I think I watched some YouTube videos because it was just like, I was like, I can't, I don't want to be, because I know Kagetsu and Jungle are great and they're going to bring it, but I didn't want to judge them based off of what I just saw. These are my two favorite wrestlers wrestling, and they both pulled it off amazingly.
You know, interestingly, I just noticed that I probably did the same thing because I took a day off from watching the rest of the show. Yeah.
So for the post-match stuff, we have Momo with a mic who says, "My ninth defense was successful. It's a shame this wasn't the main event." I agree with you there, Momo. But hey, Tam Nakano, I could feel how much you wanted to win. You're not at my level yet. Please do your best to catch up with me. Subtle heelness there. You did good, but I'm just better than you. I like it. Tam then says, "I lost today, but you have to admit that Stars is not just Mayu." And you could hear the passion in her voice when she's yelling this. You know what I'm saying?
Did she also say, "Do you understand?"
Yeah, do you understand? I won't give up. I won't stop coming for that white belt. I'm going to do my best, so please be waiting. Not only does she want this white belt, she wants it from Momo. We then find out that not only did we need a break after this, they smartly added in a little bit of break to the show as Jamie and Sadie hit the ring to carry on this promo to let the crowd kind of come down a little bit before we get to the main event. So Momo says, "What do you two want?" Sadie says, "Momo, I think myself and everyone in the crowd will agree that that was a fantastic match. However, you haven't had me as your opponent, and I'm here to show everyone what Sadie Gibbs is all about." Jamie then gets on the mic and says, "To be honest, I don't think anyone really cares what Sadie Gibbs is all about." Such good heel work. Now, Momo, Tam was unfortunate and didn't win, but I guarantee when we get in the ring again that title is going to be mine, and I'm bringing it home to Odio Tai. Do you understand? Momo says, "No understand." Which was the perfect thing for her to say because the crowd was following along. They knew that they were asking for the challenge. So the fact that I don't understand, you want my belt? Perfect. But I think you want a shot at my white belt, right? Challenge. And Jamie said, yeah, I'm challenging you. Okay. You guys are strong, but I accept. But only one at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which got another great chuckle from the audience.
Because wasn't she pointing? One.
Yeah, she said one. I'll be ready, so bring your best. I don't know when it will be, but I'll be waiting.
This match was strong and stiff all the way through, and it places Momo as a solidified champion, while also elevating Tam to a proper challenger.
Agreed.
While my Magic 8-Ball doesn't foresee Sadie challenging for the white belt anytime soon, it is hinting that we may see Tam avenge this white belt attempt sometime in the future.
Sometime. Foreshadowing.
Coming in at 90 miles an hour on a pre-match interview is Jungle Kiona, as she is challenging for the World of Stardom Championship against Kagetsu.
And she keeps the seriousness going as she doesn't really have the normal enthusiasm for her intro. Just round and round, I'll mow you down, I'm Jungle. She just plays through it like, I'm ready to get into this match, let's do it. And she says, "I'm Jungle, this is life-changing moment, my eyes are set on that prize, I'm taking the belt." We then shoot over to Kagetsu, who is wearing some very snazzy sunglasses. She says it's Stardom's 8th anniversary. Well, today maybe I shouldn't have these on, and takes the snazzy sunglasses off. Today, Kagetsu, will bring you a clean wrestling match. I want to see if Jungle Kiona can live up to her hopes and dreams. That's all. Please enjoy. At this moment, My spider senses are tingling a little bit.
No.
Was she overemphasizing the clean part?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Tiny bit.
There was an amazing pre-match promo done for this on Samurai TV, which we will not be splicing in because Samurai TV already slapped our hand once.
Did they?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh man. Was it a hand or was it like?
I got punched in the face.
Oh,
I got
okay.
punched in the face.
However, if you're good enough on the YouTube and search for this match in Samurai TV, you will find it.
Yeah, check it out. It's worth it.
This is the most we've seen Japanese Jack Tunney in the ring as he presents to us the wrestlers and the World of Stardom Championship for this proper main event. Confidence on the part of Keigetsu as she extends the hand for a quick pre-match handshake. Jungle accepts, and as soon as the bell rings, they go to a collar and elbow lockup that sees them tie up and roll onto the ropes.
But did you notice she hesitantly accepted?
Oh, yeah.
She wasn't even sure about that.
But so far, a clean wrestling match.
Okay.
Jungle is now challenging Keigetsu in Greco-Roman style, and Keigetsu is happy to oblige, until Old Ref pounds the mat for a 1 because her shoulders are down. Keigetsu quickly shoots up that shoulder, with a look of amusement that the pin would even be attempted.
It's a little strange to see somebody trying to go power for power with Jungle, but Keigetsu's pulling it off fairly nicely.
The ladies finally work their way up to standing and start trading elbows to stiffen everything up. Jungle thought she won the exchange, but as she's running the ropes, Keigetsu follows her to trip her up to the outside. Oh, yes.
Yes. Still clean.
Keigetsu tries to follow it up with flying to the outside, but Jungle gets to do it instead because she's done her homework. And it allows her to start getting the upper hand on Keigetsu and return the favor for some of those earlier elbows. Keigetsu tries to come back and reestablish herself in the match, but this all belongs to Jungle right now. Nice splash into the corner that sees Keigetsu stumble out into the middle of the ring to have Jungle already anticipate it with a running dropkick off the ropes. Then Jungle just knocks her head off with a running clothesline into the bottom rope while Keigetsu was just laying there.
Yeah. Like I said, this is the second clothesline of the night that JBL would be proud of.
Keigetsu finally ducks out of a running charge from Jungle. Having spent the last couple of minutes trying to win clean, Keigetsu must have figured out that Jungle might be one of the few who she can't beat on the strength and wrestling alone, and punches her in the stomach with some brass knucks.
You know, this really explains something that I wrote down here, because I was thinking for a good part of this was, where was Keigetsu? Because she was really trying to be polite about this whole match. Wasn't doing much. You didn't notice that?
No, I did. I'm just confused to where the brass knuckles came from.
Same here. I never saw them come out.
No, and when she put them back in her top, they just disappeared again.
Oh my goodness.
Did you notice they did a really good job? She kept them hidden until somebody distracted Old Ref on the outside.
Right.
And she held him up for the crowd to see that she was using them. Used them again. Ducked them. By this time, Old Ref is done. Never actually saw the brass knucks. They did a really good job with this spot.
Keigetsu's target has now been acquired, and it's the right arm of Jungle as she is fixated on it.
Yeah, the wrapped. It's wrapped. You can tell it's already a bit of an injury there.
A couple of pointed attacks to it, and she takes Jungle outside for a walk around the arena in an eastwardly direction.
Yeah.
Would this be the time that 3 more chairs are sent to the afterlife?
I have a side note here. As Keigetsu is leading Jungle back up the stairs on the other side of the seating area, they pass by a dude sitting there with what looks like to be an insulated food carrier, kind of like a pizza delivery bag.
Yeah.
Fair.
He completely ignores everything going on around him, and he keeps staring at this carrier. I don't know what's in there, but I can tell you that if it were me and Matt, we'd be cheering in the exact same seat behind some riot shields.
Yeah.
Keigetsu leads Jungle to the same stairwell where she hung poor Mayu, the exact same one. You might as well start carving in names into it at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was crazy. I had never expected that.
This is my favorite moment in this match. Keigetsu gets Jungle in an armbar, leans over into the entranceway, kind of dangling out over nothing. Not only does that look amazing, but did you notice, for some reason, Old Ref says, you know, you can only do this for 5 seconds. You're outside the ring. Doesn't matter, right? Why was he doing this? He's got a hold of Keigetsu, making sure she doesn't fall to her death.
Right.
They built it up in a storyline and made it look like he was, you know, doing the rules when really he helped set up this spot. All 3 of them. Also, Natsuko's ducked under Jungle at the last second, if you notice that. They're all making sure nobody falls and make this spot look amazing.
Yeah, for the love of all that is holy, why wasn't there a shirt made from this moment?
Right? There should be. It looked really good. And kudos to all 4 of these people for pulling this off and making an awesome moment.
I noted here that Kagitsu has shown in this match that there's no limit to her imagination when it comes to torture devices around the arena, including the arena itself.
Yeah, we recently talked about somebody being an innovator of violence and coming up with new moves and stuff. Kagitsu just... It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. I need to hang somebody.
Hey,
or I
look,
need to
there's
hang
a ledge.
myself. I need to hang myself by using someone else's arm.
Hey, look, a ledge. Good opportunity.
Yeah.
Old Ref here obviously has no fear either, as he just started walking over the concrete barrier like he could walk on air.
Yeah, like I said, he got into position quickly, made sure nobody got hurt. It looked awesome.
You know what, though? I have to give it to Jungle as well, because she was playing a lot of head games.
Yeah.
Miss Yuri starts announcing to get out of the way and then starts doing the count over the PA.
Mm-hmm.
Old Ref has had enough as Keigetsu and rolls Jungle back in at 10.
Yeah.
Off the top for a stomp, and Keigetsu is still targeting that arm that she tried to rip off earlier in a drive-by assault. Jungle finds it in her to lift Keigetsu up with that one arm by itself.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That was impressive. Yeah. Wasn't that the same arm she was working on, too?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was impressive.
But Keigetsu reverses with a modified code breaker to get armbar number 76 back in. Jungle finally makes it to the ropes after they are both up. Keigetsu gets rejected out of doing a choke slam. This allows Jungle to get a chance to get back on the offense. The absolute drop kick of the night was during this, as the camera was set up perfect and caught all of Jungle digging into the back of Keigetsu's head.
Yeah.
Just in time for the Olympics in Tokyo, it's the hammer throw with Jungle setting the standard.
So good. Such a good spot.
A failed pin from that, and Jungle lays in the head scissors choke, and Keigetsu tries to roll it away as she's having trouble breaking out of it. She finally makes it to the ropes, and they are back on their feet as Jungle starts woman-handling Keigetsu. Up top, and Jungle comes in flying, but it's straight to Keigetsu's knees, and she is down.
Like, legit flew on this spot, too. She got some height.
But you know, I'm interested to see what you could splice in for this one, because I had to watch this one a few times just to catch Jungle's face the moment that she hit the knees and just kind of bounced off of them, because the look was one of regret.
I immediately regretted this.
So I wrote here, I'm wondering if Wallow can splice where he captures the exact moment when Jungle has regrets, or just after that painful shot up her body into her brain when her face just O's. But the pain on her face said it all.
Keigetsu is the first one up, and she does a lot of stuff in a short amount of time to get Jungle up for a quick Michinoku driver. It's followed with a choke slam and a straight foot to the throat.
Yeah.
Showing a little bit of frustration, Keigetsu lands another Michinoku driver to Jungle, setting her up in the corner. Keigetsu isn't even all the way up before Jungle is back on her feet and sending Keigetsu back down to the mat. It was just enough offense to slow down Keigetsu for a breather. But as Keigetsu tries to come back from it, Jungle starts laying her out with some stiff lariats.
Yeah.
She looks to be coming in for another one, but Keigetsu manages to get a foot up and kick her in the arm.
Yeah.
This sees Jungle take the tape off and proper lay Keigetsu out.
This clothesline, like I said, the other two were amazing. This one, she flipped Keigetsu completely. 360 degrees, dropped her down.
Body slam in the middle of the ring, and Jungle can clearly land a top rope splash as she looks like she's had room to spare if she had actually jumped for it.
Yeah.
I had to rewind here because I've never seen a pin breakup that turned into an arm breaker. This looked pretty painful.
Yeah.
They rolled around for a little bit, and Jungle finally makes the ropes. Keigetsu catches her breath and has a bone to pick with physics, apparently.
Yeah, it looks like Keigetsu went for the Yoshi Tonic, that move that was a hot contention. I'm still looking at you there, fan. I think it's whatever. You know who you are. She looked like she was going for that Yoshi Tonic that Starlight likes to do, but rolled all the way through, and then again to pull her up for almost a small package kind of looking thing.
Jungle counters a Hurricanrana into a powerbomb. We say it every time Jungle appears on a show, but the amount of strength on this lady is amazing.
Yeah.
Then she picks her up to do it again.
Yes. After the powerbomb, the pin attempt, when Keigetsu kicks out at 2, did you notice Old Ref's face? He's even tired at this point.
Yes.
He thought it was over. They hook, line, and sinker. Everybody thought this was the end of the match.
Going for a gut-wrench powerbomb, Kagetsu gets the mist in the eyes of Jungle. And with old ref not looking, she hits round 2. With her eyes burning, Kagetsu lays her out in the corner for an Oedo coaster and then pulls her up for the back body drop that gets the 3 for Kagetsu in 21:37 for her 6th successful defense of the World of Stardom Championship. Post-match, Japanese Jack Tunney is in and out quickly with the red belt.
This match was phenomenal. And again, not judging it based off the last match. Jungle looks amazing. They proved that Kagetsu had to cheat to beat her. She used the brass knucks. She used some outside stuff. She hit her with the mist. Small complaint. Just small complaint. And it's only because, I'm nitpicking at this point. I wish the arm had something to do with the finish. That's just a small complaint. Because they told such a good story of the arm throughout the entirety of this match that I expected it to have something to do with the final. But the fact that they went with the cheating still follows the story, so I'm not really complaining.
I think it's the case of too many plots waters everything down.
But it still ended up being amazing. Both ladies put it all out there. Like I said, we said it a couple times. I understand the pain of Jungle Kiona fans, because she puts on amazing matches. And to just never get that last 3 that you want her to get, it's tough.
These two were really, they were not giving up. It was a fun match to watch. I saw that Kagetsu, she kept getting recharged and picking up steam throughout the match, which was fun to watch because it comes out in spurts, but when it comes out, it's high energy.
Yeah.
But overall, it was a great match. I really enjoyed the intensity of both competitors and the creativity of Kagetsu around the ring and in the arena.
This match is the template of what Matt and I consider a 5 Stardom match.
Mm-hmm.
It built logically all the way through the match with a clear face and heel. Both ladies are always phenomenal and possess incredible strength. It's matches like this that make me sad that Jungle hasn't had a chance to carry a singles championship yet.
Mm-hmm.
This is obviously my match of the night.
We'll get into match of the night a little bit later, because after this match is over, Kagetsu gets on the mic and says, Shinkiba, Korakuen, how you doing? It's my 6th defense. Jungle, did you really think I'd wrestle a clean match, you idiot? Hazuki, come up here. I want to put my title on the line against you. What do you say? Oh, my bones, they are ready.
I am ready.
Hazuki says, I'm surprised you nominate me, but there's no reason for me to refuse. You more than anyone know that I have changed. Everything you taught me, I'll use to beat you. I'm even more ready now. Hey, Aotani, it's your 8th anniversary show, so you can close the show. She hands Mayu the mic, and Mayu does the most Mayu thing of all. Mayu drops the mic before picking it up and saying, thank you. You really like Mayu, huh? And she keeps poking and prodding at Kagetsu as they're doing this.
Did she drop the mic or did Kagetsu drop the mic?
That's what I thought first, is maybe Kagetsu was healing it up, but no, I watched it back. Mayu had the mic in her hand.
Oh.
She just dropped it. She then leads them in the stars and do the star symbol, everybody close. Apparently that disease was transferred from Mayu to Kagetsu. Kagetsu accidentally throws up the stars until Nao and Izuki admonish her and force her to throw up the O real quick.
I just want to say this. We're about a year away.
Yep, I know. So we get to the end of the show, and they close it out with the stars chant, and that's the end of the 8th anniversary show. This was a really good night, a really good show. Before we get into more about the show, let's get this out of the way. So Waldo, who is your heel of the night?
It was a tough call, but my heel of the night would have to be Saki. She was hardly in their match and wrestled less than the injured Mayu, who came back at the behest of the fans to represent the company's flagship show on its 8th anniversary despite her recent and still career-threatening injury. She put the burden of stars winning a match on Mayu despite being fully healed up. This has to be an entirely new low for her.
I didn't hear what he said. Doctor the Wife, who's your heel of the night?
My heel of the night has to go to Mari Apache. She hugged Natsumi and then threw her butt on the ground. I found that pretty funny.
I have Mari for the exact same reason. How can one help their daughter win a gauntlet match? Do this awesome thing. Pick them up off the ground, hug them, and just discard them.
Was the sack
and
of
then
potatoes.
run away.
Yeah.
Run away. Can't even call her on it.
Both of them great wrestlers, and with Stardom moving forward, we are definitely going to miss them.
Yeah, that's the other reason that Mary gets a little bit of heel of the night. How are you going to leave me when we're fighting you? And we're
You
fans?
know, I should say that because
Yeah.
I'm just finding her as a fan.
Yeah. So my match of the night is clearly Tam and Momo. Nothing against the main event, but Tam and Momo, like I said, the two of them could wrestle me and make it look good. So when you put them in there against each other, that he was talking about the 5 Stardom match. This was a 10 Stardom match for me. I'm giving it to both of these ladies, and I love the white belt. It's kind of my favorite belt. Dr. The Wife, what was your match of the night?
Overall, this show was pretty good. The pace was great from beginning to end, but I have to give the match of the night to Jungle versus Kagitsu. They started slow, built up the intensity throughout the match. They were not giving up, and Kagitsu's show of energy was shocking at times because it would be intense, high-velocity spurts, lots of creativity. It was fun to watch, but it made me think of the commercial for the Trick cereal. You ever see that?
You can say it. We just can't splice it.
Oh, okay. So it made me think of no, tricks are for kids, and then she walks away.
Waldo, I think we already know your match tonight.
Yeah,
You
it was
kinda spoiled
definitely it was already the main event. Everything was right about.
Boo this man.
Overall, the show
Damn it,
was.
Momo.
Shut up. Overall, the show as a whole, wonderful success.
Yeah.
Great show all the way through. Stardom seems to be on the glide path to success in the future. There was an obvious shuffling prior to the anniversary show. Mayu's injury a few weeks back changed a lot, but Stardom didn't have to go back and change the card and posters because of presumptuous advertising. As a fan, I am confident that I would have left this show on a high, and I can easily recommend this show to the 228 subscribers that we have as of this recording. Thank you all so much for the support here at Face4Wrestling.
Yeah, 100%. Like, not to take away from the first 3 matches, because they were okay for what they were. But these 4 final matches from the 6-woman tag of Stars and QQ, Viper and Utami, Tam Momo, Kagetsu Jungle, you could have put these as main events for any show, any company, and nobody would be mad. The fact that you got these 4 matches back to back to back to back, and it's, 2 years later now? And you're still feeling some of the ramifications from these matches in Stardom is amazing.
So, having said that, Matt, I was just thinking about it, and this show's running kind of long for us for what we normally do. So I'm thinking that we may actually drop a little bit of bonus content this month.
What's that?
So what we're going to do here in maybe a couple of days, about a week after this drops, you and I will come back and have this playing in the back, the main event playing in the background, and we're going to talk about how significant this show was, setting up, moving up forward for the next 2 years.
I'm okay with that.
Shouldn't take too long.
No, just a quick little 10, 15 minute video.
Yep.
Again, like you said, our 228 subscribers out there. If you have not seen this show, go watch the show. It was really good.
So that's it for me, Waldo.
I'm Matt.
And I'm Dr. The Wife.
Be sure to catch us on all the usual places within social media at Face4Wrestling, on the Twitter and Facebook, also at Dr. The Wife now. Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing.
Well, wait a minute. Yes, you can catch me at Dr. The Wife now, but also take a look at our Instagram at Face4Wrestling as well.
You can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick the subscribe button here on the YouTube. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com, where you can get some amazing wrestling action for only $920 in a month.
How much?
$920.
Not very much.
Don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good. This may be the last 10-minute mission.
Why?
She's making us look bad with how she's talking
Oh,
about
you're
karate.
We're
No,
just
hey, you get the... I never try anything fancy with the wordplay because I know I always stumble over like normal stuff. But you're throwing it, for one, his gift box, is that really the name of the move? You looked it
No,
up?
that I watched the fight, and that's what they called it.
That's what I'm saying. You've done more research than
Oh.
You're naming the moves properly.
Paid attention to how we comment on stuff? It's like,
No, I don't.
Arm bar number 7.
Yeah, Starlight Kid did that thing. hot damn, we've had a busy month this past one trying to make up for all the lack of stuff we've been putting out. I think I can safely say that the three of us here at Face4Wrestling have been pretty on top of it during the month of August and should have made up for everything that we've been missing out on the past few months.
Yeah.
All the late stuff and everything. Our bad.
No, it was just me. All of it was just.
You heard it here. Dr. The Wife caused all the delays.
That's right. Don't watch
No, that's not what
no
I
more
said.
10-minute mission
That's
watching.
not what I said. It was not what I said.
The best part is you're only seeing the stuff we're putting online and not the stuff we're actually still working on right now.
Yeah, I think you told me like 2 days ago you were going to start this video by telling people that we're about to calm down and everything's about to get back to normal pace.
And then
you forgot.
what had happened was
I've got 6 videos recorded. We're about to record a draft for the video game.
The thing.
The thing. As well as different videos that go along with that.
Yeah.
We're not slowing down at any time. I mean, over the next week, we're kind of taking a small break, but we're right back into it in the month of September.
Also, I'm working on a second set of pants this week.
That's a different thing. He's finally wearing pants, folks, and we couldn't be happier.
Welcome back to another episode of the Face4Wrestling video podcast. I'm Waldo.
I'm the Matt.
I'm Dr. The Wife.
And in episode 22, we are starting the journey that is 2019 in Stardom.
Before we get back to 2019, without throwing out spoilers, can we do a little bit of 2021 business real quick?
Okay.
For those of you out there who are a fan of this show, which I'm assuming all 3 of you are, you have to have the same sensibilities of us. Head on over to the Stardom YouTube channel, where you can currently see the 5-star Grand Prix 2021 Shiodome show streaming on their site right now. No spoilers whatsoever from 8/29/2021. If you're watching this in the future, watch that show right now. Free on YouTube.
Normally, you would have to go to www.stardom-world.com for 920 yen a month.
How many yens?
920!
That's not a lot of yens. And I'm telling you, pause us, go watch this if you haven't watched it yet. Multiple things happen on this show. Kind of stuff we've tied back into on our last episode. Watch this show. It's amazing. It's free for streaming on YouTube right now, and I think it's staying there, right?
For now.
Yeah. So check it out if you can. But now, let's jump back to big things happening in 2019.
I know it's already halfway through January in our timeline, but like we said last episode, this is where the actual long-term storytelling and other things that start to really take off in Stardom to kind of where we are in current time.
Yep.
And I don't know about you, but I'm happy to be here at this particular point in our timeline.
I am very happy for 2 reasons. 1, it's a great timeline to be in. 2, I'm starting to remember stuff.
I'm indifferent. I'm just experiencing as we go.
There's a lot of stuff on this show. I'm like, I remember this.
Yeah.
It makes sense now.
It's all starting to come back together again.
Yeah.
It's like rereading a book.
Yeah.
I don't get through the whole book when I reread it. I just kind of read the first couple chapters, skip to the end, and put the book down.
Well, that's why you're here, though. You bring that perspective of someone who has yet to read the book.
Oh, I see.
You're finding it out.
Yeah, this is your first run through it.
Yeah.
It's nearly a week after Stardom's 8th anniversary show, and it's being held back at Shinkiba on a Saturday, January 19th, 2019, with an attendance of 235. Not as many matches on this show as the anniversary, but we still have the 5 matches that start to give us a sneak peek on how everything will unfold for the rest of this year. This show starts off with a 3-way tag match, 2 6-lady tags, a singles for the Future of Stardom Championship, and a tag match for the main event. Our first match is a 3-way tag match with a team of stars of Alex and Saki going up against Hina and Rina and Jan, comprising of Kaori and Monster.
So we shoot back to Stars locker room number 1, where Rina says, "Today we're at Shinkiba and we have a 3-way tag. It will be difficult, but if we use our brains, we can win this one. Let's do it." Oh. We then shoot over to the Jan intros. Raka says, "It's been a while, but we team up to face Saki and Alex, and Hina and Rina. I'm not used to a 3-way tag, but we are going to win. Let's go Jungle Jungle." We then shoot over to Savior Saki, who says, "It's a 3-way tag, and maybe a little hard because we're fighting kids." I always love it when they point out that they're fighting kids, or they have to beat up kids or whatever. Then you have the happy old lady on the other team. I assume she's not talking about Duraka here.
Got to be talking about Kaori, right?
Kaori, right? Yeah. "We will show some adult power and win this one." Alex says, as if she's been following along the whole time, "Saki and I are in a 3-way tag battle, and me personally, I believe in pink. She believes in pink." At which point she pulls up the little black t-shirt to show the pink t-shirt under, which we'll get to in a moment.
Yeah.
To show that she does also believe in pink. "She believes in pink, so together as a team, we can beat anyone or anything that gets in our ring."
No, let me stop you right there.
Not pink.
She said pink. First of all, I don't know how believing in pink is going to help you fight anything.
It doesn't matter because she bleeds maroon.
Secondly, she said anyone or anything that gets in that ring.
I have an exact note.
What's
here.
about to get in this ring?
Well, she must be keeping up with the Ruaka as a monster and not a Kappa.
We then shoot to the ring for our introductions, where we get our first sighting of Helpful Subtitle Guy of the night.
Yep.
As Saki removes one t-shirt to show her pink t-shirt, which Helpful Subtitle Guy informs us says Pink Bean Sprout.
Oh, is that what it said?
That's what it says.
Okay.
Love this gimmick.
That's been her nickname for a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
it started off as an insult, but then she embraced it, I think, due to Mayu.
Mhm.
And they were like, yeah, you are the Pink Bean Sprout. Bean Sprout power. We then get a little bit of dissension in Stars. As Saki finishes removing the black t-shirt that was covering up the pink t-shirt, she walks over and angrily throws the black t-shirt down at Mayu. Don't know if you caught that.
No.
But she can tell Mayu's evil. She knows.
Edited.
They then have a funny exchange, which I couldn't make out. Helpful Subtitle was not helpful here.
He's like, I give up.
And then we go into the match.
Monster and Kaori start with a cheer in this apparent triple threat tag match. Kaori, Alex, and Hina start parading around the ring to meet up in the middle for a triple collar and elbow.
Yes.
And then a triple test of strength that sees Kaori outdo Hina and Alex. They quickly go to a three-way standoff. After all that, they all swap out. Rina starts asking Saki if she wants to betray. Why, of course.
She did not. She did not.
The two Stars members are...
She asked if she wanted to team up, which Saki agreed to do because they're both members of Stars. That's not a betrayal.
The two Stars members are going after Monster until Rina tried to sneak in a schoolgirl. It's followed up with the story of Saki trying to demonstrate how to properly betray to Rina.
No. Saki continues to try to team up with Rina, and Rina continuously rolls her
We're going
up.
to end up talking more about this than the actual match was in length.
Okay, anything else?
We get our favorite snake headlock spot in the opener with Kaori taking the easy way out on this one.
Did you like the fact that she stomped on everybody, but when she got to Uraka, she just waved at her and jumped over? Yeah, nice.
It didn't go too long, so I'm okay with it. But Kaori starts running the ring and gets 2 or 3 to boo her while she's standing on Rina in the corner. This is a natural heel.
I love that she always has that one spot in every match where she legitimately gets some nice heat from the crowd.
The highlight of this match for me was watching Saki and Kaori go at it. Although it was short, Saki does get in a good boot, and the two look like they could have had a great match together.
Yeah, they built up some future matches, definitely.
Alex sneaks in a quick 979 before the twins come in and slap on armbars numbers 63 and 23. From there, the match was a bit all over the place, but Saki got the submission win in 6:28 by making Rina tap from the reverse chicken wing.
It's at this point...
reverse chicken wing.
It's not a reverse chicken wing. It's at this point, I'd like to bring up something.
What's that?
TK791. I'm looking at you, me versus you. Calling the moves. I was ready. Whatever finishing move that was going to be used tonight, I was going to know it. I was going to put it on the paper. I was going to put it on air. This match ended with a double underhook suplex and a short arm clothesline. Sorry, a short arm bar. Nothing fancy. No cool names. But thank you for the Meteora and the Burning Hammer. I should have known the Meteora, but I forgot all about the Burning Hammer. I'm getting you next time. It's not over. This is not over.
To be honest, I'm a little indifferent when it comes to fights where the twins are, or the triplets, in this case the twins. I could definitely see the development though, based on what I've seen so far, and the fights are definitely getting better with them in it, because you can see the pace is picking up.
Yeah, I thought this was a good, for what the sisters typically do. It's a good opening match. They're getting some training in.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah. It was a good opener.
We'll talk about this more at the end, I think. But did you notice that this match only had this card only had 5 matches on it?
Yeah.
But everybody was on the card just about.
Pretty much, yeah.
But in different ways, to where you didn't say, "Oh man, I've already seen." No, it was an entirely different show.
Yeah.
Up next, we have our first 6 ladies tag match of the night, with the other members of Jan, Jungle, Natsuko, and Gorilla, taking on QQ, Azumi, Konami, and Momo.
Yeah, at this point, we're going from beef to another shout-out. R. Riggs, man, I heard you about Momo. I never really respond on the comments, but I want to say I agree, man. Momo she could have a whole company built around her. But I'm just happy to be able to get to see her, so we're just going to keep it positive, keep on rolling. Momo's awesome, though. We shoot back to the Jungle locker room where we get the typical Jan intros, except this time we get Saya's first Jungle Assault Nation intro. She says, "My body is small." At this point, the other two crack up laughing. And you can tell she's corpsing so hard, trying not to crack up with them. "My body is small, but my heart is big." The little giant from Kashiwa?
Yes.
Saya Ida. "We are Jan." Jungle says Saya made her debut at Korakuen Hall and joined Jan. Now we team for the first time. The Natsuko and I don't know why she put in the Natsuko, but
The definitive article, the.
Yeah. And I are teaming together in Osaka for the Goddess Belts, so we're preparing for that. And we also want to get Saya's first victory. Can we do it? Saya says, "Yes, I'll do my best. Let's go, Jungle Jungle." We then shoot over to Momo, who's looking completely cool and confident. "Today at Shinkiba is a preview of my title match with Jan. So I am aiming for them. I want to pin them and have the momentum." Yep. Konami says it'll be our first time facing the rookie, Aida, and I think I can handle her. Konami continues with, "Momo will concentrate on the others and we'll get rid of Jan." At this point, I think Izumi realized, I'm not doing nothing in this match. And Momo says, "We'll do our best. Let's go." We also get a first-time spotting during the intros. A wild Leo appears cleaning streamers.
We've seen her before already.
Oh, have we?
Yes, but we haven't identified her yet. We talked about this off air.
Circle.
Yeah. Ding.
Who's Leo?
She'll be up soon.
Yeah, she's coming.
Oh, okay.
Older Ref does the checks, and we are started off with Momo and Natsuko. Collar and elbow into a waistlock from Natsuko, and these ladies are starting off slow, but build everything up. There was a headlock from Momo, and she just yanked on Natsuko's head like she was trying to rip it off.
Mm-hmm.
The two ladies make their way to the corners to try and mutually tag out, but Natsuko tags first, and her and Jungle just rush over to the other corner.
I really like this spot.
That was good.
Like, cool, we're both going to tag out. Nope, gotcha.
They are after Momo, and we get to see Gorilla join in on the fun when she jumps on the back of Natsuko, who is already on the back of Jungle, to splash down on as a team.
Yeah, that was neat. That was neat. I like that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Saya got up that high. She's what, like 4 foot? 4 foot?
She will kill you.
But she'll have to swing up to do it.
The brickwork on this place is a shit show. Now who's this scrawny puke?
I'm 1.5 feet taller than you, but whatever.
What was that?
I said I can't hear you from down there.
Speak up, boy! I can't hear you from up there!
I'm not dissing, I'm just saying she jumped really high.
Yeah, she did. And the strength on Jungle to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Momo stays in, but Jan decides on sending Gorilla in for her to work on a bit. And for just her second match, she's doing really well.
She gets the piss kicked out of her, though.
I'm getting there.
Saya.
Izumi does come in, and QQ do have a bit of fun at her expense, though. But I don't know how good Jan is really treating her, because they leave her in the ring with Konami for a little bit.
Konami kicked her in the face.
Yeah.
Izumi held her to get kicked in the face.
I felt bad watching everybody kick
Momo
this
was
poor
just
girl.
curb stomping her.
I felt bad for her because, I mean, even at one point she gets hit in the chest and everybody's just going up after her.
And they're all smiles while they do it.
Yeah,
it almost
yeah.
seems like some kind of weird hazing ritual that I would never sign up for.
You know how sometimes when somebody's guilty, you just kind of lower your head, go guilty, guilty, guilty.
Shame.
Yeah.
But
I found myself doing that for Saya when I'm like, poor Saya.
But to her credit, she keeps getting up.
Oh, yeah, she does.
Internet could.
She finally breaks free and is able to tag Natsuko in, who is starting to get payback for Gorilla. She's not in too long, and Jungle is in with Konami. Konami has armbar number 76 on, and Jungle just uses it as an excuse to display her amazing strength, again with the single pickup, and jamming her into the corner.
Yeah.
But Konami must think that the worst is over, because she manages to slap on another armbar, number 2, as it looks like QQ is starting to target the arm just like Higetsu did last week.
Yeah, smart plan.
But when Momo is in, she does it with kicks instead of armbars.
Yeah, why do an armbar when you can kick them? It's faster.
Jungle breaks free long enough for Natsuko to come in, and they go to execute a beautiful cross-arm double belly-to-back suplex in the middle of the ring to Momo. Yep. They weren't able to get it done, though, as Momo gets back down. She ducks under a double clothesline, and as she's coming off the ropes, Izumi is perfectly timed with her to nail a synchronous dropkick.
And this is why I brought this up at the beginning of the match. Damn, Momo's good.
It allows for Momo and Jungle to be the only ones left in the ring, but as Jungle is struggling to get any kind of comeback, Momo is just having her way with her.
Yeah.
Until Jungle just cleans her clock with an elbow and soon to follow clothesline. Oh.
Yeah. That one hurt my jaw.
Hot tags to Gorilla and Izumi, and Gorilla comes in and is on fire. to be quickly put out by Azumi.
Yeah.
As much punishment as Gorilla is willing to take, Azumi is just as willing to give it. But Azumi does get a little overconfident as Gorilla snuck in a couple of schoolgirl attempts. Azumi stomps the life out of Gorilla's chest for troubles, and Jan is in to set things right.
Yeah, I just have in my notes here the murder of Azumi. I think Jungle, clotheslined the shit out of her, and then Natsuko speared her right after that. And it was just like, all that stuff you did to Saya earlier, we're getting you back right now.
Oh, yeah. While Jan had QQ briefly occupied, Gorilla shows off her neat pinning attempt.
Yep, and this is where I'm coming at you again, TK791. Aida goes for the Aida Bridge, or the Aida Bashi, which is a bridging modified La Magistral.
Really? Okay.
Yep. I also found out a random note on this when I was looking up the name of this move. Did you know Saya is 3 years older than Momo?
What?
Yes. In this match, if I did my math correctly,
I'll have to
Saya
double
is
check that,
21, Momo's 19.
Really?
I'll have to double check that, sir. You're terrible.
Yeah, this coming from
Right
the
now,
guy who didn't research like he did.
In 2021, Momo is 21 and Saya is 24. Holy crap, Momo's good at 19 freaking years old.
She started wrestling when she was, 15?
14 or 15, yeah.
Yeah.
It just never registers in my brain that she's 20 years younger than us and already accomplished so much and has more to come.
The pin attempt is broken up by Konami and followed up with a stiffness contest. Tell us in the comments below who you think won that contest.
The fans?
The fans.
Momo ducks a clothesline from Natsuko as she's running out of the corner and bolts up the turnbuckle to land a perfect flying dropkick from the top. And it was quick.
Crisp. Yeah.
Natsuko returns with a safe spear this time. Thank you. And Old Ref tells them to get their asses out of the ring.
Which ref did we have in there?
Old
today?
Ref.
Old ref.
He wasn't putting up with nothing.
No.
Back to Gorilla and Azumi, and although Azumi is young, her time spent in the ring easily overshadows Gorilla being a rookie.
Yeah.
Double foot off the top turnbuckle to Gorilla from Azumi, and that's enough to get the 3 in 11:55.
Yeah, no fancy name here either. Just a diving double foot stomp.
It was good. Konami was fun to watch. It's still surprising to me watching Jan work because every time, and this is probably the last 2 or 3 matches that I've seen her on, where she'll get armbarred or something, manages to get back on her knees to pick up the person while still in an armbar, and then hold them up like she's holding up bags of groceries on her arm to do whatever it is she has to do with them. So I could see how she could wear her arm out pretty fast. I think the last show she was pretty worn out with one of those the arms she had. This reminds me of an image of another wrestler who created and edited her own picture to have the arm that had the title belt on it look like a man's muscled arm, and then of course the other half of her was regular. So every time I see Jan do stuff like that, I imagine that big beefy arm.
Nice.
And then Saya, I don't know. Every time I saw Saya get hit, beat up, rolled over, or whatever, I just think, poor Saya. That's poor Saya.
She's definitely paying her dues as a rookie here.
But I enjoyed this match because it set up the ending as well. Because Momo got on the mic and said, hey, you lost this important match because you let a rookie fight your battles. Recently, Utami's won our title matches, so I'm taking the one in Osaka. I'll pin either of you. I don't care. You'd better be ready. Therefore, setting up what we kind of saw in the match where QQ's more about doing damage, winning the match, doing whatever it takes to win. Where then Natsuko gets on the match and says, you're always talking about teamwork. We're not some rookies. We work hard together to win. And you saw that in this match. All 3 of them worked together, trying to get the victory. You guys are so vain, worrying about your belts. We're going to hit you with our power. That's all for now. Mic drop.
Mic drop.
Jan out.
I'm definitely ready for this title match.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be good. The way they've been setting up Natsuko and Jungle as these massive powerhouses, and then just Momo and Itami as almost evil geniuses, like who have an answer for anybody they get in the ring with. I'm ready.
Our second 6-lady tag match is part of the newly formed Tokyo Cyber Squad of Hana, Babe, and Sade against the rest of Stars, Mayu Tam, and Starlight Kid. We shoot to the back where Bobby and Hana appear to be in on a joke, but Sadie isn't laughing too much. And I'm going to pull a page out of Matt's book here. Foreshadowing.
So, here on Face4Wrestling, we like to try to stay positive, but I'm getting one dig in here. Sadie says, Kanye and Hana burst out laughing. Take 3. Maybe you should have went with take 4.
Take 3.
Konnichiwa. Hi. As you can tell, us 3 as a team. We're getting fed up with people blocking us on Facebook.
Oh, yeah.
Bobby reminds her it's blocking us on Twitter. Sadie says, oh, and Twitter. So yeah, they're gonna die. Her whole promo is to state the beginning of the song. Bobby, Hana, Sadie, Bobby, we're ready to take over. I don't know how Hana made it through this promo, but she then says, looking forward to this. And then they just make awkward gun noises while Sadie says, kill you, murder, die, for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
What the hell was this?
It was all over the place.
How bad was take 1 and 2?
I know.
Oh, there were others.
Well, she said take 3 as they were starting this interview.
Oh, they were? Oh, my goodness.
Sorry, that's my one negative thing of the night. We're moving on. Moving on, we're not going to focus on it. Where we joined Starlight Kid. And after watching a lot of modern day Stardom, I forgot that she's like 10 when this is all going down at this point. Going from modern Starlight Kid, who's like muscled and like, I'll kill you, to like,
oh, yeah.
hi. It's a weird transition in a day. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Starlight Kid says, we face Hana's group today. A preview for Mayu and Tam's artist title defense. So let's win here today, and you go on and defend those artist titles. Tam says, aw, you're too cute. Thank you. Stars is always gonna do okay. Starlight says, we're okay. Mayu says, we're okay. Hey, where's P-sama? Tam says, he's gone. He went into hiding after Korakuen Hall. Mayu says, did he go on a trip? Starlight, where'd he go? Tam, he thinks he can just go off on his own. Mayu, running away from home? Tam, he may have gone far. Maybe he went back to the forest. If you find him, please tell me. Mayu, let's do our best at Shinkiba. And then just high-pitched noises.
Yeah.
Yeah. My ears hurt. Weird story. They're more worried about a P-chan. We call him P-chan here.
Yeah.
They're more worried about where P-chan is than fighting TCS. What the hell, man? What the hell?
In the ring for introductions, and Hana isn't happy that Mayu is getting all those streamers.
Why didn't Tam get streamers? I'm not happy.
Because she's serious Tam. Serious Tam don't get streamers.
Did you also notice that Hana and the rest of TCS are also playing to that knee injury?
Right, but before that, though, did you notice? So, again, Tam got no streamers. TCS mocked her for getting no streamers. So when Mayu got her streamers, she shared them with Tam. So a little bit of props to her. But then TCS, dude, they go into the mocking of the knee. It's a lot. They mock Tam. They mock Bad Knee. Yeah, they're the mean girls.
Before we even finish this up, y'all need to go back and watch this match.
Just not even the match. Just the first 5 minutes intro. What the hell is going on in Shinkiba?
The entire TCS team meets Stars in the middle of the ring for the handshakes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a psych out as TCS gives Stars the California howdy and some verbiage that is more acceptable over there than here.
California howdy?
Oh my God, you never watched the Beverly Hillbillies with Ernest?
What is wrong with you?
What is a California howdy? Oh, we call them birdies here.
Stars is flabbergasted that TCS would do this and focus on teaching Sadie some manners before she goes. Maybe? I'm sorry, too soon.
Too soon? I mean, too soon. We're not there yet.
Mayu got in a stiff-looking elbow on Sadie. What was that about?
They were all beating the hell out of each other.
The Stars bring Sadie into the middle of the ring and just start slamming on the L1 button. Everyone got at least 2 turns in as they are just making Sadie the punching bag right now. But it's also getting some nice cheers from the crowd as everyone is clearing out to make this semi-rule enforced. As Mayu's running the ropes, Hana was there to stop her and let Sadie get in a nice-looking clothesline. Hana does a little clearing and Bobby is in to take over. Look, the most attention we ever bring to this is identifying the spread of bad. But my goodness, Bobby's bad has developed Dunlap. Somebody help that lady.
No. Better than the bloomers I kept seeing earlier.
Mayu is out. Starlight is in. The double bow and arrow.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
They pulled it this time.
Yeah.
They actually did it. They got booed. No, Hana booed them for whoever she was doing it with for not doing it properly. Bobby, yeah. Oh, so she redeemed herself.
She tried to save Mayu and got that for her troubles. Mayu is back on the offensive and taking it to Bobby in the corner. After a failed pin attempt, she combat rolls to tag in Starlight. Okay. And she gymnastics her way to continue the offensive.
Gymnastics her way.
I didn't know what else to call that. She just kind of like dazzled in.
But that's so cool. I like when she does that. It's one great way to get my attention is when she does stuff like that.
There's a bit going on, but Tam is supporting Starlight by holding Hana and Bobby on the ropes long enough for Starlight to clear house. With Bobby and Hana flat on the mat, Mayu and Starlight double moonsault. Tam comes in and we get Starlight doing, what is this upside down choke again?
Starlight things.
Starlight things.
Wait, you said, is it like it's the inverted STF, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Tam and Mayu with what I'm calling the wings of freedom.
The wings of freedom.
I looked it up. Couldn't find it. Continue on.
I like my name better. Bring it on, TK791.
What does TK stand for?
Don't know.
Bobby's had enough and tags in Hana, who immediately starts demonstrating the basics and detailed intricacies of how to work an audience while also maintaining wrestling skills, as shown by her catching a hurricanrana / tilt-a-whirl / physics and turning it into a rock bottom, while still working the crowd.
Props to both of them in this move.
Somehow, Starlight manages to get a tag in, and Tam comes in flying it with some purpose. She is all over it until Hana trips her up and just starts giving her the Brock Samson treatment. Tam breaks a pin attempt at 2 and catches a breath while Hana works the crowd. As Hana's back to focus on Tam with the belly-to-belly, Tam rolls it backwards. Instead of turning it into a schoolgirl, Tam boots Hana in the face, and then Hana returns the favor.
Holy crap, Tam makes everybody she's in the ring with look good, doesn't she?
Take 3.
Take 3.
I'm not sure what all happened here. I just know it ended with a forward Russian leg sweep roll into a reverse armbar number 9 to Tam. After making the ropes, Tam and Sadie crossbody kick each other, and Tam is scrambling for a tag to Starlight. Sadie is letting her know that her offense isn't really that effective. As a counter, Tam and Mayu come in for a bit of an assist. Sadie easily picks up Starlight for what looks to be a rock bottom, but she wiggles her way to freedom in a roll-up attempt. The mother of all face kick comes in here from Tam as she plants one square in Sadie's face.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, while screaming too.
Yeah.
It quickly shuts her up. During the chaos, it sees Starlight execute a nice-looking modified fisherman suplex. It's not enough to put Sadie away, but it was nice to mention.
Yeah, I looked this one up too. No name for it. Fisherman with a twist.
No name for it. Move on.
Bobby follows up for the rescue and finally shows us what the rope bouncing move is actually supposed to look like now. She caught it pretty good on this one. Not only does it look better now, it actually makes more sense when it's done right.
Yeah.
A drop kick for the top to Mayu and Tam from Hana gets everyone set up for Sadie on the outside. And I think she added a little bit of twist to it at the end this time.
There was an extra twist and like some extra speed, and I found it a little amusing. It surprised everybody. So Mayu even was over there quick to check to see if she was okay. And I'm like, Mayu, really? You're checking to see if someone's next okay? A little bit of moving on.
Yeah.
Starlight is rolled in and Sadie is up top for the frog splash, and it sees TCS get the 3 in 10:52.
It was a weird frog splash.
Not the most high speed or high flying match I think we've seen in Stardom, but I think it did the 2 things it was required to do. You had the still brand new TCS being established, and Mayu's injury still being a focal point. A lot of subplots going on here too, but those were the 2 things that needed to be done.
It was a weird match, not my favorite match. The ending was weird. Moving on for me.
I don't know. I mean, for the most part, it was interesting. Like I keep saying, it's interesting to look at Serious Tam, and y'all explained that one a little bit earlier. But I guess Bobby looked a little bit better. She wasn't too bad. She kept up. She was able to keep
bad.
the pace.
She looked terribly bad.
No, she did a lot better in the ring. I could
Yeah.
have done without, like, every time Hana would do something, Bobby would copy it. I could have done without a little bit of that sidekick energy.
I guess it doesn't make her stand out too much.
As much as I didn't like Sadie in this match, she at least didn't look like anybody
Yeah,
else in the
yeah,
match.
yeah, definitely. But that's usual for her. She doesn't really blend into the background too much.
Well, there's news about Sadie.
Well, Matt, I have some bad news for you on this show. It's time to say goodbye to 2 of our favorites.
Who was that?
As we all know, Matt and I knew this was coming. This is a kind of a shocker.
You make it sound like somebody's getting buried.
Well,
as we all know.
metaphorically.
Sorry, that's the worst we've been. I'm so sorry. This is it for our tenure with Sadie Gibbs. If it doesn't seem like she's been in Stardom that long, it's because she wasn't. Without getting into any unproven stories, Sadie has decided to head back to the UK region and would sporadically pop up from time to time in wrestling. She seemed to be making the best of the remainder of 2019, but after an appearance on AEW Dark on 30 October 2019, she just kind of vanished.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that current events didn't help any.
No. Again, not to go into unsubstantiated rumors. It's weird to me. She's what? She's undefeated at this point.
Pretty much.
They were pushing her to the moon.
There's been no solid loss.
I don't think she's lost. I think she's won every match.
I know, but I'm saying, like, there's been some questionable...
Yeah, but they were obviously looking to push her. She's gone. Whatever happened, happened. Go watch a podcast. She talks about it for her side of the story.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think anybody else has really talked about it. That's all we're going to say. Yeah.
Unless it's proven, we're not going to say it.
The one thing I will say, I'm glad that theme song's gone.
Yes.
Not knocking on Sadie whatsoever.
The Amazing Grace.
But you win this high-speed match with this super fly multi-flip and then a frog splash, and then the slowest, most saddest song starts. I don't get it.
Matt, it's also time to say farewell to P-Chan.
No.
This is it.
That's not true.
It is true.
It's not true.
For a long time.
That's true.
P-Chan doesn't come back for a long time.
But P-Chan does come back.
Hot off winning the Pro Wrestling Eve International Championship and the SWA title, Utami is defending her Future of Stardom Championship against Hanan in the only singles match on the card.
Yeah, we shoot back to Hanan's locker room, and she says, "This is my second try at the Future title, and I'm definitely going to win. I'm taking the belt and becoming the third Future of Stardom champion. I'll do my best." I want to take a pause at this moment because I don't think we've ever explained this to Dr. Wife.
Okay.
And we may have some new listeners who don't understand the rules of the Future of Stardom belt.
Okay.
To be able to challenge for the Future of Stardom belt, you have to meet one of two requirements.
Okay.
You have to be under the age of 21, no, 22, 21 or 22, or have been wrestling for less than 2 years.
Okay.
So you can be old but no experience, or you can be young and go for it as many times as you want before you hit the age of whatever.
Do you age out for this?
Yes.
Yes.
You can.
If you've been wrestling over 2 years and you hit the age of, I think it's 21.
We'll go with 21.
You can no longer wrestle for the belt.
But Utami has it.
Utami's only 19 at the time.
Roughly about this time.
Yeah.
And has been wrestling way
less
less than 2 years.
Yeah.
So if she's 21, will she be able to keep the belt?
Yes, because she still wrestled under 2 years at this point. When she hits the 2-year mark and is over the age of 21, she can no longer go for the belt.
Which is why Future Me says they had a Future of Stardom Championship tournament.
And why Future Me says future people are well over the age of 21, but under the 2-year time limit.
Oh.
It's an interesting belt.
It's a rookie championship.
Yeah.
Very unique championship.
Yeah, I like it. We then shoot over to Utami, who says, "Today is my first defense. My opponent is supposed to be one of the judo sisters. I guess Hanan. So she practices judo. Well, I'm a judoka as well." I don't know what
She does judo too.
I get it, but
Yeah.
I'd never heard the word judoka before. "Today, I'll show my superiority in judo and in wrestling."
I mean, I guess that would explain what they were doing at the beginning.
Yes, at the beginning, as you point out, Hanan comes out in her normal judo gear. It's a gi, correct?
Yep. Yeah.
And then, without the mask, without the flags, out comes Utami in a much nicer judo gi with a lot more stripes on her belt.
Yeah.
Showing that she is a bit more of a practitioner than Hanan is. Also, you can see the differences in how far along they are in their judo careers, as Hanan takes the time to nicely fold her gi up, like a proper student would, and Utami just takes hers off and throws it out to the person at the ringside.
Old Rev conducts his checks for foreign objects, or in this case, objects. They start off with your traditional collar and elbow lockup, but it sure does like Utami's just moving Hanan around wherever she wants.
They start off in a judo match.
It may seem like a slow start, but Utami is keeping to her word from the pre-match promo that she would display some judo skills of her own. As they're getting up to a good round of applause, Hanan sneaks in a dropkick to Utami as she was just taking her time getting up.
I really like this moment. They started off with a judo match, and as soon as Utami's like, "I got you. I'm better at judo than you," Hanan loses her cool, drop kicks her, and just starts dropping elbows with a war cry.
Did you say with a war cry?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what...
Hanan flipped out that she was getting out judoed, man.
Oh, my God.
And the match turns into a one-sided contest until Utami has had enough of the roughhousing. As Hanan's running the ropes, Utami gets up and shoulder tackles her down. Hanan tries to regain control with armbar number 26, but Utami lifts her up for a powerbomb with her best jungle impression. It must have taken a lot out of her because Hanan gets the quick armbar number 12 on her again, but struggles to keep Utami away from the ropes.
Yeah, we've mentioned this before, and I still want to bring it up again because I really like it. I like the way in Stardom, when you first reach the ropes, the refs like kick the ropes or whatever to make sure you have the rope, to make sure you do deserve the break.
I thought that was the ref being mean when he did it in
No.
the jungle. Because I asked him about that.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would he ever do that?
No, it's just to make sure that you do have the ropes. You're not just brushing them with your fingers.
Oh, I can't.
Because when they go back into the ropes momentarily right after this, she has it soundly. He breaks the hold.
Oh.
The first I had this the first time I saw, because old Ref
I mean,
always
he
kicks
was
the hell
angry.
out of the rope, but he's just making sure that you do actually have the rope. There's no quick break for no reason.
Okay. Makes sense. Now I understand.
After a hip toss to Hanan as she was coming off the ropes, Utami tries for a torture rack. Hanan slips away, and it almost turned into a pin with some unique attempts made on Hanan's part.
Super slick.
Off the ropes, and Utami catches Hanan into a choke. After a little, she puts Hanan up in the torture rack finally, and she submits at 6:23.
I think if you take this match in a vortex and watch it, it's kind of boring. However, when you take it to the story they've been telling with Utami over the past couple shows, she's fighting people in their styles of fighting. She fought Viper in a strength match and beat Viper by overpowering her. She fights Hanan.
Or tiring her out, because
Yeah.
she did a lot of that.
She fights Hanan in a judo match and out judos her. They're really showing that she can do a little bit of everything. And so, like I said, if you watch it in a vortex and you don't know that, it's kind of a boring match at first because it's very slow and judo is kind of... But if you take it to the whole thing, it's really exciting to see where they're going with Utami.
You know, interesting that you say that, because at the beginning of this fight, I really wasn't into it, because I'm like, it's too slow, it's too boring. But I got to think about it and realized, wait a minute, they're probably within the same umbrella of, you know, martial arts, because they were wearing the same kind of gi. So the beginning was probably more methodical in the way they were trying to figure out how to get under the other one.
Yeah.
And I wrote this here, the first few moves were a little confusing for me, but it wasn't really that bad, because you start to realize the continuity of the match when you see how connected they are in the moves, and then the whole berserker thing.
Yeah.
That I kind of thought was straight out of a video game, where you know how you get so many energy points and then you press the special button and yeah, then there was that. I could have done without that, but overall the match, I understood it the more I watched it and started to connect the dots on that one.
Yeah. It seems like bad short-term booking because it's really good long-term booking.
Yeah,
for Utami's story.
But you really got to put a lot of thinking on that, man, on that her track.
I'd say my only negativity was I wish Hanan had maybe on the last two shows had done some judo and won a couple matches to build her up as a judo contender, because they just kind of say it.
So I have kind of a note here about that.
Yeah.
It was a very short and technical match, but it also did the job of maintaining Utami as a top rookie.
Yeah.
Okay. While elevating Hanan into that contender that you're talking about.
Yeah.
For the title and separating her from her sisters.
Exactly.
This match did what you're talking about that should have been done the last couple of shows, in our opinion.
Agreed. And I have no complaints. No real complaints. I like this match. I was a big fan of it. It's one of my favorite Utami matches so far, which is weird because, like I said, it kind of seemed like it came out of nowhere with her and Hanan. But then when you take the promo beforehand and Hanan says, "This is my second chance. I'm going full speed," that kind of elevated her up a little bit too. So like they did a lot in this to make it work.
Yeah. It's the main event with Oedo Tai versus Oedo Tai.
Yeah. It took me a minute when I realized that.
Go
Like, wait a minute.
Oedo Tai.
Everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner.
The team of Hazuki and Natsu go up against Keigetsu
Natsuki. Is it Hazuki and
Oh.
Natsu, right?
Oh.
Natsuki?
and they're going up against Keigetsu and Jamie Hayter. After the 8th anniversary show, Keigetsu called out Hazuki to be her next challenge, and this is just a teaser for that future matchup.
Yeah, we shoot back to the Odiotai locker room, number one.
Number one.
Where Hazuki says we're at Shinkiba, and it's an Odiotai showdown. It's a preview to my little match next week.
My little match?
Oh, not little, sorry. My title match next
Oh,
week.
okay.
My bad. I know I've progressed a lot, but Keigetsu thinks she is going to beat me. So I want to beat her for the 3 count today. At which point, Natsu decides to out-weird the earlier promos as she holds up Rosie Ogawa's new autobiography and says, "It's Rosie Ogawa's new autobiography. Buy it." We then shoot over at Keigetsu. Never one to be outdone on the weird promo scale. We see Jamie crying, tissue stuffed up her nose.
I like how you narrate this and make it so emotional.
It got me. I
Oh,
was
well.
worried for Jamie. I was worried for Jamie.
You had a little tear roll down your face.
Because Keigetsu, in pretty good English, says, "Jamie, are you okay?" And Jamie's got tissues on both noses. Jamie says,
Both? I thought it was one.
Both noses. I think.
Both noses. She
Both-
only has one
she's got
nose.
3
She's only got one nose.
Multiple noses.
Both nostrils.
Tissues up all of them. Jamie, I'm sick. Keigetsu, sick. Sick. No. Are you okay? Today is the preview of my title match with Hazuki. Are you going to be okay? Jamie, I'm okay. But I'm dying. They got me in my hearts and my feels. Keigetsu says, "You're okay." Well, with Jamie in this condition, I might have to carry the team. Seriously, though, as the champ, I want to show Hazuki that I mean business. As for the match, there you go. And then we get a miraculous recovery as all 4 Odio members and now make their way to the ring to do a group dance before they fight each other.
So the book that you mentioned a while ago.
Yeah.
This was actually released between the 8th anniversary and this show.
Nice.
This was an absolute terror to find online.
Terror? Is that
I
bad?
couldn't find it anywhere. I actually scoured all the usual suspects and some of the unusual suspects and could only find one copy of this book available for sale in England. However, I am putting in the ISBN number below right now. While it seems to only be in Japanese, reviews suggest that it covers his time as a photographer and how he came up with the idea for Stardom.
Photographer. Photographer?
Yeah.
Photographer.
Oh.
Photographer.
Photographer.
In East Texas, we have photographers.
Yep.
Photographer.
We have photographers who
Oh
use
my goodness.
photography cameras.
We're talking about pecans and pecans and tomatoes and tomatoes.
Pecans.
Aside from the book, I could swear there's something different about Jamie here. Can't quite place my finger on it, but I think we'll call this version of Jamie the classic.
The classic.
Jamie.
So before we even get Oedo Tai coming out, the biggest question on my mind was, will there still be a dance?
Sorry, I already answered that.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Would you know it, they didn't disappoint any of us.
This is probably my favorite one of the dances. They mess up a lot in this dance.
On purpose?
I think it was on
purpose.
The more they mess up, the better that half-assedness plays out. So I enjoyed this dance more than normal.
You know who wasn't having any of this today? Old Ref, as he sent Race Car Ref in.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to call
He
him.
already knew where this was going.
Yeah.
Only Natsu can make the starting handshake of any match very awkward.
Which part are you talking about?
Where she tries to handshake with Kagitsu.
Oh, yeah. So you're talking about after the ref made her put the book down.
Yeah.
And stop reading. And she made sure to mark her place and tell everybody at ringside not to touch her book.
Yeah.
Rosie's book. No, they all 4 do their handshakes. Hazuki, Keigetsu first, Natsu, Jamie. And then we go Hazuki, Jamie, and as Natsu goes to shake hands with Keigetsu, they both tease punching each other in the face before going, nah, we're cool.
This pre-match.
Love it. Love Natsu.
But I'm going to tell you right now, when the bell rings and we start off, there was no messing around, and this was a straight teaser for what's going to happen with Keigetsu and Hazuki.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that they started off with Keigetsu and Hazuki.
Same here.
In a good way.
This looked evenly matched as one is starting to get the upper hand, the other one finds a way to reverse. Hazuki knocks Keigetsu out of the ring and looks to go flying out after her, but she stops at the absolute last second because she is wise to what Keigetsu does on the outside of the ring.
Yep.
Instead, she waits for her to get back in the ring, and when she does, they both tag out.
And then the seriousness stops for a second.
Yep. Natsu even looks to be going for some wrestling as they try to trade some wristwatches.
Oh, wait, we're skipping past where they both agree that they're friends and not going to try to hurt each other.
Oh, yeah, totally. Totally.
Got it?
But the one Natsu tries, the wristwatch I'm talking about,
yeah,
Jamie is less than impressed.
Yeah, she just kind of stares at her.
Jamie starts whipping Natsu across the ring, but Natsu lands a crossbody on top of Jamie and tries to pin her a few times. I can kind of imagine what happened before the match. Hazuki went to Natsu and told her she'd have to learn how to wrestle, or actually wrestle during this match. Yeah. And she's like, oh God, I got to learn how to wrestle.
I love during this part, the whole time, like I said, there is the whole, we're friends, we're not going to hurt each other. And then as soon as Natsu starts doing stuff, it flips a little bit of a switch in Jamie, who was like, I thought we were friends, what the hell? And starts to beat the hell out of Natsu.
When Keigetsu gets in to try and help Jamie out, Natsu stops herself on the rope from a whip. Hazuki flies in and tries to even things out. This is when the mistake is made and the match spills outside the ring to the advantage of Keigetsu.
Yeah.
Natsu rolls back in and Jamie is trying to take control. She does some shouting to Natsu and whips her in the corner to get some more help from Keigetsu. I appreciate how on the 8th anniversary show, Keigetsu misted Jungle out of the view of Old Ref. But on this show, she sprayed mist straight in front of Race Car Ref and started to intimidate him before he could think about disqualifying her.
I enjoy how when they were on the outside and Keigetsu was destroying Hazuki with a chair for a moment, now was apologizing.
Natsu tries to call timeout as Jamie snap suplexes her out of the corner.
Yes, she did.
I don't think it worked.
It did not.
This leads to more double teaming up on Natsu from the rest of Oedo Tai members. You see Hazuki almost playing the face here, trying to call attention to everything.
Yep.
Natsu puts Nao in danger's way to try to prevent even more heartache, but Keigetsu just bowls her over and goes for the attack anyway. Then, Japanese Jack Tunney gets involved. Natsu used the autobiography.
He does.
Hazuki is flying all over the place as she drives the match to be between her and Keigetsu again. A codebreaker from Gegetsu lets a tag to Jamie succeed, but Hazuki does the same thing to Jamie to tag in Natsu again. Hazuki and Jamie trade Irish whips to the corner, and Jamie starts taking it to her. Back to Keigetsu and Hazuki in the ring, and Keigetsu is now focused on taunting Hazuki to prove dominance. Can't tell what Keigetsu was going for here. It looked like a torture rack, but Hazuki turned it into a DDT instead.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
She follows it up with a single leg backbreaker that was 11 on 10.
Yeah.
Sensing danger, Jamie comes in for a second, but is quickly shooed away by Hazuki.
Yeah, Hazuki's having none of this.
Natsu tries to use the whip, but it was not very effective.
It wasn't effective, but she slapped her across the face with it.
Oh, I know. I really don't know what was going on here.
Pain.
Double team codebreaker to Jamie as Natsu was holding her up for it. Natsu clears Jamie out of the ring for Hazuki to continue to try and win the match. Hazuki goes up top for her original HCK bomb, but it isn't enough to win the match as Keigetsu is saved by Jamie just kicking Hazuki straight in the face.
Yeah, at the last second too.
Keigetsu is up quick to join Jamie and laying Hazuki out with the double kicks to the chest.
Yes.
Somehow Hazuki manages to kick out, but Keigetsu has her up for a choke slam followed by a roundhouse. Still not enough as Keigetsu lays in the Michinoku driver to set up for the Oido coaster. Hazuki slips away and rolls Keigetsu up in a schoolgirl to get the sneaky and surprising 3 in 15:47.
And they did this so quick.
This was perfect.
Couldn't ask for it to be better done. This match was awesome. We'll go into that in a second because we get. I got 2 pages of notes here.
2 pages.
There was a lot going on after this match.
Hazuki on the match who says, Keigetsu, I just beat you for 3. You yourself nominated me at Korakuen Hall. Now that I just pinned you, are you having second thoughts? At Edion Arena, I will pin you again and take the red belt from you. Keigetsu says, Hazuki, you've gotten stronger, huh? But let's tell everyone, I lost on purpose. Again, I lost on purpose. Hazuki says, you used that line before at Korakuen Hall. And do you remember what you said when we went backstage? It's just a way to get out of the situation, to play mind games with them. I paid attention, and I remember what you said. Keigetsu says, wow, the truth hurts. You really threw that at me. Okay, the past is the past. Next week is Edion Arena. I got a good feel for you today. You've changed. It'll be an amazing battle next week. Don't you guys think? I've been critical a lot lately, but I want to criticize one more thing. This is not a request for Hazuki. It's a request for you fans. Next week, don't take any pictures. If you're going to see this match, do it with no camera. Concentrate and watch the match. Enjoy professional wrestling. Be vocal and support your favorite wrestler. What do you think, Hazuki? Hazuki says no pictures taking. I agree. Don't watch us through a lens. Judge with your own eyes. Let's give them a good fight. I know you want a good match, but it could be the same result as today, so be prepared. Keigetsu, gotta get a little dig in on her own. Even your mic work is on a new level. I get it. A great match. Let's show them what we're all about. You won't be able to surpass Keigetsu, so you better be ready. If you want to take pictures, please leave after the semi-main event. We'll give you a hot match, so if you want to see that, please come. Friendly subtitle guy then tells us every January, the company takes an overnight trip to celebrate the anniversary. Keigetsu says, but let's not get frustrated, Hazuki. We have the annual 2-day trip this week. Now, why aren't you going? Jamie and Hazuki are going, but they're the only friends I'll have there. And now, Odiotai will close the show.
This is how you build for a title match that's within a faction.
Yeah, and only in 2-week build. Really good.
Keigetsu didn't have to lose here. In fact, she didn't even have to do the match. She's the current red belt champion. But by having this match, there's now a doubt that Keigetsu can actually not retain at the next defense.
Yeah, they actually built up a doubt. You think Hazuki can do it. She killed it in this match. All 4 ladies killed it in this match. But Hazuki was on another level from everybody else that was in this match.
While the match did go outside, it wasn't long, and I'm always a bit suspicious when there is a match involving everyone from the same group.
Yeah.
But this match pulled it off and built expectations toward the actual defense. Weirdly, this should have been a heel-heel match, but Hazuki turned it around into a traditional face-heel match by being a little bit more tame in her work on the outside of the ring.
And focusing more on the wrestling than the beating people up.
You see, it's the little things like this that build the psychology of a match for me instead of a 20-minute scripted promo segment.
Yeah.
This match was a little weird because it took me a little bit to realize what was going on.
Right.
I know they were serious. Well, at least Hazuki and Keigetsu were kind of serious. And then the other two, when they came in, it was just more playful banter. But overall, I just kind of took it like a sparring match. I could see the entertainment value for it. They kept everybody going. They gave people good chuckles. I heard another chair go there, and y'all don't want to recognize that chair.
The chair was helpful. That chair was helpful.
I was curious as to what was said after the spit. She said something. She was being funny, but she was on the corner, and she said something after getting spit on, which made everybody laugh, and I was curious about what she was saying. But overall, it was an entertaining match. It was fun for the end. I wasn't at the level to where you guys were with regard to how highly you called the match, but it was fun to watch.
So that being said, then, what was your match of the night?
My match of the night, the last one was, like I said, was a good one, very entertaining, but I really didn't pick that one for match of the night. Match of the night, I gave a tie between Team Hana versus Team Starlight. This was entertaining. The crowd was really into it. Bobby did really well. I'm always entertained by the flips of Sadie when she does it to go to the outside of the ring. I thought the match did all the right things to get you looking at it, watching it, just keep you hooked. It was more entertainment. But the other one I was giving the match tonight to was Utami and Hanan, which I thought was a good match. They both looked really good. Hanan gave it a good shot, even though she tapped out, technically.
Oh, she screamed.
She screamed, yeah. I was more into that fight for the technical part of it because there was more cerebral. They were really thinking about what they were going to do with each other. But like I said, both matches were pretty good, and I couldn't decide between the two of them, so I gave it to both of them.
I was originally going to go with Utami and Hanan when I first saw that match because, like I said, the overall arching story of a couple 6 months now at this point has been amazing. But I could literally watch Keigetsu and Hazuki just stand in the ring and have a blinking contest and think it's match of the night.
I know.
They're amazing. They were amazing for me. I thought they did really well.
Yeah, but you guys were Team Oedo Tai.
I also...
Oedo Tai, isn't it?
Oedo Tai.
Oh my God, you got it right.
I know how to say it when I need to. I got to defend myself. I got this. On top of that, since we've started this show, Natsu really is probably one of my top 3 favorites.
Yeah, I don't disagree. She's actually really good. I'm a fan.
Adds something to every match.
Yeah.
She did so in here. She'll in the book, taking the abuse from her teammates to set up the fun moments.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of everything for everybody in this match. If you like serious wrestling, you got Azuki. If you like the more high fly stuff, you have Keigetsu, who was doing a little bit more of the high flyery stuff, as well as the brawling to the outside. And then you have the funniness with Jamie, who's almost on Natsu's level, honestly, with the just adding that comedic, in a good way.
Wait, Natsu's the one that I don't want to be
washing machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Momo. She killed it in her match as well. But I'm giving my match of the night to the main event. I think it was the rightful main event. If you had to check out a match from this show, this is the match I would suggest. Walden?
I am 99% right there with you on the exact same course. Up until the main event, Utami and Hanan were my match of the night for everything that y'all just said. On paper, the main event normally wouldn't be considered by me because I've complained about worse than others. But the way that everything worked out and the wrestling that took place to build this storyline up for what's coming down the road, double thumbs up.
Yeah.
Also, and for being a recent addition to Oedo Tai, Jamie has really found her groove in such a short period.
I know we propped up B and how well she's taken to Japan, but Jamie maybe even more so than B. Like, she gets it. She gets Oedo Tai. She gets the crowds.
Dare I say that had she not been at Oedo Tai from her start, she'd be in a worse situation where she would be now.
They put her in the exact right spot from the get-go. And speaking of Oedo Tai and being more shisty, I'm going to go with Hill of the Night. I've got an interesting pick. I'm going with Bobby.
For the bad?
No. Bobby, because as good as Hana was at being a heel tonight and taunting Mayu and beating up on stars, every time she did it, you had this angry little dog, this little Spike, who would come up and kick him a little bit more. And that was Bobby. Bobby was just,
You sound more like him every time he says Saki.
No, I'm giving her props.
Oh, okay.
Because I like the way Hana would grab her knee and go, "Oh, Mayu's knee." And
that was funny.
And then Bobby would grab her knee and fall to the ground and be like, "Oh, Mayu's knee." Like, she just had to try to one up even her own teammate in a good way. You know those movies where there's the gang fights and they're fighting, and then that one dude stays out of the fight, but then he'll just run over and kick people when they're on the ground? That was Bobby tonight. So my heel of the night is going to be Bobby Tyler. Props. I think you're getting it. I think you're having fun. Keep it going. Dr. The Wife?
My heel of the night is an interesting tie, too. It was the deceitful twin. I forget which one it is.
That would be Rena.
Rena, yes.
She's the new sneaky
I
Shinky.
was surprised that she kept doing that because she made a very friendly gesture to work with her, and all of a sudden, every chance she got, she tried to get her down, Saki down for a pin. So props to you. And then the other heel of the night, I was gonna give it to Hana because of the birdies that she let fly at the beginning of the match before the handshake, and her making fun of
She was also even doing holding some water in the mouth, kind of saying that Mayu's mouth is kind of puffy. I think it was weird. There was some serious mocking going on. But then, like I said, every time she would do it, Bobby would just have to do it slightly more, and it was just I love it. Waldo?
My heel tonight is Saki for trying to blend in with Alex. Trying to hide that she is an evil person on the inside by hanging out with an Aggie. Every show we see Saki sinking new lows. How shameful is this? Terrible, terrible. I'm Waldo, and that's it for me.
I'm Matt.
I'm Dr. The Wife.
Be sure to catch us in all the usual places within social media at Face4Wrestling on the Twitter and Facebook, and also at Dr. The Wife on those two, plus the Graham Cracker.
No, the Instagrams.
Leave a comment below and let us know how we're doing. You can catch the audio version of this episode on SoundCloud and iTunes. Don't forget to stutter kick and the subscribe button here on the YouTube. As always, check out www.stardom-world.com where you can check out some amazing wrestling action for only $920 in a month.
How many?
$920.
So my question to you is, if it's $920 a month, on $920, are you going to make a big deal out of it?
Don't forget, everyone is different and everyone is good.